Good morning and welcome to the McDonald's Little Athletics Queensland State Championships live here from Cusack. And what a wonderful weekend that we've got ahead of you. After a fresh one on Friday night, we're right into the heart of the action here. All thanks to our friends at McDonald's, Coles, Tribal Sport, Heart Sport, Quality Hotel, Robertson Gardens, Optus, badges and medals, Dream Jar, White Cloud Foundation, and plenty more. My name's Christian. It's a privilege and a pleasure to be in your company today. And I'm joined by the one of the uprising callers, one of the talented callers that we've got with us today. Daniel Viles, good morning.
Good morning, Chris. It's a funny day. It's sunny, but it's muggy as well. But a little bit of humidity in the air never really hurt anyone. The track is slightly damp, but we've seen in previous years and many events here that the rain just does not make a difference to this Cusack track. We saw a couple of Australian best performances last night. We saw some very close finishes in multiple events. We had 1 centimetre results in the javelin at one point, I think. So, this is the cream of Queensland junior athletics. I'm really looking forward to it.
Oh, it's going to be absolutely outstanding. We know the conditions were like last year. We had a lot of rain. We had a lot of heat, but the records tumbled. The best performances tumbled. We had 19 best performances broken last year, and a lot of those athletes went on to have incredible performance in Adelaide in April last year.
That's right, yes. It's and only in those middle age groups as well. You do wonder if it was logistically possible to have every single age group represented at an Australian Championships, and you just wonder what Queensland could have produced there, because there were so many great athletes outside of the represented age groups.
And we've got some great athletes lining up at the moment. We're launching into proceedings with the girls, 1,100 metres in the under 11s. The Queensland best performance time, Daniel, to keep an eye on is 5 minutes 14.14. That was achieved by Annika Clark from Redlands back on March 17th, 2017. Could we see a record tumble today? The track is a little bit wet, but it has zero impact on how the athletes perform, and we've got a star-studded lineup out there today.
The two favourites are in numbers 1 and 2. So the defending champion is Bella Sampson from Deception Bay. Second last year was Clara Hermes of Noosa. The previous year they finished first and second, but in reverse position. So it's a playoff of sorts. But I think Bella and Clara would know each other well, and they know who else to look out for in the field.
And for those who are watching this for the first time, it is just shy of 3 laps, so they'll be starting at the 300-metre mark. So they'll come around the first time, and then we'll see 2 full laps on the back of that too. So, but a big crowd gathered here today at Cusack, all thanks to our friends at McDonald's, and we've got an epic 12 to 13 hours of quality racing coming your way, and they're off and running.
So the field in this girls 1,100 metres race walk under 11. So Clara Hermes of Noosa, Bella Sampson of Deception Bay, Luna Boyd of the Gold Coast, Zoe Silk of Arana, Evelyn Templeton of Ipswich, Ava McKinnon of Noosa, Ruby Kitely of Bargara Districts, Amelia Field of South Burnett, Stella Chow of Toowong Harriers, Stephanie Rankin of Laidley, Alexis Ogle of West Bundaberg, Elsie Black of Springwood, Stasa Yankovic of Toowong Harriers, and Billie Jean McCallum of the Gold Coast.
Great representation right from the north right through to the south, and we've already seen a clear breakaway earlier from some of the pace setters.
So just looking around, it's usually Hermes and Sampson in front, but it is a quick pace, and they've got a bit of company at the moment. And number 15 is not actually on the race card, so we'll have to see if we can get that updated. But it is indeed in the blue shirt, Clara Hermes of Noosa in the number 1 shirt, and Bella Sampson of Deception Bay about a metre behind her. There's a fair gap back to 4th. And we're just trying to get some shirt numbers, because 23... I know what's happened. I apologise. The boys' race is on at the same time.
Excellent. So, yep, we do have the boys' race on at the same time, which is fantastic. So it'll give us a chance while the first lap has been completed to go through the boys too.
So the number 15 who's in third place is Grayson Leggett of Algester. Number 16 is Brock Marley of Springwood. 17 is Tiam Awang Moore of the Gold Coast. Number 18, Connor, I'm going to say Gaya, maybe it's GG, apologies, of the Toowong Harriers. 19 is Max Matthews of Toowong Harriers. 20, Walter Miller of Aspley. 21, Thomas Churchill of Centenary. 22, Archie Catt of Tweed. 23, Leo George Giorgio of Algester, and 24 is Jacob Duncan of Deception Bay, and 25 are the Dills in the commentary box who finally worked out what was going on.
Well, to keep an eye on the boys' Queensland best performance, we're looking at a time of 5 minutes .0865, and they the first split was actually conducted in good time as well at 1:22.652. So that's they're off to a red hot start. But the top three we've got at the moment, we've got one of the stars from the boys, and we've got the two girls.
So that's Leggett in the lead at the moment. He's a two-time defending champion in this event. He beat Connor Jaya by 3/100ths of a second 2 years ago in the under-9s, and then got a victory by a second last year. So looking for the hat trick.
We're going to see some really good times here already to start proceedings here this morning, all thanks to our friends at McDonald's, and a big shout out to our mate Rowan from Sportscast, bringing you all the action right around the country. And this is a really good hot start.
So Clara Hermes still in the lead, and Grayson Leggett just behind her leading the boys race. Made a bit of a gap now. That's Bella Sampson in the number 2 shirt who's coming third.
The gap's starting to open up between 5th and then we've got 6 and 7.
So behind 2 boys athletes, so Max Matthews of Toowong Harriers is 4th overall, 2nd in the boys. Sampson in 3rd. 3rd in the boys race is Leo Giorgio of Algester, who finished 2nd in this race last year by about a second to Grayson Leggett.
Just keep an eye on that split as well. They've done that one in 2 minutes 9 seconds. We expect the pace to sort of keep up here, but the records that they'll be looking to set, well, they'll get around that sort of 5 minutes. 5:05, we could see Queensland best performances fall for both boys and girls in this race as they look to pick up the tempo.
But I think Leggett and Hermes are rather enjoying the fact that they're pushing each other at the moment. At this stage, it's Clara Hermes of Noosa who just has the lead over Leggett. Remember, that's not actually a race, but I think, to quote Dead Poets Society, sport is an excellent chance to get other people to push you to your best.
We're seeing a bit of activity coming out on the back straight too, with the action heating up, with the top 4 really pushing down and putting some pressure on the 2 leaders who have led from the outset.
Bella Sampson of Deception Bay is a clear 2nd in the girls' race. I'm just trying to identify the boys' Walker in 3rd. I believe it might be Leo Giorgio of Algester, but I just want to confirm that. I think that's wrong. Of course, there are judges in this race. We don't pay attention to the red cards. As up front, it's Leggett who's been able to take the lead.
I think
from Clara Hermes, apologies.
And Leggett's going to be in a little bit of trouble here because we've got a bit of a chase, a hot pursuit down the
race. That's Max Matthews of Toowong Harriers. Matthews is absolutely gunning it. Leggett, I'm not sure that he's seen him coming, but Matthews has got the race on. Now, that'll be interesting to see the step. Leggett has not been pushed like this in a couple of years. Matthews has got him. The responses come from Leggett. Leggett responded well to Matthews. Matthews coming back. Matthews is going to take the state championship. Grayson Leggett defeated for the first time in this age group. The women's race, the girls' race, apologies, has been won easily by Clara Hermes. Bella Sampson will take 2nd.
Matthews was not even in the picture at the as they turn for the final lap, but his last 400 metres was exceptional, Daniel. He would have pushed a time of at least 2 minutes.
So Connor Gaya from Toowong Harriers has finished 3rd in the boys' race, just edging out Leo Giorgio of Algester. Girls' race continuing. Number 3 crossing the line now is Luna Boyd of Gold Coast, so she'll get the so-called bronze in the girls' race. Good performance finishing. Brock Marley from Springwood finishing strongly, as were Walter Miller of Aspley and Thomas Churchill of Centenary. Bit of a mini race going on in the back straight now. as Amelia Field of South Burnett is just able to hold off Zoe Silk from Arana.
Well, this is where it's a bit of a battle towards finishing at the end and perhaps trying to finish that last 50 or 60 metres very strongly. And we can't highlight it enough that a lot of athletes at the moment, as they're finishing up, they're achieving their personal best too. That's a big goal to aim for in what is quite challenging conditions out here at Cusack.
Ruby Kitely of Bargara District just crossing the finish line, and followed closely by Evelyn Templeton of Ipswich. Very good point, Chris, that racing yourself is often the most rewarding aspect, as the very correct technique of Elsie Black of Springwood finishes the 1100 metres.
And it is very challenging too to run out first thing in the morning, particularly after a bit of overnight rain. There's a fair bit of heat coming off the track, a bit of humidity, a bit of discomfort, I feel, and no real breeze to speak of either. So it is challenging conditions out there for our athletes.
And different mindsets as well. And sometimes you want to be the first race of the day so you can knock the cobwebs out. Sometimes it's nice just to see someone finish in front of you and go, oh, okay, right, I'm at the state championships. I've found my groove now. We don't know, we for some reason didn't interview every athlete here today. We thought it might be a little bit intrusive, but yeah, the different, and they're still finding out who they are as well. So the two walkers finishing, apologies, but I think the crowd favourite is the little robot with the Australian flag. It's just pulled up in front of us.
That's fantastic. And of course, we wouldn't be able to do it today if not for the tremendous support from McDonald's, who are the reason we're here today. We've got Coles and Tribal Sport. And of course, most importantly, throughout the coverage, we've got your company, and that is something we're extremely grateful for here at Cusack. And I mean, we saw an extraordinary finish there, Daniel, that the winner there, the last 400 metres, he was probably 200 metres, maybe 150 metres away from the two leaders, and that exceptional run was outstanding.
Did you have the final times there for the? I was so caught up in the race with Matthews walking down Leggett that I must confess
he had a time of 5 minutes 36, and I didn't catch the deficit there.
Gotcha. So fair way off the record in the end, which is not the most important thing. It's just something that stats nerds like Chris and I are obsessed with.
Well,
yeah, keeps us out of trouble, keeps us occupied.
Well, they finished that last lap there, 1 minute 58.
Yeah.
So, but granted that the two leaders at the time, I would have loved to have kept an eye on who was the young boy that ended up winning that one again.
Max Matthews.
I would have loved to have kept an eye on Max's split time, because he would have. Dare I say, he probably would have finished that time in that last lap in 1 minute 40.
You beat me to it. I was about to say 1 minute 40 seems to be where I'd be looking at. So we don't have the official results yet. And of course, with walking, it does take longer because you do have the judges. They will review certain steps. And as always, when you suddenly get a race, and we saw Leggett take off. Now, I'm not even going to pretend that I am entitled to a judgment about whether any feet left the ground. But it's often in those moments of acceleration that the judges will at least have a closer look. So it will take a little while to ratify the results. That's okay. We're going to be here for 12 hours.
Yeah, exactly. We've got a long time to enjoy your company. But look, the pace was set early. We knew that first split was 1 minute 22, granted off 300 metres. So they were running around about 150 lap to start proceedings, and that last lap was a little bit slower from Leggett at the end. But granted, the physical toll that it takes on your body too. It's always challenging, because we had the two front runners. They set the pace early. We saw the top three really break away and have that really good, strong first lap. And then they've got to find that groove. And sometimes it's very hard to sustain that pace all the way through.
And of course, Clara Hermes going back to back as well, who we need to pay attention
That's
to.
amazing.
So she's clearly premier walker of this age group. Chris, we've got about 8 minutes till the next race, so we might take a break for a moment. But before we do that, would you like to tell people who we've got popping into the what we laughingly refer to as the studio, at 11:30 today?
11:30 today. Look, we are absolutely thrilled to be joined by OAM just a gold medalist, silver medalist. She's done it all, and she's an outstanding broadcaster on Network 7 as well. We'll be joined by Sally Pearson. That's going to be super exciting. So we're going to have plenty of fans gathered around, enjoying us interviewing her, chatting with her. She's going to be giving some great insights too. So at 11:30 a.m. local time, Sally Pearson will be joining us. Needless to say, we're excited, but we have no doubt you'll be just as excited. That's still all to come. Coming up on the other side of this break, we are going to launch into the prelims of the 80-metre hurdles. Today is all thanks to our friends at McDonald's, Coles, Tribal Sport, Heart Sport, Quality Hotel, Robertson Gardens, Optus, Badges and Medals, Dream Jar, the White Cloud Foundation, and of course it's been broadcast all around the country thanks to our friends at Sportscast. We're back on the other side of this. Hey. Oh, out of the gates. To Cusack for the McDonald's Elite Athletics Queensland State Championships. My name's Chris. It's a privilege and a pleasure to be in your company. Joined by Daniel Viles. We're getting set for the first lot of 80-metre hurdles with the girls taking on the way in the under-13 prelims. Daniel Viles, this is going to be a great start to the hurdles.
It's going to be quick. The favourite for this event on seedings, and also the fact that she's the highest place runner from last year, is Amity Batchelor of the University of the Sunshine Coast. She finished second by about a quarter of a second last year, but hasn't won a state title in this event yet, so she'll be keen. She's in Heat 3.
Oh, it's going to be a great start. If there's anything to go by what we saw in the 1,100-metre walk between the boys and the girls, this is going to be a red-hot start. Good to see we've got a couple standing and a couple using the blocks.
Bit of unsteadiness on the blocks. So Parfitt from Springwood in 2, Findlay of the Gold Coast in 4, Rochford, or possibly Rockford of Helensvale in 5, Yankovic of Toowong Harriers in 6, Ashcroft of Harvey Bay in 7, Lala Brooks of the Gap in 8, and Batagoda of Redlands in 9. Watch for Parfitt on the inside. First sprint race of the day. There's that Parfitt's done well on the outside. Bit of pressure inside from Findlay of the Gold Coast and Rockford from Helensvale. Also look for Brooks of the Gap here in lane 8. It looks like Parfitt's going to take it out. She's first qualifier across. Brooks of the Gap will get the other qualifying place. 14:08 is the time.
Well, it was a great start there from all athletes involved in that one there. Very interesting. We've got a good spread from the outside lanes. The middle lanes where generally you think some of the action's going to happen there. But that's good competition. I think when you've got the outside runners, they've only got to look to their left or to their right, but essentially they're running their own race. And that was an outstanding finish. But 14:08, the bar has been set. So that was the first of 3 heats thanks to our friends at McDonald's. And I think if you're coming up in the next heat, that's where the bar's been set, looking at the intensity. I'm interested to see the girls that elect to use the starting blocks and those who elect to stand. We've got a good spread here, probably about 3 girls electing to stand. Personally, Daniel, I struggled on the starting blocks back in the day, but I think but getting on the starting blocks and just sort of launching yourself and propelling yourself.
If only we had access to someone who was really, really good at sprint hurdles at some point. We could just ask them that question at some point.
Oh, maybe.
Could you organise someone?
I think we can manifest that in the space of 3 hours and 7 minutes.
The wonderful Mrs. Pearson joining us later on today.
But it is actually quite fascinating, particularly for the under-13 girls. The question I would be interested in asking, hopefully if I can remember it, is when is it better to start using the blocks? I
mean, guessing the answer, it's when you've got the forearm and wrist strength. But when does that kick in? Again, that's me answering a question when we're going to have someone better qualified in a little while. The favourite for this heat is probably Danielle Pushkarev of Strathpine, who'll be over in lane 2, furthest from your screen. The lanes, just for reference throughout the day, lane 1 is closest to the middle of the field. Lane 10, which is not always used, is closest to you.
We did have a correction on the finishing time there, 14.14 with Rosie Parfitt from Springwood as well. So that was corrected from 14.08 to 14.14.
And that's normal. That'll happen all the time throughout the day.
You're correct.
So Audrey Goh of Toowong Harriers in lane 3. Maya Falkbring of the University of the Sunshine Coast in 4. Eva Price of Jimboomba in 5. Jayana Sheffy, apologies for pronunciation, Upper Lockyer in 6. Georgia Torello of Runaway Bay in 7. Ayana Burin of Caloundra in 8. And Lila Madden of Noosa in 9. Pushkarev is a 2-time silver medalist in this event. Pushkarev is off quickly over on the inside lane. Plenty of pressure coming in from Torello. And look at Madden going on the outside. Madden's got the measure of Pushkarev at the moment. This is going to be difficult to split, but the point is they will both qualify. Georgia Torello of Runaway Bay is the next fastest over the line, 13.76, even if that gets corrected, significantly faster than Heat 1 as expected.
Bit of deja vu, Daniel, from what we saw in the previous race too, because it was the 2 outside lanes that did excel in that. So we've seen that in Heat 1 and Heat 2. And I did ask the question that if you're in Heat 2 or you're looking at that time, 14.18 or 14.08, is that sort of the tempo, that sort of gives you that little bit of thirst, a little bit of hunger to go, I could probably go that extra stride quicker. And they certainly did. They burst out of the blocks with that 13.76, also stand to be corrected.
Lila Madden came fourth in this race last year when it was under 12s. You know what her time was? 13.76.
Wow.
The winning time was 13.31. That was Peyton Allen, who's moved on from Little Athletics, or at the very least is not here. But so that gives you an idea of how much faster they're going to go in the final, which will be after 11 o'clock. There'll be 8 finals at 5 past 11, and this will actually be the last one, the girls' 80-metre hurdles for the under-13s.
This is what I love about Little Athletics, Daniel, amongst many other things, because it's a great breeding ground for athletes in varied sports right across the country. But we don't see the ability to just take the foot off the gas. It's you run your fastest time. If you can achieve your personal best in the heats, then you absolutely run for your life. And we have seen the correction of the time there. So Lila Madden from Noosa, 13.86 ahead of Lila that has now been corrected again. Daniel, I'll leave that with you. We've just seen that change right in front of me.
As Chris corrects the corrections, he's essentially watching keto numbers at the moment.
Exactly, and I still win.
It's like watching your buffering speed when you're downloading something.
But Danielle from Strathpine, 13.83, took out that heat ahead of Lila from Noosa, 13.86, and Georgia from Runaway Bay, 14.38.
Favourite in this race is closest to the screen, Amity Batchelor of University of the Sunshine Coast. She is in lane 10, second last year. She is away quickly. Plenty of heat across the field. This is very close. Samara Dialwas on her left shoulder from Toowong Harriers is really bringing the heat. Inside her, Brighton Dunlop from City North over on the far side. Batchelor's going to take it easily from Dialwas, and it looks like Chloe Baymans of Townsville Central in lane 4 was the next fastest, and that was a 13.47. So even whoever finished fourth in that race may well be the next fastest qualifier, to be ratified, of course.
And this is not. This doesn't always happen when we've got heats, but we do see a bit of a pattern that unfortunately the first heat out of perhaps 3 on any given race card that tends to be the slowest. That's essentially with what's happened here. But also, Daniel, I think it's the adrenaline that sort of kicks in as well. You sort of feel a little bit more amped, and you get that bit of extra determination. That was a more balanced race. We did see a few of the girls fall over in the in the back heat. The back hurdles there, but their recovery to finish the race strong. We saw a couple knock over hurdles 2 and 3 to finish strongly is outstanding for them too.
So looking at the qualifiers coming through, it was Sophie McCauley of the Gap who finished fourth in that race with a 14.69. That will be interesting to say the least. In fact, I'm going to leave that for Chris. It's too hard for me.
Well, Amity Batchelor from the University of Sunshine Coast finishing with a time of 13.42, thanks to our friends at McDonald's and Coles. And Samara from the Toowong Harriers, 13.96. And great to see Chloe come down from Townsville, 14.66. We know there's our thoughts and prayers are with everyone up in the community in the northern areas of Sunshine Coast. Far North Queensland. Next
2 fastest qualifiers, apart from the top 2 in each race, it looks like it's going to be Anuki Batagoda of Redlands, who gets through, along with Georgia Torello of Runaway Bay. That's my best calculation at the moment.
The boys will be looking forward to seeing just the sort of times that the girls had produced. They'll be getting very excited. But that was, we saw 2 very different heats out of the 3, because the first 2 mirrored each other, and then the third one was much more of a balanced field, but a lot faster, as Daniel had alluded to.
2-time defending champion in this age group is Hugh Donaghy of Toowong. And you'll see him relatively shortly. In fact, he's in this heat, lane 6. So Hugh Donaghy, 2-time defending champion in this age group. As Heat 1 underway, top 2 to progress, plus the next 2 fastest from these 3 heats.
Queensland best performance is 11.40, achieved by Anthony Collins from Aspley back in April 26, 2008.
Tolu Kaka of Gladstone in lane 3 as well has run some very fast times this year, 5th last year. In the next heat, you'll see the Gold Coast Jack Kane, who's probably the main threat to Donaghy this year, completing his hat-trick. Heat 1 of the under-13 boys 80-metre hurdles. They're off quickly. Plenty of work in the middle races. Kaka of Gladstone is off very quickly. Donaghy of Toowong has now found his rhythm. As expected, Donaghy and Kaka, the challenge for the minor placings is coming from Winston Rogers of Balmoral and also Don Phillips of City North. But easily qualifying Kaka and Donaghy, they're through to the final.
That was dynamic start between the pair, and you could see a very good balance outside those two, even in the foreground. A big challenge from 5 other performers to really push for some of those minor placings. There was a good hot start. The time that they're looking from best performance was 11.4, but I feel that we're going to see the tempo lift up in the next couple of races. Also, interesting observation too is I think only two of the runners were using the starting blocks there out of the field compared to when we saw the girls take to the track. We might have seen only 2 stand up on average.
I think you're right. Now, my apologies. There are, in fact, only 2 heats in this race, and so it's a top 3 from each heat, plus the next 2 best times. So third in that last race was actually Winston Rogers of Balmoral, just beating out Don Phillips of City North, who has time of 13.91. 3/100ths of a second was the difference. Phillips, of course, in the box seat to qualify. Oliver Hill of Ipswich is still in with a chance in 14.19, but he only needs 1 runner to pass him in 4th or 5th in this race to eliminate him from the finals contention. That was a bit harsher than I meant it, but you get the idea.
But Tulawani and Hugh, they could not be split on 13.2. That is just remarkable.
It was a dead heat, you're right.
It was a dead heat, yeah. 13.2. That is a dynamic race, and I feel that they had a bit more left in the tank too, just quietly. I feel that they're going to save their best for the final. And what a rivalry that will be if they can see another great performance like that. But we're going to see some wonderful performances here, and it has to be quick. 13.2 is the time to beat, and already we've seen that the heats get faster and faster.
And the website has lost the start list for this race. So. Second heat underway in the boys 80-metre hurdles. Lanes 3 and 6, apologies for this. Going through, it's going to be an easy victory in lane 3.
That was an outstanding run too, and the current time that we have is 13.2. But as a whole, as I mentioned just before that race started, the heats generally get faster. While we saw the tremendous battle between the 2 boys in heat 1, that ran an exciting dead heat time of 13.2, and they were clearly ahead of the rest of the field. This one was more balanced, and we saw, 13.2, which will be adjusted.
A 13.2 again.
Yeah.
So now normally they get adjusted up. It was Jack Kane of Gold Coast who won that race. Sincerest apologies for that. Just the start list disappeared. But no, Jack Kane is definitely through. We will get the results from that race to you as soon as we can.
And that was an absolute faster heat too. So the boys who won the first heat, they've won it together. They'll take the middle lanes, but feel that there's more athletes from Heat 2 that will go through to the final.
So Jack Kane of the Gold Coast in 13.31 took out that heat. Miller Exantaris of the Toowong Harriers second in 13.64. Nate Bensine of Harvey Bay 13.86. Just waiting for the other standings to come through, but Kane, Exantaris and Bensine are through to the final.
Well, we'll see later on today whether that time of 11.4, that 18-year-old record, best performance, I should say, could tumble thanks to our friends at McDonald's. But I think the thing we're very much excited about is seeing some good racing. Ben
Clayton of Noosa looks to have qualified in a 14.19. I think Morgan McMahon of Wynnum Manly would just miss out with a 14.33.
We'll keep you up to date with some of the other field events as well that are taking place as they come available to us as well. We've got them streamed on an alternative platform, and looking forward to seeing how that. We've got a wonderful team at Sportscast covering all angles of this wonderful event. All thanks to our friends at McDonald's for the McDonald's Little Athletic Queensland State Championships.
Girls under 14 80 metre hurdles. Halo Key's probably the favourite In fact, she's not here. So
Time to beat, though. We'll get that later.
So heat one of the girls 80-metre hurdles 14. We can see Autumn Sasson of Mudgeeraba over in lane 3. The pressure is coming from the inside. In fact, Ava Matassa of Aspley looks to have this sewn up. Inside her, Molly Tanner of Ross River. Then I believe it was Autumn Sasson of Mudgeeraba. Again, 2 heats, top 3 advance, and the next 2 best times.
Well, 13.67, that's a really good start from the girls in that performance there. The Queensland best performance time of 12.12 set by Taya Clayton from Noosa back on April 27th, 2024. Will we see that tumble later on today? That's the question we'll ask ourselves, because we are seeing really good fast heats, but we know that there's plenty of room left in the tank. And you can see there, all thanks to our friends at Sportscars, bringing all the action right around the country. The track is starting to dry up now. A little bit of a breeze coming through, which is great for race comfort. As we can attest to from last year, we saw heavy rainfall, Daniel, particularly on day 3 of this event, and we saw best performances tumble left, right, and centre. So in hot conditions.
So Molly Tanner of Ross River, who was the defending champion, did not start apparently. Ava Matassa of Aspley, who was 3rd in this age group 3 years ago, hasn't featured the last couple of years, but she's the fastest qualifier so far. Giselle Vale of Springwood was 2nd. Autumn Sasson of Mudgeeraba 3rd. Angelique Pasmans, University of Sunshine Coast 5th. Macy Ritchie of the University of Sunshine Coast in 4th. So Ritchie and Pasmans have got the next 2 qualifying spots at the moment.
We do have some action going on in the under-10 girls high jump as well. We've seen Michaela Turnbull, Maya Walker, Madeline Esdale, one of many that have completed the first jump of .90.
Quinn Barkley of Balmoral in this heat. She finished 4th last year. Lot changes in a year. Heat 2, girls under 14, 80-metre hurdles. Top 3 to go through to the final, plus the next 2 fastest qualifiers from the 2 heats. Townsley of Strathpine furthest from the camera. Threlfo of Runaway Bay. Marla Threlfo nearest to your camera in lane 9. Quinn Barkley of Balmoral in lane 8. As I say, 4th in this event last year.
So that time of 13.75, that's the time to beat.
Keep an eye on Lila Floyd of Harvey Bay in lane 6 as well. Seeded 2nd in this event based on the regional qualifying times. Often racing in Heat 2, you can barely split them. Eventually in the middle, Lila Floyd of Harvey Bay looks to be gaining the upper hand. Charlotte Cronin of Aspley on her right shoulder. Quinn Barkley of Balmoral coming through. Race to the line, Barkley's going to take it, but the top 3 qualifiers are obvious. Barkley, Floyd and Cronin of Balmoral, Harvey Bay and Aspley respectively. 13.61 is the unofficial time across the tape. We'll keep an eye on the next 2 qualifiers.
Absolutely outstanding. You knew that those 3 girls wanted it, and you mentioned the girl from Harvey Bay there. She started exceptionally well, and she held her nerve in lane 6, and those top 3 there were outstanding. Saw a few tumbles there in the back end for the first couple of hurdles there, but again, admire the recovery. I was one of those athletes that used to struggle on hurdles 1 and 2, but to have the confidence to get back up as to keep running. Significantly faster heat.
The other thing that happens is that, these runners are regional champions. You come to a state championship, suddenly you're put under a bit more pressure. Maybe you can, just overexert a little bit and suddenly your rhythm falls out. The other thing I keep having to remember with hurdles, and this is one question I wouldn't mind putting to Sally later, is what happened. Hurdling is so much about rhythm and stride pattern. When you're a teenager, you're growing. What happens if you have a growth spurt 2 weeks before a major championships? How do you adjust? So that's something I'd like to put to the great woman later on.
Well, and I compare, like you've been involved in cricket for quite some time throughout your life. I would say that there would be a lot of similarities between hurdling and being a pace bowler in cricket, because it is all about stride. You've got to take maybe 3 or 4 strides if you're a pace bowler, however you do your run up, before you hit the line. And I equate hitting the line of say leaping over a hurdle, because you've got to bowl the ball once you hit the line at the crease, and you've got to jump over the hurdle. So it might be 3 or 4 strides before you bowl the ball, or 3 or 4 strides between hurdles. It's a very similar running pattern because you're going full stride.
this wasn't your intention, but I think you've just created a magnificent hybrid sport. Hurdles in the run-ups of cricket fast bowlers. I want to see Mitchell Stark. I want to see Megan Schutz. I want to see Darcy Brown. I want to see Nicola Hancock. I want to see Josh Hazelwood clearing hurdle. Pat Cummins, I want to see them clearing hurdles in their run-ups.
Well, Alyssa Healy's got nothing to do at the moment, so maybe she can learn how to bowl from Mitch, and then some hurdling from Sally, being the Queensland fraternity, and maybe they can do something there.
Hurdles being reset at the moment. The next event is the girls' 80-metre hurdles. Under 14s, and the hurdles just being set at a different... Apologies, it's the boys' 90-metre hurdles under 14s. So hurdles are the same height, but they are set at different places because it's 10 metres longer.
Correct. There's a lot of exciting things happening at the moment, but we've currently got some high jump happening to the right, and the girls are in action there. They're doing exceptionally well, and in front of us we've got the long jump taking place too, and it's always refreshing to see the white flag given there by the marshals there on the launching pad. So we're seeing some really good distances run already. This is what I love about the McDonald's Little Athletics Queensland State Championships, Daniel, is there's so much going on that there's something in it for everyone. And I would love to see some javelin going as well, because or even some throwing. There's a lot going on. It's quite exciting.
Well, let's broaden it. Just go watch track and field.
Yeah.
You never take your binoculars, because a lot of stuff will happen on the far side of the field. Field event now, just the nature of the beast here is that we pay attention to the track events and we don't get a chance to really hone in on the field events. But of course, when you're a spectator at these championships, you can sit pretty much where you want. Not all these stands are open here at QSAC today, but there's plenty around, and you can get a good vantage point for events like the high jump. The long jump and triple jump events are, well, half of them are on this side of the field, right in front of the main grandstand. But if you see an Australian Championships or the Brisbane Classic or just state championships, any track and field event, if you're looking for something to do, I mean, we all know about cricket, football, basketball, netball, and the rest. Go watch some track and field, and you might just surprise yourself.
Absolutely. For mine, it is the most important sport that relates to every other sport that you can possibly compete in. There's just something like
it's the oldest sport, really.
Exactly. I would go as far as saying, even with the synchronised diving, I think there's a little bit of athletics involved in that one there, because you've got to learn to jump. The vertical jump there, a bit of high jump action there, or even the long jump. And you've got to be synchronised.
Not only that, Chris, but I think there's a bit of archery in there, because you just drew a very long bow.
We're going to have a long weekend, aren't we? The boys under 9 long jump going in front of us at the moment. Oliver Rogers from Warwick is stepping up to the plate. He's jumped to 3.08. But leading that event at the moment is Mason Jesberg from Ipswich. He's jumped 4 metres. He is 0.31 centimetres ahead of Emmett Odebak from Noosa, who has distance of 3.69.
3-time defending champion on the track, Oliver Lowe of Jimboomba. There's been a false start, but in lane 7, Oliver Lowe of Jimboomba has won all 3 events in this age group in state championships. I suppose I'll call it history. 3 years. Levi Hahn of Aspley in 2, Robbie Elgar of Runaway Bay in 3, Jake Garland Bundaberg 4. In 5 is Max King of the Gap, 6 is Cyrus Ioelu of Springwood, 7 is Oliver Lowe of Jimboomba, as I say, 3-time defending champion, and 8 is Eamon Shell of Nambour.
Queensland best performance time, 12.38, set by Daniel Harlow from Redcliffe back on March 12, 2022.
2022, eh?
Marvellous.
Seems like a long time ago. It was before this age group started competing. Now, we have had a couple of scratchings, but Lowe is not one of them. So Lowe and Shell nearest the camera. Hahn, Elgar and Garland on the far side. Still some unsteadiness on the block, and the starter's doing the right thing by just making sure under 14s.
And a key thing to highlight too for those watching too, sorry Daniel, is that the fast runners, particularly with the heats, they're just put everywhere, but then we start to see lanes 4, 5 and 6, they'll get the fast runners in the finals.
Different runners, it's not quite as strict as swimming where it's always 4, 5, 3, 6, 2, 7, 1, 8, but yeah, different runners do have their favourite lanes.
I don't know about you, but my favourite lane was the one sitting in the commentary box because I could not compete with any of the athletes there.
Yeah. I won't say I was good at high jump, but I sucked the least. That's at high jump. So 3 heats. Top 2 to progress plus the next 2 fastest qualifiers. Taking a little while to start this first heat of the boys' 90-metre hurdles for under 14s. They're off this time. Lowe and Shell making good runs on the inside. Garland as well of Bundaberg looking good on the left shoulder. Lowe is showing his class. He will ease it in. It looks like Garland of Bundaberg will easily take second place. Shell of Nambour will get third. Over on the far side, that's Hahn of Aspley and Elgar of Runaway Bay. 13.77 the time, but I think Lowe's got plenty in the tank.
Yeah, he definitely took his foot off the gas. He had a look to the left, look to the right, and that time of 13.77 that we've currently got in front of us. The record is 12.38. I believe in the final, Daniel, that he's definitely got a sub 13 in him. I wouldn't be surprised if his personal best is around that sort of 12.75 mark, because he definitely showed that he's got that little bit there in reserve. And again, the first heat, as we've seen, and I'm looking forward to be proven wrong, but the first heat is generally the slowest heat out of those on offering. So
yeah, not this time. No, not with Ollie Lowe.
No. That'll probably be the slowest. If he had have gone full tilt, then I think.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Like he would have run. He could have easily done that sort of 13.14 or something to that effect. But because he took his foot off the gas, I wouldn't be surprised if his time slips down to maybe the second or third best. And I hope that too, because we might see a good classic coming up.
It's what we want. He's been streeting the field in fact, I apologise, he beat Tyson Brezigar of Gladstone, who'll be in Heat 3 by 4 100ths of a second last year, won by 5 100ths of a second the previous year, and 4 100ths of a second the year before that. So he is a high-pressure runner, is Oliver Lowe. He's won his 3 championships at the McDonald's State Championships by a combined total of 0.13 seconds.
That is a remarkable achievement. And that is proudly brought to you by McDonald's and Coles. And we'll go around the track as well. In the under-9s boys long jump, Mason Jesberg has improved on his 4-metre jump with a distance of 4.06 to create a separation distance of 0.37 metres ahead of Emmett Otterback from Noosa. So Mason Jesberg from Ipswich, 4.06 in the under-9 boys long jump. The challenge has been thrown out. We'll be interested to see if someone can overtake it.
Heat 2, Leo Nash of Arana in lane 7 has the fastest seeded time. He'll be second away from the camera. Noah Maslin of Toowoomba will be closest to you. Hall of Toowong, friend of Ipswich, Walker of Ross River, and McCarthy of Balmoral. Flying out of the back, Leo Nash of Arana just had one little stumble, so he's got a bit of pressure on his left. That's coming from Hall of Toowong Harriers and friend of Ipswich. First place goes to Nash of Arana. Your other qualifiers are Hall and friend. 13.4 was the time. Was that the sound of a gauntlet hitting the track I heard there, Chris?
Oh, absolutely. and he went full tilt. Now, this is what I love about sport, Daniel. I'm just getting a little bit excited because his time of 13.4. He did knock down, was it the first hurdle, second hurdle?
Second hurdle, I think.
Second hurdle. So, room for improvement there, because if he runs straight through, and then we look at the young star in the first one where he did take the foot off the gas, I think if the two ran their best race, we're going to see a very interesting final coming up a little bit later today.
So what you're saying is that Lowe's probably going to win by 4 100ths of a second?
Absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely. we love the law of statistics, don't we?
Never broken. Again, lane 7 in this race, Heat 3. Tyson Brezigar of Gladstone, who's the top seed this year, ran a 13.14 as his regional qualifying time. Demanjot Kuna of Algester in 2, Eli Shepherd of Arana in 3, Seth Sturgeon of Ashmore in 4, Charlie Tompkins of USC in 5, clubmate Liam Tandog in 6, Brezigar of Gladstone in 7, Cooper Crosno of Nambour in 8. I've been up to Nasbor. It's lovely up there.
Lovely part of the world, Daniel
grief.
Wiles. Just around the track, thanks to Tribal Sport, and we've got the under-11s javelin taking place at the moment. Henley Knight from Laidley, a distance of 28.14, leads proceedings ahead of Kai Fox from the Granite Belt with 24.74, who is ahead of Theodore Duffield from Laidley at 22.74 in the under-11 boys javelin.
83 little athletic centres around Queensland, and you'll see 78 of them represented here at Cusack this weekend, which of course started last night. Unfortunately not live stream, but check out the results. I think it's Athletics Live is the website. You go there and you can see what happened. Lots of close results, a couple of Australian best performances. The 200-metre events were run last night, which the half lap is an intriguing event. My personal favourite's the 400. We'll see that this afternoon. There's something about the old quarter mile that I find intriguing.
Running quarter mile does seem a little bit challenging the older you get.
Thanks for reminding me. As Heat 3 is underway, Brezigar of Gladstone out quickly. The challenge coming from Sturgeon of Asmore on the inside. Also look at our Tan Dog of the University of Sunshine Coast. Brezigar has qualified. He could break his leg now. I don't wish that on him, and he'd still qualify. Lanes 4 and 6, Sturgeon of Ashmore and Tan Dog of the University of the Sunshine Coast. 13.35 is the unratified time, so that is the fastest of the three heats so far. It's going to be Brezigar, Nash and Lowe fighting it out for the 90-metre hurdles under 14 boys title. That'll be in the set that's at 11:05, the fifth of 8 finals at that time.
How exciting is that final going to be? It's
You put a star next to it in the program, have you?
Absolutely.
Under 14 boys 90-metre hurdles. Maybe let's guess around 11:15.
Yeah, yep.
But why would you want to tune anywhere else? Just stay here, and if that race goes off my tree, you will hear me from your kitchen, people. So you don't need to be that close.
If something happens with the microphone, don't worry. Even if you're joining in from Nasbor, you'll be able to still hear the voice of Daniel Wiles live here from Cusack.
Yeah, Nasbor's up near Maroochydore, isn't it? That's good grief.
Oh crikey! I'd expect this at maybe 8 o'clock at night when we're rolling through that, mate. But not at.
Oh no, I go the other way. I peak early. Coming up is the girls 90-metre hurdles under 15s. Again, 3 heats. Apologies, 2. I'm going to get this right. 2 heats with the top 3 from each qualifying, plus the 2 best times. Zoraia Williams of Jimboomba has the fastest qualifying time. Melina Greenup of, possibly pronounced Greenup, but I'll have to say Greenup just to make sure, second place last year, but the highest placed runner from last year who's competing this year. Lily Barnett, no, apologies. Avani Asiawatham of Strathpine came 4th last year, and she is in this first heat. Only ranked 5th this year, but she's got plenty of improvement. She would have just run the time she needed to, and that may have been on grass rather than on the synthetic track.
Queensland best performance to keep an eye for is 12.90 set in 2012.
Asiawatham doing well on the outside lane, but Zoraia Williams of Jimboomba flying here in lane 10. Knocked over a hurdle, knocked over 2 hurdles, did not break her stride. Asiawatham came 2nd. She'll qualify, as will Abrielle Ball of Toowoomba. They're the 3 that have gone through. 13.82 is not too shabby.
Yeah, look, to take down 2 hurdles and still, as you rightfully pointed throughout the call, thanks to McDonald's, Daniel, that she didn't break stride. And 13.82, I think if she ran that straight through, we'd probably be looking at the times around sort of 13.5, 13.6 at worst. So I think she's definitely got more on offer in the tank there. But how good is it that we're seeing some of the runners from these outside lanes put enormous pressure on those in the middle lanes? It's box office. And probably better, dare I say, for the runners too, because they only have to look to one side to see where the challenge comes from.
It's amazing how often, particularly in track and field, and not so much in the straight races, but in races where there's a bend, where lane 8 is supposed to be the worst lane, and yet I think sometimes it takes the pressure off athletes, and they will actually pull out an incredible performance when they don't have quite so tight a bend. In this race, Heat 2 coming up, so as I say, Melina Greenup will be in lane 8. Just have a look at Barbara Froger-Penaranda in lane 5 from Toowong Harriers as well. Not her first rodeo. keep an eye. The other runners in the in Heat 2, Poppy Ledbetter of Ipswich, Amelia Kashbajak of Deception Bay, Elka Knapp of Tweed, Frasier Penaranda in lane 5 of Toowong, Hannah McKinnon of Arana in 6, Indy Vincenti of Ashmore in 7, or possibly Vincenti, Greenup of Tweed in 8, and Kiara Waterman of Strathpine in 9.
Just around the track, thanks to McDonald's, boys long jump under 9s. Wyndham Munro looks like he might fall 5 centimetres short or 6 centimetres short of a bronze medal. Sonny Griffin from Maroochydore, 3.64 in the long jump, just edging the way there ahead of Munro in 4th place, 3 metres 59. So that's a nice epic battle in the long jump in the boys under 9s. All thanks to our friends at McDonald's.
Just clearing up a little bit, the skies. There's a bit less cloud in the air. It's still muggy because Brisbane, mind you, with all the athletes coming from North Queensland, they would say, you call this muggy? Really, Daniel?
I did see some of them wearing jumpers on the track today, and one in an Eskimo suit, so they prepared.
Heat 2, under 15 girls, 90 metres hurdles. Greenup in late 8 of Tweed is probably the highest ranked runner in this heat. Often racing, Greenup showing her class early. She's streeting them. On her left shoulder is Vincenti of Ashmore. Vincenti giving her a really good run. 3rd would be Waterman of Strathpine near. Actually, at the moment, just being challenged by, I believe that's Knapp of Tweed. Vincenti and Greenup have qualified easily. Greenup getting the win. 13.52, little slower than the first heat, if I remember correctly. And we'll see if we can get work out for you who the 2 fastest qualifiers are.
That was a really good, well-balanced race. No real standout performers, and that's what we want to see.
So Greenup confirmed as the winner with a 13.57. So the final field for later on, Greenup of Tweed, Williams of Jimboomba, Asiawatham of Strathpine, Vincenti of Ashmore, Nell of Deception Bay, Waterman of Strathpine, Ball of Toowoomba, and Price of Redlands. In fact, I'm not sure about the last one. No, sorry, Price of Redlands would not have qualified. I apologise for that. Knapp of Tweed has come in. That's what I get for reading out the results before they've been completely loaded.
That's what I did before earlier on today.
Yeah.
Thanks to our friends at McDonald's and Coles.
No, don't thank them for that. McDonald's do not want to be associated with that.
We thank them for their corrections.
Oh, well, nice. Good save. How do you do that?
Of course, today, thanks to Tribal Sport as well, Heart Sport, Quality Hotel Robertson Gardens, Optus, Badges and Medals, Dream Jar and White Cloud Foundation. And, of course, the suspense trend right around the country, thanks to our friends at Sportcast. Our man Rowan has been covering all the action for us right over the top of our shoulder, getting embarrassed by some of the commentary coming from our end.
He's not happy. He's not happy at all.
He's not happy,
So,
but he's making up for it by getting some captivating footage and getting the action where you need to be. So.
He's dealing with the mute crowd at the moment.
Yeah. I've just noticed since we've been up here in the combox that we've seen the crowd start to thin out a bit because they've said, we had enough of you. We're here for the big show at 11:30. Thanks to McDonald's and Coles. We've got Sally Pearson coming up who'll be joining us on the coverage. And she's an OAM and she's achieved some things in athletics that will just make your spine tingle.
I probably won't ask her how she feels that a lot of the athletes here today were not born when she became an Olympic gold medalist. Under 13s and under, Sally Pearson is an historical figure. We are now in the under 16s of the girls' 90-metre hurdles. 2 heats, top 3 advance from each, plus the next 2 best times. Tiani Batossi of Strathpine is in lane 6. 6th last year. Charlie Cox of Ross River in lane 4 came 2nd last year, and it is Cox who's setting the pace early. Van Rissen of the Sunshine Coast on her left shoulder. And I believe that is Batossi of Strathpine on her right. So Cox of Ross River first, Van Ryson of the Sunshine Coast second, Batossi of Strathpine third. 13.62 is the time.
Plenty more left in the tank, Daniel, after taking down a couple of hurdles as well. And that time of Queensland best performance time of 12.85 set by Macy France of Tweed last year at this event will come under threat in the final.
Macy France put in a stellar performance last year. Remember that one very clearly. We have the defending champion and a real story in persistence. Leah Lambrugen in 3 years ago in under-13s, finished third. Second the year after, finally got the win last year over Charlie Cox and Taya Clayton of Noosa. She will be in lane 4 in this second heat.
That was an outstanding run. And the one thing you've highlighted, Daniel, throughout the hurdles is that if you knock one down just to continue to not break stride. We see some athletes, they knock down one and it really upsets their rhythm. And so for them, it just becomes more about pushing through and finishing. But you see with that blistering performance there, knocked over 3 hurdles. But you wouldn't think that was the case given her stride.
We probably need to pay more attention, you and I, this is, to whether they knock it over with their leading leg or their trailing leg. I feel that a lot of the I've forgotten the name of the girl who knocked over 2 before, but I think they were both with her trailing leg, and her technique was so good. She was almost able to realise, oh, I've hit that hurdle. I'll just drop it gently on the ground with my trailing leg, and then I'll get on with running this race.
Yeah, exactly. I think you're absolutely spot on there. And that's something that we will talk with Sally about it later on today too.
Oh, we're getting an education. We're getting hurdles 101, really. So.
Yeah,
But in all seriousness, I think, and you alluded to this before, we want to find out what life was like for her when she was doing Little A's.
Yeah.
I'd like to know, because in Little A's you have to do everything. What was Sally Pearson like, or Sally McClellan as she was back then, as a shot putter? Like, did she sort of think, okay, well, shot put's clearly not going to be my best event, but I want a PB today? Like, how did she go at shot put? I reckon most sprinters were also good long jumpers. How did she do at that? How did she go when she had to run a 1500? She was probably still quick and just went on a sprinter's instinct, and probably still pulled in a different 1500, a decent 1500 metre time.
Or maybe she struggled because she was up against runners that were better long distance, and that's quite fascinating because you can't be good at everything. Unless you were my brother, he was a great high jumper and a great sprinter, but a terrible long distance runner.
Heat 2 of the girls under 16 90-metre hurdles. The action is on the far side. Lane Brogan of Algester is streeting them. On her left shoulder is Heyman of Springwood, but she's just been passed by Allegra Dioth of Nanango. They're your top 3 qualifiers. 4th was Ruby Chester of Townsville Central. 13.19. It's heating up.
Well, I'm going to make my first bold prediction today.
We made it till 9:02, and then finally Chris comes out with the bold prediction TM in lowercase print.
So I'm looking at that time of 12.85 set by Macy France for the Tweed last year that we had the privilege and pleasure of calling. I think that's going down in the final.
Put a star next to it. Put a star next to it.
Yep, it is going down because we have seen 2 quality runs from 2 outstanding athletes. Granted, we've got the competition will heat up from some of the other athletes as well, but I think we've seen enough there that if they run their best race, that 13.19 that we've just seen then is going to push around that sort of 12.83.
So it's been corrected to 13.23, and we're finding that consistently. You normally add about 500ths of a second, or 1/20th of a second if you prefer fractions. So that's Lane Brogan of Algester. Charlie Cox of Ross River, 13.67. Dioth of Nanango, Van Riesen, or possibly Van Ryson of the University of the Sunshine Coast, Jessica Austin of Algester, Tiani Batossi of Strathpine, and then we think Ruby Chester of Townsville Central and Grace Murdoch of Ross River will make it through to the final.
And I've just written it down. I've underlined it. The under-16 girls hurdles record of best performance of 12.85 will go down today. It will get written off. It'll be rewritten because we're here and we've seen what we perceive to be a quality field that will take that record down. I cannot wait. And the conditions are better this year from when Paul Mace had to go through 30-degree monsoon-like weather to achieve that outstanding performance.
Our first medal race in the finals today. This is the no heats in this event. The boys 100-metre hurdles for under 15s. Go through the field in a moment for you. Finn Wyatt of North Rockhampton in lane 10 finished second last year. Winner not returning. So the field: in lane 1, Oliver Finlay of West Bundaberg. In 2, Brax Gibbons of Glasshouse. 3 is Bryce Gornall of Mullaney. 4 is Tristan Holloway of Souths. 5, Hayden Joseph of Beaudesert and Districts. 6 is William Krebs of Strathpine. 7, Rory Mackay of Tweed. 8, Noah Porter of North Mackay. 9, Wyatt Reno of USC. And 10, Finn Wyatt of North Rockhampton. This is a final.
Queensland best performance time, 13.21, set by Kanae Miller from the Tweed at this event last year. This is going to be a thriller. Australian best performance, 12.14, set by Oliver Faso in New South Wales in 2023. Conditions are ideal. Bit of a slight breeze might contribute to perhaps a bit of a slower time running down the straight.
Looks like no runner in lane 9. That was to be Wyatt Reno of University of the Sunshine Coast. Apologies for drawing attention to it. But it does mean that Finn Wyatt has a lot of space to his left. He might need binoculars to see the rest of the field by the end of this.
Of course, this event is proudly brought to you by McDonald's, major sponsor of Little Athletics Queensland. Naming rights sponsor of this event. It's a privilege and a pleasure to have their support with us today. With Sportscast, a wonderful team there bringing the action right around the country. With our man Rowan bringing you the visuals.
Of course, you can get your own action replays on YouTube. If you tap the left of the screen, just a quick double tap, you go back 10 seconds. So if you miss anything, very easy. There's a couple of runners just go for a stroll.
13.21. Kanae Miller at this event last year.
So the winning time in this age group when they were under 14s last year was 13.49. And before that, they were running an 80-metre hurdle, so the times are irrelevant. Finn Wyatt, third 2 years ago, second last year. The North Rockhamptonian, I just made that up, is on a trajectory. Rockwegian, perhaps?
Rockwegian,
yeah. Rockwegian, yes.
Perhaps so, yeah.
Or just a rock. If you're from Rockhampton, you are a rock.
I think they say they're just from Rocky, I think.
They do.
Yeah, we're gonna try and reinvent the wheel here. But look, this is going to be an exciting race, no doubt about that at all. And there's just something better about a final, particularly getting this so early as well. Be wondering the preparations from the athletes overnight. Some of them, this might be the only event they compete in. And there's no chance to take a backwards step, as we do see in the heats, where some athletes just dial it back in that last sort of 3 or 4 strides. Here, they're just running it flat out. Daniel Viles on the call for you, thanks to our friends at McDonald's.
Boys 100-metre hurdles for under 15s. Finn Wyatt, the favourite in lane 10. Rory Mackay of Tweed's been here before, as has Bryce Gornall of Mullaney. Often racing in the 100-metre hurdles. Wyatt's made a good start. On the opposite side is Oliver Findlay of West Bundaberg. He's putting pressure on. Wyatt keeping the distance. There's a bit of pressure from Porter. Apologies from Mackay of Tweed. Mackay will get second, but Finn Wyatt is the state champion finally. Pumps the air because he's been after that for at least 3 years. Third, second, first. Finn Wyatt, you've done it.
What an outstanding run. And you could just feel that perhaps with about 30 metres to go, he just edged away from those around him and he created that clear space. And just the elation that he had. I think, dare I say, Daniel, the relief of crossing that finishing line knowing that he did so in first place. That's something special for him.
Sometimes when you know you're good enough but you haven't done it yet, it does build up. It's a different feeling from I hope I can. This is like, well, I should have. And so that you can see a monkey falling off the back. So Finn Wyatt, the record didn't tumble. That's not important. 14.16. Wyatt Reno of the Sunshine Coast finishing second. In fact, no, hang on. Wyatt Reno wasn't, unless he got moved lanes. I'll just have to... Okay, that's a bit embarrassing. He was supposed to be in lane 9. He's coming up as second. And it says that Brax Gibbons of Glasshouse didn't start. So apologies for the missed call. Wyatt Reno is coming up as second with 14.56, a 0.4 of a second behind. And Bryce Gornall of Mullaney finishing third in 14.62. They will collect some silverware later today.
That's fantastic. And we do want to highlight, too, that we do have a lot of moving parts. We've got a lot of screens up here in the central commentary position, too. So updates do happen at their own pace. But all thanks to our friends at McDonald's, we're able to proudly announce that Finn Wyatt from North Rockhampton, a time of 14.16, taking out the gold medal, the first gold medal, dare I say, this event, isn't it? Because I don't think we saw any running events go. We
had the 2 walking events earlier today, so medals from those. Well, 2 simultaneous walking events, so 6 medals from the one race.
And Wyatt Reno from the University of Sunshine Coast, 14.56. The record, as you said, was kind of irrelevant at the end of the day. I really feel that particular race, it was a real dogfight. They had to scrap it out. There was 3 or 4 of them really digging deep. That last 50 metres, but you could see Finn Wyatt just sort of had that extra stride, extra spring in his step, to use a bit of a cliche, but was able to sort of edge ahead and just give himself that confidence. And being on the outside lane as well, he was in front of us and celebrating really well. You could just see just the pressure come off his shoulders too. But the time to beat last year was 13.49. But the times are irrelevant when you're winning medals and you've achieved something like he has today.
Moving quickly to the under-16 boys 100-metre hurdles. Again, this is a one-off final. Highest ranked runners in 7, Lyndon Hermes of Noosa, and in 9, Charlie Krieg of Toowoomba. The rest of the field are Mark Rowbottom of West Bundaberg in 2, Jackson Reed of Townsville Central in 3, William Kruger of Runaway Bay in 4, Aidan Vane of Mount Gravatt in 5, Alex Cherry Maryborough in 6, Hermes of Noosa in 7, Eli Malins of Noosa in 8, Krieg of Toowoomba in 9, and Liam Nell of Wynnum Manly in 10. Often racing in the under-16. Hermes of Noosa's made a fantastic start, as has Krieg of Toowoomba. It's going according to the seedings. Hermes and Krieg, neck and neck. Krieg's got the distance at the moment. Krieg will pass in first. He's the state champion. And I'm not entirely sure that Hermes held on for second from the fast finishing Jackson Reed of Townsville Central over in lane 3. 13.62 was the provisional time.
Bit of deja vu there as we saw just that last 30 metres. He approached that third last hurdle with just that little bit of extra elevation there and hit the ground running, and he bolted over the last 2 hurdles with just an extra bit of spring and a little bit extra speed, and that's when he created that separation there. And you could feel the intensity there out on the track, as he would have too, being right in the heart of the action. Just that sort of close finish too, and his finish was really strong. The time to beat was kind of, the best performance time was 13.10, which is a record that's 5 years old, but they got half a second off it today, but that was an outstanding performance. And
Krieg also had the best part of half a second, 46 hundredths ahead of Rowbottom of West Bundaberg, so did hold on for second. But Krieg 4th last year, now he's state champion. Hermes of Noosa 3rd.
How about that? He was just 0.1 of a second getting a silver medal too.
Yeah, I think Hermes, if he looks back at the tape, he might be a little bit disappointed with his finish, because I think he thought, well, okay, Charlie Krieg's gone, I'll stroll over for second, and he ended up getting pipped because he didn't have a look far to his left.
Yeah, and
experience, that's part of what you gain here.
Yeah, exactly. And it's very hard when you're out on the track not to pay attention to what's happening around you. And that's kind of almost where your horse racing kind of has its advantages. They've got the blinkers on. They don't really see to the left or to the right. And you're looking straight ahead.
There are lots of activations around here at Cusack today, including some who are not main sponsors. There's metal engraving downstairs. I don't think anyone's selling blinkers for little athletes.
But
I understand what you're saying. Yes.
Yeah, because I mean it's been a few years since I did Little A's, and
sorry, I didn't mean to laugh.
Oh no! I'm a dinosaur by comparison. but because I got intimidated, I ran my race according to the field. So if I struggled that if those around me got off to a hotter start, I tried to exert my energy to try and keep up with them, and instead of finishing strongly, because I paid more attention to what was happening to my left and to my right, as opposed to just looking straight and not thinking anywhere else. Sometimes that's a psychological disadvantage.
Indeed. Next race on the track is, again, a one-off final. The girls' 100-metre hurdles for under-17s. Hayley Collis of North Mackay in lane 5. Won this event 3 years ago when it was under-14s. Had a 4th and a 2nd since then. Graska Borst of Highfield in lane 1. Cherry of North Rockhampton in 2. Hionis of Strathpine in 3. Cranwell of Algester in 4. Collis of North Mackay in 5. Sienna Smith of Runaway Bay in 6. Brezagar, Scarlett Rose Brezagar of Gladstone in 7, Claudia Schaumburg of Aspley in 8, Mia Jakic of Gold Coast in 9, Riley Mills of Browns Plains in 10. 100 metres under 17s. In the middle of the field, Hayley Collis in the yellow, streeting away. Has a bit of pressure on her right from Sienna Smith and a little bit more on her left from Aaliyah Hionis of Strathpine. The race is really heated up in front. It's an upset. Sienna Smith of Runaway Bay has the state title. Hayley Collis of North Mackay second. The time is 16.1.
Oh, that was a real dogfight, wasn't it, Daniel? She was hanging in there tooth and nail. There was some hurdles knocked over, but the persistence, she never let that deter her confidence. And just she extended her leading leg just a little bit more to give herself that little bit of extra reach, and that just sort of helped to propel her over the last sort of 20 metres, just to give her that extra stretch, and that sort of gave her the edge to launch herself into first place.
Smith was 4th last year, risen 3 places in 1 year. Brilliant performance.
I'd expect a good PB coming out of that as well. That was a really good hot time. The Queensland best performance time, 14.44. That is in the review mirror, because what we saw there was just extraordinary.
Places coming up on your screen now. Hayley Collis of North Mackay in 2nd. Outstanding race. Just had Smith on her right shoulder. She'll learn from that. Aaliyah Hionis of Strathpine getting the bronze, and almost a full second ahead of Kayla Cranwell of Algester in 4th.
Quick around the track, thanks to our friends at McDonald's. Mila Josipovic from the south. She's currently leading the way in the under 14. Under 14 girls shot put. She's just thrown a distance of 13.42 to extend her advantage over Abby Wright of Ipswich with 13.81, and Emma Larson from Springwood at 10.52. That is in the under 14 girls shot put.
There'll be a short delay while they're resetting the hurdles, but the next event will be the Olympic distance for the high hurdles for the boys. Under 17s, 110 metre hurdles, 76 metres high, which is a little bit lower than they have at open level. Just the 5 runners in this race, the highest ranked of which is Thomas Froger Panaranda of Toowong Harriers. And they've given them all a bit of space. The runners are scheduled to be in lanes 2, 4, 6, 8 and 10. And as member of the Union for Odd Numbers, I object.
This is.
I fight the big issues.
This is serious, and people listening to the coverage on Sportscast, they're going to be with you, fighting tooth and nail. But they're also the viewers that we've got enjoying our company today. Be interested in the boys under 11 javelin at the moment, thanks to our friends at McDonald's and Coles. Leading the way is Henley Knight, who has not conceded the lead from lately. He's thrown a distance of 28.14. Kai Fox from the Granite Belt, 24.74. And on his hammer, Noah Leota from Algester with 24.36. They look like they will take out your medals this morning, all thanks to our friends at McDonald's. And that is the under 11 boys javelin.
Just in case we haven't hammered it enough, 11:30 today, Sally Pearson will be joining us in the commentary area. And we will be asking her some questions about her little athletics career, but she'll also be commentating on the races. And I want her to go technical. I want her to be able to pass on her knowledge. And not so much being critical. Critical in the sense of, okay, what could this runner do to improve?
Yeah, that's what it's all about. And we would hope that our athletes will go back and listen to the call and hopefully get some very, very valuable analysis and indirect coaching, perhaps.
After the boys' 110 metre hurdles, there probably won't be a break, actually. We're very slightly behind schedule, which is fine, and there's times to catch up during the day. But the next 2 races, or possibly being run at the same time, we haven't been told otherwise. But the girls and boys under 12 1,500 metre walks, they're scheduled to start at 9:25, probably a little after that.
Absolutely. We'll keep an eye on that. We're looking forward to that. As we do a quick around the track update, thanks to our friends at McDonald's and the under 14 boys shot put. Well, it's all going one way at the moment. Hudson Severinson from Ipswich with a distance of 17.14, monstering the competition ahead of Aria Van Cat from the Gold Coast with a distance of 11.93. And Alan Woolcott has surged into 3rd place just with his current throw of 11.89. He is past George Daft from Springwood, who was thrown 11.76. So just then, Alan Woolcott has surged into bronze medal contention with a distance of 11.89, who's 4 centimetres off Aria Van Cat from the Gold Coast, who has a distance of 11.93. But it looks like Hudson Severinson from Ipswich, 17.14. That will not be beaten, and that will be one of the most comprehensive victories we'll see of the weekend in the gold medal contention. It's
not been a week for comprehensive victories. The results tend to have been a little bit close. You can see the hurdlers for the boys under 17, 110 metre hurdles on your screen now. We do have a presentation. We'll cut to that.
In second place, Mark from West Rutherford. And in first place, Charlie from Toowoomba.
The start list, it says girls on the screen, but I can assure you it's boys 100 metre hurdles under 17s. It also says prelims, but I can assure you it's a final. So the runners were correct, however. Going from right to left on your screen, Caleb Farce of Isis District in 2, Locke Robinson of Ashmore in 4, Jack Slater of Bribie District in 6, Thomas Fraser Penaranda of Toowong Harriers in 8, and Daniel Chalice of Tweed in 10. Fraser Penaranda, Farce and Chalice finished 3rd, 4th and 5th last year. They're the 3 highest ranked runners here.
Time to beat for the record, or for best personal time. Best performance time, 13.63, set by Nathan Taverner of Springwood, September 25, 2021. So it's a little bit of that breeze, dare I say, it is a bit of a cross breeze, perhaps sort of blowing into them that might alter their time today.
Yeah, when the budget increases, we'll have one of those wind vanes. In fact, there is a sock just past the finish line.
There we go.
I can see, and the sock is limp.
Okay, so maybe we're just feeling it a little bit up here, which is a little bit refreshing. Thanks to our friends at McDonald's and Coles, who know all about refreshing its consumers. And of course, big thanks to Tribal Sport, Hard Sport, Quality Hotel, Robertson Gardens, Optus, Badges and Medals, Dream Jar, White Cloud Foundation, and our friends at Sportscast bringing you all the action.
Nearly ready to start in the under 17 boys 110 metre hurdles. Often racing, Fraser Penaranda in lane 8 is streaking them at the moment. Locke Robinson of Ashmore putting a lot of pressure on. It's between Fraser Penaranda and Robinson at the moment. Robinson took the lead in between the 6th and 7th hurdles. Robinson looks like he's just going to hang on. Locke Robinson is your state champion. Thomas Fraser Penaranda in second.
That's magnificent. Well controlled, had the confidence, was not intimidated by the situation there. And I was watching him all the way, Daniel, and he looked straight ahead. He ran his own race, and he ran it to perfection. He knew that he probably had a feeling that there might be some traffic coming up behind him, but it was just a well-polished, well-drilled performance.
Caleb Farce of Isis District finishing 3rd in 16.21. Daniel Chalice of Tweed, Jack Slater of Bribie District rounding out the field. Locke Robertson of Ashmore, congratulations.
That was just a quality run. He knew that the pressure was going to come from behind. And I think it's not ideal in the sense that would love to have a full complement of runners, but when you've got that little bit of space too, I think it really does give you that capacity to really focus and run your own race a little bit more, Daniel, and sort of just look straight ahead and not be not be feeling the tarmac around you of those who are putting that bit of pressure on. Because you do notice it when you are running. You can feel the vibrations of those around you when you're in that cauldron.
Yeah, I'm not sure they've done research on polyvagal nervous systems during races. That'd be a very interesting area of study to go into.
Well, maybe our friends at NASBOR can sort that out for us. It's the last time we're going to roll with that one there, but they're a very intelligent...
You promised.
I promised. I'm not writing it down, though, so therefore it's not sticking. But, look, it's fantastic. And look, we're looking forward to the next lot of racing. And we're going to have a bit of a break here. Thanks to our friends at Sportcast. We've got our man Rowan who's covering you all the action, and we'll be back on the other side of this. Welcome back all. Thanks to our friends at McDonald's. We're here for the McDonald's Little Athletics Queensland State Championships, and we're getting ready for the under 15 boys and girls combined race event. The records, the best performance for the girls, we're looking at 7:11.04, and for the boys 7.37.47. So it's going to be a very, very hot race, this one.
17 walkers in the girls' race, 6 in the boys. They are being run concurrently. Freya Williams of Tweed is the runaway or walkaway favourite in the girls. She's won the last 3. 7 seconds last year, 19 seconds the year before, 20 the year before that.
We did see the best performance, Queensland best performance time, fall last year in the under 12 girls. Well, for the boys, it is a record that it's currently held by Nelson McCutcheon from the Redlands from March 2015. So we're going to see a very interesting battle, because the first race of the day, which was the 1100 metre walk, it went down to the wire. This one is going to go very much the same way.
I'm just noticing before, Freya Williams' time in winning the girls' race last year was significantly faster, admittedly over 1100 metres, than Lucas Dyer's time in winning the equivalent boys' race. So don't be surprised to see Freya Williams take this out, as we are off in the under 12 girls and boys 1500 metres. We'll go through the field. So in the girls, it's Freya Williams of Tweed. In 2 is Izzy Blackburn of Arana. 4 is Nina Tricky of Tully. 5, Jessica Gorham of Ipswich. 6, Indiana Kitely of Bargara District. 7, Lila Todd of Highfield and District. 8, Ruby Heineman of Warwick. 9, Sophia Fox of Caloundra. 10, Willow Irving of Glasshouse. 11, Ciaci Nellis of Redlands. 12, Eloise Barkle of Bargara District. 13, Amelia Dewig of Tweed. 14, Sienna Hunter of Ipswich. 15, Shania Plummer of Caloundra. 16, Amelia O'Brien of Deception Bay. 17, Zoe Frost of City North. I'll be with the boys' starters after Chris.
Yeah, it's a really good start here from all the runners, and we're throwing a blanket of probably around about 8 of them at the moment that are leading the way. There's very little separating between first and 8, probably about that sort of 20 metres, and then we've got a little bit of a gap sitting between 9th and runners 15 and 16.
Boys walkers in a moment, but in girls race, interesting is that Izzy Blackburn of Arana, who finished 2nd last year, she's taken it out a little bit harder. Freya Williams, just pacing herself, has been passed into 3rd as Indiana Kitely of Bargara District goes past her. The first boy is in 4th place at the moment.
Split time of 1 minute 24.04.
And that's Lachlan Myers of Toowong Harriers. And Freya, I actually wonder if Williams is, either she's foxing or she might be a little bit injured. That doesn't seem to be her usual form, so we'll keep an eye on her. The boys' field, incidentally, 18 is Lachlan Myers of Toowong Harriers, 19 Jackson Miller of Strathpine, 20 is Jet Irvine of West Bundaberg, 21 Austin Griffiths of Highfield and Districts, 22 is Lucas Dyer of Aspley, and 23 is Henry Palantine of Bribie District. Dyer is the defending champion in the boys' event.
We will be mindful too that the split for the next lap will be a little bit slower, because it is 4 laps.
So Lachlan Myers of Toowong Harriers has gone ahead of the entire field. We'll see if he's got the stamina. This is 1,500 metres. These walkers have been doing 1,100 metres for the past 2 years and 700 metres 2 years ago. There is a medal ceremony happening on the infield, but we'll stay with the race as it's Myers from Toowong Harriers taking the lead.
For those joining us, it is 3 laps at 400 metres and 1 lap at 300 metres. So the split time that we're keeping an eye on for is 1 minute 24.04. Now, even keeping at the pace from the first lap, we probably expect that to sort of hover around a split time of maybe 1:56. Just add an extra sort of 30 seconds to that 100 metres.
The form of Lachlan Myers leading the field, he looks very comfortable. He's got a very good rhythm going. Behind him are the first 2 girls, who are Izzy Blackburn of Arana and Indiana Kitely of Bargara in shorts number 2 and 6 respectively, although Kitely's number 6, seems to be wanting to just leave a little bit.
Just looking at Lachlan too, he's mainly got his head down too. Head down, bum up, so they say. But the other two are kind of looking a bit more forward, a little bit of side to side. That's split time there. Well, I was almost on it, Daniel. It was 1 minute 14. Sorry, 2 minutes split for that one. 2:09.
Thank you, Chris. Freya Williams of Tweed just coming round to the finish line now, and I wouldn't mind betting that she's carrying an injury and still coming third in the race. Nina Tricky of Tully crossing the finish line now with 800 metres to go. The second boy over the line is Jackson Miller of Strathpine. There's a group of 3. Just behind. It doesn't look like they'll be lapping. Lachlan Myers of Toowong Harriers. Well, he looks like he's out for blood.
Yeah, there's a lot of determination. He's really starting to open up that gap. That gap at the moment, dare I say, is probably 55, 60 metres, and it's only getting greater. But he stormed out with a purpose. But again, it's more that head-down attitude too. We're starting to see a bigger gap open up between third and fourth. But as we saw in the 1100 metres, the winner ended up coming from fourth place at the turn of the final lap too. So it would take an astronomical performance for us to see a bit of a repeat in that space here. But I still think that as the gap starts to open up between fourth and second, the gap will close up as we hit the final lap.
So Lachlan Myers is pretty much walking by himself as he's got 500 metres to go. Bit of a gap opening up in the girls' race as well, with Blackburn and Kitely still in the lead. And it's Kitely of Bargara District who's probably got a 10-metre gap over Izzy Blackburn at the moment. Freya Williams is back in third, who's putting in a mighty performance. She's just been passed for third, actually. As the walker going past her is Zoe Frost of City North. So Frost into that position. Nina Tricky of Tully is also going past Williams at the moment. She'll be back, Freya Williams. Form is temporary, class is permanent.
That's that lap there from Lockie, 2 minutes 13 seconds, so a little bit slower. Be interesting to see if he looks to step it up and really finish strongly. I mean, the fact that he's in first place and has led pretty much from the outset is a testament to his ability to run a good individual race, and would not put it past him, Daniel, that we might see him lap those around him. He's around about 100 metres behind, but the pace that he's picking up is quite strong.
The long way around, and the walkers at the back of the race are not really racing at the moment. They're just competing to finish. So they'll need to move to the outside lanes, and they'll get guidance from that. But Lachlan Myers was third in this race last year and was 6 seconds off the pace. He's been putting some work in the last 12 months because he is walking his way to a state championship and it not being even close. The girls' race is heating up behind.
They're picking up the pace too on the back straight. So that one is going to go down to the wire. You'd feel that last 100 metres is going to be an extraordinary run.
I think it might be Zoe Frost who's gone into the lead. Apologies for not being able to just identify accurately at the start. It's definitely Indiana Kitely in the pink shirt from Bargara District in second. But Zoe Frost, I hope I've identified her correctly because she made her move with about 500 metres to go.
Lockie's digging in deep here too, Daniel, as he turns around to the home stretch, doing some overlapping, but he's just lifted up that intensity over that last 100 metres.
Yeah, he's got his eyes set on this event.
And he's still got the head down. He's, for the most part, now he's looking up at the finishing line and he can see with 60 metres to go, and he has got that head down again. He's digging deep. He's eager to finish strongly, Daniel.
Well, pay attention to the boys' race. The 8-minute target, he's just going to miss it, but Lachlan Myers of Toowong Harriers has blitzed it in the boys' race. He is the state champion. Meanwhile, the girls' winner coming over the line, and it will be Zoe Frost of City North. Made her move with 500 metres to go. Zoe Frost is your state champion. Indiana Kitely of Bargara is second. A late charge from Freya Williams of Tweed, who seems to have got in front for third from Nina Tricky of Tully. That's the race coming across the line now. Williams holds on for third, and that is a brave effort.
We knew it was going to happen too, Daniel. You could see on the back straight, both girls lifted up their intensity, and it was to the surprise of absolutely no one here in the stadium today that almost become a 100-metre sprint in the walking space, because it was a great finish.
In second place, Wyatt Manning.
And full credit to the other walkers on the track at the moment. It is tough out there. The conditions, the humidity is up. You could see that the moisture has been sucked out of the track.
So Izzy Blackburn just crossing the finish line now. She put it in early, possibly went too hard too early, but good on her for giving herself an opportunity. State championships don't come around every day. Next boy across the line was number 19 in Jackson Miller of Strathpine. We'll get full placings for you shortly, and of course they will appear on your screen. Finishing strongly was Austin Griffiths of Highfield and Districts in the green and black, just crossing the line. Next walkers with about 30-40 metres to go and showing good form. So Circe Nellis of Redlands, followed on her heels by Ruby Heinemann of Warwick.
In third place, Sally from Original.
Big effort from number 16, Amelia O'Brien of Deception Bay.
In second place, Zephyr from Kimby.
And he may be out of the running, but Lucas Dyer of Aspley wins the medal for best cap here today. That is an absolute belter.
4.06 metres, Mason from Ipswich.
It's great to see we've got some of the other athletes in the back. They're about to turn home, and it is really tough out there when you.
And they're at a state championships.
Yeah.
For goodness sake, they have qualified. They've come from all around the state.
They'd be still running personal best times, and the one thing to take into consideration too, because you've got to go through a varied amount of channels just to be able to get here. You might go through regionals, you might through club and everything that sort of comes with it. But there'd be a lot of athletes on the track running that race where they've qualified for this event running on grass. So the tartan track, psychologically, it is a very different beast to be able to handle. Particularly with your footwear, and some of them, they might go the spikes. Some of them might prefer not to. Some of them might go from spikes to the 5 millimetres on the grass, and then they'll be in runners performing in this capacity. Again, completely different.
Feels different.
It does. It does. It absolutely does. It does impact performance.
So results not ratified yet, but they will be appearing on your screen shortly. Just had the 1,500 metre walks. The 1,500 metre runs are due to start in 3 minutes. That won't happen. Although they are actually gathering at the start now, so it looks like they're going to make up time, be a quick turnaround. The order of events will be under 15s, followed by under 16s, followed by under 17s. And then more walking events at about 20 past 10 with the girls and boys 1,500 metre walks in the under 14s. Then more under 15 races in the under 13s. Girls race first, then boys in most instances.
So they'll be running them simultaneously together.
So Zoe Frost confirmed as the winner of the girls race in a time of 8 minutes 15.82 seconds. Be Indiana Kitely of Bargra District who got the silver, and then Freya Williams of Tweed who held on for the bronze. A winning streak broken, but I don't think today was about that.
Just looking at the best performance times to keep an eye out for this upcoming race for the boys under 15s, set by Tate Vanderkamp last year, 3 minutes 59.04, and then the time to beat for the girls 4.42.86. So I think we'll have eyes on whether we'll see that 4 minute time eclipsed again. And perhaps if we see a really good fast performance from the girls, who are off and running.
So this is the under 15 girls 1500 metres. The field, Sophia Hutchinson of the University of the Sunshine Coast in number 1. She is the top seed, came 4th last year. Leah Cray of Strathpine in 2. Helen Hösler of City North in 3. Molly Doetram-Riley of Souths in 4. Jasleen Sidhu of Aspley in 5. Ellie Durrington of Tweed in 6. Annabelle Spees of Highfields and District. Quinn Laurie of Townsville Central and Natasha Nielsen-Bauer of Laidley. And, of course, they're running the girls and boys races together. So, Chris, you do that and I'll look up the boys' field.
Yep, exactly. So we'll be keeping an eye on the split time that is running out to a good time at the moment. The split is 51.57. And, of course, we're looking at the record of 3.59. It is 3 laps at 400 metres, and then the first lap was run at 300 metres. So while that time there was well and truly under a minute, I think they're running, dare I say, probably running maybe 1 minute 10 splits if they're running at the 400.
So the boys' field, Tane Strong of South Burnett, Ruben Casey of Strathpine, Thomas Homewood of Tweed, Cameron Emmerich of Strathpine, Riley Simpson of Townsville Central, Isaac Sullivan of Jimboomba, Yannick Leupold of Centenary, Corey Lockwood of Mudgeeraba, Cooper Hewitt of Gold Coast, Peter Flaherty of Jimboomba, William Krebs of Strathpine, and Mick Erbacher of Namros.
Well, the field is really starting to open up here. We've got the top 7. They're all locked away nicely, running at a very, very good pace.
It's Ruben Casey of Strathpine in the lead, and closely followed by Riley Simpson of Townsville Central and Tane Strong of South Burnett. 4th is Cameron Emmerich of Strathpine. So 2 Strathpine clubmates blanketing that top 4.
You don't make this stuff up, Daniel. What did I say the split time would be? I think
I don't care.
110. And that's exactly what they did. They ran into 110.
Ellie Durrington of Tweed is leading the girls' race ahead of Sophia Hutchinson of the University of the Sunshine Coast. Two laps to go, so the lead runners have about 700.
And Ruben's really starting to extend his gap here, just marginally.
And looking very comfortable. I mean, none of them look exhausted. The clubmate Casey is in 4th. It still looks like Emmerich and Strong are in between the gap. And just a hint of a little subtle increase of pace as Casey came round the top bend. 500 metres to go. They're 2/3 of the way through this race. He's got a gap of maybe only about 3 or 4 metres of Tane Strong of South Burnett in the green top. The race in 3rd. They're looking like they may have put in a little bit too much too early. Simpson of Townsville and Emmerich of Strathpine. But it's Ruben Casey's race to lose at the moment. 400 metres, looking very strong. And looks to have shaken off the challenge of Strong. Although, as I say that, just puts in a little bit of a change of pace. Homewood of Tweed comes across now as the first girls runners in number 6 and number 1, those being Ellie Durrington of Tweed and Sophia Hutchinson. They are going to fight out this girls' race.
Well, there's a split of 1:14. I expect that to be eclipsed here because the intensity is really picked up on the back straight there, and that we're going to see an epic 200-metre sprint from Ruben.
So Ruben Casey of Strathpine, about 150 to go, and he has definitely increased his pace. He's about to lap a couple of the runners at the back of the field. He's now got a gap of about 20 metres on Tane Strong. Ruben Casey of Strathpine looking incredibly comfortable with about 70 metres to go. Came 3rd last year. Hasn't won a state championship over this distance until now. Ruben Casey of Strathpine, first across the line in 4:30.31 provisional. Second place goes to Tane Strong of South Burnett. And finishing strongly will be Riley Simpson of Townsville. He'll get the bronze. The girls' race is heading up with about 50 metres to go. It's been the same 2 runners, Durrington and Hutchinson, all the way. Looks like it's going to be Durrington. Durrington of Tweed gets gold. Hutchinson at the University of Sunshine Coast, silver. And their time was in the 4:57 range, I fancy.
And that was only sort of around that 13 seconds off.
Hold the phone, Chris. There's an epic race going on at the back straight. Flying through is Annabelle Spees of Highfield and Districts. She saw that the bronze medal was available. She put in the afterburners with about 100 to go, and she has gone flying down the back straight to take home the bronze. Annabelle Spees of Highfields.
Absolutely magnificent finish there. That determination. She put her head down. Well called, Daniel. And we've got to give full credit, particularly for the girls' race there. They were only sort of around that sort of 12 to 13 seconds off the fastest time, the best performance too as well. So they ran a very quick race, all things considering.
Time coming up to 6 minutes. Just across the finish line was Mick Erbacher of Nambour. Still 2 runners on the track. Athletes being called to the medal presentation. Sometimes runners need to be less arrogant.
Exactly.
Sorry, more arrogant. Sorry, I got that wrong.
It's their moment.
That's it. Yeah, go collect your medal. You're allowed to be proud.
And they're going to be, the 2 runners we've got here at the moment, they're going to be proud of this. This is going down. They're both digging deep. It's 4 laps, almost 4 laps at a high intensity.
Big finish at the end from Natasha Nielsen-Bauer of Laidley. 1,500 metres. They've come to the state championships. They put on Quinn Laurie of Townsville across the line in the 6:28. Impressive time in any context.
And that was just a really good performance, I think, from those that, well, I mean, from all athletes, but that controlled run there of Ruben was nothing short of sensational. He had that sort of, even 100 metres in, he knew the race that he was going to run, and he led with a couple of key strides. And who was the young man that finished in second place again? From, I think it was from Springwood.
Yes, that was it was Tane Strong from South Burnett.
Tane Strong, he was in second place. He almost went stride for stride with Ruben for that last probably 500 metres. And so the race that he ran, as soon as he got over the finishing line, he was down on all haunches. He had to run the race of his life. I would not be surprised if that was a personal best for him, because to run that final lap of 1 minute 12, I think he would have done it 1 minute 13. That's some great individual performances right across the track.
We're due for the under-16s 1,500 metres to start shortly. We've got 6 starters in the boys' race and 7 in the girls, so I'm assuming that they'll be run concurrently. I can't see them.
Well, thanks to our friends at McDonald's and Coles, Tribal Sport, Hard Sport, Quality Hotel, Robertson Gardens, Optus, Badges Medals, Dream Jar and the White Cloud Foundation. Of course, thanks to Sportscast. You're with Daniel, you're with Chris, you're with Rowan up there on the camera. We're going to have a little break and we'll be back on the other side of this. Good morning, welcome back here to Cusack for the McDonald's Little Athletics State Championships. You've got Daniel Viles, Christine with you, and of course Rowan bringing you all the action from Sportscast right around the country. And
World.
Right around the world.
This is on YouTube, mate. They're watching us in Kazakhstan.
They are, because they want to watch some of the best athletes. People looking ahead already to Brisbane 2032, and this is where they're getting excited about. We got the boys and girls under 1500 metre straight up final. The best personal time, the best performance time to keep an eye out for the boys is 4 minutes 14.08, and for the girls 4:40.22.
So not a lot of form to go on in terms of this race in past years. Levi Maher of Marucci will be in the will have the number 10 loosely adhered to his shorts. We're off in the girls' field. Number 1 is Casey Jones of Strathpine. Number 2, Heidi Van Ziel of Redlands. 3 is Layla Jones of Strathpine. 4 is Eliza Kelly of Strathpine. 6 is Amber Stevens of Townsville Central. 7 is Leo and Taylor of Tambourine Mountain. 8 is Margaret O'Day of Granite Belt. In the boys, 10 is Levi Maher of Marucci. 11, Xavier Cracknell of Deception Bay. 12, Callum Johns of Mount Gravatt. 13, Kobe Irvine of West Bundaberg. 14, Isaac McInnes of Ashmore. And 15, Jeremy Koplik of Laidley.
I saw a good sprint out of the first 200 metres, and now the pace has been set for the last 100 metres.
Yeah, Levi Maher looking very comfortable in the lead at the moment. Not that there's a lot of stress behind him. We can see Xavier Cracknell of Deception Bay in the black, followed by, I believe that's Callum Johns of Mount Gravatt in the famous black and white Magpies. In the girls' race, Heidi Van Ziel of Redlands in the red shorts has the lead at the moment. 2 runners just behind her. With Bunchfield, that girls' race is definitely interesting at the moment because the top 5 runners, not that much between them, although now a bit of a gap between between second and third.
Yeah, it's really starting to open up now. We can see that
Levi Maher's about 30 metres in front, would you say?
And it's only growing. And it's quite fascinating too, because he started out of the gate strongly, opened up that gap intentionally by 20 to 30 metres, and then for the next 100 metres he slowed down. Here in this 300 metres at the moment, he's started to increase his stride and started to increase his speed. His split time of the first 300 metres is around 51.53. I'm probably still looking around that 108 for the split for this second 100. And then it'll be a straight up 800 metres after this.
And equally fascinating is I think Xavier Cracknell and Callum Johns have collectively decided, okay, Levi Maher's gone. We're going to race each other. And in fact, there's a group of 4 behind them. Jeremy Koplik of Laidley in the black, and then in the yellow is Kobe Irvine of West Bundaberg. The first girls coming across the line. Now, shorts 2 and 1 are Heidi Van Ziel of Redlands in the fluorescent shorts and Casey Jones of Strathpine in the black. Not all that far behind them is Layla Jones of Strathpine. Big gap between third and fourth now in the girls' race. The gap between first and second in the boys is now, let's say, 70 metres. So it's really just a race in one for Levi Maher. But second to fifth with Cracknell, Johns, Irvine and Koplik, they're all in a bunch. And the tactics in the last 500 metres or so of this race are going to be fascinating to watch. Levi Maher, I don't think tactics really come into it apart from just how he wants to run his race.
Well, he ran that first 400 in 1 minute 11 seconds. And just keeping an eye on this time here, it will end up being a bit of a slower lap. But actually, no, he ran it at the exact same speed. So
consistent, and he's just increased.
Yep. So back-to-back laps at 1 minute 11 seconds.
Second to fifth have about 450 metres to go. Still setting the pace is Xavier Cracknell of Deception Bay in what we might loosely refer to as the peloton. Callum Johns, of the Mount Gravatt Magpies has crossed in third in the boys' race and overall, followed by Koplik of Laidley, then Irvine of West Bundaberg. Girls' race looking interesting. Just seems to be a little bit of a dropping off of energy from Casey Jones of Strathpine. Although Heidi Van Ziel isn't exactly looking like she, just got out of a sauna either. Third runner across the line, who's been third for most of the time, is Layla Jones of Strathpine. And then they're pretty much going according to the seedings as Eliza Kelly of Strathpine goes over in fourth. 1 lap remaining. Meanwhile, the boys' race is just about over as Levi Maher of Marucci, state champion in 4:14.92, still to be ratified. He had that race. He's finished less than a second outside of the Queensland best performance time. And second to fifth in the boys' race is coming through now. And we've Jeremy Koplik of Laidley. He's running to third place. He's got plenty of gas. The question is whether he can catch Xavier Cracknell of Deception Bay. He's going to run out of track. Cracknell of Deception Bay will get silver. But a superb performance, well-judged performance in third from Jeremy Koplik, edging out Callum Johns of Mount Gravatt.
We're seeing so the girls turn for home here.
So Layla Jones of Jones of Strathpine, Johns of Mount Gravatt. I'll get it. But running home in the girls' race, Heidi Van Ziel of Redlands has managed to work up about 20 metres on Casey Jones. Van Ziel is your state champion. Jones comes over for second. And Layla Jones will come over for third. They're your medalists in the girls' 1,500 metres under 16. The boys' race was won in a canter by Levi Maher of Marucci. Superb performance. Fourth runner for the girls over the line will be Eliza Kelly of Strathpine. Strathpine take out 3 of the top 4 places, but they were defeated as a group by Heidi Van Ziel of Redlands. If there's ever a 4x1,500 metre relay in this event, I think Strathpine's got it covered.
I just want to break down the race there from Levi too, because it was one of the most controlled performances we'll probably see of the weekend. He ran that first 300 metres in 51.53. Then he ran back-to-back 400s at 1:11. But you're right, Daniel. He said he picked up the intensity on that last lap. He took 10 seconds off that time. He ran 1:01 for that 400. So he was running 71 seconds, and he ran that last 400 in 61 flat. That just shows you that he's got plenty in the tank.
Still runners on the track. Margaret O'Day of Granite Belt finishing strongly. Amber Stevens of Townsville Central has battled her way around this track, and she looks to be in good form as well to finish. She'll know her PB. She can see the clock in front of her. She seems to be running towards a target. There's definitely a time in her mind. And Stevens will finish strongly in a 6:51.53 provisional.
That was a quality performance by all athletes on the track. That was hot. That was intense. That was a great speed. And I know we've got a medal presentation that we'll probably cut across to just in a few moments' time.
I think it'll be covered up by the girls' 1,500 metre race walk results from earlier today, unfortunately. But they are just edging their way off screen. Well, in terms of dominance, I mean, that's one of the best performances we've seen at these championships to date. I realise we're less than halfway through. But I think Levi Maher has put a very big boot print. As we move to the under-17s, again, girls and boys being run concurrently. Often racing. 4 runners in the boys event. Declan Ross of Ipswich in 7. Beau Hackett of Ormo in 8. Bjorn Luhmann of Noosa in 9. And Perrin Davey of Wynnum Manly in 10. The numbers refer to the numbers on their shorts. In the girls under 17 race, number 1 is Ruby Campbell of Marucci. 2 is Olivia Bolton of Gold Coast. 3 Michaela Waters of Bribie District, 4 is Amelia Casey of Strathpine. 5 is Rihanna Graska-Borst of Highfielden District. And 6 is Jenny Hamilton of Springwood.
Oh, it's a much more medium intensity shown by all athletes on the track at the moment. Unlike the previous races that we've seen, we have seen that gap sort of open up, but you could throw a blanket over all of them here at 20 minutes in.
Ruby Campbell setting the pace. She's won at least the last 3 of the races at this distance at these championships and won them comfortably as well. I think her closest margin was about 15 seconds. So hot favourite in the girls' race. Boys race a little more circumspect, but you've called it correctly, Chris. This is probably the tightest long-distance race or middle-distance race that we've seen at these championships. It's a very condensed field.
Best performance time for the girls that we're keeping an eye for is 4:41.32 for the boys, 4.08.06. But as we saw in the previous race, if you can get your speed going, you can dig deep and run a 400 in about 60 seconds, particularly later on in the race. But that gap is really starting to open up. But we're seeing our potential 2 state champions for the respective respective genders going toe-to-toe here, all thanks to our friends at McDonald's and Coles, bringing you all the action right around the world. And thanks to our friends at Sportscast. And this is a nice little battle between the two up the front.
Declan Ross of Ipswich is the lead runner in the boys' race, and the number 7. A towering figure. They're looking comfortable.
I imagine they've both got times in their mind they want to hit.
Yeah, if they know that they're the best in their age group coming in, it's not arrogant to say, okay, I need to think a little bit differently about how I run this. They'll be enjoying pushing each other as well because, well, let's face it, if they were running only in a sole gender race, they probably wouldn't be getting the challenge that they are now. Second, third and fourth in the boys' race are Perrin Davey of Wynnum Manly, Björn Luhmann of Noosa and Bo Hackett of Ormo.
Split there for our 2 leaders, 1 minute 23 and 1 minute 24 respectively, the first 400.
And the 5 girls runners, there's 4 in a bunch, 1 just off the pack a little, which I thought I identified it and didn't, possibly Jenny Hamilton of Springwood. But at the front, it's still Ruby Campbell of Maroochy and Declan Ross of Ipswich. And I'm looking forward to seeing how these two push each other. They are both going to be state champions barring catastrophe, and I hope I haven't put the mockers on them by saying so. And it's very controlled at the moment. I mean,
I think they're going to save it for this last 400.
Yeah, it's interesting because there's a time in a 1,500-metre runner's career when you realise you can't save it all for the last 400 and you actually need to run a steadier race. Like you look at the Olympics and very few runners these days save it for the last 400.
Declan's got it looking at his, I think he's got a watch sort of keeping an eye on his time, and they're literally stride for stride. Nothing separating the two.
You can play tunnel ball just going through them at the moment. So Ross has decided this is the time to make his move. Campbell is happy to sit on his shoulder at the moment. Going back to the field, and we have Olivia Bolton of Gold Coast has moved into a clear second in the girls' race. Meanwhile, in the boys' race, second runner across the line is Björn Luhmann of Noosa. Just behind them, Bo Hackett of Ormo and Amelia Casey of Strathpine. So at the moment, they're your medalists. We kind of have 3 races in 2 at the moment. There's boy-girl pairings, although as I say that, it looks like Björn Luhmann of Noosa in the light blue top has just pulled away a little. Up front, it looks like Declan Ross of Ipswich will win the race overall, but Campbell is coming strongly. Campbell just has the perfect build for a middle distance runner, and you can see her athleticism. May not be able to catch Declan Ross, who's looking very, very comfortable indeed. They're your state champions, Declan Ross of Ipswich. Seeing if he can beat 5 minutes. He's just slowing down a little, whereas Campbell looks full of running. Campbell's going to finish strongly. Ross will just stroll over under the 5 minutes. Campbell, we had a split time on screen, so I'm not quite sure whether Campbell was able to beat the 5-minute barrier, but she has won at least her 4th state championship in a row in convincing style. Back to 100 metres to go. Interesting race as it's Björn Luhmann of Noosa who has been passed. Superb work from Bo Hackett of Ormo. Hackett is streaming through. He could put a wall on the finish line. It wouldn't matter. Hackett wins silver. Luhmann 3rd. Silver in the girls' race will be picked up by Olivia Bolton of the Gold Coast. 4th runner in the boys across the line will be Perrin Davey of Wynnum Manly. And bronze in the girls' race will go to Amelia Casey of Strathpine.
A very quick race too, Daniel, particularly from the girls' space. And seeing the last few runners, this has probably been one of the most even performances we've seen right across the board, as you said many times across the call.
Ruby Campbell is an athlete. If you saw her walking down a shopping centre, you go, that's an athlete.
Yeah.
She's almost perfectly. If you AI, design me a 1,500 metre runner.
And that's her to a T.
And that's not to take anything away from Declan Ross, who he's a taller boy, and that is not always an advantage, but he's learned how to use his body really well to carry him through the 1,500 metres. And once again, he looks strong from start to finish.
But I did notice him. I mean, we've got the advantage of seeing him only when he comes here on the final straight, but he was quite often looking at his watch. I'd imagine there'd be times that he'd be having in his mind.
So Ruby Campbell's time's been verified, as you can see on screen, as 5:01.27. Didn't break the 5 minutes. Nothing too shabby about that. Olivia Bolton was 28 seconds behind. Amelia Casey of Strathpine a further 14 seconds behind. Sorry, Chris.
No, you're right. And the thing is, the upside with Ruby too is that that last 400, she took 7 seconds off. So she ran a 1:21 in the second 400, and then she ran a 1:14 in the final. And then, despite Declan sort of, I guess, taking the foot off the gas. In the end for him, he ran a 1:11 in that final 400, which was 10 seconds faster than what he ran that second 400. And we say that with that we've got a 300, then we've got your first 400, and then so on. So
interesting race from Bo Hackett to come second. Now his barnstorming finish was fantastic to watch. I do know some coaches, and do you like the way I make it sound like I know what I'm talking about? Would say if you've got that in the tank at the end, could you actually use that better throughout the race? Like, could you have put in a faster third lap? It would have looked less spectacular, but you might have knocked 5 seconds off your time overall.
Oh, I guess so too. I think you could have taken into consideration here that we had a reduced field, so the same could be said for Declan. Like, could he have got within 20 seconds of the best performance time? Perhaps he could have too. But he had a timed race. He wasn't going out to set records today. He was just putting in a serviceable performance there. So I guess when you're in that situation too, you're probably looking at going, well, I'm not going to take out the gold medal today, so let's just survive. Let's just push through. And
race as opposed to
and maybe that last 100 metres, if you see what you've got in the tank and you go that extra 5%, you probably didn't know you had. So with that being said, all thanks to our friends at McDonald's, Coles and Tribal Sport and Heart Sport. We'll have a short break very briefly. Coming up in about 1 hour, 15 minutes time, we'll be joined by Racing Royalty here at Cusack. But Daniel, it's been a wonderful morning so far. The first 2 hours, 15 minutes have been fantastic, and we look forward to joining you on the other side of this break. Good morning, welcome back here to Cusack. Thanks to McDonald's for the Queensland Little Athletics Queensland State Championships. My name's Chris, joined by Daniel Viles, and we're all geared up the under 14 boys and girls 1500 metre walk.
So the boys only has one competitor. That's Leo Ramsey of Redlands. He's in the number 8 on his shorts, so he is the state champion. We are going to call this as one race, otherwise it'll sound a bit ridiculous. Let's go through the girls' field. Elspeth Hooper from Ashmore in the number 1 shorts. Number 2 is Violetta Boyd of Gold Coast, possibly Violetta. I'll go with Violetta, but apologies. 3 is Charlotte Don from Aspley. 4 is Natalia Rooney of North Rockhampton. 5 is Grace Waycott of Maryborough. 6 is Mackenzie Warmold of Runaway Bay. Hooper was 3rd 2 years ago and 2nd last year in this event in this age group.
A nice pace that's already been set, so we're looking at the best performance times for the boys. Or Leo Ramsey will be looking to try and break a 9-year record, 6:16.10 for the girls, a record that is, a best performance set 10 years ago, 6:48.28.
So Hooper's opened up a lead early and is just looking nice and relaxed. The one boys competitor, Ramsey, is in 2nd and has company from Boyd of the Gold Coast in the light blue top. 3rd in the girls, 4th overall is Charlotte Don of Aspley, and those 3 leading girls finished 2nd, 4th and 5th last year. Ramsey will of course defend his title in the boys.
Hooper running a very, very good race.
Just across the line, Don of Aspley in 3rd, about to come round for the first 300 metres. Rooney of North Rockhampton just walking steadily, as is Warmold of Runaway Bay, and I think Waycott may be a non-starter, so apologies for drawing attention to that. Yes, Grace Waycott of Maryborough not starting in this race, so just the 6 on the track.
Just look at that split time for Hooper there in the first 300 metres. 1 minute 20.21, while Leo Ramsey, not a pretty impressive start already, 1 minute 25.66. So they're starting their first of their 3 400 metre sprints, walks at the moment. So we will see a fluctuation on times after that first 300 metre effort.
I'm old enough to remember when the Olympics didn't think that women could walk. It was only the 1992 games.
With Barcelona.
When women's walking was introduced. Australia had a walker named Kerry Saxby, later Kerry Saxby Jr., who spent the 80s breaking world records galore and then was slightly past her best by the time the Olympics came around. But you wonder whether in a different universe she could have been a 3-time Olympic champion. But at the moment, Elspeth Hooper of Ashmore, following in the steps, no pun intended, of people like Kerry Saxby, who was from northern New South Wales and has a very good rhythm going. The technique is excellent. The face has no strain on it whatsoever. Ramsey and Boyd are in 2nd and 3rd respectively. Hooper looking confident of winning her first state title over this distance in this age group.
We'll just be keeping an eye on the time that should be walking to. I'm sort of guessing around a time of 2 minutes 14 perhaps. It should be looking across the line.
For the lap, that is.
For the lap, yep. And she hits 2:15 on that with the split.
Ramsey will cross the finish line for the 3rd last time, followed by Violetta Boyd of the Gold Coast in the light blue. It's a fair bit of a gap in front of and behind Charlotte Don of Aspley, so just showing a little more strain, but the technique is holding up very well.
Just look at that time there from Leo Ramsey too. He's only 2 seconds behind Hooper with that split. He walked a time of 2:17 and as opposed to 2:15 that Hooper had run.
And Hooper put in a big gap early. She really got into her stride in the first 100 metres or so, made sure she put the gap on. And now it's out to, let's say, 20 metres.
Yeah, but it could see a bit of a barnstorming finish too. Elspeth Hooper just got her rhythm and don't really foresee a time, a split time that's going to be much different to what she did in her first 400.
So Elspeth Hooper of Ashmore controlling this race. Has about 550 metres to go. Just comes back around the high jump area. Ramsey's starting to increase the pace.
He's really picked it up in the last 50 metres.
He has. One of the walkers across the track just didn't quite give him enough space. I like to see a little bit more respect given to people on the track. And Ramsey just starting to put a bit of pressure on Hooper. Judges keeping a close eye.
Well, thanks to our friends at McDonald's and Coles and Tribal Sport for bringing you all the action right around the world.
And Violetta Boyd of the Gold Coast has not dropped off. That margin from Hooper, who I think intentionally made sure that she got a lead early, and the plan is to hold it. Although, if someone's about to change stride pattern, that line is where it happens. Leo Ramsey has Elspeth Hooper, who has now picked up the pace.
So that was 2 minutes 8 there from Leo Ramsey, and 2:01 there from Elspeth Hooper. So they shaved 13 and 14 seconds off respectively off that 400.
So if Hooper can do, say, a sub 2 minutes, say a 1:59 for the next lap, what final time will that give her, Chris? Because she is looking very comfortable. Oh, actually, she has slowed down a bit. Ramsey might have her measure. Not that it's important in terms of whether or not you win a state title. Ramsey is the lone boys participant. Feels like a boy on a dance camp at the moment. Hooper just had a little bit of a period, about 50 metres or so, where she seemed to be tiring and then made a liar of me as soon as the thought had popped into my head.
But what I actually think with her race at the moment is that she's just looking at maintaining that tempo. I don't see that we're going to see much fluctuation, whereas you can see probably a bit more activity happening behind because they're looking to pick up the tempo. For Hooper, it's just about keeping that same speed, that same intensity all the way through.
And Violetta Boyd of the Gold Coast is keeping Leo Ramsey very honest, and also just making sure that, not that Hooper was in any danger of taking her foot off the gas, but Boyd is making sure that she can't. Charlotte Don of Aspley is in third, a fair way back, but the bronze is almost certainly hers. She's probably got 120 metres on fourth place. But Elspeth Hooper of Ashmore, it's a Gold Coast dominated race. She has about 50 metres to go. Looking very comfortable, not pushing it. The time is currently 7:30. Let's say a 7:45. Boyd will not catch her, but she's put in a magnificent performance to win the silver. She's not going to lose by much. Ramsey, already the winner of the boys' race, comes third in this race. He will have enjoyed the challenge. Hooper is your state champion. Boyd silver. Ramsey finishes. Charlotte Don is currently about 160 metres behind. She'll come home for the bronze in, let's say, about maybe 50 seconds' time.
It was a really good, well-walked race. I think that those top three athletes, you can feel the intensity definitely did pick up. Just looking at Leo's time there, he walked a time of 2:10, so it was a little bit slower on that final lap there, but I think you exert so much more energy. And it was the young lady that finished there in second position.
Violetta Boyd.
Yeah, Violetta Boyd. I wish I had kept track of her split as she went for that last 400, because that would have been a lot faster than Hooper's run or walk.
Indeed, as Charlotte Don of Aspley, she'll come to make her bronze medal official. She's got about 150 metres on Natalia Rooney of North Rockhampton and Mackenzie Wormald of Runaway Bay. But Charlotte Don of Aspley, she has her bronze, coming home in a time. It was around the 8:53 mark. That'll be on your screen fairly shortly. With about 100 metres to go, Mackenzie Wormald of Runaway Bay putting in the big strides at the end. And to be fair, as is Natalia Rooney of North Rockhampton, she finished last in this race, but I remind you, it's a state championships. Coming last at the state championships means you'll win most races around the state.
Correct. Particularly, they're winning their clubs. Some of them have got to qualify through regionals.
They all do, I think. So,
yeah, they do. Yeah. So we see it all over the country. What happens in regionals and what happens in metros, it can be very different with their abilities.
Wormald of Runaway Bay, she'll finish fourth. Natalia Rooney of North Rockhampton has the track to herself, and if I was her, I would just be soaking this up at the moment. I'm the only person on track. Just wave to imaginary fans at the moment.
Hey, we can wave to us.
Well, we're the real fans, aren't we?
Yeah, absolutely.
So start waving, maybe stop to sign an autograph. Find the photographers, walk in animated slow motion.
And this might be the only time that they get the opportunity to be here on this track. We had the opportunity to enjoy it last year after the festivities, and it's pretty inspiring.
It's a magical venue.
Yeah.
And Natalia Rooney of North Rockhampton has just been enjoying it for the last 10 minutes and 23 seconds. She's come 5th at a state championships. Well done, Natalia.
It's the 5th best in the state. That's she's top 5. That's something you absolutely have to hang your hat on. And to think of the mountains that she would have had to climb to be able to get to that spot, it's phenomenal.
This year in Little Athletics Queensland, it was around 17,000 participants overall. In terms of being members of clubs, it was around 14,000. The number of athletes here is slightly less than 2,000. Now, first of all, 1,900 or so, it's a lot, but it's also a level of eliteness as well. You're essentially the top 7th of little athletes in Queensland are here today. You have to earn the right to get here, and they have.
They absolutely do. I think we might take just a quick break before we return for the under 13s 1,500 metre action. You're with Daniel, you're with Chris, and we'll be back with you shortly. Good morning, welcome back here to Cusack, and they're off and running in the under 15 girls and boys under 13s.
1,500 metres under 13s. We'll go through the field. So Liliana Titley of Ipswich is in, you'll see the numbers on their shorts, number 1. 2 is Taylor Chapman of Caloundra. 3, Grace Woodard of Hervey Bay. 4, Zoe Henderson of Algester. 5, Lani Hutchinson of University of the Sunshine Coast. 6, Ava Gard of City North. 7, Rachel Tarr of Toowong Harriers. 8, Wilhelmine Cray of Strathpine. 9, Holly Heeks of Nambour. 10, Amelia Chisholm of Ormo. We'll just pick up the field as Liliana Titley has about a 5 metre gap on her nearest competition in the form of Taylor Chapman of Caloundra. The seedings are holding true. 4, 6 and 5 are Zoe Henderson, Ava Garden, Lani Hutchinson. There's a bit of a peloton behind them, but Liliana Titley has thrown down the gauntlet just to pick up the field. 11, Tilly Brown of Runaway Bay. 13, Iuna Burin of Caloundra. 14, Penny Schmidt of Ashmore. 15, Athena Wills-Irwin of Springwood. 16, Miller Collett of Ipswich. 17, Gretel Venema of Arana, possibly Venema. 18, Zoe Farquharson of Redcliffe. 19, Clara Turnbull of Ipswich. 20, Georgia Brady of Deception Bay. 21, Charlotte June Walker of Gracemere. 22, Sophie Banks of Gladstone. The track is full.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, very well done there, Daniel. Thanks to our friends at McDonald's and Coles. That first 300 metre split was a 57.10, and they are chasing the best performance time of 4.3879, which was set last year on April 26. And given the intensity we're seeing already for the first lap and a half, we could very well see that time fall down today.
Titley was second a couple of years ago. She lost by 3/100ths of a second. Last year, she won by 11 seconds, defeating the runner who had her measured 2 years ago. Titley's race at the moment, she's got a gap of, let's say, probably 30 metres now on Taylor Chapman of Caloundra. Then there's a pack of 5 behind them. 4 is Zoe Henderson of Algester. 14 is Penny Schmidt of Ashmore. In fact, it's a group of 6. 3, 6, 5 and 13 are Woodard, Gard, Hutchinson and Burin of Caloundra. Bit of a gap then to the lone runner in yellow, who I believe is Tilly Brown of Runaway Bay. Happy to be corrected. And the field's starting to spread. It is not out of the question that Liliana Titley could lap some of her fellow competitors. Not what it's about.
Don't want to go early, Daniel, but she is on track for best performance time already.
When have you hesitated to go early, Chris Hughes?
Well, the early crow. There's plenty of them around here today. But that first 400 metres at 110, if she's continuing to run at that pace for the duration, the record of the best performance is 4.3879. So she only needs to keep running at that level, and she'll beat it.
So 4:38.79.
At 4:38.79, that's what we're keeping an eye for at the moment. So when she turns for home, we're probably looking at maybe 3:25, assuming that she picks up a few seconds in the final 400.
Well, she's gone from losing by 3/100ths of a second 2 years ago to having a 65 metre gap with a lap to go. Liliana Titley of Ipswich streeting the field, looking for a state championship, going back to back. Penny Schmidt from Ashmore has laid down the gauntlet. She's moved into a clear second as that peloton started to spread. Grace Woodard of Hervey Bay, followed by Zoe Henderson of Algester, Taylor Chapman of Caloundra behind her. First is assured. The race for the minor medals is proving most compelling.
Well, she's on track.
Yes, she is. They're all on track, Chris.
They're all. Thanks to McDonald's for this commentary. We just need her to keep her foot on the gas, because that second 400 was run at 1:09, which was 1 second quicker, and she's not taking the foot off the pedal, Daniel Viles.
So Titley has 120 metres to go. Time currently 4:19. Needs 17 seconds. It's within her grasp. Liliana Titley of Ipswich, a Queensland best performance on the line. She is assured of a back-to-back state championship. The Ipswich club is proud of Liliana Titley. 50 metres to go. The record is gone. The state championship is in the pocket. Liliana Titley goes back-to-back.
And she's spent all her petrol tickets.
You want the last stride over the line to be the last one you're capable of taking. Tremendous run for second by Penny Schmidt of Ashmore. Just fading at the end, but she'd done enough. And third place goes to Zoe Henderson of Algester. Fourth will be Grace Woodard of Harvey Bay. A little bit of a battle for fifth, but it's Taylor Chapman of Caloundra who edges out Lani Hutchinson of the University of the Sunshine Coast. You want the last stride over the line to be the last you're capable of taking, and the track is full of prone athletes at the moment.
Oh, it's carnage over the other side of the finishing line here. That was a fast race. There is a lot of personal bests filtered through this group. You can take that to the bank, lock it in, and that is indicated by the fatigue and every ounce of energy extracted from them as they cross that finishing line. That was awesome.
We've seen a star. Just looking with the Australian Championships coming up, not every age group is represented, and it's the under 12s and under 13s, which includes this. So you'd have to think that Liliana Titley, be good to measure her performance against other athletes from around Australia, just to test herself. Coming over the line was Georgia Brady of Deception Bay, finished very strongly in a time of around 6:11. Final run coming through now. Plenty of speed in the feet of Sophie Banks of Gladstone. She's at a state championships. Come home with a wet sail. 6:25.34 is her provisional time. I've noticed, Chris, every now and then we'll see a runner coming towards the line. They're sprinting and then they just slow up with a couple of metres to go. And I think it's sometime they know their PB in their head. Mm-hmm. They're watching the clock, and when it goes, they think, okay, just missed it. And so they'll go over the line. And I think that's my best guess at just something that happens a bit today.
I think you're right. Definitely right, because everyone wants to run that personal best, and to have that opportunity when you come down the straight, you know what you're capable of. I think every athlete that goes out on the track, that's what they want to be looking at. If they can better themselves, and this track, this event, it brings the best out of athletes, and that's super important. And not every facility has the clock there where you can look at it. Sometimes, when you're going through regionals and you're going through clubs, you might not have the clock that you can see as you're coming down for that final run on the 1500. So to be able to have that luxury there, it's something that spurs you on.
I just realised why Liliana Titley was up against it to beat the Queensland Best Performance, and that was that it was set last year by Ellie Eckstein of Ashmore, who I think is the only runner on that we'll see at these championships who has won her age group in an event every single year. So she's 5 and counting in the girls' 1500 metres, under 14 this year. I'm just trying to work out when that race is on. I'm not ruling out that it was last night. Forgive me for not memorising the entire program. Believe me, I tried.
I haven't forgiven you.
So girls' 1500 metres, under 14s.
We've got the boys getting ready to line up at the moment. So
in fact, it was last night, and Ellie Eckstein not only won but set an Australian best performance time.
So we're off to a wonderful start here. Thanks to our friends at McDonald's. The Little Athletics Queensland State Championships being broadcast all over the world. Thanks to Coles, Tribal Sport, Hard Sport, Quality, Hotel Robertson Gardens, Optus, Badges and Medals, Dream Jar, White Cloud Foundation, and our friends at Sportscast. We're turning our attention now to the boys event, chasing the best performance time of 4:20.79, which was achieved 8 years ago, Daniel Viles.
Under 13 boys, 1500 metres. I believe we've got 24 runners in this race. So let's go through the field. Lachlan Heeks of Nambour in 1. 2 is Winston Rogers of Balmoral. 3 is William Middleton of Tweed. 4, Patrick Maher of Jimboomba. We've had a false start. Thank you for giving me more time. I appreciate it. 5 is Harrison Eskdale of Wynnum Manly. 6 is Sage Lim of Ashmore. 7, Jaden Patton of City North. 8, Jordan Curry of Arana. 9, Phoenix Lay of Toowong Harriers. 10, Sunny Moon of North Mackay. 11, Parker Alcorn of West Bundaberg. 12, Caleb Lee of Algester. 13, Asher Jones of Glasshouse. 14, Miller Austin of Toowong Harriers. 15, Lachlan Alcorn of West Bundaberg. 16, Nate Halpin of Toowoomba. 17, Leo Hyde of Mudgeeraba. 18, Jack Taylor of Ipswich. 19, Jack Rose of Bracken Ridge. He'll put in a Titanic performance. 20 is One Park of City North. 21, Elliot Edwards of Centenary. 22 is Nathaniel Perry of Runaway Bay. 23, Landon Blanche of Warwick. 24, Samuel Gees of Bargara District. And this time we have a clean start in the under 13 boys 1500 metres.
Again, the time to keep an eye on is 4:20.79, set 8 years ago. And given this first 300 metres is run off very, very quickly, well, they probably need to keep an eye on maybe getting that sort of 55 seconds on the split.
Last year's winner was William Middleton of Tweed in the time of 4:39.93, a year older now. Second was Lachlan Heeks of Nambour wearing number 1, and third was Winston Rogers of Balmoral wearing number 2. They're favoured to be your winners again. William Middleton has put a 5 metre gap on the field. The usual suspects are behind him in the form of Winston Rogers and Lachlan Heeks, but the field is not even close to being split at this point. Just a couple of quote stragglers unquote at the back, but at the moment Middleton setting the pace and backing himself to hold on.
Well, that Middleton, he ran the first 349.70, so if we are looking at best performance time, we're probably looking around that time of around 1:08 and keep that sustainable over the next 800 metres. And he's set the pace, so he's running a very, very quick lap, particularly here. And I think it's encouraging the boys behind him to really lift it up a couple of notches.
It was just a half a second margin over Lachlan Heeks last year. And they finished between them 3rd and 5th the year before that. So just goes to show that with growing bodies, places are not fixed forever. He seems to be putting in the big effort now is William Middleton of Tweed. Not waiting until the last lap.
That gap is getting closer too.
Second is Lachlan Heeks of Nambour, sorry Chris. And 3rd and 4th, that's Sunny Moon of North Mackay in the first yellow shirt, and the second one with the streaks of red is Harrison Eskdale of Wynnum Manly. They're your first 4. A couple of numbers have fallen off shorts. If you want to get mentioned on the commentary, guys, you've got to keep your numbers on your shorts. That's how it works.
Well, he ran that split in 1:14.
So Middleton just seems to have pulled his pace back a touch. So possibly a tactic to sort of go harder in laps 2 and 4, remembering that lap 1 is not quite a full lap. The old metric mile. Australia had a decent history in this race for a long time, Herb Elliott being the greatest name. If any of these athletes can get close to him, they'll be having a life well lived.
They'll be mentioned in the same breath as our guests that will be coming up in about 37 minutes' time, Sally Pearson.
So William Middleton with 500 metres to go, but being kept very honest by the 3 yellow shirts of Lachlan Heeks of Nambour, Sunny Moon of North Mackay, and apologies, it's a green shirt for Harrison Eskdale, the famous red and green of Wynnum Manly. A little bit of a gap back to 5th, as we have Jaden Patton of City North, Phoenix Lay of Toowong Harriers, and Winston Rogers of Balmoral.
That was a slower split time of 1:16.
And Middleton has indeed upped the pace as soon as he passed that finish line. Looking as cool as a cucumber.
I don't think there'd be any great desperation for him at the moment to try and push a 110 or a 105.
Well, given this is under 13s and there's the Nationals coming up, he may have a long-term plan as well. Today may not be when he wanted to produce his peak performance. Mind you, if this is not his peak, then we're in for something special.
You just see that over the last 50 metres there, he has just amped it up.
Definitely look to take it hard around the turn. Says hello to the runner he passes. Lachlan Heeks is putting in a superb effort, probably reduced the gap to about 15-20 metres, but William Middleton has controlled this race. He made sure he got a gap on the field early, and he's maintained that gap and even stretched it ever since. William Middleton of Tweed is your state champion. He goes back to back. Second will be Lachlan Heeks of Nambour, and the battle for third is taken out by Sunny Moon of North Mackay. 4:32.38 is the provisional time. Congratulations to William Middleton of Tweed.
As you rightfully called, Daniel, that he controlled that race. He got out to that early break and he maintained that distance at 20 to 30 metres in that first lap and then held that time for the most part.
The gap last year was 0.57 of a second. The gap this year was more than 0.57 of a second.
I like it. I like it.
Let's not overcomplicate.
No, we don't complicate things here on the coverage of the McDonald's Little Athletics Queensland State Championships.
Speak for yourself. Runners still coming across the line. Strong performance from Sage Lim of Ashmore. Now in the final straight, with boots that can be seen from the moon, is Nathaniel Perry of Runaway Bay. 2 more runners on the track, and they will enjoy the adoration of the crowd, although as VIPs getting introduced in the infield. Big effort being put in on the back straight. I'm assuming that you can't hear the PA announcer. If you can, but Landon Blanche of Warwick has really put it in on the back straight. He'll finish in a time of around 6:20.
We would like to Alison to present the following medal presentation. It is our girls under 14 1500 metre walk. In third place is Charlotte from Astley.
Samuel Gees of Barbara District. Just going past the medal presentation, making sure he gets in the photographs. I like his style. But a big fuss was made of a life member who's presenting the awards for the girls under 14 1500 metre walk.
And a great finish there was from the final lap.
Samuel Gees, yeah.
But the medal presentation, the VIP, 45-year member of Little Athletics, for Alison.
The people who put this event on, and I mean the athletes work hard, and it's right, they are the stars of the show. We are right to put the attention on them. But events like this don't just happen.
No.
Hurdles don't put themselves up. ChatGPT hasn't worked that out yet. Maybe one day it will happen. There are officials all over the place. Some of them are little athletes themselves who maybe they've graduated from Little Athletics or they didn't qualify for these games, but they just got the love of Little Athletics, and so they come and volunteer their time as well. There are people who love it. They're working downstairs in canteens. They're out on the track. They're putting flyers around. They're running their clubs. They're making sure that the athletes are kitted out.
Besides javelin, walks is her absolute favourite event, so we are so fortunate to have Alison here. Thank you, Alison.
That's people like Alison that, as you've highlighted, Daniel, that keeps everything ticking over. But it's time for us to tick over to the next lot of events because we've got finals time, which coming up around the corner in about 32 marvellous minutes' time. We'll be joined by a little bit of royalty. But we've got our first lot of hurdles finals coming up on the other side of this break. It's all thanks to McDonald's as Coles. You're catching the international coverage of the McDonald's Queensland Little Athletics State Championships live here from Cusack in Brisbane. You're with Daniel, with Chris, you're with our main man Rowan from Sportscast. We'll be with you on the other side of this. Well, I do have to ask the question. You talk about the building that stride. What sort of training do you do when you don't have the hurdles in front of you to try and get that stride motion in place?
Well, there's certainly lots of things that you can do. You can use wickets, you can use markers, and I do that a lot with my athletes in pre-season training as well. They'll put some markers out, so they're not necessarily stressed about going over the higher hurdles. They can just use their stride pattern and just have an eyesight of something in front of them. There's so many ways that you can get around hurdling and getting your technique right, getting your rhythm right without actually having those hurdles there, because sometimes you can go over a lot of hurdles and you can have a lot of bruised knees and bruised shins, and nobody likes that. So yeah, in pre-season definitely it's a good idea to do that.
Found out just before, you're not the only Olympic gold medalist who knows her way over the 100-metre hurdles here today. Glynis Nunn is here giving massages,
fantastic.
I heard. So that's my dream commentary would be to ditch Chris over here and just get Sally and Glynis here.
Why don't we just do that?
I know, right?
I'm sure we'd love it. Have a good banter about hurdles and heptathlons and all sorts of events.
One of the first gold medals I remember was Glynis Nunn winning in Los Angeles. It was
brilliant.
So under 13 girls 80 metres hurdles. Probably looking at Amity Batchelor, in lane 5 from USC. Daniel Pushkarif is on the near side as well. Often racing in the girls under 13s. As the field's just disappeared off my screen, but it looks like in the middle that it is. Apologies for this. The start list went off the screen. 13.22 is the time. Lane 5 was Amity Batchelor of the Sunshine Coast, and so I believe it is her who's taken out the state title. We will verify those results for you shortly.
Yes, and again, you can see from the winner there, definitely had the rhythm, had the speed and the technique, all three elements. There was a girl in the green and red. You could see that she had a very good start to the first hurdle, a lot of speed there, but didn't quite have that rhythm and the technique to go over the hurdles fast and in between the hurdles as well. So you'll notice that you see a lot of athletes that might be a little bit too fast over the hurdles or in between the hurdles and into the first hurdle there, and that will really put them off, and if their technique isn't quite sound, then that'll really slow them down over the top of the hurdles, because you'll have too much flight time and then you won't land off that hurdle in the appropriate position, which then will put you too close to the next hurdle, and it's just a domino effect all the way through the race.
Well, first place there was Amity Batchelor from the University of Sunshine Coast with 13.23. Danielle Pushkarif from Strathpine with 13.76. Samara Dale Alois from the Toowong Harriers 13.90. Now, Sal, the athletes out on the track, they fuel their drive out there from what they get from their local Coles. And please tell us how important it is to be a Coles ambassador.
You know what, this is going to be my 9th year of being a Coles ambassador. 2017, after the World Championships, that I won my second world title in London, they asked me to come aboard, and I jumped at the chance, because for me, being at the top of my career, being the best in the world, you try and figure out how we can give back to this sport. And for me, one of those things is being a mentor for athletes, showing up for these athletes. I even bring my Olympic gold medal in to show these athletes. I've got it here today if you want to check it out.
Of course we will.
It's just about inspiring that next generation, because if we don't do that, we're not going to have a next generation of Olympic champions or Olympians or world champions or Commonwealth Games athletes. So I think it's really important for athletes at the top of their game to make sure that they remember where they started and go back to that beginning and show these athletes just what you can do if you put a little bit of hard work in there, have a bit of resilience, and just train hard and have fun.
Daniel and I have spent a lot of time together over the last couple of years as part of this call, and we've reminisced from our glory days of what it was like being in Little Athletics, and he's a little bit older than I am, and we reminisce a fair bit. But what is it when you sort of see those athletes on the track at the moment? What sort of memories do you have when you were starting out? Was it under sixes and then under sevens, etc.?
Well, I started in under 11s, and I remember coming up here. I don't even know what the year was, and I'm not going to say it because
not that long ago.
Not that long ago, really. I can still remember it, so I'm that young still. And I remember from the outside track here. So right now we're in the main stadium at Cusack here, and we do have an outside stadium here. up, which is an amazing opportunity. That certainly hasn't been around for that long. And I remember walking over the hill and walking down to the track and going, wow, this is a real tartan track. Like, wow. Because at Little Athletics here in Queensland, we tend to run a lot of grass tracks, and not a lot of places in Australia do that. At Queensland, we do. There's not a lot of tartan tracks here in the state, so we use a lot of grass tracks. Cost effective as well. You just lay a few more grass pieces down. Fine. Gets a bit muddy, it doesn't matter. We'll be right. Just slide on through. So being in a big stadium like that, it made me realise, yes, I can handle this pressure. I can handle a crowd. I can handle a big stadium. I love performing in front of people, and it excited me. So I do remember those good old days, and I remember this crowd. Like, I remember coming from Little Athletics to maybe like a senior interclub meet, and there was nobody watching. I'm like, where is everybody? Like, why aren't they turning up to come watch us? And you come to a Little Athletics state championships where every kid is here, every family member of that kid is here supporting them, and that atmosphere that is so important for these kids to get used to and to understand that. This is support. This is what it'd be like if you go to an Olympics or a World Championship. There's going to be people in the stands watching you, and it's just it's an amazing feeling. And I encourage anybody who is thinking about starting Little Athletics to really get involved and get down to your local centre and give it a go.
Well, one of the things I loved about doing Little Ass, I was down in Victoria, grew up in country Victoria, and I loved the regionals and then loved sort of migrating to the state. But I just love meeting people from all over my state.
Yeah.
And as a kid, like, it's been quite a few decades now since I had the opportunity to do all that sort of stuff. But when I'm involved in sport now, that's probably formed the core of what I love about sport. Was that what it was like for you, being in the under 11s?
It's funny, isn't it? Because the only reason why I know so many suburbs in this state is because of Little Athletics. Because there's so many centres that with these strange different names that you've never heard of. But now, being a senior athlete, or at least a retired athlete now, I know where these places are because I remember from Little Athletics. So yeah, it's like Jim Boomba. Like, for me back then, and being an under 10 or an under 11 athlete, and I heard of Jim Boomba, like, I don't know where Jim Boomba is, but now I do.
I don't know if it was like this for back in your days, but we had the state multi events, and so you had a little bit of everything.
Yeah.
What was it like when you were a hurdler? I imagine you had your strength of sprinting, but when you're doing things like the 800 metres or 1500 metres and doing all those throwing events, things that probably aren't your strengths. Yeah. What was that like for you?
I think that's the amazing thing about Little Athletics, is that you can try every single event. You might not be good at every single event, but if you're interested in doing that state multi event where it's a pentathlon, it's not foreign to you. You get the concept of it, and you get to have a go, and you feel confident walking into that discus circle or going to those high jumps and giving it a go, because you know the concept of the event itself. So for me, I loved the pentathlon or the multi-event days, and I think I won our state multi-event championships here. I went on to the Little Athletics national championships for it, because back then under 15s went to the national championships for the multi-event, and so it was great, and I absolutely loved it. I actually gave up a trans-Tasman Australian team so that I could compete in the under 15 national championships in the pentathlon. I was very proud. I'm like, the lady said to me, do you realise not many people give up a chance to represent Australia? I'm like, I know, but it's my last year of Little Athletics and I have to finish it off because I think I'm going to win.
You do have a reputation for being driven, Sally. So one question I've been wanting to ask you this for 14 years, and it was at London, but not your race. One thing I love about these state championships is the respect that the athletes show to each other. And I want to link that to... When you were at London, I remember you were warming up for a race, and this is when you could sort of watch the multi-channels online. And whenever there was a medal presentation, you would stop your warm-up and observe the ceremony and pay respect to that athlete who won. And not every athlete did that. And I've always wanted to ask you, what's your reason for doing that?
I think it's just that. It's paying respect to somebody that has worked so hard to achieve something and be on an Olympic podium. You want people to watch you. And you want people to appreciate what you've just done because you've worked so hard for it. And I think it does stem back from these Little Athletics days, is that as soon as you cross the finish line, you shake someone's hand and you walk off. When I went to my first European circuit, I think I was a 19-year-old, and you're finishing these races, And then the other athletes would just walk off, and I'm walking around here going, they're leaving me hanging, they're leaving me hanging, they're leaving me hanging. Like, I don't know what to do. This is what I've been brought up to do, is shake everybody's hand and show respect and thank them for a good race or a good competition. And then, so that's just stuck with me throughout my whole career, being an Olympic champion. Like, I was at the Olympic final and I stopped. It started raining and the music came on for medal ceremony, and it's like, well, we're not going to be able to warm up anyway, so we might as well stand and watch and appreciate the people that have worked so hard to be here. We're at the Olympic Games. There's not many chances you get to stop and take in your surroundings and take in that atmosphere and those people in the stadium and this athlete getting this medal. It's pretty brilliant.
And that's probably the element where you're an athlete, but you're almost a fan first, aren't you?
Oh, of course. And I think that's the most important thing. You have to be a fan and you have to be a student of your sport and understand the sport inside and out and understand the events and respect all the different types of athletes that we have in our sport and the different types of events and the strengths and weaknesses of so many different athletes from different cultures around the world.
And one more question I want to throw you away. This is something that Little Athletics Queensland has done an exceptionally great job at over time. Is improving facilities and events for the multi-class space, and we're seeing kids of all abilities getting the opportunity to perform at the highest level and having opportunity to grow with their coaching and development, so that they can represent their state, they can represent Australia, and most importantly, represent themselves and their extra abilities. Yeah,
I think that's really important. I couldn't imagine being an athlete that hasn't ever had a chance to be able to give this sport a go. They love it. They see it on TV. They see all these people doing amazing things, but they're stuck. There was no opportunities for them, and that was for a very, very long period of time. And now you're seeing so many different classes come out and really give it a go and really promote the sport in so many different ways, which I love, because the more we can get this sport out here to many more people, the better.
Sally, it's you're going to stay with us for a little while in commentary. Then understand, just in case anyone is listening to us from around the stadium, you're going to get your pen out and sign autographs and take selfies at about 12:15.
And I've got my medal as well, so I'll bring that along with me so you can get a photo with it.
That's fine, and because we're big kids, it's a thrill enough to talk to you. Let's not do the embarrassing selfie thing, Chris.
I've already done one.
I'll beg your pardon.
I'm a big kid here. I'm quite excited to be in this commentary box.
Works fast. So we're about to have the heats for the under-9 girls 70 metres. This is their first year for this age group at the state championships. A lot of people don't remember that you ran the flat at an elite level as well. Like, I remember 2006 Commonwealth Games, you were running the 100 flat as well.
Yes, and the World Champs in 2007. I made the semi-final for both 100 and the hurdles as well, and that's when I decided I wasn't going to be doing that in Beijing in 2008. It's a lot of work.
We don't think, I mean, to the amateur, we don't think of, oh yeah, she's running 200 metres, a lot of work. I'm sorry, it's a lot of work.
It's a lot of work at that level when you have to run a huge PB in the heat just to make it through to the next round. It's a lot of work.
4 heats in this girls 70 metres. The winner of each will go through, plus the next 4 best times. So we'll be keeping an eye on those. As I say, first time for this age group, and the 70 metres, well, that's their 100 metres really when you're under 9s. It's the shortest event that they run. In this event, Emily Parsons from Arana will be in lane 2. That's furthest from the camera. Eleanor Llorente of Centenary in 3. Leilani Phillips switch in 4. Fife Elliott of Algester in 5. Savannah Matters of Arana in 6. Madeline Greet of Wamuran in 7. Isla Hendry of Jimboomba in 8. And Isabel Martin of West Bundaberg in 9. All locations that Sally Pearson learned through doing Little Athletics. First of 4 heats. Isabel Martin's got a routine worked out with the leg swivels. And it's tempting to think about who we might be watching. On the one hand, you just want to watch who they are and not put any pressure on them. On the other hand, you think, just maybe, are we watching the start of something? It's nice to hope. False start.
It's a big learning curve for this age to be doing false starts. I'm not sure if they get a second chance in this age group. Let's hope they do. But yeah, it is a huge learning curve.
But seeing that card for the first time must be slightly intimidating.
Hearing the second gun is very intimidating.
Like getting detention, I'm told. They're away cleanly this time. Madeline Greet of Wamuran doing well in the middle in the orange shirt. Fife Elliott of Algester in the 2 blues, but it looks like Llorente of Centenary. In fact, it's Parsons of Arana over in lane 2 who will qualify directly for the final at 11.3. But the runners inside, such as Elliott and Greet, will have a good chance of progressing.
It is really interesting, isn't it? You do want them to just have fun and not put pressure on them, but you just never know who you're watching out there. You could be watching the next champion. Goodness, it's quite inspiring to watch these kids, and they're all so really, really good.
So, be interesting to compare. I mean, sprinting's one of those events where you'll have fast people in every generation, and these people probably haven't had the experience. Oh, heat 2, shut up, Daniel, call the race. That's the falsiest of false starts. But it's also excitement. The card comes out. Maybe in reverse psychology, it's a badge of honour to get your first card, I'm not sure. Away cleanly this time. Jemima Benny of City North has done well on the near side. Coming through the middle, I think, is Phoenix Serene Walker Cash of Helensvale. But on the far side, it'll be Sophie Spencer of Sunnybank, who qualifies in a 10.76 for an under 9 70 metres. 10.76 is not shabby.
That is not shabby at all. Her leg speed over there in lane 2 was absolutely brilliant.
What do you like? Like, we hear about these super coaches who can watch athletes this young and they know, even if they haven't won the race.
Yeah,
do you have that?
Yeah, you certainly can see a lot of talent. You don't know whether they're going to be anything good when they get older, but the talent at the time, you can definitely tell just how they move, how it becomes so natural.
And then, of course, if they're a great athlete, you have the challenge of stopping them from going to netball or basketball or cricket or Aussie rules.
Yes, those rival sports.
So heat 3, again, the winner to progress, and then the next 4 fastest. That second heat was lightning quick. Apologies for not being able to go through the field all the time. Clean start, the first heat to get away with a clean start. Ava Tipper of Strathpine did well in the middle, but it's Ivy Morgan of Townsville in lane 2, Eden Butler of Bribie in lane 3, and Hallie Pearce of Centenary in lane 8. I suspect it was Butler in lane 3 who got the win. That'll be ratified shortly. Just over 11 seconds, so the fastest time still very much with Sophie Spencer.
And what a battle they had on there with those 2 girls in those inside lanes there. You know, that takes a lot of confidence and a lot of maturity at just such a young age to be able to hold your composure and be able to pull through for the win there.
Stride pattern in flat racing, obviously crucial in hurdles, but I'm guessing it's not unimportant in the flat racing either. We'll talk about that in a moment. I keep asking questions at the wrong time. Heat 4 is away. Ohana Byrne of Deception Bay looks to be streeting it in lane 3. On her right shoulder is Eliza Doyle of the Gold Coast. Also on the near side is Georgie Cesaraga of Upper Lockyer. Ohana Byrne of Deception Bay will get the win. She's straight through. 11.32 is either the 3rd or 4th quickest, so you suspect that the qualifying runners will come from the other heats.
Yeah, no, stride pattern is important, but I think it comes more from technique to be able to get the correct strides.
So the runners coming through, Eden Butler, Ivy Morgan, Hallie Pearce, Ava Tipper have already qualified. Tilly Verse of Deception Bay looks to be through. Actually, I'm not going to read the rest because they're still compiling on the board. So, but that final will be in a couple of hours' time as we move with rapid speed to the boys under 9. Again, 4 heats. Winner to go through, and then the next 4 best times overall. You have Sally Pearson for another 9 minutes, and then the commentary reverts back to amateur level. Big false start as Ryder Gibson of Isis District was appropriately keen.
Yes. We were talking about technique in the sprints. I think it's really important to be able to hone those skills at a very young age and really try and implement that technique at a young age so that you don't get into any bad habits as you get older.
Interesting thoughts, because I'm guessing it goes from fun to serious at some point, and it's probably different for different athletes. Heat 1 of the boys, 70 metres under 9s. Quickly in the way in the middle was Lucas Stefanyuk of Harvey Bay. But the battlers on this next side, Mason Jesberg of Ipswich in the orange. He'll win it just ahead of Jackson Burns of Nambour. And then I suspect it was Bo Hoisted of Mudgeeraba over in lane 3. 10.88's a decent time.
Well, there's always an element of fun, even when you get to a serious level. We always have to keep that. I always make sure that there was always an element of fun in everything that I did, because at the end of the day, why are you doing it, you know?
Did you ever find you had to, like, you'd be in the middle of your European season or whatever, and you have to go, hang on, I chose this, I enjoy this.
Every single day.
Right, okay.
Every single day it was just like, why am I doing this to myself? Oh, that's right, because I chose to do it.
I have an office job, you don't want it, trust me. Heat 2, and again on the near side, Henri Rides of Ashmore, but over on the far side, Sonny Griffin of Maroochy, he'll take it out. Lane 7 was Henry Rides of Ashmore, 11.09, bit slower than the first heat, so maybe not such good news for the runners finishing after Sonny Griffin.
So the wind has been quite swirly in the stadium today. When I first got here, we were looking at a headwind. Then it quickly turned to a tailwind, because we can see the long jump from our position up here and the flag that the official is holding, and it keeps swirling back and forward, back and forward. So as you get to become a senior athlete, the wind does play a bit of an impact on your performance. Maybe not so much for these young kids yet. We don't want to put that into their heads, but it's certainly an element of performance enhancing, or a bit of a negative performance enhancing for some athletes.
I wonder if as well, you won't have time to answer this, whether when you know who's in the field with you and you know, hang on, I'm better into the wind than they are, so it can actually give you confidence depending on who you're against. So heat 3. I'm getting less surprised by the false starts with under 9s, given how little experience
and it's
they have.
their first time. That's right. So it's good that they get a second chance, but you don't want to make that a habit moving forward in the next few years.
I think a lot of their parents have found, that's the way to slow them down. Just have a siren and a card, and then that way they won't run off so much. Not speaking from experience. Heat 3, Billy Bradley of Bribey was away in lane 3. He seems to have the measure. Eli Guavava of Ashmore is doing well on the near side. Guavava may just take it. I'm not sure I can pick that between Guavava and Bradley in lanes 9 and 3. 10.65 is excellent, and I suspect the two runners pushed each other to that good a time.
Yeah, and you can definitely see the strengths and weaknesses there of different athletes. Like, some people have a really, really fast start or a fast reaction and be able to have the first half of their race electrically fast, and then you'll have some people that are really strong finishers as well, like we just saw in that race where the athlete on the outside closest to the camera was overtaking, and probably, I think, won that race in the end, because it doesn't really matter. And that goes back to that controlling the controllables. Other people have strengths better than you, like the start might be better for somebody else, but you can't fall into that trap and panic because they're far ahead, because if you understand that you have a better finish, then you know you'll be able to catch up towards the end.
When do you learn not to look at the opposite lanes?
You don't. You're always aware. You're always aware. You just learn to hide it better.
Noted. If someone as great as yourself, and I don't use that word loosely, still had to tell herself, don't look.
I know,
I think
yeah,
that's encouraging for
right.
a lot of people here.
Mm-hmm.
Fourth and final heat coming up in the boys' 70 metres. There'll be lots of 70-metre heats. Watch as many as you can, or if you're in the stadium, just these are heats. You want to be back for the finals, but go talk to Sally Pearson. Learn. Involve yourself in her aura.
Oh. You'll see some athletes, it looks like he's doing trying to do a rolling start, which can get you into a bit of trouble. Rolling start is when you're almost moving, as they're saying, on your marks before the gun goes off, and I don't know if that can always work out for you.
I'll ask you in a moment the best time for an athlete to transition from the standing start to the sprinting start. I guess it's forearm strength, but I'd like a proper answer from someone who knows what they're talking about. So heat 4, fourth and final in the boys' 70 metres under 9s, a second false start. Now, this could be a learning experience for someone.
Oh. Maybe another warning?
Yeah, I think, at the risk of sounding vague, there are different rules for under 9s. And
Of course,
I
yeah, I understand that.
That wasn't meant to be educational for you. Daniel does not tell Sally what to think about athletics.
No, but I think it's important, and you can see down there at the moment the official is explaining to the athletes what he wants to see from them and what he expects from them as well. So these athletes are learning as they're competing as well.
Third attempt at starting the fourth heat of the boys 70 metres under 9. Away cleanly this time. The action's in the middle. Kobe Timu of Ormo racing alongside Jeremiah Thomas of Algester. Algester Thomas in the two blues takes the win just ahead of Kobe Timu of Ormo. 10.79. Timu probably has a good chance of going through to the final.
Yeah, you'll notice some officials will end up being coaches sometimes because especially when you get to the age where you have to start using starting blocks, and some athletes still haven't been able to be taught how to use them or have never used them before in their life, and so these poor officials are coming up to them saying, all right, well, let's just put your blocks here and here, and then you've got to hold on to your fingers, your arm strength, whatever you have of it at that age, and then just push out the blocks as best as you can. So sometimes these athletes are being coached on the line at the state championships, which can be a bit tough, but it's necessary.
Yeah. I never thought about the role of being a good communicator as a starting official, but that's something to ponder, and I'm guessing you've got some stories for another day. Maybe starters at elite level who are not such good communicators.
Yes, maybe not so much at the little athletics. I'm sure they're very good communicators here for these little athletes. They need to understand what's right and what's wrong and what the rules are, and again, sometimes you learn on the start line.
Eli Guavava of Ashmore ended up being the fastest qualifier in 10.66, but we're up to the girls, 70 metres. This is the under 10s now. The Fogarty twins are in this race, but it looks like, yes, over Leilani Fogarty of Jimboomba. Streeted, her twin sister will be in one of the other heats. That is Jalea. She'll be in heat 3. 3 heats, top 2 advance, but look out for the name Fogarty from Jimboomba in the future.
Well, that girl who won, was that Fogarty
Yeah.
who won just then? Yeah, slowing down before the finish line as well. A lot of confidence there, a lot of ability, but you don't want to be leaning back across that finish line because sometimes when you're unaware, somebody can come ahead of you. Like that was a very, very close finish and it didn't need to be.
Yes, a little bit, there's time for sass, and that wasn't it.
No, it's confidence.
Second heat, false start. That one.
Starting to get a few now, aren't we?
Can that spread through a meet where you get a few false starts and it just puts the other runners a little
Yeah,
bit nervy?
I think sometimes it can put a bit of nerves into the following races afterwards. Yeah, most definitely.
Heat 2, this is probably the last race we'll have Sally Pearson's comments on before she heads downstairs. So I'll give a long thank you in a moment, but I'll give a quick one now. It's been an absolute honour to have you here, and not for me, it's for the people around Queensland who are listening to you. Thank you for coming.
That was a big false start, unfortunately. All those nerves racing through the body.
This is the first and final call for the under 14 girls.
Take a deep breath. Start again.
Make your way to the call room. Under 14 girls.
Heat 2.
400 metres.
In the under 10s.
There we go.
That was close, but it looks like Zara Rebgetz of Bracken Ridge moving through in lane 8, but it's nearest to is Georgia Longton of Omo, but also in line for Lara Phillips of Toowoomba. I think Phillips has taken out the race. The suburb is called Ormo, not Omo, honestly. Georgia Longton, I think, has got second. 10.82 is the time. A little bit slower than the first heat. Well, Sally Pearson, thank you so much for being here on the coverage. It's so wonderful to see you still involved in athletics. You're probably, hopefully in 20 years' time, you're still here as a Coles ambassador. But a great honour to have
20
you here.
years' time.
Enjoy your time here.
Thank you so much. It's been an absolute pleasure, and I'm so glad I got to be a part of this.
Sally Pearson, and as I say, if you're in the stadium from 12:15, she'll be downstairs. And if you can't find her, just follow the swarm of people who are following her around.
Well, we'll soon find out, but looking forward to seeing anybody who wants to come down.
Third heat, medal presentation in the middle of the field. They do come thick and fast. And in fact, it'll continue as heat 3 begins. Jalea Fogarty of Jimboomba in lane 5. Moving quickly, but that from these athletes later on.
Well, just taking the best time that Ali Eckstein achieved before, which was the Queensland best performance record in the under 14 girls 400 metres of 57.19. So I think the challenge has been thrown here with a 57.55. We've got the next heat, probably looking around that sort of 57.15. It's just the just the number that I can just envision happening. It's going to be quicker, but I don't think it's going to be the extremely quick.
Jake Roberts, who's in lane 1 in this race, he's from the South Burnett Club. He ran a 56.61 12 months ago to win silver in this event. Noah Sorpasa of Arana is in lane 9. He won the bronze in a 57.73. And they're the two from the top 6 who are in this race today. But there is a bit of a pattern where you look at last year's time, and that's often what they produce in a heat 12 months later, and then they've got another, over 400 metres, maybe another second of improvement in them for a final.
Well, the aim is to try and improve each year, don't you? That's biologically, that should be what happens if you continue to come to this level.
Yeah, it stops when you hit about 25.
I'd argue it stops when you hit 18, but there'd probably be merit to that too, because when you hit 18, you'll be doing your year 12 and other things sort of come into play, and the serious ones keep working hard. You might go to university and still do what you do.
Oh, I mean, when you've got the drive and focus of someone like Sally Pearson, I'd love to know whether some of her coaches could see an Olympic champion when she was a teenager simply because of her mindset. Obviously, she had the talent, but lots of people with talent don't become Olympic gold medalists. She had the mind of an Olympian as well. But
this is why the three of us were able to enjoy a good conversation, because she's a fan first and an athlete second. And if you're a fan first, you take more in, you absorb it all, and so you might take a few nuggets to improve what you do with athletes.
So no runner in lane 5, but otherwise a full field. So Jake Roberts of South Burnett in 1 as we have a false start. Lockie Froelich of Springwood in lane 2. In 3 is Jamie Cragg of Algester. 4 is Hudson Monteith of the University of the Sunshine Coast. 5 is Michael Kleinschmidt of Runaway Bay. 6, Corbin Dwignan of Gayndah. That could be Duignan, that could be Dwinan. But Corbin anyway. 7 is Joe Wilson, and I apologise, Kleinschmidt's been scratched. Joe Wilson of Glasshouse in 7. 8 is Callum Mitchell of Strathpine. 9 is Noah Sorpasa of Arana. And 10 is Isaac Hardy of Strathpine.
57.55 is the winning time for Heat 1. This is one of 2, as Daniel has said, thanks to our friends at Coles and McDonald's.
So Jake Roberts of South Burnett. This is a heat, but he came second last year, and the winner is not here. So he's looking forward as he skirts around the Coles end of the track, passes Froelich on the inside, no disgrace there. Also on the inside, Corbin Dwignan of Gayndah has made up the stagger. And in lane 9, Noah Sorpasa, as expected, is going quickly. So the usual suspects looks like Roberts in 1, Dwignan in 6, and Sorpasa in 9. Could also be Duignan. I'm just going to come up with 20 pronunciations. Sorpasa of Arana has put the burners on, but here comes Roberts. Sorpasa's got about 5 metres on him. In fact, Roberts could be struggling for the automatic spot because inside him, Callum Mitchell of Strathpine has probably got a metre or 2 on him. Now Roberts makes the move. Noah Sorpasa should have the race sewn up. Second is going to be interesting. I'm not sure I can split those. I think in the end, Mitchell of Strathpine just got there ahead of Roberts, but it was a much faster heat, so the top 3 should all progress.
Absolutely. That's scary. There was 4 seconds. That was 4 seconds faster, that heat. That is just remarkable. 53.65, and we know that the best performance wasn't too far behind that either, because I feel that these boys have got a bit more in the tank.
Just waiting for the other results to come through, but I wouldn't mind betting that both qualifiers. Oh, hang on, sorry, it's the top 3 and then the next 2. So Roberts was fine. So Sorpasa ran a 53.71. Callum Mitchell ran 54.74 and Roberts a 54.76. So they're through. Lockie Froelich from Springwood ran a 55.88 and Isaac Hardy a 55.91. So the top 5 from that race all went through. And then it's the top 3 from the next race who will be there are other ones coming through now.
Yep.
So that's...
And they weren't too far off the best performance either, because 52.49, 1.16, and I think with the final, we are going to see a much faster performance.
Oh.
We're going to see it go at least 53.5, and that's probably the athlete that finishes in 5th place.
Yeah. There's plenty of talent in that field. As we move already to the under 11 girls 400 metres, there will be 3 heats in this, so top 2 from each, plus the next 2 fastest qualifiers. 6 runners in this race. There are, in fact, 5 runners in this race. And so during the Lucy Corrigan of Chinchilla in 4, Emily Briggs of Ipswich in 5, Chloe Ninnis of Ipswich in 6, Annie Holian of Toowong Harriers in 7, Abby Sanguinetti of Highfields and District in 8, and Geordie Gleave of Granite Belt in 9.
Well, the girl from the Granite Belt started very strongly on the outside lane, and she is dictating this as she pleases. Time to sort of take into consideration 103.54. A good time of around 110 would be ideal for her.
So streeting the field at the moment. Lanes 5 and 6, Emily Briggs and Chloe Ninnis of Ipswich look to be running 2nd and 3rd. A little bit of a race in 2 there. Briggs going straight past Ninnis, so Ninnis will have to rely on being one of the qualifiers, and in fact, Holian of Toowong Harriers coming through on the outside. There's just a little bit of tiring on the outside from Geordie Gleave of the Granite Belt. Emily Briggs gets the other automatic qualifying place.
That was a beautiful run from
Gleave.
From Geordie. Yeah, Geordie. She led early and she maintained that form, and we talk about it time and time again. She just sort of ran her race in the end, but it was a really good finish there towards the end. That top 3 ran an exceptionally awesome race, 1:16.42. My only question is that how much faster are they going to go? Are they going to be knocking on the door of that 110 in the heats? It would not come as a surprise, particularly given that what we've seen over the last few age groups, that we've seen 5-6 seconds shaved off from the first heat to last heat.
So 4 of last year's top 6 will be in heat 3. This is heat 2. As I say, you never know who's coming through. I like to use last year's results as a bit of a guide. If I follow the athletes too closely over the season, questions get asked.
Well, it's because you're doing your preparation for the sport.
And it's fun. So no runner in lane 3, but the other runners, Tora Birch of Nambour in 1. In 2 is Willow Caneen of Ormo. 4 is Lydia Miller of Glasshouse. 5, Monica Yadav of the Gold Coast. 6, Lacey McCarthy of Bargra District. 7 is Hina Capavale of Toowoomba. 8 is Lexi Nord of West Bundaberg. 9 is Isabel Dillon of Centenary. 10 is Summer Kerwin of Harvey Bay, who is absolutely flying in lane 10.
We've hit the 200-metre mark, and they've run that in 28 seconds, so they are on track for something around that sort of 105, maybe 107, as they will probably slow down in the second 200.
Trying to identify the runner in the red. I think it's Hina Capavale of Toowoomba. It is indeed. And that is the race at the moment. It's Capavale versus Kerwin. The K battle. Capavale, or possibly Capavale, but I'm going to go with Capavale. It sounds better. Looking very comfortable in the middle. Summer Kerwin took it out hard, and that seems to be how she's run her best race. That will guarantee her a spot in the final. Hina Capavale of Toowoomba finishes first. Summer Kerwin of Harvey Bay second. And I've mucked that up. That's Capavale running across the line now. It was Lacey McCarthy of Bargra who finished in first place. Apologies to the McCarthy family. Your girl has got an automatic qualifying place.
It's super exciting. They're able to shave 7.5 seconds off the heat of the last time. So let's sort of say around that 107 mark. They were able to get a 108 with that finish there. Absolutely outstanding. So I think if the trend continues, and Daniel, you rightfully pointed out, 4 of the top 6 from last year are competing in this heat, 105 is well and truly going to be in grasp here. And the the best performance, Queensland best performance is 103.54. Don't think we're going to see it in the heat here, but they'll get close.
So this heat 3, Harper Miles of North Mackay in the yellow on the inside. Alessia Massimissa of Redlands is flying in lane 2. Annabelle Cohen of Wynnum Manly in 3. Charlotte Wright of Strathpine in 4. Henrietta Venema of Arana in 5. Lila Doyle of Deception Bay in 6. Emily Kekabo of Redlands in 7. Minnie Maxwell of Wynnum Manly in 8. And Sophia Saligo of the Gold Coast in 9. Massimissa, who was in the top 6 last year, appears to have the lead with the stagger taken into account.
The split in the 200 in the last heat was around 28 seconds. They've hit that at around 32. So this is a fraction slower of what we saw in the previous race.
So Massimissa way out in front in lane 2. The challenge is coming from lane 8 in the form of Minnie Maxwell of Wynnum Manly. They're your 2 automatic qualifiers barring catastrophe. In lane 4 is Charlotte Wright of Strathpine, although she is being challenged by Lila Doyle of Deception Bay. Massimissa will be happy with the qualifying spot. The win will be taken by Minnie Maxwell of Wynnum Manly. 3rd spot to Charlotte Wright of Strathpine, just ahead of Lila Doyle of Deception Bay.
I'm just giving myself a little fist pump there, thanks to McDonald's. Daniel Viles, I did say 105 is well and truly within reach in the back of that heat. So, and they certainly smashed it. That's
that prediction, it's not worth a whole junior burger, but you can have an extra pickle.
Absolutely. I'll get that pickle from Coles if I may, after I pick up some gear from Hard Sport, so I can learn a little bit more about getting involved in maybe doing some coaching with athletics there, because that second. They ran that second 200 a lot faster than what they did the first 200, whereas in the previous race, the first 200 was a lot quicker. So they were able to maintain that intensity all the way through, which is outstanding. They ran it in 31. So that's an extraordinary finish there. But 105, and the best performance time is around that 103.54. So it's definitely reachable. And this one, this is going to be a great race for the under-11 boys.
As Chris says, under-11 boys 400 metres, 3 heats, top 2 from each progress with the next 2. In heat 3, the defending champion Rylan Worcester at the University of the Sunshine Coast, who I believe it was the 200 metres last night, broke the Australian best performance. So form would suggest a bit of a factor at this stage, but in this race, Ken Corpus of Toowoomba in lane 3, Reinhard Villian of North Mackay in 4, Eli Jensen of Warwick in 5, Easton Chenoweth of Gladstone in 6, Thomas Stinson of Toowoomba in 7, Louis Woolcott of Gold Coast in 8, and Lennox Groan of Maryborough in 9.
Oh, red hot start there. I think it was in lane 3. And
yeah, Ken Corpus.
He's living up to form, and he streaks ahead at the moment. Just looking to see where he hits the first 200 metres. Did it at 131.5. So it's not impossible that 103 might be within reach.
Corpus in the lead at the moment. It appears to be Stinson and Gron in lanes 7 and 9 who are providing the stiffest competition.
He's sort of slowed down to this back second 200 metres too.
He has. He just seems to have closed the Straits of Corpus. As in lane 7, Thomas Stinson of Toowoomba was throwing down a challenge, and then Corpus says, not on my watch. I'm going to get the win in this heat. I'm going to get the taste of winning early in the day, and then I'll see you again in a couple of hours. Corpus, Stinson, and third will be Lennox Gron of Maryborough.
Well, 106.68. You just see that they ran that second 200 in 35 seconds. So they just slowed it down a bit, which we identified that gap between, or that run between the 200 and 300 metres. It was just a little bit slower, but then the challenge was thrown down the final straight. So they struggled around the McDonald's end. Daniel, I reckon maybe they were thinking of some sneaky cheesies afterwards.
Now, one of the runners in this race is Max Matthews of Toowong Harriers, who was first across the line in the boys' 1100 metre walk earlier today, but unfortunately picked up a disqualification afterwards. And I suspect it was when the challenge was thrown down and he just took off a little bit. And so, unfortunate, has a chance for redemption here. I hope he's still proud of his performance, though, because he did control that race for a long time.
And this is super important for him to be able to bounce back from a psychological point of view, go from a long distance to a... well, basically a sprint here, and turn on that sort of performance. He knows he can do it.
And he's got the 800 metres tomorrow as well, which I suspect might be more his bag. So, Heat 2, no runner in lane 3. Solomon Schwenker of Strathpine in 1. Cullen Piper of Ipswich in 2. Joseph Brewer, or possibly Brower, of Highfields and Districts in 4. Lennox Gallagher of Bribie in 5. In 6 is Lucas Napier of Aspley. 7, Tiam Awang Moore of the Gold Coast. 8 is Max Matthews of Toowong Harriers. 9, Henry Scaroni of Strathpine. And 10, Walter Miller of Aspley.
Looking at the split, 31.5 in the first heat. We're looking at around about 30 seconds there. So that is a lot faster. They've picked up the pace.
And it's a bunched field. This is a much closer 400-metre race than we've seen probably in the 400-metre heats we've seen across the age groups and genders thus far today. We're getting a bit of action now. It looks to be Tiama Wang Moore of the Gold Coast in lane 7, leading the pack ahead of Lennox Gallagher of Bribie District. The race is not over, and coming through on the inside is Joseph Brewer of Highfields and Districts. He's taking them all on. I thought for a moment he might be challenging for second. He has judged this race perfectly, laid down a gauntlet for the final. Brewer first, Gallagher second, and then close between Napier and Wang Moore for third. There are 2 qualifying places up for grabs. That was a slower heat in the end, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, correct. The first heat was 106.65, so that was 106.81 based on the figures that we've got at present. But that finish, that second 200 metres from Brewer was absolutely outstanding. I wish we were in a position to calculate his first 200, because if he can just step up a couple more strides in that first 200 and continue on that pace, he was virtually on his haunches as soon as he crossed that finishing line. So he left everything out there, which is what you want. That was as good as 100 metres that we've seen in the 400 metres. That was an exceptional run.
I look at the technology we've got here in front of us, Chris, and we're complaining that we don't have more. Let's go back 20 years and imagine what we would have had. Now think forward 20 years. When hopefully the only thing that's not AI is the commentary.
Yeah. We can make it sound like AI if you want.
I'm making enough mistakes to make it AI. This is quality Google Gemini commentary coming your way.
Thanks to our friends at McDonald's and Coles.
Heat 3. Rylan Worcester of the University of Sunshine Coast is in lane 1. He has already made up the stagger on Daniel Heath of Ashmore in lane 2. Michael McEwen of Balmoral, who was second last year in lane 3. Lachlan Rose of the Gold Coast in 4. Ezra Lee Fubosen of Ipswich in 5. Lawrence Oluok of Algester in 6. Mark Lau of Algester in 7. Braith Hart of West Bundaberg in 8. Nathan Bestwick of Nambour in 9. And Harry Lew of Springwood in 10. Rylan Worcester is flying.
200 metres split there, 28.95. So it's a very, very fast heat, this one.
In lane 8, Braith Hart of West Bundaberg throwing down the challenge, and he's really the only one who can put pressure on Worcester at the moment. There's a battle inside him for second in lanes 3 and 5 with Michael McEwen and Ezra Lee Fubosen. Rylan Worcester, he'll take out the heat, make sure of his qualification. He's taken the foot off the gas now, and he's earned that right. Braith Hart of West Bundaberg will get the second qualifying spot. Ezra Lee Fubosen of Ipswich puts himself in the best position. Chris has got his hands in the air.
Yeah, well, he took his foot off the gas, Daniel Viles, but in a new Queensland best performance time, he smashed it by more than 1.5 seconds.
I wasn't even he was looking so comfortable. I didn't even think a record was on the line. He could become the first Queensland under-11 boy to break the minute tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. He took his foot off. That last 30 metres, he would have absolutely obliterated it. Now, we'll get our official times, but there's a difference of 1.61. So we've got our friends downstairs there, the Queensland Little Athletics crew, who are hanging on to our every word downstairs. This is a performance. This could very well be the performance of the weekend.
Well, except that he might already have the performance of the weekend. 57.64 is the Australian best performance for the boys under 11 400 metres. That has stood since 1979. I am the only person I can see who was alive at that time. There are a couple. Actually, there's a couple of older gentlemen down there. I don't feel so bad.
They're grandparents, aren't they?
Great. He's already got an Australian best performance last night. Rylan Worcester is just showing his quality at the moment.
That was extraordinary. And the moment you said he took his foot off the gas, and then as soon as he's crossed that finishing line.
Braith Hart of West Bundaberg ran a 101.9. That is a brilliant time.
So that time has been adjusted. So minute, .05.
Yeah.
And he could have run that in 59 flat. That's just how comfortable he looked.
Could he have done a 57?
Well,
Here's the thing. He knows there's a final coming, so of course he was. Like he did exactly what you should do in a heat. But what's he got left? What are we going to see?
Can I be honest? I don't like it. Just go full throttle. I want to see it. But to be fair, if he had faster runners and they were both 3 or 4 others running for that time, I think he could have given 57 a knock. But it is time for us to have a break here, thanks to our our wonderful team behind us here at Sportscast and McDonald's and Coles and everyone enjoying the coverage today. We'll be back on the other side of this.
Good afternoon. Welcome back here to QSAC for the McDonald's Queensland Little Athletics State Championships. My name's Chris, joined by the great man Daniel Viles, the voice of athletics here this weekend. And look, we're just riding the high of best performances, and we've got some great action getting ready to set on the track thanks to McDonald's and Coles.
Sophie Spencer of Sunnybank, it's a bad name to say with a lisp, is the fastest qualifier in lane 6. This is the under-9 girls 70 metres. This is their first year at state championship level. Sophie Spencer in 6, Eden Butler of Bribie Island in 5. Spencer showing how high she can jump at the moment. On her outside is Serena Bell of Townsville Central. Often racing. Byrne got a good start away on the outside. Spencer in the middle. Spencer looks to have this covered. Emily Parsons of Arana doing well on the outside. Sophie Spencer has her first state championship in a 10.99, slower than her run this morning, but sometimes you've just got to race.
That was just a faster race, Daniel. You could throw a blanket over so many more of them, and that was just fantastic. There'll be a number of personal bests in that performance. Everyone brought their A game. Hence why we saw the close finish that we did.
Except the winner. Looks like Emily Parsons of Arana was able to get second and Ohana Bird of Deception Bay third. We're moving quickly to the boys under 9, 70 metres in a moment. But at this stage, Spencer was definitely the winner of Sunnybank. Emily Parsons of Arana second, Ohana Bird of Deception Bay third as far as we know.
Best performance to keep an eye for in this next race, 10.27, set by Campbell McNay from Kedron back in 2006.
The fastest qualifier today was Eli Guavava of Ashmore. Ran in an outside lane this morning, impressed Sally Pearson with his composure across the race.
Probably gone back to look at the tape for inspiration.
If he doesn't, he'll get a nice surprise tonight. Guess who was commentating into a race, Eli? Daniel Viles? No, forget about him. Sally Pearson. Timu of Ormo in lane 2. Won't have time to go through the field. False start. Mason Jesberg of Ipswich in 3. Billy Bradley of Bribie in 4. Eli Guavava of Ashmore in 5. Sonny Griffin of Marucci in 6. David Leask of Ipswich in 7. Jeremiah Thomas of Algester in 8. And Zephyr Young of Gympie in 9.
10.27 is the time to keep an eye out for, as all finals just lift up a couple of notches.
And in fact, there's no Zephyr Young of Gympie, so just the 7 runners in this race. Yes, I can count. Fastest qualifier is Guavava in 5. Tall figure. They're racing away this time. Billy Bradley of Bribie got a very good start. It's an even field. Bradley Guavava starting to make his presence felt. Jesberg of Ipswich. Jesberg competing hard. Mason Jesberg of Ipswich has the 70-metre title for the boys under 9s.
Well, what a performance. He held firm. He could sense that the door was knocking to his right. And I think, if anything, that made him hungrier. That made him more determined.
Now, I don't know. Jesberg is a famous surname in Ipswich sporting circles. Craig Jesberg was a cricketer who never quite made the Queensland side, but was knocking on the door for a long time. 10.67. So first place has gone to lane 3. That is Mason Jesberg in a 10.67. Eli Guavava of Ashmore with a 10.80. And then third was Billy Bradley in a 10.85. So a little slower than his time this morning of 10.71.
But only 0.12 separating second from fourth.
Yeah.
Those are great times, as you said, though. That's
last place was 11.16 in that race. That's still quick.
That is hot. That's half a second separating from first to seventh.
About to start the under 10 girls 70 metres. The Fogarty twins are away. We can see a very late false start called. Very late false start.
They're almost halfway through the race by the time that got called back.
Fidemoka Pole of Springwood had her hands in the air to say what gives, and I think she was just expressing what a lot of us were feeling.
Well, this could be very interesting too, because it means that we could see maybe
one of the favourites. Be put off by this. It's about resetting.
So Savannah Baird of Nambour gets the false start. It may have been that the official was pressing the button like mad and it wouldn't sound until they were halfway down. I didn't mean to criticise the officials and all of that.
Too quick.
So Leilani Fogarty of Jimboomba is in 2. Jalea Fogarty of Jimboomba in 6. Last year, if I remember rightly, I think it was Leilani who won the sprints and Jalea who won the longer distances at the in this age group.
9.83 is the best performance time to look out for.
Probably a bit beyond this generation, but good to know. Second start. No sprinters using a sprinting start, which is fine. They're racing this time. Good work in the middle from Van Niekerk of City North. Van Niekerk is blitzing them. She seems to have it under control. The Fogarty twins will get second and third, but it's Edie Van Niekerk of City North who's broken the Fogarty dominance. She got second in the 200 last night. She's broken through for a win today.
Well, she didn't appear unsettled after that false start before, because she broke out to a strong start before the false start started. Trying to say that a few times. Just tick, tick, tick. Just blitzing them. Absolutely braining them.
I'll just give the times. Van Niekerk 10.51, Jalea Fogarty 10.63, Leilani Fogarty 10.70.
She wasn't deterred at all. That was just a beautiful finish.
And the last race in this bracket will have some 400-metre races for you at 1:30. So is that about 21 minutes time? And some awards are going to be given during the break, which we will recap when we come back, because these are quite significant. The favourite in this race, after breaking the record and breaking the start, but his full name, Nicholas Yin Yat Mac of Mount Gravatt. I'll just refer to him as Mac. I suspect that Yin Yat Mac might be the whole surname, but if his family's around, I like to know these things. Come up and tell me. But broke the Queensland best performance time in the heat. But Levi Murphy of Ipswich, Jonas Campbell of Balmoral, a lot of them weren't that far behind. Hudson Collett of the University of the Sunshine Coast.
9.88, the time to keep an eye on.
Well, it's 9.87 now because it's been broken. But on Mac's outside, Murphy. Murphy is in front, just ahead of Mac. It's Murphy and Mac. Murphy seems to have his measure. Murphy, he dipped at the line. Did he dip too early? Photo required. Slower than the heats. I think Mac got caught up racing. What do you say, Chris?
Inside. So I'm going to go...
You go with Mac?
I'm going to go with Mac. But
they've given it to Murphy by 1/100th of a second. Murphy 10.12, Mac 10.13, and Kobe Mitchell of Kenmore in a 10.12.
That's extraordinary. That race has got to take some beating in terms of closeness.
Which means I need to take back what I said about Murphy dipping too early. He absolutely nailed that dip, made sure he got his torso across the line. And Levi Murphy has caused an absolute boil over to beat someone who's just broken the Queensland best performance and take them down in a final. That's not just sprinting ability, that's mental ability.
And it goes to show the importance of the technique of using the head dip just to give yourself that extra half metre, whatever it is that give you that advantage. That's smart thinking. The kid has got a great future ahead of him.
And I'll just correct the time. Kobe Mitchell of Kenmore did get third. It was a 10.28. Jonas Campbell of Balmoral, 10.39. Brody Mitchell of City North in a 10.60. And Finlay Adam of the University of Sunshine Coast in a 10.64.
Well, we're going to have a short break here. But before we do that, we've got to thank our wonderful sponsors here today. McDonald's, Coles, Tribal Sport, Heart Sport, Quality Hotel, Robertson Gardens, Optus, Badges and Medals, Dream Jar, and White Cloud Foundation. And a big thanks to Sportscast for their wonderful work, as always, bringing you this action right around the world. You've got Daniel, you've got Chris, and most importantly, we've got some wonderful action coming up on the other side of this.
There's a late runner as well.
3, 2. Good afternoon. Welcome back to our coverage of the McDonald's Queensland Little Athletics Championships. And, State Championships. My name's Chris. It's wonderful being in your company. And we're getting ready for this race.
So we're up to the under 12 girls 400 metres. There will be 3 heats. The top 2 from each heat will go directly through to the final, and then the next 2 fastest qualifiers. This particular heat has just the 4 runners. So Willa Irving from Glasshouse. Then Jessica Stenlake from Mudgeeraba. Sophia Fox of Caloundra, and West Bundaberg. 400 metres, which at under 12 level, you're treated, it's a little bit like a middle distance race. Irving from Glasshouse on the inside seemed to make the best of the early start. Stenlake was taking it easy early. They thought, hang on, I want to set the pace here. So Stenlake from Mudgeeraba's got her skates on, while Fox and West Bundaberg working around the outside. Expected to be the slowest of the heats, but lack of expectation sometimes produces great performances, Chris Yend.
Absolutely. The split on that one there was 38.5.
So Jessica Stenlake making her move around the bend and just trying to put a bit of psychological pressure as much as anything on Willow Irving of Glasshouse. So Battle of the Coasts, and we now see that the effort that Stenlake put in that third 100 metres is paying dividends. So she's on her way through to the final. Willow Irving from Glasshouse just fading a little, but it's not like Sophia Fox of Caloundra is showing any more energy either, and that's not a criticism, says the fat man in the commentary box. A 1:13.73 for Jessica Stenlake. Willow Irving of Glasshouse is through to the final as well. Third place to Sophia Fox. West Bundaberg coming in fourth.
It was a very solid time there. The 1:13.77. The Queensland best performance was 58.86. Just a little bit a more consistent pace shown by all athletes involved in that one there. It is hard coming out of the break after having a half an hour break. But Daniel, also a chance to recognise during that break too, we had some wonderful people we recognise also that definitely got the full praise of everyone here today.
3 awards, 4 recipients, and we'll try to squeeze those in, just trying to watch the starters gun. The Most Improved Athlete Trophy, the George Harvey Leadership Award, and the Junior Official of the Year. We'll go through the winners shortly, but they were all awarded by the great Sally Pearson during the break between events. But this is Heat 2 of the girls' 400 metres for under 12s.
And of course, this is all thanks to McDonald's, Coles, Heart Sport, Tribal Sport. Without their support, we would not be here bringing you all the coverage. And thanks to our friends at Sportcast for bringing you all the action right around the planet. Plenty of eyeballs on this product. And of course, the 400 metres, needless to say, it's one of the more favourite events of sports fans. Just that.
It's the best track event. I couldn't say that while Sally Pearson was here, but it is the best track event.
Well, track and hurdles for her, so she falls in a different subcategory there, doesn't she?
In this heat, 3rd and 6th from last year. Go through those in a moment. Those 2 runners are in lanes 8 and 9. That's where we expect the action to happen. But if what happened in sport was expected, we wouldn't watch it as much. Lane 1 is Hamari O'Dowd of Bracken Ridge. 2 is Frankie Belling of The Gap. 3, Zawa Hayward of Chinchilla. 5 is Lana Lage, perhaps, of Runaway Bay. 6 is Ashana Carney of Tableland. 7, Jasmine Milner of Springwood. 8, Frankie Wolf of Redcliffe, 6th last year. 9, Alira Enterman of Runaway Bay, 3rd last year. 10, Sierra Murray, of Arana.
Yeah, just looking at the first 200 metre split around at 27.5, which is significantly faster than what we saw in the opening heat. So this one They just need to carry on this intensity, and we're looking for something around that 101, maybe 103.
So the pressure coming from the outside. So lane 6 is Ashana Carney of Tableland. She's in control at the moment. A lot of pressure, in fact, from the outside. Enterman is making her move. She has made her move. And then on the inside, Lana Large of Runaway Bay. Enterman looks to get the win, but we've got our 2 qualifiers. Enterman and Lage. I've pronounced it 3 ways 3 different times. Frankie Wolf of Redcliffe should make her way through. She's certainly in the box seat now to be one of the fastest 2 qualifiers. But Enterman and Lage.
Just looking at the difference between the 2 heats, you did that very well, Daniel. No doubt about that at all. And I hope people appreciate it. You're looking at these names for the first time. But they shaved 9.5 seconds off the best time of the first heat. So the first heat produced the best time of 1:13.77. That was 1:04.16. So that is an extraordinary change up. I don't see that we're going to. I don't foreshadow that we're going to see something similar in this next race, where we're going to see another 5 or 6 seconds shaved off, because they'd be taking the Australian best performance record. But that was a very quick race, and that's the intensity was carried all the way through.
Not 5 or 6 seconds, but defending champion Marlo Monteith of the University of the Sunshine Coast is in lane 1. Came second the 2 years before that, broke through for the win last year. Violet Richardson of Toowoomba is in lane 3. She came 4th last year.
A predicted time of probably 1:03.5. It sounds like a radio frequency there.
Are they a sponsor? No.
No, they're not interested. We're all about McDonald's, but and getting around Coles. But I just think that this is going to be an electric field, and we're going to see a time that's just going to be a fraction better than what we saw in the second heat.
Go on, give us a minute and second.
I'm going to go. I'll stick with a 1:03.5 as the winner there.
Very well.
About 0.6 of a second better. And now that the breeze has sort of died down a little bit,
it just stopped.
It has. Somebody's just sucked the air right out of the arena because they're anticipating a grandstand finish here. But we've got virtually a full field. We have a
full field.
We do.
Heat 3, girls 400 metres under 12s. In lane 1 is last year's under-11 champion Marlo Monteith of USC. Lane 2 is Evie Davidson of Nambour. 3, Violet Richardson of Toowoomba. 4, Harper Stokes of Toowong Harriers. 5, Aaliyah Purnell of Ipswich. 6, Madeline Kerr of Harvey Bay. 7, Daisy Concar of Wynnum Manly. 8, Lacey James of Upper Lockyer. 9, Isla Foster of Centenary. And 10, Pippi Belsham of Jimboomba.
Seeing a lot of activity happening in the middle lanes now as they approach the 200 metre mark, and we're looking at a split of around about 27.15. So that is faster than the previous 2 heats.
One of the middle lanes, I think it's Purnell of Ipswich in the 2 blues. But now the pressure coming from lane 4, which is Harper Stokes of Toowong Harriers. She appears to be blitzing it. In the lane 9 is Isla Foster of Centenary. Monteith is struggling. I wonder if she's fully fit. But Isla Foster of Centenary is going to take this easily. Lane 4, Harper Stokes of Toowong Harriers. She'll get the next qualifying place. And lane 3, Violet Richardson of Toowoomba. It was a quicker heat, but there was a bit of a gap between second and third. So let's not count our chickens.
No, not at all. I mean, we're not allowed chickens here in the venue, Daniel, as we're not allowed dogs. But you can get, where you can get really good chickens? You can head over to Coles. Or you can get a good chicken burger over McDonald's. So there we go. We haven't been in this caper long enough, but a significant faster heat. The second heat was around 104.13. This one was 101.83, given that we'll have some adjustment there. But
101.86 has been adjusted
101.86, so significantly faster. And as we expected, they're going to be knocking on the door of the record. Of the best performance a little bit later on.
So Harper Stokes will be the second fastest qualifier. She was second in that heat with 102.70. Violet Richardson 104.46. That's line ball. She will qualify by the look of it. So she'll be through. Under 12 boys 400 metres coming up shortly.
just looking at the best performance to keep an eye out for, and look, we see these times we see the best performances fall quite often in the finals, but as we do have a bit of a history here at as part of the Queensland Little Athletics State Championships, where they can fall in the heats and in the semi-finals. But the time to keep an eye out for is 59.12, which was set by Lewis Simon from Souths back on March 30, 2008. So, and we saw the Australian best performance set by Lockie Chappell from New South Wales, which happened last year. And that was 53.92. Don't think we're going to see that shaken. But 59.12, based on what we've just seen there from the girls, there's a very, very good chance we could see. We will see a time of under 60 seconds, I feel, in one of these heats.
And the most likely to do it will be Jonah Lucas, who runs for the Gold Coast these days. Finished fourth 2 years ago with a 109. Last year he won in a 101.64. I don't think he can keep taking 8 seconds off his time year to year, but 2 or 3 maybe, who knows. We haven't seen him yet this year, but this is heat 1 of 3. Again, the top 2 from each to go directly through to the final, and then the next 2 best qualifiers. So the field here in 2 is Nate Carl of Chinchilla. In 3 is Clayton Roberts of West Bundaberg. 4 is Charlie Maloriano of Springwood. 5 is Lachlan Toohey of Ross River. 6, Aidan Press of Laidley. 7, Levi Knight of Ipswich. And 8, Thomas Miles of Maryborough.
We only saw one athlete on the starting blocks, the young superstar there, I think, in yellow. He was the only one that used the starting blocks out of all the runners in this one. Just looking for a split time. It's going to be around that sort of 31 seconds, 32 and a half, in fact.
Thomas Miles of Maryborough out in front in lane 8. Charlie Maloriano of Springwood. Just forgotten how to pronounce Romanian surnames for a moment, but he's in lane 4. But actually coming through in lane 2, it changed very quickly. Nate Carl of Chinchilla seems to have the measure of the field. Maloriano of Springwood is in lane 4. Thomas Miles faded. Third place at the moment is Clayton Roberts of West Bundaberg. He's about to be overtaken by Aidan Press of Laidley. No, sorry, that's Lachlan Toohey of Ross River. No, I was right the first time. Aidan Press of Laidley. So the win went to Carl, Maloriano second, and Press third.
Yeah, all athletes really had to dig deep here, and we're seeing it with our last athlete getting ready to cross the line in just a few moments' time. That was gut-wrenching. That was tough. And all the athletes are feeling that pinch. There was just something about that race that caused a lot of challenges, particularly on that back straight, because we did see a couple of athletes just fade a little bit. And this is something, Daniel, they're going to learn over time, aren't they? Just as they learn to when's the right time to pull the trigger and when's the time to hold back a bit.
And particularly in the 400, because for kids, it's longer than a sprint but shorter than a middle distance. It's probably the trickiest one to pace.
Yeah, and that's where you look at, you go out 40%, then you up it to 60%, and then hopefully when you hit that sort of second 200, you want to be going at 80%, and then you go around that bend, you're going full throttle.
Can I confess something?
Yeah.
I never knew how to go at sort of, what does 40% mean? I don't know how to go at 40%. Whenever teachers would say that to me, I'd think, you measure it. Come on. What unit of measurement are we using here?
Only interesting observation here, only one athlete again using the starting blocks. But I used to run the races in reverse. I'd start hard and just peter out towards the end.
Pretty much a full field. In fact, it is a full field here in Heat 2 of the boys under 12 400 metres. William Turnbull of Redlands in 1. Callum Towndrow of Mudgeeraba in 2. Will Clancy of City North in 3. Alex Sanders of Strathpine in 4. Lachlan Myers of Toowong Harriers in 5. In 6 is Lucas Boone of Jimboomba. 7 is Austin Griffiths of Highfield and Districts. 8 is Jaden Parsons of Arana. 9 Mikhail Muir of Aspley, and 10 Christian De Bruyne of Mudgeeraba.
25.5. That eclipsed the previous heat with its first 200 metres by 7 seconds. So this is a much, much faster heat.
And it's Michael Muir from Aspley, or Mikhail Muir, spelled Mikeal, And he is looking to put down a fast time. He has form in this event. He made the final last year, finished last in the final. Maybe that stung him because he is looking very, very strong. He's just going to miss the minute, but not by much. The second qualifying place is up for grabs. William Turnbull of Redlands was battling it out with Christian De Bruyne of Mudgeeraba. Turnbull will get it, and De Bruyne will get the third place. And inside him, I suspect, was Jaden Parsons of Arana in fourth. But a gauntlet laid down by Muir of Aspley.
He was in complete control. He hit that 300-metre mark, and he absolutely turned it on. That 27.5, which was what he was responsible for that first 200 metres, was absolutely outstanding. I think we'll wait for the official times to come through, but they've taken maybe 8 or 9 seconds off that first heat.
To be expected. Some big guns in Heat 3. In Lane 2 is defending champion Jonah Lucas of the Gold Coast. In Lane 3, clubmate Noah Haddad, who finished 6th last year. And then in Lane 5, Zachary Nielsen from Noosa, who was 5th last year.
Just waiting for that official winning time to come through.
But as you say, his fastest qualifier at the moment is Mikhail Muir.
And you called it early. He's just going to be just a little bit short. I think there was probably an extra 5% that he had left in the tank there. That come the final, he can definitely just add a little bit more to that.
Could argue it was a perfectly run heat.
Well, he ran that in 101.39, so that is more than 10 seconds faster than the previous heat.
Zachary Nielsen in lane 5 from Noosa pumping himself up. A few slaps to the thighs. Likewise, Noah Evans of Balmoral in 6. Third heat of the under-12 boys 400 metres. In lane 1, Jasper Lane of South. 2 is the defending champion Jonah Lucas of the Gold Coast. 3, Noah Haddad of the Gold Coast. 4, Toby Burt of USC. 5, Zach Nielsen of Noosa. 6, Noah Evans of Balmoral. 7, Colby Keats of Caloundra. 8, Ken Bowden of Toowong Harriers. 9, Bowden Milne of Harvey Bay. And 10, James Reeve of Gympie.
Going to see more of the action happening here in the middle lanes as they hit the 200 metres at around 26.85. So the significantly, well, half a second faster than the previous heat.
The action's coming from the inside lanes now. I thought Jonah Lucas may have been taking it a little bit too easy. Oh, how wrong I was. In lane 2, Jonah Lucas is flying. Outside him, Zach Nielsen of Noosa is in lane 5, and he looks to have second place not sewn up because there's pressure coming from Noah Haddad of the Gold Coast in 3rd. Likewise, outside him, Noah Evans of Balmoral in 4th. But Jonah Lucas again will miss the minute. He's not worried about that. Battle for second place, but you would think that they would both qualify. That's Zach Nielsen and Noah Haddad. And then it's just a case of whether Noah Evans can join them.
It was really a tale of two races there because it was the middle lanes that really started to find that form between the from the 200 to the 300 metre mark. But then the activity from the outside lanes, particularly on the inside, they just stormed home. It was a flawless performance, and I would love to have had a split time of that second 200, significantly faster than his first 200.
Which suggests that he knows what he's doing over the one-lap race.
Correct, and you really do. I do find the 400 metres, it is the ultimate test for athletes because you've really got to work out when you have to pace yourself right throughout the journey. And those who are coached at the highest level, they have certain marks that they want to hit for their first 100 and so forth. They really work on those splits.
Now, I'm going to struggle in this next race. And, in fact, I'm starting to question whether these are actually top 2 from each race or whether it's just the 8 fastest time and the heats are all time trials. So apologies for the uncertainty about that. But there were 3 heats scheduled in this race, but the first one only had 2 runners in it. And this race has more than that. So it's going to be tricky because we don't have updated lane notifications. So if you know your runner, just pretend that I'm all over cheering them home and making them sound even more fantastic than they are.
Well, they'll just back you. They appreciate the work you do for the space you're working in. Thanks to our friends at McDonald's, Coles, tribal sport and hard sport. Staying in the wonderful accommodation of Quality Hotel Robertson Gardens.
Across the road.
Sort of packed to the rafters. No vacancy sign shown, Daniel. Was it pulled up?
Well, it's full of little athletes from the country, isn't it?
Absolutely.
From the regional areas of Queensland, or as we like to call it, most of Queensland. Get a little bit Brisbane-centric up here, and you have to remember, actually, we're a tiny part of this vast state.
Oh, we're technically New South Wales. Hang on. Sorry, I can't say that.
I was born there, it's all right.
Yeah, no, but I mean, there's a lot of Queenslanders here that would have me hung, drawn and quartered for saying that.
Okay, so it looks like we have, there is no Heat 1. Heat 2. I'm going to copy and paste this in case it disappears on me on the screen.
So is this going to be run? That's not going to be run as a straight final, is it?
No, definitely not. There'll still be 2 heats, but there were going to be 3, and the first one was only going to have 1 runner in it.
Best performance time to keep an eye on, 57.84, set by Hannah Schlucht from Balmoral on March 23, 2013. So 57.84 is the time to keep an eye out for, but we're going to see a time below the 1 minute.
Now, even now, the list that I've been given has lane 7 as empty, but what I'm looking at on the track is lane 9 empty. This is where, it's been updated. So we have...
This is where we appreciate our Grand Marshals as well. The work that they put in on the fly, have everything updated, is remarkable.
Yeah, I do sound like I'm complaining, but I think it's an illusion that, I'm going to gaslight you. I'm going to say it's you who think I sound like I'm complaining.
Don't count your chickens.
So officially Heat 2, but it is the first heat. In lane 1, Helen Hostler of City North. In lane 2, Ellie Durrington of Tweed. Lane 3 is Leah Cray of Strathpine. Lane 4, Emma Hindle of Chinchilla. Lane 5, Ivy Braben of Ipswich. Lane 6, Annabelle Spees of Highfield and Districts. From lane 7 in Strathpine. Lane 8 is Astaya Semph of Ormo. And lane 10, Elise Davidson of Arana.
Oh, this is virtually a one-woman race at the moment, hitting the 200-metre split at a very good time. So good that the stop clock stopped in front of us. That's just how fast it was.
I think it's Ivy Braven of Ipswich. Still learning all the club colours. I really should have got that. So 1, 2, 3...
We've got
no, it isn't. It's Annabelle Spees of Highfield and Districts, and I should have known that because Spees has been qualifying for finals left, right and centre. Ellie Durrington of Tweed in lane 2. Again, this is only a heat, so they're simply laying down times, but Durrington appears to have the win. Spees has done well. Outside her, the runner from Strathpine will come in third.
Magnificent finish. Absolutely magnificent finish. And to get that third placing too, if her time is good enough to make finals, which we believe it will be because we'll have the top 2 plus the remaining 3 or 4 around them, she's going to work really hard to medal, I feel. That was a really gutsy run when she turned from home on the McDonald Straight. And of course, Daniel's working incredibly hard to make sure that he gets the clubs right. Well, he's got to remember 83 centres that are taking part in Little Athletics in Queensland across the board, and we've got so many being a part of the action here. And a big thanks to Beck, who has worked tirelessly behind the scenes in the media space for Little Athletics Queensland to make sure that we are across this. And we've got over 14,000 athletes competing from ages 3 to 17 across this past season, from the under-9s to the under-17 age groups, from Cooktown to Charleville to Tweed and everywhere in between. So this is only a small pocket of what we've got this weekend. We've got 176 events, 5,290 entries, more than 2,000 athletes representing 80 centres. It's we've got a full deck here, and it's just absolutely remarkable. And for the clubs to invest in their athletes to get them to come to this event, I think it's a testament to what they've been able to produce.
Got a wonderful anomaly with the timing system at the moment, whereas instead of looking at the time that they had in the race, what they've actually put down is the time that they crossed. So got 1:55.25.28 in terms of they crossed the line at 5 minutes to 2. So it's got the actual time of day that they crossed the finish line. I should say to 2 decimal places. That's impressive.
That is very, very good.
Greenwich got nothing on that.
And technology, it happens. It's We appreciate the wonderful work that our timekeepers, our scorers, everyone is doing behind the scenes.
Oh, that wasn't criticism. That was fascinating.
Yeah, it was amazing. And to be able to update it so quickly too. So that just gives you an idea.
What a time in which to live, honestly. And it will be surpassed. The girls under 15, 400 metres. Silver medalist from last year, Abigail Lee Archer of Caboolture, is in this race. Off and racing in Heat 3, Chloe Kelk of Runaway Bay in lane 1, looking good early. Sophia Hutchinson of USC in 2. Isabel Reed of North Mackay in 3. I don't think I can see Emiliana Dennis of Wynnum Manly in 4. Corrie Wall of Runaway Bay in 5. Abigail Lee Archer of Caboolture in 6. Gemma Neal of Wynnum Manly in 7. Lily Best, there we go, of USC in 8. Billy Ann Sievers of North Mackay in 9. Mia McKenzie of Harvey Bay in 10.
They hit the 200 metres at 25.56, Daniel. So this is a good hot start, the first 200. It's just about them sustaining that speed as they cross the McDonald's bend.
So it looks like Corrie Wall of Runaway Bay certainly hasn't hit the wall. She's putting up a wall around the competitors. She flying down the middle, up the middle. Gemma Neal of Wynnum Manly in the red and green is in 7. And on her right shoulder is Lily Best of the University of the Sunshine Coast. Wall wins it in a canter. Neal of Wynnum Manly will get 2nd. Lily Best of University of the Sunshine Coast in 3rd. 57.35. Chris, tell me the news.
Oh, let's get ready to rock and roll. It is a Queensland best performance time, eclipsing 57.84 that was set by Hannah Schleut from Balmoral 13 years ago. Oh, another one in the books.
Corrie Wall of Runaway Bay. Well, she's the favourite. As we say, a Queensland best performance in the heat does not guarantee you a state championship, so she'll have to produce something similar in a couple of hours' time. But let's just say she's the favourite and leave it there.
Well, she smashed it by almost half a second. That is extraordinary. And Lily Best, her time of 101.56, that is nothing to sneeze at either. That was a very, very good time. And that's beaten most times already that we've already seen across most races this afternoon in the 400 metres.
A 4-second. And I think, there's still the anomaly with the scoring system, so we won't get everything sorted out. That's something that the stewards will be tearing their hair out about, but they'll be fine.
But Lily Best, she runs that time in virtually any other race. She wins that.
She's away.
Quite easily. And to be able to run 57.38 is that's incredible. But now, as a sports fan, we want to see Lily and Corey go toe to toe in the final and see if they can top it. And then we're getting ready and preparing for the boys 400 metre under 15s. Thanks to our friends at McDonald's and Coles, the Queensland best performance time of 50.11 set by Zane Palmer from Deception Bay at the turn of the century back in 2000. It's going to be a big ask, but we know we've got the cattle on the track.
Hey, Chris, these are timed finals.
These are timed finals?
These are timed finals. These are not heats. These are timed finals.
Wow.
So we are actually seeing medals awarded for these performances.
That's fantastic.
So congratulations. It is a Queensland best performance in a final.
Yep.
Produced by Corey Wall.
That's
utterly outstanding performance.
That is tremendous. And a big congratulations to our volunteers as well, who've been working really hard to making sure that we get the information that we can get across to you guys. And there's a lot of hard people. A lot of incredible people working hard behind the scenes to be able to produce what we've been able to have present to you.
So let's go back and just celebrate some medalists from previous races. In fact, I'll put that on hold, but I will go back and do that. So here we are. This is the boys under 15 400 metres. So 2 races, but effectively it's a time trial. So this is the first race. It's seeded to be slower than the second race. So in lane 2 is Cameron Emmerich of Strathpine. In lane 3, Cullum Thompson of Isis District. Lane 4, Dylan Peck of the Gold Coast. Lane 6, Joshua Ban of Strathpine. Lane 7, Liam Baldwin of Redcliffe. Lane 8, Sebastian Bryan of City North. And lane 9, Mick Erbacher of Nambour.
Well, bursting out of the blocks really quick. I could just see a couple of runners slowing down a little bit. We hit that mark of about 24.95 at the first 200 metres. They've got to keep that speed if they want to take the Queensland best performance time.
Unlikely to happen in this heat, but that is okay. In lane 5 is no one. In lane 6 is Joshua Baird of Strathpine. Outside him is Sebastian Bryan of City North. So they're the ones who are going to put a bit of pressure on the highest seeded runners in the next heat. But Joshua Baird of Strathpine, he looks like he's going to break the minute here and do it comfortably, 57.76. Sebastian Bryan of City North over in second, and then third was Cameron Emmerich of Strathpine. Where? Strathpine. Now, Strathpine. Now the heavy hitters will come forward in heat 2.
I don't mind this setup, to be honest, because what it encourages athletes to not take the foot off the gas and not fight for that first and second placing and maybe a decent time if they finish just on the outside. They've got to throw the gauntlet down because they don't know whether their time's going to be good enough around the other heats or around the other races in their age group.
It's actually the theory I was going to put before. There are 2 ways to put pressure on. One is to stand there and watch the first heat go around and go, okay, I see what you've done. Now I'm going to grab it. The other is to go out first and set the pressure. Yep. It's a bit like in cricket, batting first or batting second.
Yep.
In a one-day. You can apply pressure either way if you're good enough.
Well, we've seen in the Big Bash what's happened for most of that summer, but the teams batting second were the ones that won more often. So, but here, you're right. It's very much like cricket. But now, it doesn't matter. We've got 57.76. That is the time to beat.
And given that the defending champion is Oliver Findlay of West Bundaberg, he'll be in lane 6 in this seeded timed final, and he ran a 54.82 last year. Second was Tristan Audley of Mullaney last year. He ran a 55.56. So you suspect 57 won't quite be good. Now, what I can say is that time would have won third 12 months ago for this age group. They've all grown a bit since then. But now that we've got our act together, I had it on one set of notes and not the other. But this is the second part of the final of the boys under 15 400 metres.
And only one opting to use the starter blocks, and I like to make a point of that too, because the technique as they get older, they're all going to need to use the starting block. So the quicker you get onto that and find your stride, the better it is in terms of your preparation as you get older. Although I could be wrong in saying that maybe.
Yeah, no, I think more of them are going to be using it.
Yeah.
Let's wait till they actually line up.
No,
So I
right.
can see several in position.
Correct. Yeah, you are right.
You can see the starting lineup on your screen at the moment. As I say, Findlay last year defeated Audley for the under-14 title. So West Bundaberg versus Mullaney again. Having said that, the others aren't there to make up the numbers. That was the runners from the previous race you can see on your screen just at the moment. Heat 1 of these timed finals.
So 57.76 is the time to beat to take out the gold medal, thanks to our friends at McDonald's and Coles. Of course, Heart Sport and Optus playing their key roles in bringing you all the action right around the country.
So after this, there'll be a short break before we get the girls under 9s, and we might go through some of the races that have been on since 1:30, and just to make sure that the medalists from those events get their dues, get celebrated a bit. So no runner in lane 3 and no runner in lane 7. So false start.
Just looking at the times that have been updated, Dylan Peck from the Gold Coast, 102.73. That was third place. So that's the time to
Quick for an unseeded heat.
Yeah, correct. So here in the background there, protests do happen. They've got, I think, about 10 minutes.
15.
15 minutes.
15 they do. And if you have a look on the website, there's always, it goes from live results to unofficial results, and then the 15-minute clock starts counting down.
Yep.
This is on the Athletics Live site. Also on the format on your phone actually looks really good and very easy to manoeuvre between races, and then it becomes official after that.
Magnificent. Look, we have some incredible people involved, making sure that all comes to fruition. A big crowd gathered in our grandstand. All the booths are filled and packed to the rafters. Great atmosphere here at QSAC, and it's a privilege to be in your company.
Lots of club banners around as well.
Creates that bit of tribal warfare. Plenty of support.
Generally an individual event, but having the support of your club around you is invaluable. The second false start. Now, these are under 15s. Could there be consequences?
Just looking at the marshal at the moment.
What colour's the card? It's yellow. Just a warning for Thomas Hogan of Beaudesert District. Second steward coming over.
There could very well be another false start. Well, a little bit of drama here at QSAC.
Of course, you need several officials for 400 metres because the runners are spread across anything up to about 45 metres.
Yeah, I wonder, as a runner, how are you feeling at this point in time?
I suppose a bit depends on how often you've been through it before. I think it's always a shock the first couple of times you go through it, but if you're lucky enough to have been in a couple of races when you say 11 or 12, and you find a way of going, okay, that time I let it affect me. This time I won't. I'm just going to stay in my head, maybe recite, sing my favourite song for 30 seconds or so. Just, do whatever you need to do to make sure that, as the great Mrs. Pearson said, you control the controllables.
Do you have a favourite song you'd sing at that point in time?
Anything by Peter Gabriel. Ask your grandparents. Or maybe anything from Sesame Street.
Oh, you can't go wrong with that.
Ask your grandparents. So third attempt at beginning the under 15 boys 400 metres. The higher seeded timed final. Defending champion in lane 6. You'll see a group of 3 in the middle. That's Finlay. They're away cleanly this time. Jace Foley of Sunnybank is in lane 2. Lane 4 is Tristan Audley of Mullaney, last year's runner-up. 5 is Isaac Sullivan of Jimboomba. 6 is Oliver Finlay of West Bundaberg. 8 is Thomas Hogan of Beaudesert District. And 9 is Quade Baker of Gladstone.
Oh, some terrific running happening there on the back straight there. We're just looking at that 200-metre split that hitting around about now. We're looking at around that sort of 25-second mark.
I believe it's Finlay in front at the moment. I'm just going to check that.
He's got some competition, however, heading around the McDonald's Bend.
Finlay does indeed have some competition in the form of Tristan Audley, so it's the same two as last year. Different styles. Audley a bit more hustle and bustle. Finlay coming up on the outside is Hogan. Thomas Hogan of Beaudesert has the wind at his back. Tristan Audley's going to hang on. Finlay holds on for second, Hogan for third. It was looking like a race in 1, then 2, then 3, and in the end it finished more or less as we expected. But Finlay has the monkey off the back.
That top 3 will be your medalists because the best time in Heat 1 was 57.76. Now I can envision that all 3 of those athletes are going to finish between 53.99 and 57 flat.
And I meant to say Audley gets the monkey off the back. So Silver last year has turned the tables on Oliver Finlay.
Yep, and they've got it. So Tristan Audley with a time of 54.01. And Oliver Finlay with 54.27. And Tommy Hogan, 54.33. I think just seeing some of the results updated, but at least the top 5 were all faster than the winning time of the previous heat.
Which is how it's seeded, so there's no issue there. But Tristan Audley of Mullaney, Oliver Finlay looked to have so much in the tank. There was shades of, we're going back away now, but the great American 400-metre runner Michael Johnson, who looked like you could balance a stack of plates on his head and he wouldn't drop them. He was just that smooth running across. So it might not be time to go through some of the, I'll try. Girls 400 metres under 12. So Isla Foster of Centenary gets you gold. Alira Enterman of Runaway Bay, silver. And Lana Lage, I wish I knew, from Runaway Bay, got the bronze. 101.86 was the winning time for Foster. In the boys, Mikhail Muir of Aspley is your state champion, 101.39. Jonah Lucas of Gold Coast, silver. And Zach Nielsen of Noosa in third. And in the under-15 girls, Corey Wallen, a Queensland best performance time of 57.83, won the state title by 4 seconds from Lily Best, and then Isabel Reed third. They were all timed finals. And I'll redo the commentary later.
We can just dub it over the top, can't we?
Oh, with AI, you can separate all the tracks. You could lay down some new stuff. So we'll be doing that.
We don't want to give AI any ideas. We can do it ourselves.
Oh no, I'll be in charge. Okay, so girls 400 metres under 9. These are timed finals. So they're called Heat 1, Heat 2 and Heat 3. I'm going to pretend that's what threw me before. But essentially the faster seeded runners are stacked in the final heat.
Is this just because due to time constraints you feel that that instead of having straight up semis, is that?
No, I think it's also, given that so many of these runners are in multiple events, making them run a 400 metres twice, one to qualify and then one in the final, would probably be a little bit cruel, which I should have thought of before.
Oh, I mean, they're kids. They could run 10 400 metres in a day.
It's a good point. Every parent has just shaken their head at me and gone, "Are you serious, Daniel? You think they couldn't run another 400 metres?"
Surely, with the quality produce that you get at Coles, there would be
Zing!
enough sustenance there to give the kids a little bit of energy, and as a reward, you do the trip to McDonald's on the way home to say, "Congratulations, you've worked all that energy off. Let's just stack you up with a quarter pounder meal or Happy Meal."
You know that menu very well, Chris.
I know, I'm a frequent visitor to McDonald's. I'll be heading down there on the way home. Already had the discussion with the lovely bride to say you're fending for yourself. I went into Coles last night to get some lovely snacks and beverages to bring along, and then Macca's on the way home. I've got it all figured out. And then I'm dropping into Heart Sport next week to just get a knee brace on because I'm feeling a little bit older my age, because I'm going to try and emulate some of the heroic efforts from these young athletes when all is said and done tomorrow. There we go. I think we've given everyone a good plug now.
Oh, you missed a couple.
Oh. Well,
I'm disappointed, Chris.
I live down the road, so unfortunately, as much as it's quality, I can't really get along to the Quality Hotel Robertson Gardens.
That's good.
But I do have my phone registered with Optus, so Optus are there, and I do work at a school, and we are looking at badges and medals to produce our badges and medals. And Dreamjar, well, I mean, I again work in marketing, so we need to increase our branding. And look, I'm a big fan of mental health, so the White Cloud Foundation is going to be a big part. And look, yeah. Tribal Sport and Heart Sport. I've got plenty of gear that I need to fit in my house because I love sport, so I'll be getting along to both of them. And I did apply for a job at Heart Sport a few years ago, so they're lovely people, even though they didn't give me the job, but I'm still very happy and use their products regardless. There we go. Did not get paid a cent for that, but every single word was true. Thanks to our partners for supporting us today.
3-time finals for the girls 400 metres under 9. First year at the state championships for this age group. We're doing two things there. Firstly, we are genuinely supporting the sponsors who are able to make events like this happen. Secondly, we are punishing the organisers for keeping you waiting.
They're giving us plenty of time here. We get to enjoy this wonderful feast of
track and field.
This is why we put our hands up and said, "Will you have us back?" Now we've got to, maybe some of these sponsors can throw a few more bob our way and we can head up to Townsville next year.
That'd be nice.
That's why I did what I did, mate.
State in 12 months' time. It's about, I think it's every 3 years they're on a cycle. So 2 championships in Brisbane, then 1 in Townsville. And it's good to take it. It's a pity in one sense that there aren't more places they can take it to, because they are the state championships. And while a lot of the country athletes, they love coming down to the big smoke and seeing what Brisbane's like, it's it's the reverse is true as well. Brisbane people need to remember there's more to Queensland than just Brisbane and the surrounds.
Oh, it'd be great to head up to Townsville. Not respectfully, not this weekend, given that what's happening up there, but hopefully next year we're not going to have a tropical, category 4 or 5 cyclone sort of hovering around that area. But
We're excited what's happening here.
They breed them tough. As the first of 3 timed finals is underway, this is the girls under 9 400 metres. In lane 2 is Heidi Appleton of Highfields and Districts. In 3 is Harlow Wolfers of Toowong Harriers. 4, Abigail Brewer of Highfields. 5, Alyssa Myers of Toowong Harriers. 6, Eleanor Parker of Chinchilla. 7 is Amelia Scott of Ross River. And 8 is Maxwell Guthrie of Bargara.
Best performance time to keep an eye out for Queensland, 109.49, set last year at this very event.
Maxwell Guthrie more or less running her own race at the moment, although when the stagger is made up, may get a little bit of pressure from, I think that's Harlow Wolfers of Toowong Harriers.
That split time too. Sorry, Daniel. The split time too is 200 for the first 200 was 36.9.
And apologies, it's Abigail Brewer of Highfields. So Brewer versus Guthrie, and in fact it is Brewer who has taken the lead with about 120 metres to go. And now is racing the clock. The minute's just gone. Remember, these are under 9s. Abigail Brewer looking strong. Most 9-year-olds do, but she's looking especially strong. Maxwell Guthrie of Bargara really took this race to task. And Harlow Wolfers of Toowong Harriers is in a clear third at the moment. But the win in this first heat goes to Abigail Brewer of Highfields and Districts. Maxwell Guthrie of Bargara will finish in second now. And third place to Harlow Wolfers of Toowong Harriers. 2 heats remaining in these timed finals of the under 9 girls 400 metres.
Really enjoyed her race too from the outset. She set a pace early and she didn't really deviate off that, and that's super important as you're a young athlete, as we've got the final runner crossing line now. But it's super important that you find your rhythm and maintain that, and then the aim is you improve your fitness, improve your range of your stride, then you increase that. We did see a couple from the athletes there. They went out just a little bit too hard and their energy level started to drop. So if you can find that pace, stick to it, then just add to it over time.
I think I know how most under 9s train, and that is they wake up and they just start for the day.
Well, you've had a couple of kids that have been in that age group at some point in time. What was it like as a dad being in that space?
They're active, but they're not sprinters. I think you recognise a runner because that's what they do. They wake up and they run. They don't become runners. They are runners. They are born runners. It's a subspecies of human being.
That's very impressive. That's what it's like having a golden retriever. Non-stop.
So runners in lanes 1 to 5 and then 7 to 10. $121.44, a good 7-second victory for Brewer over Guthrie in Heat 1. Part of the colour in the grandstands is the club banners. Trying to identify for you. Toowong Harry is very distinctive to our left. One of the bays, they've just got the Runaway Bay. Little Athletics with the yellow and black to our left. Arana in the red and black. Down just past the finish line.
Got a lot of representation from Aspley too. They've got some good sections decked out around us.
Harvey Bay with their red flag, red banner up at the far corner. Down towards the start line.
Times to keep an eye out for. First place, 121.44. Then we've got 128.73 and 130.40. Those are your top 3 so far. Now, the question will be is what changes we're going to see over this heat that will impact Heat 3.
Well, here are the ones who are going to see what they can do about that leaderboard. Evelyn Mackay of University of Sunshine Coast in lane 1. Indy Leal of Aspley in 2. In 3 is Madeline Ratage of City North. 4 is Harper Munt of Runaway Bay. 5, Tilly Kay of Billawheeler. 7 is Jada McKendry of Ipswich. 8, Emily Howells of Townsville Central. 9, Ella Sadiq of Toowong Harriers. And 10, Lacey Drinkwater Newman of Ashmore.
Well, they've really picked up a lot of speed from that second 200. They hit the split at around that sort of 34.58 mark. They need to keep up that intensity, but they are well on track to perhaps get a 117.
The leader would be Tilly Kay of Billawheeler in the red shirt at the moment, looking very comfortable and is about to come round. The performance from Lacey Drinkwater Newman of Ashmore around in lane 10. And in fact, I was expecting her to get past. I'm not sure whether she picked up the pace or whether I just misread the stagger.
She dropped the hammer, Daniel.
Drinkwater Newman is looking very comfortable and increased her speed around the turn. Tilly Kay of Biloela just seems to be fading slightly, should hold on for second. Indy Leal of Aspley looks to have third sewn up in lane 2, although as I speak, Harper Munt of Runaway Bay putting pressure on. The win ended up going to Drinkwater Newman in a 1:15.91.
I think it might be the shades that will tell the tale there, Daniel, because she looked classy as she turned around for home at the McDonald's Bend. Did not feel deterred. Didn't even look to the left to see where any of that was coming from. Any pressure. If she did, it was hidden in her shades. She monstered it.
Nice to develop that sense of mystery early in your career.
Yeah, exactly. It's like playing poker, isn't it?
No competitor of hers has ever seen her eyeballs. They've always been covered. No, Lacey Drinkwater Newman, very focused. Of course, if you live on the Gold Coast and compete for Ashmore, you pretty much live in sunglasses.
Yeah, exactly right.
So 1:15.86. Won that race over Tilly Kay by about 0.6 of a second.
So the top 5 in that heat were better than the first place in the opening heat. So, as we expect.
Here are the big guns. In 1, Eliana Kruger of Maryborough. 2, Bailey Kemp of Deception Bay. 3 is Amelia Duncan of Runaway Bay. 4, Eliza Doyle of Gold Coast. 5, Evelyn Quinn of Balmoral. 6, Harriet Stannard of The Gap. 7, Michaela Lee of Algester. 8, Willow Digby of Redlands. 9, Isla Hendry of Jimboomba. And 10, Emily Parsons of Arana.
Well, the best performance time to keep an eye out for, 109.49. Don't foresee that going to happen here, but we're seeing a much quicker time. That is about 30 flat, so it will be a fascinating sprint towards the end.
Amelia Duncan of Runaway Bay in lane 3 is looking good. There is action on the outside lanes. Duncan appears to be taking the lead now. Emily Parsons of Arana has run a good race. Is she able to hold on? In lane 6 is Harriet Stannard of The Gap. And she's the one, I believe, who's in the lead now. It's Stannard. Stannard in the lead. She's got about 5 metres on Amelia Duncan. Duncan took it out early. Duncan's got the pace. Duncan catching up on Stannard. She's going to run out of track. It was a valiant effort, but Harriet Stannard of The Gap wins the girls under 9 400 metres at the McDonald's State Little Athletics Championships.
What a finish. What an absolute finish. A lot to admire about that performance there. The pressure kept coming, and that was very well done. At the very least, those top 2 will be your medalists. Maybe the young lady finishing in 3rd might have just snuck home. And look, this is what it's all about. There is a standing round of applause.
Harper Munt finished in a 1:18.60, so that's probably... Oh, sorry, that was from the previous race. Apologies. So we're just looking for the times to be ratified. So 1:15.86 was the leading time going into that race. Times are starting to come through now.
This is intense, isn't it?
So the boys under 9 400 metres are lining up now. More timed finals there. It's really the bronze that we're watching for. So Stannard has the gold, Duncan the silver.
And bronze went to...
Drinkwater Newman.
Yep. The lass with the shades.
So Emily Parsons of Arana ran 3rd in that final heat in a 1:17.72. But just because you're not in the seeded heat doesn't mean you don't have a chance. And Lacey Drinkwater Newman now has an early experience in her career of saying, I don't care what heat you put me in, I'll go out there, run my best, and maybe you'll have to give me some silverware at the end of it.
Hey, some of the best athletes in the world only win bronze. I'm one of them, so I still got mine.
The comedian Adam Spencer once brought his bronze medal onto a comedy panel show, and because he coached a university soccer team at the Australian University Games, and he said bronze is the best medal because it represents achievement without obsession. Boys under 9 400 metres, the first of 3 timed finals. In this heat we have in lane 3 Xander McClure of Isis District. In lane 4 Harley Bartels of Madrabar. In lane 5 Ahasi Kapavale of Toowoomba. In 6 Tyler McDonald of Ipswich. 7 Albert Devlin of Roma. 8 Nash McCarthy of Bargara. And 9 Lucas Lunt of Brackenridge.
Lucas Lund is really doing well on that outside lane there. Looking at the split time, around 29.5 seconds, so the first 200. But I feel like he might just get overrun as they turn around at the McDonald's Bend.
I don't think he'll just get overrun. I think Ahasi Kapavale of Toowoomba is making a mockery of the seedings. He's out for glory. Or maybe he's just out for a run. Maybe it's my adult mind which is invoking glory and seeing it in him. But he's running a fast time, and I don't think he even needs to think tactically at the moment. Lunt of Brackenridge has run a great race. He may end up getting passed for second because coming through is Harley Bartels of Madrabar, and in fact I've mucked it up. It's Tyler McDonald of Ipswich who's coming through. So Tyler McDonald has the win. Lucas Lunt holds on for second from Brackenridge, and Harley Bartels of Madrabar finishes third.
I did keep an eye there on Lucas Lunt because being on the outside lane is always challenging because it's hard to get a bit of a gauge on where you're positioned. But he ran a very good race knowing as he turned around the McDonald Bend that there was going to be the challenge from the inside. And there was a little bit of movement, a little bit of glancing around happening between third and fourth. But the boys worked really hard to achieve a very good time. And of course, the Queensland personal best performance time is 105.96, which was achieved 8 years ago. Don't know that we're going to see it drop today, but...
Well, for an unseeded final, 112...
That's really good.
Is not bad from Tyler McDonald. Has a future, may not find himself in that lower race in the future. So heat 2, the inside runner is lane 4, who is Arthur Callum of Balmoral. 5 is Jeremiah Thomas of Algester. 6 is Xavier Jensen of Warwick. 7, Nate Holtz of Maryborough. And 8 is Lucas Stefanyuk of Harvey Bay.
Well, it's a pretty even field as we're in that the second 200 metres, and you could throw a blanket over all 5 of them at the moment as we're turning for that 200-metre split. This is going to be a very crucial time here. I think it's significantly slower. They're about 33.75, so it is a little bit slow. They're going to have to lift it up as they hit the McDonald's Bend.
Arthur Cullum of Balmoral has the inside lane and the inside running. As I speak, though, I think it's Xavier Jensen of Warwick who's made a move, probably got a bit of a height advantage, has Xavier Warwick, and he has made his move in that third 100 metres. In the lead now, Cullum has responded to the challenge. Jensen has the lead. Outside him is Holtz of Maryborough, who's not giving him any rest at all. Jensen holding on. Cullum not going away outside. Jensen just showing signs of flagging. Cullum coming at him. Jensen will get the win. Cullum second. Holtz third.
Gutsy work there by Jensen. You said you were right on it, Daniel. He was flagging a bit. But then he just found something in that last 20 minutes, 20 metres, I should say, just to keep going. You could feel the pressure coming. That time of, 114.11, that would get him second place at this point in time. Of course, we'll wait for the official times to come through in just a few short moments.
So in the lead at the moment is still Tyler McDonald of Ipswich.
And this is why I put a lot of emphasis on the times that they run at the split. Because if we're seeing that first 200 has to be run really strongly, because generally the second 200, they tend to taper off just a tad because that adrenaline really kicks in. So if you can turn and you're running around at 30, 31 seconds, you can give yourself 34, 35 seconds at the back end to keep going.
Well, so far from the halfway point, you sort of have to double it and then add about 5 or 6 seconds.
Correct.
Here's the third heat with the highest seeded runners. In lane 1 is Harry Bright at Wynnum Manly. 2, Jack Ingram of Arana. 3 is Curtis Dennis of Ipswich. 4 is Albie Ray Swenson of City North. 6 is Zawadi Mutinda of Springwood. 7, Harry Phillips of Toowong Harriers. 8 is Jacob Mangan from Nanango. 9 is Jacob LaRue of Kenmore. And 10 is Emmett Otterbach of Noosa.
Well, this is a faster race because they are turning that first 200. It's around that 28-second mark, 29-second mark, so it's a little bit faster. Keeping in mind, though, that the top 3 from the heats 2 did finish 1, 2, and 3 officially.
So Otterbach doing well on the outside. Inside of him, I think it's Harry Phillips from Toowong Harriers. But Otterbach actually had a bigger lead than I thought. But look at Jack Ingram from Arana on the inside. Ingram in 2. Otterbach in 10. That's where the race is. Ingram has accelerated as he's gone round this track.
Daniel. Had a look.
Had a look. Lane 8's coming through at the moment is Jacob Mangan of Nanango. Jack Ingram just flagged a little bit at the end. Remember, it's a timed final. How's the time? Ingram crosses first, 1:10.53. Jack Ingram is your state champion.
And cheekily too, having a look on multiple occasions. But that's a concerning part too, Daniel, because as you pointed out, these are time finals. Don't worry about what's happening around you. Just run straight for the gauntlet. It's not about the placings. It's about the time that you can run. He'll learn from that as he gets older, but to still win the way he did, run a really good time. I reckon he's still got another 2 seconds left in the bag that he can improve on.
And for an under 9, we're talking about running 70 seconds for a 400 metres, and here we are offering advice.
Yeah, exactly right. But we're seeing that there's so much potential, there's so much upside with his development, and so much he can achieve. And to win like he did, he brained the field. And your top 3 from that race didn't all get medal, but your top 2 did.
Well, you keep an eye on that. Now, I must confess, what we've got now is the multi-class events. Now, I love the multi-class events. However, pretty much every runner you're looking at right now is in a different category. We've got different age groups on the track. We've got boys and girls. We've got different disability categories, although multi-class sort of takes the mystery out of that. So unfortunately, it might be a little bit difficult to call. I will do my best to identify the runners that are on screen. So I think in lane 1, we've got Grayson Smith of Nambour, who is a 9-year-old. Then in lanes 3, 4 and 5, Annie Ellington of Ormeau, Charlie Hilton of Toowoomba, and Montana Taylor of Ross River. They're aged 11, 10, 11 respectively. And then lanes 7, 8 and 9, we've got Arav Belbase of Bly Bly in 7, Neo Erbacher of Nambour in 8, and Jack Nettle of West Bundaberg in 9. They're all aged 11. And then there'll be a second multi-class race after this one.
Well, they've all started off at a great breakneck speed. And this is a look at the future in a massive way, using their abilities to showcase just what they've got here on the big stage, thanks to our friends at McDonald's.
So every now and then, of course, you get someone who starts off in a multi-class ability and ends up being able to match it with the unrestricted categories.
And even chatting with Sally Pearson earlier on, we was talking about the multi-class space and just how much has improved and how much it's grown. And this is a fine example of what we're seeing here, just the talent that we've got on display.
So the leader in front, the leader in front, as opposed to the leader behind, Daniel, is the 11-year-old Arav Belbase of Bly Bly in lane 7, who is way ahead at the moment. After that, Jack Nettle of West Bundaberg in lane 9, another 11-year-old. Third over in lane 1, having a good battle, Grayson Smith of Nambour, 9-year-old in lane 1. In lane 3 is Annie Ellington of Ormeau, another 11-year-old. And in fact, it's Grayson Smith who will come in second in the race overall. Jack Nettle of West Bundaberg, I think, snuck over for third. And Annie Ellington of Ormeau would have finished in fourth in that race overall. But as I say, there were 3 races in one. The boys under 9 and under 10 multi-class category, the girls under 11 and under 12, and the boys under 11 and under 12.
And that's the key thing to take into consideration too, is that the times that these athletes are running will be elite for their particular class. So if they can, there'll be a few of those out there today that will qualify for nationals and excel at nationals.
So the next race is another multi-class multi, as they call them. Much better use of the word multi than sports betting. I want to associate it with this.
Absolutely. This is where the excitement is. And as a fan, this is something you appreciate a lot more. I know in a lot of all-ability sports, the crowd interaction is just through the roof because there's such a genuine appreciation.
Yeah. I think we're learning to appreciate it better. Once upon a time, it was all about, oh, look at how brave they are and everything. But I think now we're listening to all abilities athletes a lot more, and we're treating them a bit better in terms of just how they want to be treated and seen as athletes.
Well, and they are. They're prime athletes.
speaking to a lot of people who watch the Winter Olympics, the ones that got the most eyeballs on was the Para Winter Olympics. That drew a lot of attention. I know a lot of big work has been done behind the scenes for Brisbane in this space in terms of how this city can facilitate an incredible Paralympics program.
Which will probably be the greater legacy for South East Queensland than the Olympics.
Correct.
So the 4 races in one. So 3 runners in the girls under 13 and under 14 combined category. 2 in the boys under 13 and 14. Just the 1 in the girls under 15 to 17, and that is a 14-year-old. And then 2 runners in the boys 15 to 17. So I'll go through those when they get started. That way they don't have to clip out the video of the race and they don't need to attack on the bit at the beginning. In lanes 1, 2 and 3, the girls under 13 and 14, we've got Eve Mann of Tweed, who's 12, Summer Kemp of Deception Bay, and in lane 3 is Chloe Murray of Helensvale, who is 13. Summer Kemp is 12. In lane 4 and 5, in the boys under 13 and 14, you've got 12-year-old Jeremiah Finlay of Runaway Bay and 13-year-old Jonah McGorm of Toowoomba. Jada McCombs of West Bundaberg is the lone runner, 14-year-old in the next category. And in the boys 15 to 17, in lane 8, Jaden Graham of Toowoomba and Peter Flaherty of Jimboomba.
The rock star that was in front as he turns to home at the McDonald's Bend, he ran that first 227.85 seconds. It was a breakneck speed.
And that is in lane 8, is it not? So that's Jaden Graham of Toowoomba, the 15-year-old. Who, as Chris alluded to, is setting times that mean he wouldn't be out of place in the open category.
He's going to break a minute. He's going to smash it. He's going to obliterate it.
56.61. We don't have best performances on hand for the categories, and there are different reasons for that. So lane 5 finishes second. That's Jonah McGorm of Toowoomba. Third across the line is Peter Flaherty of Jimboomba. The first girl across the line is Chloe Murray of Helensvale.
There was, the young man that finished first across the line. How old would he be?
That was Jaden Graham of Toowoomba. He's 15.
So I'm going to have a look at the.
Please do a cross check. Yes.
Yeah. I'm going to have a look at some under 15 times. Let's get a bit of an idea what that means.
So coming up shortly will be the girls and boys under 10 400 metres. My understanding is there'll be timed finals again. The girls will have 3 heats. The boys will have 3 as well. And then that'll take us up to after 3 o'clock when we get the big guns, the under 16 and under 17 boys and girls in the 400. And then going back to the under 13s. So and then we're in 100 metre territory.
So just having a look at the 400 metres, the best performance that we saw earlier today was 50.11, and we had that race take place. Like we bounced from one race to the next, but just looking at the results, the best time run by Tristan Audley from Maloney was 54.01, and the young fellow there running at a 56. That would have got him. He would have got 4th place if he was running against...
In the open category.
Yeah,
in the unrestricted category, yeah.
Yeah, correct. So, and he absolutely brained it.
Quite extraordinary.
I've seen some medal winners. This might be a chance, Daniel. We might take a quick break here. Live from Cusack, you've got Daniel, you've got Chris, and most importantly, we've got your company. All thanks to McDonald's and Coles and all our wonderful other partners have been a part of us. Join us on the other side of this break. Welcome back here to Cusack after a quick break. Quick McDonald's break. We're back here thanks to Coles, and we're stepping up to the next lot of proceedings here for the 400 metres, and they're off and running.
So we're in the under 10s for the girls 400 metres. There'll be 3 heats. So here in heat 1, lane 2 is Evie Hayward of Chinchilla. Lane 3 is a runner from Centenary. Lane 4, Eden Nielsen from Laidley. 5 is Arla Jenkins of Isis. 6, Billy Rockford of Ipswich. 7, Jade Tyak of Centenary. 8 is Kaimani Phillips of Highfields. 9 is Zara McGregor of Townsville Central.
Just looking forward to see where they hit the split at 33.5, and Queensland best performance time is 1:07.06. So if they sustain that, there'll be a chance to break that best performance.
So the seeded runners will be in the next couple of heats, and this was owned. It was the Fogarty twins last year who came. It was Jalaya who defeated her sister Leilani by about 1800ths of a second. But it's not about them right now. In lane 4, Eden Nielsen of Laidley thrown down the gauntlet. The battle for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th is as close as you see, and then breaking away is the athlete from Centenary. So Eden Nielsen from Laidley finishes at a 1:14. Centenary 2nd, Jade Tyak of Centenary 3rd. And they're the ones putting pressure on the next 2 heats.
That was a really good finish there. That second 200, it was around that 41 seconds. So we're seeing these athletes burst out of the blocks for that first 200 and then just taper off. I don't know whether, Daniel, they're just going a little bit hard too earlier in the piece before they drop the hammer. Maybe it's the McDonald's bend that sort of throws them out of all sorts, but it's a very good finish.
So in this race in lane 6, Edie Van Niekerk, who won the 100 earlier today, the 70 earlier today, came 4th in this event last year. But her form from earlier today would suggest that even though 100 and 400 are very, very, very different races, and in fact it was a 70 and a 400, maybe we shouldn't count her out.
That time before was adjusted to 1:13.98.
Second time final. In lane 2 is Aroa Cousins of Arana, or possibly Cossins. Lane 3, Amelia Roxburgh of Toowong Harriers. 4, Sophia Gard of City North. 5, Poppy Whitehouse of Nambour. 6, Edie Van Niekerk of City North. 7, Nina Cray of Strathpine. 8, Lara Phillips of Toowoomba. And 9, Aneska Padoskova of Caloundra.
Well, that is a very strong first 100 metres. That's back 200 is starting to slow down just a little bit. They hit that at 30.82. So that just gives them a little bit of momentum heading around the McDonald's bend, but they need to break 1.1761 in order to medal.
Van Niekerk appears to be in the lead, but it looks like Cousins of Arana in lane 2 is the one providing the stiffest challenge. Van Niekerk definitely has the lead as they straighten up in the bend. Cousins has 2nd. Roxburgh of Toowong Harriers has 3rd. Don't discount Lara Phillips of Toowoomba out in lane 8. Van Niekerk, she's putting in the afterburners, making sure she lays down a challenge for the next race. She's accelerating as she comes towards the end. She'll run about a 1:11, 1:10.98. 2nd is Cousins of Arana. And 3rd, it may have even been Nina Cray of Strathpine coming through. I wasn't quite sure. Maybe Lara Phillips at Toowoomba.
And they didn't get too far away from that 1:07.06 best performance record set 10 years ago either. That's 3 seconds off it, but the conditions have changed a little bit. That was a gutsy run, and you almost think that those top 3 will supersede the previous top 3 in Heat 1.
So in this race, Jalea Fogarty in lane 5, Leilani Fogarty in lane 6. That's the order in which they finished in this race last year. Kendall Rose of the Gold Coast finished 5th last year, and her clubmate Indiana Stevens 6th. They're in lanes 7 and 3 respectively.
So the top 2 from that second heat are 1 and 2.
And 110, probably adjusted to maybe the low 111s.
It was 110.97, but Eden Nelson, who won the first heat with a time of 1:13.98, is sitting in 3rd place.
So that's the time you need to beat to win a medal.
The challenge has definitely been thrown down. And I've noticed the times have actually been adjusted to lesser times now. So what we see on the on the machine in front of us. Usually it's the other way around. They kind of add 200ths of a second or something.
Maybe it changes throughout the day as the position of the sun moves.
And the wind too.
That'll be the wind's blowing the timer around.
Yep.
We know science. Lane 1, Claire Chen of Redlands. Lane 2, Courtney Leroyd of Algester. Lane 3, Indiana Stephen of Gold Coast. Lane 4, Aria Kirby of Caloundra. Lane 5, Jalea Fogarty of Jimboomba. Lane 6, Leilani Fogarty of Jimboomba. Lane 7, Kendall Rose of Gold Coast. Lane 8, Chelsea Donnelly of Ashmore. Lane 9, Eve Shiplock of Redlands. This is quick.
Yeah, absolutely, it definitely is quick. It's two athletes in the middle there that will turn towards McDonald Straight in all that glory. They're looking for that 200-metre split. It is a 28.13, so that is breakneck speed, faster than the previous two heats.
It's Fogarty and Fogarty in the middle, but of course in one sense they're also racing Van Niekerk from the previous race. They're identical twins, but you can tell them apart is my experience. So Jalea just in the lead from Leilani at the moment, and the main challenge coming from Kirby of Caloundra in lane 4. Jalea Fogarty, Leilani Fogarty in lanes 5 and 6. Jalea has the lead, looks to be maintaining it, just slowing down a little. The time to beat was around 1:11. They're going to have this covered. It's Fogarty 1 and 2. Jalea takes the chocolates. Leilani second. And a photo for bronze.
That will definitely be your top three. And Daniel, they got close to the best performance record of 1:07.06. So we will see some adjustment. I don't think we're going to see 0.4 of a second.
No.
But boy, oh boy, they got close.
So I think it's Aria Kirby of Caloundra who finished third in that race. And the question is whether she was able to beat the time of Van Niekerk to get the bronze.
And that time is 1:10.97. And she's done it. Did it by almost 2 seconds.
My goodness, 1:08.53. I misjudged that one. Kirby, and in fact the top 5 from that race. Take the top 5 placings. That's Chelsea Donnelly of Ashmore in 4th and Kendall Rose of the Gold Coast in 5th. But Mr. and Mrs. Fogarty, your kids are still the fastest in Queensland over 400 metres.
And you feel for Eddie Van Niekerk.
Yeah.
That 1:10.97. That had an equal 6th best overall.
Well, it's a longer distance, and remember she's already got the 70 in her pocket from earlier today.
She's got pretty deep pockets then. She's doing a great job.
No medals from that race, but I suspect she might need a wheelbarrow to get home.
Yeah, exactly right.
Moving on to the under 10 boys 400 metres. 3 timed finals again in this race. In lane 2, Nate Morris of Highfields. Lane 3, Casey Sheriff Hahn of North Rockhampton. Lane 4 is Cameron Rogers of Isis District. 5, Jessie Murray of Aspley. 6, Cashton Sherrington of Townsville Central. 7, Diego Bunner of Helensvale. 8, Bodie Fatnawa of North Mackay. 9, Blair Carl of Chinchilla. And 10, Luke Elwood of Springwood.
Seems like all the action is on the far lanes there. Hit the split of around 29.58 seconds. So it's very, very quick. They need to beat a best performance time of 1:03.04. That is the record that has been standing for 16 years. And they're going to give it a shake.
Looks like Fat Mauna of North Mackay has the lead. And he's got the lead by about 10 metres from Blair Carl of Chinchilla. So it's all regional Queensland. Luke Elwood of Springwood providing a bit of pressure. In fact, Elwood has the motor on the right, gets second. Has he got enough gas to beat Fatnawa? I suspect Fatnawa has enough track to get home. Elwood is not going to die wondering. Fatnawa will hold on for first. Brilliant effort towards the end from Carl to see if he could snatch second. Couldn't. Fatnawa, Elwood, Carl from North Mackay, Springwood and Chinchilla respectively.
That was a very good run towards the end there, and that's what you admire from these athletes, the way they dig deep. That last 50 to 60 metres, they just seem to find something a little bit more, ride the adrenaline from the crowd as well, willing them over the line. That's a pretty good time to be proud of.
This heat in lane 7, Cliff Willis of Tweed finished second last year by 0.39 of a second behind Bodie Stokes, who'll be in the third race. So Cliff Willis has a chance to inflict a bit of psychological pressure.
You can feel the wind sort of coming through the headsets. Conditions are getting a little bit blowy, but your times are 111.24, 112.09 and 114.35. They're your medalists so far. But the best thing about these timed heats is that anything can happen.
I think this would be the wrong venue to do what they do in some of the winter sports, where you put the medalists up sitting there and then as people pass their times they get replaced. I feel that might be a little bit psychologically testing.
I don't know, you'd fire you up, wouldn't you? You go, I want to take that spot in a minute, and then it's like musical chairs.
How about if you sit there but you're given a pea shooter?
Yeah, try and put them off as they go along.
Redefining athletics in the worst possible way. So no runners in lane 1, 3, 6 or 9. Let's go with that.
And you'd expect this heat to be a bit quicker too.
A little bit quicker. Most of the heavy hitters, but lane 7, Cliff Willis is the one who at least had the form on the board in 2025.
Well, this is where we wish we had an abundance of stats in front of us to see whether Cliff's qualifying time for the States would have eclipsed the 111.24 that was set before.
Yeah, a lot of them in the regional times can be misleading because they often are on grass.
Correct.
And sometimes they're not pushed as hard if they've got that elite ability in them.
Well, you're only pushed by the level of competition that you've got around you, haven't you?
Or sometimes by that nagging internal voice.
Correct.
Just me? No? Okay.
No, I'm with you. And I think this is what can make these time heats a bit more challenging too, because you're racing against yourself. And you have to hope that what you're doing is going to be enough to get you over the line, because the people around you may not have the times that would challenge for a medal.
It's funny how often being fast and being competitive go hand in hand. No one seems to be fast and relaxed about it. Everyone's fast and intense. So the second final in lane 2 is Zane Elamari of Aspley. In 4 is Asher Tusks of Souths. In 5, Joshua Bestwick of Nambour. 7 is Cliff Willis of Tweed. 8 is Isaac Donnelly of Mount Gravatt. 9 is Unoccupied. 10 is Eli Liu of Mudgeeraba.
Cliff Willis, he has lived up to his form at the moment. He started really strongly from that 50 metre, that 200 metres. He's at breakneck speed. Just looking at his split time, around that sort of 31.05. So he's on track to eclipse. He has to run a sub 40 here to take first place.
But the main challenge on the inside lane, sneaking by almost unnoticed, is Zane Elamari of Aspley. Willis and Elamari is the main battle. In lane 4, Asher Tusks of Souths, just keeping a bit of pressure on. Willis has responded as soon as he could see that he wasn't in front of Elamari. He set about changing that, but Elamari is holding on. This is a proper race. They're enjoying the challenge, these two. Zane Elamari holding on in front of Cliff Willis of Tweed. Elamari will be the bench setter. He finishes at a 1:10.34. Third place in this race is Asher Tusks of Souths. But the battle between Elamari and Willis was fascinating.
Well, those top two will at the very least eclipse the... I don't know. I'm not sure how this one will work out.
So Elamari's on top now.
Elamari will definitely be on top, but I just wonder whether Cliff will take second spot.
Came fourth in the long jump yesterday, Cliff Willis, so still got some springs about him. Still, I'm talking about him like he's 35.
He's a tremendous athlete.
Indeed.
So that time got adjusted to 1:10.26, and then Willis with 1:10.86. But it still leaves the winner of the first heat, who currently sits in third place.
So lane 9, white top, is Bodie Stokes of Toowong Harriers, who won the under-9s last year. Coming third last year was Harvey Graham of Glasshouse. He's in lane 8 in the 2 blues top. Ellis Lucas of the Gold Coast is in lane 5 in the 2 blues singlet. We'll go through the rest of the field in a moment. 9 runners. Lane 2, Landon Brocksh of Toowoomba. Lane 3, Henry Clancy of City North. 4 is Lincoln Jackson of Redlands. 5, Ellis Lucas of Gold Coast. 6, Costa Wolf, West Bundaberg. 7, Bailey Parford of Ipswich. 8, Harvey Graham of Glasshouse. 9, Bodie Stokes of Toowong Harriers. 10, Isaac Ewing of Balmoral.
Oh, Bodie Harris is putting on the run of a lifetime. He's going to see a challenge from, I think, lane 2 or 3. That's probably where the biggest threat's going to be. He's looking to hit the split around that sort of 28-second mark, so he's on track to take this race as we hit the McDonald's bend.
Bodie Stokes, the most popular athlete named B. Stokes to be in Australia in the last 6 months. He's skating it around in lane 9. Toowong Harriers must be proud of who they've got there. The flag to our left is flying almost as much as he is. On the inside, Henry Clancy of City North is in second. On his left looks to be Bailey Parford of Ipswich in the orange outfit, although Ellis Lucas of the Gold Coast coming through. But Bodie Stokes of Toowong Harriers going for a bit of a training run. Looks like he'll get the number 1 position easily. Bodie Stokes, 106.58. That's the state championship. Henry Clancy of City North, second in that race. Lincoln Jackson of Redlands, third. We'll find out the overall placings soon if Chris doesn't already have them.
Well, we can comfortably say that his time will be absolutely good enough. The top 2, at the very least, would probably take the medals. And we're simply at the mercy from our lovely time marshals for providing the information to us.
So Elamari ran a 1:10. Stokes beat that by best part of 4 seconds. And it's just a case of what happened inside. Henry Clancy's been given second in that race with a 1:08.77.
Yep.
So he'll have the.
So the top 3, Daniel, from that race are your medalists.
So Bodie Stokes, Henry Clancy, and it was Ellis Lucas who snuck through the bronze. I may have had the lanes mixed up, but Bodie Stokes goes back to back in the 400 metres for this age group.
That is quite phenomenal. Almost as phenomenal, Daniel, that we've been on the cans for 7 hours, and I feel like we've just only begun our coverage here at the McDonald's Queensland Little Athletics State Championships live here from Cusack, and we've got plenty more action coming your way. Join us after this break. Good afternoon. Welcome back here to Cusack, and the action just keeps happening at a frenetic, exciting pace. Thanks to our friends at McDonald's for the McDonald's Queensland Little Athletics State Championships. Big thanks to all the wonderful volunteers and the hard-working staff from Little Athletics Queensland for all the bringing this wonderful event together, and also giving us the privilege and the pleasure to be with you this afternoon. My name's Chris, joined by Daniel Viles, and another 400-metre epic that's coming our way.
If you haven't already, you're obviously watching us through the Little Athletics Queensland YouTube channel. Subscribe to it. There will be content on here throughout the year. They will be highlighting different events, highlighting different athletes. You've probably seen videos. We'll follow them on Facebook as well. I think it's Little Aths Queensland, but if you just type in Little Athletics Queensland, you'll find it. But it's a wonderful organisation with people who are basically dedicated to making sure that kids are happy and healthy. That's a fairly noble aim in life.
I'm going to look it up now. I probably should have already liked the page anyway, but I just want to make sure everyone's across that. But there we go, Little Athletics Queensland, if you punch that into Facebook.
So it's the full version on Facebook. I think it's Little Aths QLD on Instagram. So this is the under-16 girls 400 metres, timed finals, which simply means you take all the times at the end of the two races, you line them up, and the top three are your medalists. But the way that they seed it is the faster runners are generally in the second heat. Having said that, we have seen some medalists from earlier heats already today.
Queensland best performance time to keep an eye on here is 56.19, set by Xanthi Watts from Toowoomba. This very event last year.
I think Xanthi was here last night in the under-17s, and she already has adult national rankings. Let's tension back to this race. Alara Hindle of Chinchilla is in lane 2. In lane 3 is Dane Bana of Helensvale. In lane 4, Tiani Batossi of Strathpine. 5 is Heidi Van Ziel of Redlands. 6 is Courtney Wilson of Gympie. You can throw a blanket over those at the moment, although it does look like Batossi has made up a fair bit of ground on the stagger.
Just look at the first 200-metre split there, about 28.5. So that's a red-hot start after they ran that first 100 in about 13 seconds. So they slowed down in that second 100.
Wilson of Gympie holding on, has the pressure from Batossi on the inside. In fact, it's Heidi Van Ziel of Redlands in the red and green. So Wilson of Gympie has held her position around the stagger. Then Van Ziel of Redlands, then Batossi of Strathpine in the blues. Wilson of Gympie looking to lay down a marker, something for them to chase in the second timed final. Courtney Wilson of Gympie will cross first in a 103.32. That will be adjusted. Van Ziel second of Redlands, but Tossie of Strathpine third.
Just a beautiful, controlled run. Didn't take the foot off the gas. And psychologically, she paced herself nicely. Just that.
It was cruise control, really, wasn't it?
It was. I would have liked to have seen her just put the foot down just a little bit in that second 100, just to give her that little bit momentum heading into the back straight there. But I mean, it's a tough race. It really is a very big challenge. But that time there of 103.26. The gauntlet has been thrown down. How much will left to be seen, thanks to our friends at McDonald's and Coles, Tribal and Hart Sport, respectively.
So in this race, lane 3, Ruby Hazel of Springwood was 5th last year, 3rd back in 2023 in this age group. Michaela Leroyd was 4th last year. She's from Algester and in lane 5. Courtney Wilson of Gympie actually finished 6th last year, so she's got form. Was a fair way behind Hazel, though, a good 3 seconds. Or just under 3 seconds.
And just a reminder, too, I mean, you talk about that sort of 6th placing. The conditions last year were absolutely horrendous. It was rain, it was humid, it was everything that should make athletes feel uncomfortable. But we saw best performances broken all over the place for state level, and I think we even saw a national best performance broken as well. So,
well, you just mentioned Xanthi Watts about this time on the Saturday last year in the under-16 400 metres, ran round the track, and I think there was a trail of fire behind her.
They had the fire extinguishers out, didn't they?
They did. It was she reversed the weather. So the seeded heat, I should say. We don't know that it's faster. They haven't started yet. but there is some quality in this field. The under 16 girls 400 metres. It's a field of 8. Molly Rose Gajano of Ross River in 2. In 3 is Ruby Hazel of Springwood, probably the favourite. In lane 4, Natalie Lang of Centenary. In 5, Michaela Leroyd of Algester. 6, Ruby Richardson of Toowoomba, not to be ruled out. 7, Ava Landers of Toowong Harriers. 8, Casey Jones of Strathpine. 9, Laura Bray of The Gap.
Ran that first 100 in about 14 seconds, so they want to hit the second 200 at around that sort of 27, which they roughly do. It's probably a little bit slower. They're sitting around about 28.95 heading down the McDonald Straight.
Natalie Lang of Centenary was looking good in lane 4. Has just dropped back a little now, and now it's coming from the inside lane in lane 2. Molly Rose Gajano of Ross River seems to be in a very good position. Coming over to lane 5 is Michaela Leroyd of Algester, and then in 7 is Ava Landers of Toowong Harrier. But Molly Rose Gajano of Ross River has treated it, just flagging a little at the end. She should break the minute, does it easily, a 59.12. Inside was Michaela Leroyd. In fact, it might have been Natalie Lang of Centenary who came through. We'll have to have a look at the final standings when they come through. But Molly Rose Gajano is your state champion.
A wonderful effort there. I love her roll of the shoulders too. We got a better look at that as she turned around the McDonald's bend to come down the final straight. She looked in complete control. You can see all the girls in front of us. They're absolutely spent. They've given everything there, and to run a sub-minute time is absolutely elite at this level.
And it was Natalie Lang of Centenary who came through in a 59.7. Ava Landers of Toowong Harrier a 59.83. There was plenty of movement behind Gajano in that last 100 metres. Lang looked very good early, then she dropped back, and I must confess I forgot about her a little bit, and then suddenly there she was crossing the line in second place. So she found something in that last probably 50 metres or so.
And it's scary because that top 6, the top 6 times from that second heat were faster than the top heat. The top time in the opening heat. So that goes to show that it was at the next level. To have 3 athletes run sub minute is quite phenomenal. And Michaela Leroyd just missed out with a time of
barely over a minute.
Yeah, 0.12. So that was a red hot race, and you could really sense that the girls really lifted in intensity down the McDonald's bend.
Now, we mentioned Xanthi Watts before. She is in the next 2 events time, the girls under 17 400 metres. But it's all about the boys under 16 at the moment. 2 heats. Just the 4 runners in this one in lanes 3, 5, 6 and 8. So Nash Anderson of Gold Coast in 3, Eli Veyro of Laidley in 5, Tate Van Camp of Arana in 6, and Finn Sorpasa of Arana in 8.
First 100 metres ran at a time about 13.89, so that's red hot. This second 100 is dynamic with some of that work on the outside there. Just looking at the split, it's around 23.85, so that is hot.
Tate Van Camp is a 2-time winner of this event in this age group, so I'm not quite sure what his last year's been like and why he's running in this first heat, but he's blitzing it at the moment in lane 6. Tate Van Camp of Arana is making sure that the heat is felt by the runners in the second race. Finn Sorpasa of Arana, his clubmate, is putting a bit of pressure on. Tate Van Camp, 49.75. Outstanding performance. And that is a Queensland best performance by some distance. Chris, here, have your Thunderback.
Oh, thank you very much there. Look, he could have brained that time by a fair bit more. We're going to see that adjusted, so I'll probably see it around sort of 49 maybe 6.8. I think that's going to be adjusted just at a hunch.
Well, first Queensland 15-year-old boy to run sub 50 for a 400.
Absolutely. Well,
good grief.
Beat the previous best by 51.16. And Daniel, he did take the foot off. He could have done 49 flat.
We'll see. So 6 runners in the next race.
Well, 49.66 is the time that he's been granted. So 0.09 of a second. That's massive.
Utterly extraordinary. We do have the 1,500 metre champion in this race, and that's Levi Maher of Marucci. He'll be in lane 5. So the pressure's off from him.
From memory, didn't Tate Van Camp have a carnival of a lifetime last year at the state champs?
That is my memory.
Yeah, we couldn't stop talking about him. I think he performed in 3 or 4 races, and I think he got a Queensland best performance multiple times from memory.
Just running the 400 this year. This is his only event, so whether he's cut back for, I mean, there's any number of reasons why you might cut back, but that's what he's chosen to do this year.
Hey, we're just privileged to be in an era where Tate is running around on the track.
So first and third from the 1,500 metres are in this race. That's Levi Maher of Marucci in 5 and Jeremy Koplik of Laidley in 6. And I suppose in terms of Koplik, we saw how strongly he finished the 1,500 metres. If that's what his kick is like, let's see where he is with 100 to go in the 400.
Well, it just depends on what his endurance level's like too. What speed does he have? He ran that 1,500 and the conditions were pretty warm, all things considering. But yeah, he's got that ability to dig deep. The challenge has been thrown out. You've got to beat the Queensland best performance record in order to take the gold medal and become a state champion.
And if you do, you'll be talking about it for the rest of your life. In lane 2, Christian Duplessis of Nambour. In 3 is Aidan Papworth of Runaway Bay. In 5, the 1,500 metre champion Levi Maher of Marucci. 6, Jeremy Koplik of Laidley. And in 8 is Mark Rowbottom of West Bundaberg. Cooper Kidd of Nambour withdrawn.
You get that first 100 metres in around that sort of 14 seconds. And this second 100 is at a breakneck speed yet again. Not as hot as the other one there. It's around about 25 flat. So they've got to keep the foot down as they hit the McDonald's bend.
Levi Maher seems to have this race under control, even taking into account the stagger. So Maher, already a 1,500 metre champion. Second place at the moment would be Mark Rowbottom of West Bundaberg. Maher is not intimidated by the time of Van Camp. It's already 46 seconds on the clock, so he won't win gold, but he's making sure that he gets the silver. Excellent run by Levi Maher. That's a gold and a silver today. Mark Rowbottom second in this race. Aidan Papworth of Runaway Bay third. Duplessis of Nambour fourth. Koplik's decided, I've got a medal, I can just stroll across the line. He comes through in 5th place in that race. Tate Van Camp is your state champion. Levi Maher, your silver medalist.
Well, are we going top 3 overall, Daniel?
Yes.
Well, the top 3 of the first heat are your medalists. So Finn Supasa, 51.24.
My apologies,
and Nash Anderson, 51.63. Absolutely blitzed it by nearly a full second. That's how quick that one was. And that's where I kind of gathered at that first 100 when they ran at about 14 seconds. The boys from the first 100 in the previous heat were running at about 13. So that was kind of the difference.
You're absolutely right. Take 2. Nash Anderson of the Gold Coast, 51.63 and finishing third in the first heat. Levi Maher won the second heat in a 52.48. So apologies for building up Levi Maher and then him coming away empty-handed. Not my intention. But congratulations to Nash Anderson of the Gold Coast. And then Arana do the Quinella in the boys under 16 400 metres with Van Camp and Sorpassa.
And probably, to be fair too, with Levi running any other event, given that's not, in this space, he's probably winning. He's probably taking home a gold medal because Tate Van Camp had to run a Queensland best performance time, but he had a couple of mates with him because the other two tried to chase him down and force them to go that extra stride. So he set the pace and the other boys had to try and keep up with him. That's a very, very rare case in the heats, whether it be timed finals or whatever the case may be, but very rare case where the opening heat is by far the quickest.
They may have deliberately done it differently, which they can do from time to time. Girls under 17 400 metres. Last year in Little Athletics for this age group. First of 2 timed finals.
Queensland best performance time, 58.57, set by Ebony Bushma from Strathpine in 2021.
That's going to go in the next race. Zali Thompson of Mudgeeraba in lane 2. Jenny Hamilton of Springwood in 3. Violet Abel of Mudgeeraba in 5. In 6 is Claudia Schaumburg of Aspley. And in 7 is runner from Algest, Kayla Cranwell.
They went there at around about 18 seconds in that first 100 metres, so a little bit slow, but they're picking up the intensity here. They're looking to hit that second 200 around sort of 31 and a half, so they are on a good straight, a good run before they hit McDonald's Bend. It's
Schaumburg and Cranwell up in front, and really you can toss a coin and decide who's in front at the moment. It's changed 3 times while I tried to get that sentence out. Third place is fairly clearly Zali Thompson of Mudgeeraba. He's a 16-year-old. It's the under-17 race. Now we see Schaumburg of Aspley pulling away. Schaumburg hasn't placed in this... Oh, sorry. No, she has. Schaumburg leading through the first section, just tiring towards the end. So she'll finish in about a 106.57 in the end. Kayla Cram will avail just a second. We're given the names that are in Heat 2. You wouldn't expect any of those to medal, but stranger things have happened.
Absolutely right. You can just see she was tiring towards the end there too, Daniel. So that was a very, very quick effort from them. That second 200 was outstanding. Just waiting for some of the official times to come through. But that breeze is going to cause a little bit of chaos.
So the outstanding runner in this second race, Xanthi Watts of Toowoomba. Watch her now before she gets too famous to talk to you. She's already got adult open rankings. I think in the 400 metres she might be ranked like 250 or something, but that's in the world, and she's 16. So this Toowoomba runner, Xanthi Watts, I was about to say you'll be hearing more about her. That's a very lazy thing for an old man commentator to say. What I can say is she's great now. Let's see what she can produce in the future.
Just let her cook, Daniel.
That's
let her cook.
Now, spare a thought for Lila Vanderbreggen of Marucci, who has run amazing times and would probably be winning any other under-17 race in the world at the moment. Maybe there's one in Jamaica that she wouldn't win. But yeah, has run second to Xanthi Watts the last 3 years in a row, and not by terribly large margins either. Michaela Gill of USC was in the top 6 last year. Anna Wilkinson of Maroochydore was third last year. So we got the top 3 from last year in this race.
Keeping an eye on that time, 58.57, Queensland best performance time.
Lane 2 is Michaela Gill of the University of the Sunshine Coast. 3 is Amelia Casey of Strathpine. 4, Anna Wilkinson of Maroochy. 5, Lila Vanderbreggen of Maroochy. 6, Saskia Bassett of the Gold Coast. 7, Xanthi Watts of Toowoomba. You can see which one Xanthi is.
Absolutely. She ran that first 100 in 13 seconds flat, and she's going to keep that momentum. Her second 200 is just as good. She hits that around the 26 second mark, so that time is going to get obliterated, Daniel, if she can keep it around the McDonald's stretch.
Lila Vanderbreggen of Maroochy, part of her is thinking, I'm going to get her this time. She's an outstanding runner. It's all about Xanthi Watts at the moment in terms of the race. She's leading by probably not 10 metres. Vanderbreggen keeping her very honest. Wilkinson in turn keeping her honest. Watts just seems to be slowing down a little. She went out very, very hard. Maybe she's got another race in mind coming up. So she'll win in a 57.79. And in the end, it was Wilkinson who came over the top of Vanderbreggen. Chris, how's the time looking?
Well, the time of 58.57 has gone down, and it's just a matter of by how much. She could get close to almost a second of beating that. So that is another Queensland best performance record down in the books.
And I stand by what I said. She looked like she was flagging at the end, and she just casually broke the record, broke the best performance by a second, like you do.
And you called it very quickly. You said before the first heat that it was going to go down. It's been adjusted, 57.74. She has almost obliterated by 0.9 of a second, by 0.8 of a second.
Yeah, no, it's someone who, once again, don't want to, put pressure on the back of anyone, but there are certain athletes where you think, okay, I'll keep an eye on them. I mean, someone like Gout's getting a lot of attention at the moment because of how far ahead of his age group he is. But you don't want to, you're going to see good athletes all around the place. You don't need to have just someone shoved in your face. You follow something like the McDonald's Queensland Little Athletic State Championships, and you start to see people and you think, I'm going to make a note of that person and just see what they produce. Absolutely
remarkable. And look, We're sports fans first, and we just in absolute awe of what we've seen from Xanthi Watts. We've seen her over the last couple of championships since we've been privileged to be on the call, and we turn our attention now to the boys 400 metre under 17s, thanks to our wonderful friends at McDonald's, Coles, Tribal Sport, Heart Sport, Quality Hotel, Robertson Gardens, Optus, Badges and Medals, Dream Jar, White Cloud Foundation. We've got our man Ollie from Sportscast. He's joining us, bringing you all the action right around the world. And the Queensland best performance time to keep an eye out on is 50.49, set by Ewan Barnes from the Tweed in November 2019. So will we see a standout performance and that one go down? Well, that's left.
What was the time again?
50.49.
Touch and go. Jackson Munro, who'll be in the second race, he ran a 52.12 2 years ago to win in under 15s. Then his time dropped back by about a second last year and he had his colours lowered. So I'm inclined to take his time from 2 years ago as more indicative of his overall talent. This is the first of two timed finals, the under-17 boys 400 metres. In lane 2 is Caleb Fast from Isis District. 3 is Jackson Ball of Jimboomba. 4 is Leroy Chapman of Tweed. 5 Alex Anderson of Warwick. 6 Bo Hackett of Ormo. 7 Blade Thompson of Tweed. And 8 Jeffrey Davidson of Chinchilla.
Got that first 100 metres out done in 12 seconds. That is breakneck speed. Just looking at that second 200, if they can sustain that 12-second 100 metres sprint, probably looking around that 27 seconds. So they have slowed down just a little bit, 15 seconds for that second 200.
I'm keeping an eye on Leroy Chapman in lane 4 with the garish white boots. The bit of a challenge outside, Blade Thompson of Tweed. He has the lead, but there's something about Thompson. He just seems to have, dare I say, the running. Chapman has been able to respond. He looks like he's going to have the strength to finish. Thompson was gathering speed around the track. But it's Thompson over Chapman. Fast will finish third. The big guns, particularly Helensvale's Jackson Munro, in this second timed final.
It's very hard to sustain that speed. That first 100, when you're running around that sort of 12-second mark, which is incredible speed for athletes of this age, to sustain that over consistent 4 by 100 metre blocks. That's an impressive run.
Blade Thompson already has a silver in the 200 metres at these championships.
So 53.77 is the time to beat. And he was ahead by almost 2 seconds, or 1.5 seconds. 55.24 there for Leroy Chapman, and Caleb Fast from Isis District 58.01. So that's the times that have to be beaten. But Blade Thompson has thrown down the challenge at a time that was adjusted by 0.02 of a second based on the official clock in front of us. But now it's that second 200 metres, Daniel, that's where we're going to see this race won and lost.
I really feel it's the third 100 metres. What happens around that bend? Because it's amazing how you can make a move undetected. It's a bit harder with adult runners who are in their late 20s and 30s and they've seen it all before, and they can basically recalibrate in their mind as they're running exactly where each runner is. But at this level, and with no disrespect intended, but obviously you're never going to know as much at the age of 16 as you are at the age of 25.
Yep.
It's you can sneak your way through.
Yeah.
I just realised that there's no runner in lane 3. So Jackson Munro, who I've been building up, is actually not here.
He's let us down. Just shot us in the foot.
Don't talk to us again, Jackson. No. No, there's obviously a reason for it. But it does mean that we're going to have, a new winner crowned. In lane 2, Ryan Mollenhauer of South Burnett. In 4 is Chase Belsham of Jimboomba. 5, Matthew Green of Townsville Central. 6, Alex Farmilo of South Burnett. 7, Thomas Roderick of Ipswich. And 8 is Declan Ross. 7, Thomas Roderick of Toowong Harriers. 8, Declan Ross of Ipswich. Apologies.
First 100 metres ran at about 13.49, so that is breakneck speed already. Faster we're going to need to see a similar sort of time here. They've run it around about 26.5, so that's on par with about 13.5 seconds as we hit the McDonald's bend.
It appears to be Declan Ross in lane 8, but the challenge is also lane 5, Matthew Green of Townsville Central. In fact, not only did he have the inside running, but he had the wings on his feet. Matthew Green of Townsville Central. It's all about the clock. Declan Ross is fading. Matthew Green, 51.92. I'm pretty sure that's the faster time. Alex Farmilo, South Burnett second, but Matthew Green is your state champion in the under-17s 400 metres.
Quite remarkable there. We might see that adjusted to 51.90. But it'd be fair to say that is the fastest heat of the lot, and at that time definitely hands him the state championship. And so that's been adjusted to 51.86. Alex Familio, 54.15, so that gets him the bronze medal. And Declan Ross misses out on a medal in this instance.
Yeah, he faded at the end, but once again, he's
had a pretty full campaign, hasn't he?
I was about to say, so he, of course, let's see. Oh, no, he won. He's a 1,500-metre champion in this age group, Declan Ross. I forgot.
Yeah. So that was effectively his sprint event.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what he does as a warm down.
Yeah. Just go and run a
lazy 455 seconds. So 2 more categories of the 400 metres, which is the girls and boys under 13s. There'll be a bit of a break, and then it will be a 100 metres festival.
Oh, my goodness gracious. Under lights here at Cusack.
So 3 heats of the girls 400 metres in the under 13s. In this race, just the 4 runners, trying to see who's missing. What I've got is in lane 3, Madeleine Preston of Tweed. In lane 4, Layla Carrigan of Townsville Central. In 5, Charlotte June Walker of Gracemere. 6, Sophie Banks of Gladstone. And 8, Isabella Rule of Springwood.
Looking at Queensland best performance from Capri Vincent at University March last year. Look at this, the first 200 metres ran at about 31.98, so that is very, very good pace.
Capri Vincent had a week to remember here last year. She was extraordinary. It's Isabella Rule of Springwood who has the rule of this race. In lane 4, Layla Carrigan of Townsville Central, putting in her best performance. Rule is racing the clock, seeing what she can lay down for the next 2 timed finals. Charlotte June Walker of Gracemere is in 3rd. And then Sophie Banks of Gladstone trailing the field at the moment. Just a bit of a battle on for 2nd at the moment. I think Carrigan is just going to outlast Walker. But good on Charlotte June Walker, who probably ran the most complete race out of all of them in terms of taking it through to the finish line. But Isabella Rule of Springwood is your current leader.
Outstanding performance there. Is all I can say. Just
Isabella Rule, who had the lead early. Her back straight run was incredible. We could see her stretching her lead out the back.
Now, these are effectively straight finals. Imagine the challenge it would be when you're that far ahead and you've just got to try and block out everything else and try and run it almost as though you were running your own race on your own with no one else around you. The challenge behind that would be quite significant, even for an athlete of her age. Because I imagine if you had other competitors running around you, imagine the other competitors around you would encourage you to push that a little bit harder, do you think?
Yeah, it affects different people in different ways. Some people love the freedom of being on their own, and some people need the challenge of having someone else next to them. And we've seen that with great athletes who can, for example, win national championships and set world records but not win the big races, whereas other people never set the records but always win the races. This is the 2nd time final in the under-13 girls 400 metres. In lane 2, Olivia McClellan of Tablelands. In 3, Madeline Gardner of The Gap. 4, Alice Sutherland of City North. 5, Ava Gard of City North. 6, Tilly Brown of Runaway Bay. 7, Aquilia Rice of Bargara District. 8 is Zairi Weir of Runaway Bay. 9 is Olivia Powell of South. 10 is Piper Banashek of Highfields.
All athletes have really put their foot down. That first 200 metres running just under 30 seconds as they hit the McDonald's bend. This could go any way.
Looks to be Weir of Runaway Bay, if I'm judging the lane correctly. I'm not. It's Powell of Souths who's out in front. Lane 3, Madeline Gardner of The Gap has not only closed the gap, she's made her own. Gardner in lane 3. Powell of South just fading a little. Coming through in lane 5 is Ava Gard of City North. Gardner should have enough gas to get to the line first. Gard of City North will cross in 2nd. And then I think in the end it might have been Weir of Runaway Bay who came through for 3rd. She certainly was the strongest of about 4 that finished the line more or less together. But 106.42 is the winning time.
And the question will be, is there enough wiggle room there for Rule to still sneak in for a medal?
What was the gap between the winning time of the 2 heats?
So 107.09. So there was 0.67 based on what we've got in front of us at the moment.
Yep, cool.
So probably almost need sort of second or third place to be sitting around 107.
So in this heat, we have the winner of the girls' 80-metre hurdles, Amity Batchelor, in lane 5. We also have the winner of the girls' 1,500 metres in Liliana Titley. Actually, I'm questioning that.
So at this stage, we've got Madeline Gardner from that race, 106.40 in first place. And second place in that race moves out to third with 107.15. That's over guard. So Rule still sneaks into second place with her time of 107.09.
And as often happens in under 13, there's been a bit of a generational change in the runners, so there's not a lot of history to go on with these runners. So it's hit the reset button. There's a state championship there to be won. Third and final heat. The winner is supposed to come from this race. I hope you heard the quotation marks.
Well, as we saw from the from Tate Van Camp before, the winner can always come from the first heat.
Absolutely. Liliana Titley appears to be a scratching from this race, and given that she's performed so well in the 1,500, why put pressure on? So she's on screen but not in the race. Girls under 13, 400 metres. In lane 2 is Ruby McPherson of Jimboomba. 3 is Rosie Proctor of Souths. 4, Aria Guerrero of Wynnum Manly. 5, Amity Batchelor of University of the Sunshine Coast. 6, Georgia Meyer of Centenary. 7, Scarlett Hodges of Gold Coast. 8, Taylor Chapman of Caloundra. 10, Charlotte Cook of Toowoomba.
Yeah, it's a very good start, particularly from some of those outside lanes, but again, some activity happening from the inside lanes thanks to our friends at Coles. And the first 200 metres sitting around that sort of 28 seconds. So this is going to be a big time for these girls as we hit the McDonald's bend.
Scarlett Hodges of the Gold Coast in the orange boots is enjoying the best of proceedings at the moment. She's got about a 5-metre lead and is stretching it. Outside her is Taylor Chapman of Caloundra. It's all about Hodges. At the moment, looking very strong. Chapman on her outside from Caloundra. Hodges keeping the lead. Chapman coming at her. Chapman. Does Chapman have the legs? Taylor Chapman overtakes Scarlett Hodges on the line. Hodges collapses. That's what it means. But Taylor Chapman in a 102.66. As they're just calling for help. No, the judge is just describing how she fell over. But Taylor Chapman, in dramatic circumstances, has won the under-13 girls 400 metres state championship.
That's a performance that all of us here today will never forget. That was just remarkable. That last 60 metres, she ran at it like it was a 100-metre sprint. That's just how much energy she put in it. That was enough to make her the state champion as well. And looking at the medal winners now. So Taylor Chapman from Caloundra, 102.58. Scarlett Hodges from the Gold Coast, 102.63. 0.05 second. Nothing separating the pair there. Then Amity Batchelor from the University of Sunshine Coast, 104.08. They are your medal winners as we quickly bounce from one and we turn into another where the action does not stop thanks to our friends at McDonald's.
Remember, what you're watching now will be on YouTube as long as YouTube is YouTube. So if you need to take a break from a race like that, you can pause it, you can catch up with the live stream, which is actually a good way of stopping buffering. Just watch everything sort of on about 5 or 10 minutes delay, except for the race of the person that you know. Watch that one live and all the others watch on a few minutes delay. But now to the boys under 13, 400 metres. Timed finals, which simply means you record the times from each race, you line them all up, and your top 3 times are the people who win the medals.
And I've said this before, Daniel, but I actually find that better. Just because every race counts for something. You're not going to... If you're a top 3 runner and you end up winning your heat, then the time that you get may not be simply good enough. It adds a lot more pressure, but it adds a lot more intrigue because you've got to finish the race strongly.
Intriguing this year because the top 5 runners from the under 12 race last year are all in the third heat. But Jack Kingsnorth, who won in under 11s and under 10s, he's in the second heat from the Arana Club. So you'll see him there. Is he on the comeback trail in this event?
Best performance time to keep an eye on was 54.22 coming from Mali Durante from City North in April 2017. And the Australian best performance time, 52.04, set back in 1980 from Fred Martin from WA.
Unlikely. 1980. He still tells the story. He still tells people that he's the Australian record holder. Who'd you say you were? Fred? Right. First to 3 timed finals. In lane 3, Zane Covey of Laidley. 4 is Harrison Smythe of Townsville Central. 5, Jack McHugh of North Rockhampton. 6, Lyle Barkle of Bargra. 7, Jonty Purcell of Roma. 8, Leon Firth of Runaway Bay. 9, Samuel Gees of Bargra. And 10, Nate Halpin of Toowoomba.
First 100 run in about 15 seconds as we head down the back straight, and we've got one leader that's cruising at the moment, and we're looking to see that 200 metre split around about 31.98, so he's in good form, probably looking for a time of maybe 105.
I believe in lane 7 that's Jonty Purcell of Roma. In the blue, I'm going to stand by that. Inside his main competition in lane 6 is Lyle Barkle of Bargra. Barkle is making a move. You could see him accelerate with about 110 to go. Barkle laying it down. I think he knew he had Purcell's measure. Bargra getting the job done over Roma in this first heat. Lyle Barkle will take it out in about a 107. Second is Jonty Purcell of Roma. Third is Leon Firth of Runaway Bay.
Well, it's almost like he kicked. It was like at the drag races. He kicked in the nitro and just kicked into another gear that he had in his back pocket. That was an extraordinary burst. Just reminds me of Mario Kart, where you fire off the mushroom, just give you that quick burst, and you say goodbye to your opposition and you cruise to the lead. That's how good that performance was.
It amazes me that in track and field commentary to date, we have not said that someone fires off the mushroom. I feel that's a phrase that needs to become overused.
My favourite video game of all time is Mario Kart by a long stretch. It's perfect. I haven't slipped in a wrestling reference yet, and it's WrestleMania season, but it will happen. But that time from Lyle Barkle, 106.84, ahead of Jonty Purcell from Roma, 108.36, and Leon Firth, who dug deep from Runaway Bay, 110.44.
6 runners in this second heat. As I say, the top 5 from last year are all in heat 3. But in the red singlet in lane 7, the X factor is Jack Kingsnorth. Now, sometimes through no fault of anyone's, you can be top of the field in under 11s, then your body changes or it doesn't develop the same way as some of your peers, and you develop other skills instead. Or you just discover guitar. So in this heat, apologies, so lane 3 is Elliot Edwards of Centenary. 4 is Kaiji Morisaki of Runaway Bay. And 5, Luke Rose of Townsville Central. 6 is Sage Lim of Ashmore. 7 is Jack Kingsnorth of Arana. And 9 is Ace Oots of Toowoomba.
Oh, beautiful work down there. And Jack Kingsnorth just sprinted out of that first 100 metres, heading into that 200 metre mark, still around that sort of 30 seconds. So they're on track to topple what we saw in the previous heat.
I thought lane 2 was scratched, but I think Tristan Roeda is the non-starter. So it's lane 4 of Kaiji Morisaki of Runaway Bay, who is keeping Jack Kingsnorth company. Kingsnorth and Morisaki. Third at the moment is Ace Utes of Toowoomba. Morisaki fading a little. Jack Kingsnorth of Arana, he's a 2-time winner of this event in this age group, and he's crossed in a 101.42. Interesting.
All those 3 times will surpass Lyle Barkle with 106.84. So Lyle Barkle, unfortunately, after that first heat, just a little bit slower. But a great performance nonetheless. But you could just see him just powering away there. Just found that extra gear. You can just sort of find with some of these young athletes who are very well trained, that last 50 metres, they just find that extra gear that they flick into. And that's exactly what he did.
12 months ago on this track, second place was Riley Jordan of Jimboomba, who'll be in lane 4 in this race. with a 101.11. The winner was Amaris Conroy of Nambour in a 59.44. That time will be good enough to take the title again this year, but will it be good enough for him and his ambitions? He's in lane 3 in the yellow top.
Just to highlight how quick that heat was too, Daniel, thanks to our friends at McDonald's, the top 5 from that second heat surpassed Lyle Barkle's time of 106.84. So that just showed how hot that was. And even more so, the time there of Lyle Barkle was 5.5 seconds off the mark compared to what Jack Kingsnorth won. So that just showed that Jack is in another space of his own.
Well, it also means that the organisers can breathe a sigh of relief because they got the seedings correct. But what I liked about Kingsnorth in that race was that he saw off 2 challenges from 2 different runners.
Yeah.
They had a couple of different people come at him, and both times he was able to maintain his pace. I don't think he needed to accelerate. I think he silently said to them, well, I'm maintaining this pace. How long can you stick with me? How long can you can't stick with me? Didn't think so. Right, I'm off.
Well, in our other lives, Daniel, that we've done some interviewing before, I would love to have asked the question of, was that just part of your normal race, or did you know that they were there? Like that's what I couldn't ask a 12-year-old that question, but that would be quite fascinating because it was part of the master plan.
So no runners in 7 and 9. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 and 10. Okay. Third and final heat, timed final of the boys under 13 400 metres. In 1, Joshua Lenz of Arana. 2, Joshua Haig of Redlands. 3, Amaris Conroy of Nambour. 4, Riley Jordan of Jimboomba. 5, Lachlan Heeks of Nambour. 6, Connor Irwin of Jimboomba. 8, Ethan Sullivan of City North. And 10, Carl Magendi of Centenary.
Well, they got that first 100 out in about 15 seconds. We're heading down the back straight. A lot of activity happening on the outside as we head towards the McDonald Straight, looking around 29 seconds. So this is going to be faster than the previous 2 heats. You can feel it unless he takes his foot off the gas or he succumbs to some challenges from behind.
It's Ethan Sullivan in the lead with 110 to go. Conroy making his move about 100. Did Sullivan spend all his petrol tickets early? Conroy looking relaxed. Sullivan responding. Conroy's taken it, accelerated beautifully from Nambour, looking to go back-to-back. Amaris Conroy is your state champion in a 58.71. Throw a blanket over second. I suspect it was Joshua Haig of Redlands who got there in the end. Credit to Ethan Sullivan of City North for taking the race on. He may have just dipped out of the medals at the very end.
You almost got to spare a thought for Jack, Ace and KG who thought that perhaps they had an opportunity for a medal, but given how fast that was, that time was at least 1.5 seconds quicker than the previous heat. They've just seemed to ramp it up, and when you're getting times sub 59 seconds, I think if you're Jack Kingsnorth, that's what you want to be running. You want to be running against some of those elite athletes. But Amaris Gale Conroy from Nambour, 58.69. Josh Lenz from Arana, 59.31. And Ethan Sullivan from City North, 59.37. And the top 5 from that race, Daniel, in Heat 3, were better than everyone else before them. That just shows that heat was on another level.
They got the seedings right. And Sullivan, it was Joshua Lenz, not Joshua Haig. Haig finished in 5th. Joshua Lenz from Arana got the silver. Ethan Sullivan, very pleased to see him hold on for the bronze by 1/100th of a second over Jimboomba's Riley Jordan.
Got to love that little rivalry there, City North and Jimboomba. But we're heading to that lovely time of the afternoon where we've been on air for nearly 8 hours.
Not about us.
Not about us, and we could do another 8 more, so that we will. We've got Ollie behind us there from Sportscast bringing you all the action. It's all thanks to Coles, McDonald's, Dream Jar, wonderful team over there. I'll get the sponsors up in a few moments' time, but I'll address them a little bit later because we've got
Heart Sport.
We've Heart Sport, Tribal Sport, Optus,
and we thank them for all their support.
Yeah. No, we appreciate it. They're absolutely dynamic. That's a sign that we're due for a break. So we'll be back with you on the other side of this. You're with Daniel, you're with Chris, and most importantly, we're in your company. We're having a lovely time here at the McDonald's Queensland Little Athletics State Championships. Catch you shortly.
A little bit of respect.
Good afternoon. Welcome back here to Cusack, and here for the McDonald's Little Athletics State Championships. And of course, it's a privilege and a pleasure being your company. My name's Chris, joined by Daniel, and look, very exciting day festivities that we've had. And Daniel, this next big event we've got coming up is it's certainly got a lot of eyeballs on this one.
We are going to watch about 200 100-metre races in a row coming through.
This is going to be the rest of our day today.
So, false start. Now, this is a few different categories in one. We're into the multi-class ambulatory races. So we've got the girls under 11 and 12s in lanes 1 to 4. The boys under 11 and 12, in fact, I've jumped the gun. Sorry, the boys under 9 and 10 in lanes 7, 8 and 9. And the girls in lane 1 to 4. So Hallie Simpson of Ipswich, Annie Ellington of Ormeau, Ruby Hatfield of Runaway Bay, and Charlie Hilton of Toowoomba are in lanes 1 to 4. They're girls under 11s to under 12s. And the three boys in lanes 7, 8 and 9 are Alexander McLean of Ipswich, Jordan Shuttlewood of Ipswich, and Luca Findlay of Runaway Bay. Clean start this time. Good work in lane 3. But also out here in lane 8, so Ruby Hatfield of Runaway Bay, but Jordan Shuttlewood of Ipswich. If you were treating this as one race, that would be the race. Shuttlewood will take the win in his category. Hatfield will take the win in hers. I fancy that Annie Ellington of Ormeau was able to get the second.
Get ready for the biggest report. This is amazing. If we get our main man there, he was blowing kisses to the crowd. He is trying his heart out. And we've got a standing ovation here at Cusack. This is what it's all about, Daniel Vice.
Alexander McLean of Ipswich is the name. Just enjoy this.
Outstanding. There's people standing up everywhere. Doesn't that get your spine tingling, the hairs on the back of your neck? And he's doing some poses to the camera afterwards. Magnificent, Daniel.
Athletics is for everyone.
It definitely is, and we spoke about that at length with Sally Pearson earlier on today, and he's getting a nice hug from his mum too, the young fella.
Who's carrying him.
Yes.
Enjoy that, because it stops eventually. It grows too big to carry.
And he was blowing kisses to the crowd. He was trying his heart out.
He's become a favourite. He was certainly a favourite here in 2025 for just being Alexander, really. So the next race, it's categories combined, but it's a little bit more discreet, ETE, for want of a better word. So this is boys, 100 metres, under 11s and under 12s multi-class ambulatory. In lane 5, I believe that's Arav Belbase of Bly. He's streeting it. In lane 4, Nash Harmon of Isis District. And third will be Neo Airbacher of Nambour, just ahead of Jack Nettle of West Bundaberg. Arav Belbase, who won this event last year as well.
Magnificent. Let's use this as an opportunity to go around the field, thanks to our friends at Coles. And we've currently got the under 16 boys high jump in action. We've got Evan Freeman, Ben Kaswadi, and Alex Cherry all sitting in first place in 1 metre 40. Blake Ryback, who is up right now, he's just cleared 1 metre 40 after a couple of strikes. In the girls' discus under 9s, we've got Tilly Verse from Deception Bay with a throw of 21.95. Ivari Talapau from Wynnum Manly with 18.10, and Bella Fabian from Ormeau with 16.94. Also got the boys under 9 discus going on as we speak. Jason Fleming's just thrown the discus with a distance of 18.40, but this event is currently led by Jared Duploy with 31.73, Austin Regeling with 28.65, and Hudson Walsh. And that's just the update on some of the action we've got around the field at the moment, thanks to our friends at Coles.
Thank you, Chris. We've also got some award winners from earlier today that we tried to mention before, and the races kept coming too quickly. It's really, really rude when races keep coming at a Little Athletics
and they
State
don't stop
Championships. Yes. Hit the ground. No, I don't want to sing that. This next race, a full field, it's the under 13 and under 14 girls 100 metres in the multi-class ambulatory category. Charlotte McFarlane of Strathpine in 1, Emily Davidson Chinchilla in 2, Summer Kemp Deception Bay in 3, Chloe Murray of Helensvale in 4, 5 is Paige Abrahams of Glasshouse, 6 Mackenzie Haman of Isis District, 7 Bella Forge Botel of University of the Sunshine Coast, 8 Ella Page of Ipswich, 9 Margaret Ulridge of North Rockhampton and 10 Eve Mann of Tweed. You can get through a whole field while a starter has his gun in the air. Bit of silverware making its way up into the stands as athletes who have had a successful day. Not being too proud or boastful, but you just want to show a little bit of bling.
Of course you do. It's something to be very proud and excited for, and get that opportunity here with this upcoming race.
So the under 13, under 14s multi-class ambulatory race in lane 4. Chloe Murray of Helensvale, well out in front. Paige Abrahams of Glasshouse holding on. Third will be Summer Kemp at Deception Bay, but well done Paige Abrahams of Glasshouse, finishing in a 16:08. She got wheels.
And they've spent a lot of rubber, and here we get some more elation here as well.
Margaret Ulridge of North Rockhampton, another favourite.
She lit up the track last year as well too, from memory.
You are 100% correct.
You got the same standing ovation. Well, we have an opportunity as well. Some more around the field, thanks to Coles. We've got the boys shot put under 10s. Sam Broom from Caboolture, 8 metres 84 in first place. Seth Major from Balmoral, 8:10. And in third place, Japinder Sharma from Aspley with 8:02, while Jack Perry from City North just sitting behind on 7.94. And some more shot put action happening with the under 10 girls. We've got Brooklyn Taylor from Runaway Bay with 9.75. Layla Harmon from Ipswich, 7.96. And Madeline Driscoll from Runaway Bay, 7.13. They are your top 3. All thanks to our friends at Coles. It's part of the McDonald's Little Athletics Queensland State Championships here at Cusack.
Earlier today, the following awards were given in a special ceremony in the middle. The Most Improved Athlete Trophy, which is given to one athlete across the state who records the highest number of personal best performances at the centre level across a 10-week period. That went to Genevieve McMahon from Bargara District, competes in the under 13s. There were 2 award winners, one boy, one girl, for the George Harvey Leadership Award. Given to those who best demonstrate that they embrace the ideals of little athletics through leadership, respect, perseverance, sportsmanship and enthusiasm. They went to William Kruger of Runaway Bay and Ruby Chester of Townsville Central. And I think we've got time for the Junior Official of the Year, which recognises the contribution of a junior official who has served at centre, region and state level competitions. I'll get to that award winner in just a moment. 2 categories. The boys under 13, under 14 are in lanes 1 to 6. 2 girls in lanes 7 and 8. Jonah McGorm of Toowoomba. Apologies, that's Xavier Kennel of Ross River in the pink. I should have known. Jonah McGorm of Toowoomba gets second. Jared Edwards, also of Toowoomba, will get third. The leading girl across the track was Jada McCombs of West Bundaberg, Sophie Hart of Chinchilla, and in lane 6 getting the extra cheers is Hudson Glubb of Ormo. And
great to see the athletes as well that already crossed the line, getting across and cheering on the other athletes as they make their way towards the end. The sportspersonship, I should say, within this sport is just second to none, and that's an environment that Queensland Little Athletics prides itself on, and creating opportunities for all, and they do it to perfection.
One more multi-class ambulatory race, the boys under 15 to under 17's 100 metres. A field of 6, Taj Appleby of Tablelands in 3, Sebastian Potter of Algester in 3, Taj in 2, Sebastian in 3, Jaden Graham of Toowoomba in 4, Peter Flaherty of Jimboomba in 5, Lachlan McHugh of North Rockhampton in 6, Deacon Chopping of North Rockhampton in 7. The final award that was presented earlier today to a junior official who served at centre, region and state level, someone who is respected by their peers, participates in mentoring and learning opportunities, and I had the good fortune to get to know this girl when she just happened to be at primary school with my son. Phoenix Mackay from Algester is a salt of the earth girl, and it's no surprise to me, and to see her win Junior Official of the Year, and I hope she's involved in athletics or anything really for a very long time to come. So congratulations to Genevieve for the Most Improved Athlete, to William and Ruby for the George Harvey Leadership Award, and to Phoenix for being named Junior Official of the Year.
That's magnificent, and congratulations to Little Athletics Queensland for having the opportunity to have these people involved, but also recognise them as well.
So the final multi-class ambulatory race, it's not much of a contest. Jaden Graham of Toowoomba has said, I'll wave to you at the finish line. I might even send you a postcard. Jaden Graham across first. Sebastian Potter of Algester will hold on for second. Peter Flaherty of Jimboomba third. Fourth is Lachlan McHugh of North Rockhampton. I think it's Deacon Chopping in the outside lane, and then Taj Appleby in lane 2. But Jaden Graham running a 12... Sorry, was that a 12.34 he just ran for 100 metres?
12.34, correct.
Yeah, he's going in the book.
He's going in the book.
15-year-old Jaden Graham of Toowoomba has just run... I don't know what his para-athletics category is, but I think 12.34 will get you attention in most categories.
That is extraordinary. So he's a 15-year-old, did you say?
15-year-old, so under 16 times 16. Would be relevant.
That is a phenomenal time. So a Queensland best performance, which is 9 years old at the moment, is 10.96, which is an extraordinary result. But we were seeing this time last year, we were seeing high 11s, early 12s being run. So he would easily compete and challenge the runners of his age group in the the under 15s. It's quite a remarkable performance. 12.34. I'm hoping that's a chance to be revised too.
Indeed, and we've seen it go both ways today. So 100-metre categories galore. We're starting with the girls under 11. The finals will begin at 6:40 tonight. The prelims starting now. We're 9 minutes behind schedule, which, trust me, is a win.
So, ladies and gentlemen watching at home, the next 4 hours, they're going to be blockbusters. It's 100 metres after 100 metres, and it's going to be action-packed.
So this is the first of 3 heats. Stephanie Dunnett of Ipswich setting the pace in lane 9. Stella Bishop of Gold Coast on her right shoulder. Plenty of speed over in lanes 1 and 2 with Lily Cheesewright of Townsville and Indy Mutimer of Balmoral. Dunnett takes the lead. It's the top 2 from each heat, plus the next 2 best times. These are not time finals. Trust me, I checked. So Stephanie Dunnett of Ipswich, first over the line in heat 1 of 3, sorry.
Well, Queensland best performance time is 13.22 from Ella Booker from Deception Bay back in March 2017. That one was hot. That one was really quick, and no doubt that one sort of being in the mid-14s is certainly going to trouble some of those around her come the final, because she will make that. So that has been revised to 14.18. Stephanie Dunnett from Ipswich.
Dunnett won bronze last year in 14.81, and the 2 people who beat her are not here. So Dunnett, you could argue, is the favourite. Having said that, in any sport, what happened 12 months ago is occasionally relevant. In junior sport, I'm really just saying it to fill time.
Unless you're Xanthi...
Xanthi Watts, in which case it just goes on and on and on.
Exactly. Lily Cheesewright from Townsville Central, 14.63. Indy Mutimer from Balmoral, 14.65. Stella Bishop from the Gold Coast, 14.82. They are currently your top 4, heading straight through to the final, but of course that is subject to change.
So heat 2. Top 2 to go through. And then the next 2 fastest qualifiers. Good start from Layla Antle of Redlands on the near side. The race in 3 on the far side between Evelyn Fields of Ormo. There's about 6 runners in a line. Evelyn Fields of Ormo will take the win. I suspect that Olivia Assetto of Deception Bay got second, and possibly Antle of Redlands on the near side. Fields was able to pull away, but the next 5... Show me the photo.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be tough to find some athletes to put in the final on the back of that, isn't it?
We do want to. What was the winning time there? I missed it.
I was looking around at about 14.5, sort of 14.54. That'd probably be adjusted to 14.5.
So Dunnett's still in the overall lead for what it's worth.
So Evelyn Fields' time has been adjusted to 14.45 as the current time that we've got put through. Olivia Aceto from Deception Bay, 14.74. Ailish Ahern from Arana at 14.76. And Layla Antil from Redlands, 14.85.
I missed calling Ahern, who did come over the top of Antil at the end.
But it's just making things nice and juicy.
And Layla Antil's twin sister Riley is in this race in lane 9, which is where Layla was. Do you think they like each other, or do you think that Layla was kind of, leaving banana skins as she was going down the track? So
3 of them. Absolute 3 of them for sure.
Where the hurdles were.
Exactly. But Steph Dunnett's time of 14.18 is the time to beat. So if we're running 8 in the final, you would have Lola Russell. Sorry, my apologies. I'm just going to scrap everything I've just said there.
I've done that several times today.
But Layla Antil will finish in 8th at 14.85, and then everyone before her.
So Stephanie Dunnett's currently in the lead, got silver in the 200 metres last night. Currently the top seed. False start in Heat 3. Go through the field in 1 Penelope Mosey of West Bundaberg, 2 Phoebe Elliott of Algester, 3 Indigo Sewell of Glasshouse, 4 May Love of the University of Sunshine Coast, 5 Scarlett Clarkson of Toowoomba, 6 is Tando Jada of the University of the Sunshine Coast, 8 Tiffany Walker of North Rockhampton, 9 Riley Antil of Redlands.
As it stands at the moment, 3 of the top 4 going into the final at present come from the first heat, but you can split them from there because it's 4 and 4 respectively so far in terms of the best times.
Well, if you're looking at the app or the website, capital Q means qualified by finishing in the first 2. A lowercase q means qualified from being one of the top 2 times outside of the top 2 in each race.
I think if you finish 3rd or 4th and you got a time in the 14.6, low 14.6, you'd be a chance to sneak in. That's the dream at this point for those athletes. Their dream is to run their hearts out, thanks to McDonald's.
Get to the final. They're away cleanly this time. It's Riley Antil of Redlands who made the best start, but look at Phoebe Elliott of Algester over in lane 2. Took a little while to get going and then said, no, I'm going to win this. Elliott, the time will be 13.86. She is the top seed, ahead of Penelope Mosey of West Bundaberg. Dunnett versus Elliott in the final in a couple of hours' time.
That is going to be box office, and Elliott's already got the advantage so far because her time was almost 0.4 of a second quicker than Dunnett. But the gauntlet has been thrown down. Dunnett won it in the opening heat, set the bar high, and that has been surpassed with confidence. You
know how I told you that Dunnett got silver in the 200 last night? Mm-hmm. You want to have a crack at who won the gold?
Phoebe Elliott.
Well spotted.
Yeah. You left the breadcrumbs there nicely.
No, I wasn't going to make a multiple choice for you. I figured that you'd probably have that one covered.
No, I'd still get it wrong.
The boys under 11s coming up 4 heats in this race, so it's the winner of each plus the next 4 best times, which just brings it's not just about times, it's the element of racing in this as well.
If I may go through if we've got a moment just to go through the finalists
Please.
For tonight. So Phoebe Elliott, Stephanie Dunnett, Penelope Mosey, Evelyn Fields, Riley Antil, Lily Cheesewright, Indy Mudama and Olivia Aceto. They have all qualified for tonight's final, and only 3 of those actually came from Heat 3. So that was an explosive heat.
In the under 11s, last year, the winner of this age group was Ruben Perez of Aspley. You'll see him in Heat 3. Underway in this first heat, Michael McEwen of Balmoral, who was 4th last year. He's made a very good start, but inside him, Blake Eckstein of Ashmore. Blake Eckstein looking good. On his left is Mitchell Phillips. Phillips will hold on for 2nd, and Ezra Lifu Boson of Ipswich will finish 3rd. But a wonderful run from Blake Eckstein in the middle of the track in a 14-second flat so far.
He was sitting about 4th position at the halfway mark, but his speed just remained consistent. His running action was very powerful. 14 flat, but that'll get adjusted to probably around sort of 13.96. The Queensland best performance time, 13.26, set this event last year by Rhoda Pereso from the Gold Coast. So that is, the gauntlet has been thrown down. Be fascinating to see if we will see that topple tonight.
Last year's silver medalist Braith Hart from West Bundaberg, he'll be in Heat 3. Last year's bronze medalist Roman Allen was Springwood then, now at Wynnum Manly. He is in this heat in Year 7. Bronze in the flat race, Australian best performance breaker in the hurdles. You'll see that tomorrow.
Looking forward to seeing that one. Blake Eckstein with a time of 13.94. Mitch Phillips 14.06. Ezra with 14.09.
Heat 2 underway. The action's in the middle of the track. Over in lane 3 is Cullen Piper of Ipswich and the distinctive orange. A little bit further on this side, Roman Allen of Wynnum Manly. Piper's not going to be challenged. It'll be between Allen, who I think was third, probably behind Joshua Moxie of Jim Boomba over in lane 2. They appear to be your top 3, but Cullen Piper made that race his own.
I'm not going to go early here, but that 13.26 time, they're going to get close tonight.
Okay.
I think
this is the heat you need to watch.
Yeah,
I feel.
Yeah. And so I just think maybe the best we could see, and I want to be proven wrong, but might be 13.4, might be the best time we might see overall over the next 2 running events, including the final. But that one was run at a breakneck speed. 13.65 there from Cullen Piper. So basically 0.4 behind the best performance record. Josh Moxie with 14.08 and Roman Allen 14.13.
Yeah, I'm sure Roman Allen's taking this event seriously, but the 80-metre hurdles tomorrow, you might just see some fire.
That's what we want to. We definitely want to see that. It's going to be electric. It's going to be dynamic.
But it's all about the 100 flat now. This is the under-11s. This age group's 3rd year at the McDonald's State Championships. And in this heat, the defending champion Ruben Peroz of Aspley is nearest the camera in lane 9. False start.
It's more of a reference point to show how fast Heat 2 was. 5 of the top 8 times already it came from that second heat.
Mm-hmm.
And if we're going to see something quicker, 13.55 would be something to give the Queensland best performance time a little bit of a nudge later on.
So the historical form is on the outside of this field. Ruben Peroz nearest the camera. Braith Hart of West Bundaberg furthest from the camera, nearest the starter. Plenty of talent in between. Peroz got away well. Also getting away was Marshall Salafai of USC just in lane 7. Peroz found his mojo. He's going to take it home. Braith Hart of West Bundaberg, he got it right about the 50-60 metre mark. 13.63. Told you, Chris.
Yep, just like a fine wine, Daniel. You get better with age, and you've nailed it to perfection. So that's probably going to be adjusted to maybe 13.58. But the only reason that time would matter if it's in line with his personal best. But that puts him ahead of the rest at this point in time. And arguably that was the fastest heat.
I think you can remove arguably from that sentence, to be honest.
Just take it to the bank.
It was particularly, I'd love to know the time of Hart over in lane 2, because I have a feeling he may have won the other 2 heats had he been drawn so.
Well, Ruben with a time of 13.55.
Yeah.
Which is quite remarkable. And Cullen Piper with 13.65. So they're just getting better and better and better. But Braith Hart with a time of 13.94 keeps him equal 3rd best.
Yeah.
In Heat 3.
He'd be unlucky to miss out. Unfortunately, there is a bit of luck in sport. Plenty of uncontrollables, even when the sport is as simple as start there, run to there.
Well, we've got Ruben, Cullen, Blake, Braith, Mitchell, Josh, Ezra and Roman. They are your 8 finalists in the boys under 11s.
Fourth and final heat. On the near side is Patrick Ewing III of Balmoral. Going well. Jaden Komajinski of Bracken Ridge. Streeting it on the outside. Third will be Ken Korpuz of Toowoomba. Komajinski's going to take it from Ewing. So Komajinski in a 13.65. That is ballpark. It depends what it gets adjusted to, but he is in the mix for the final.
That might get adjusted to probably 13.58, maybe 13.57.
You reckon that much?
Yeah, because that's how much Ruben ran a 13.62 and that got adjusted to 13.55. So, law of averages. Well, so Jaden there, that 13.59 got adjusted. So he finished in second place there. It's fantastic time. Absolutely smoked them.
13.59. So he's second fastest qualifier, Komajinski?
By 0.04 of a second.
In the standing. So Ruben Perez, as we say, defending champion. Finished fourth the year before that, and then managed to cut nearly a second and a half off his 100-metre time. Think about that for a second.
That's incredible. I wish we knew the science behind it. But we just call it brilliance.
Girls 100 metres under 12. 3 heats.
And just to show how fast that heat 4 was, 3 of the finalists came from that heat, that fourth heat. So that just shows how quick it was, even though they didn't have the quickest time on the card.
The defending champion is in this first heat. That's Madison Hooper of USC, which is the University of the Sunshine Coast.
Queensland best performing time, 12.46, set by Brittany Enger from the Gold Coast on March 24, 2018. The Australian best performance, 12.44, set by Via Jones Morris back in 1992 from WA. Not planting the seed, thinking there's an opportunity, but any time you see athletes compete, there is always a chance a record could fall, particularly here at the McDonald's Queensland Little Athletics State Championships. Great support from our friends at Coles.
The wind's still swirling. It's just picked up a little, and of course, even though the grandstands here are quite steep, we'll get to that in a moment. Heat 1 of the girls under 12, 100 metres. Already a clear favourite, Madison Hooper of the University of the Sunshine Coast. She's out for a time. Sophie Allen of Ormeau will probably get second, just ahead of Lily Thompson of Aspley. But how about the run from Madison Hooper?
Well, I don't say it was expected, but it was appreciated that she continued that wonderful form that she's shown right throughout her junior career. She did not disappoint. Hopefully she's happy with that time. 13.32, probably adjusted around that 13.28, 29 mark. That's a really good start. The challenge has been thrown down. My question is, has she got a little bit more in the tank? I'd like to think she does. I think knowing her confidence and her ability, she would probably think if she could shave maybe half a second off that come the final.
Already a 200-metre champion at these state championships, brought to you by McDonald's. Heat 2, Chloe Morell of Centenary in lane 8. Who was silver medalist, runner-up to Hooper last year on this track. And lane 8 seems to have some springs in it today.
Yeah, it's quite fascinating too, because we have seen across even 400 metres, a lot of the gun performers we've seen in lane 8. It's just been right around the track, which is great for us because we're close to the action. Madison Hooper, time of 13.26. Sophie Allen, 14.08. They automatically go through. Lily Thompson with 14.11 and Amelia Lowe at 14.21. And Zoe Clark on 14.22. They could very well be a chance to sneak in.
Well, even if you come 5th in the first heat, you go, okay, let's just see.
It just really depends how quick these times are, how quick these heats are. If you're sitting in heat 1, you just hope the other heats just don't have the speed to it.
You basically hope that you've intimidated them.
Yeah, exactly. You hope you've put the fear of something into them, just to or maybe a couple of false starts. But you see, with some heats, you might get 3 or 4 qualify, but that's because they're all close together. You could throw a blanket over a couple at the end and they just spur each other on. There's that competitive juices. Whereas if you have one that clearly wins, you're probably not getting challenged enough to run that extra 0.3 of a second that might get you into the final.
As I say, there's plenty of different personality types at these games, and sometimes it works in reverse. Like the way I just really quickly undermined everything you just set up in the last 30 seconds before that. It was pretty rude of me, really.
Well, I'm just going to have to drop by Macca's on the way home and get myself a nice quarter pounder meal just to commiserate and then drop by Coles on the way through tomorrow morning. Just
two words, Chris. Grand Angus, okay?
Oh.
You've not mentioned the Grand Angus yet, and I'm disappointed.
Hey, you find a good thing, you stick to it. That's why I always shop at Coles. And, of course, we like to thank Tribal Sport, Heart Sport, Quality Hotel, Robertson Gardens, Optus, Badges and Medals, Dream Jar, and the White Cloud Foundation. And if I lived more than an hour away from where I do, I definitely would have booked myself a nice little spot at the Quality Hotel, Robertson Gardens, just across the road, and casually walked across. So instead, my lovely bride has let me take her car, which runs on the sun, so I don't have to worry about paying ridiculous fuel prices.
Your wife's not a sponsor, is she? Heat 2 of the girls' 100 metres for under 12s. Again, the near side, Chloe Morell of Centenary. She's come back to play. Some good work in lanes 3 and 5 from Kiva Corbett of Arana and also Aaliyah Purnell of Ipswich. Chloe Morell wins it in a canter. Corbett and Purnell have kept themselves in the mix. One will automatically qualify. One, given that the winning time was 13.4, well, they're there or thereabouts.
Well, I think the key thing before the time sort of come to us, the big gap between Maddie Hooper and Sophie Allen was nearly 0.80 of a second. So
that's a big hole to drive a truck through, really, isn't it?
Exactly. Whereas this one was probably a bit closer. We're thinking maybe 0.5, so we probably could see maybe 2 or 3 of those girls sneak through under that 14 mark. That's just a general feel at this point in time. And we're starting to see those results come through right in front of us, and they've done just that. So Chloe Morell with 13.33, Aaliyah Purnell 13.95, Corbett with 13.96. So we did see 3 of those, the top 3, sneak in. But Maddie Hooper's time of 13.26 probably won't get touched, you'd feel, because that was just an extraordinary performance.
So as expected, the battle between Hooper and Morell seems to be the main one to watch tonight. Hooper the favourite. Third and final heat coming up. There's been a fair bit of gap. I don't see a specific problem at the start line. Unless it's some of those bananas that the twins dropped for each other before. From Coles, of course.
Of course. The freshest, they tell me.
Careful. So heat 3, they're chasing Madison Hooper, but first of all, they're chasing a place in the final. Heat 3 underway. On the near side, Storm Muger of Tablelands did well. But over in the middle, Emily Young of Toowoomba, not to mention Charlotte Roche of Ipswich on the far side. Roche versus Young. Roche will take it, I fancy, but they're both through to the final anyway. Charlotte Roche of Ipswich, Emily Young of Toowoomba, 13.6. You wouldn't think the other qualifiers would come from this race.
No, not at all, especially with the gap between second and third, just a little bit too far away. You're just going to have to rely on some good times. So Charlotte Roach there, that time's come through nice and quick. In fact, a few of them have come through nice and quick. Charlotte Roach's time at 13.52, Emily Young at 13.54, and Lana Legg with 13.94. So,
who's already coming off a bronze today in the 400.
Yeah, so we have seen three of the top 5 times. But how about this? We've got Lana, so I'll go with the last names, it's a bit easier. Lage, Purnell and Corbett separated by 0.02 of a second.
Wow.
So that's
it looks like that, but I wussed out.
Yeah. But we've got 7 athletes that have recorded sub 14. That is incredibly remarkable. And hopefully it doesn't end up in heartbreak here, but we did see just the pace drop off just a little bit, but the gap was a bit closer too, so that sort of helped. But Looks like that's our finals sorted. We got Maddie, Chloe, Charlotte, Emily, Lana, Alea, Kamaya, and Sophie. There's your top 8. And only 2 from Heat 1 went through to the final, and 3 from Heat 3 and 3 from the Heat 2 have progressed.
12 months ago, when it was under 11s, we were looking at a race between Diego Ryan and Anton Mugabe, and it was Ryder Pareso of the Gold Coast who not only won but set records in doing so. He's back to defend his title. He's in lane 2 in the light blue singlet. Anton Mugabe of Toowong Harriers is in lane 6. Ended up 3rd last year. Did that sting him? Has he come back with whatever the child's version of revenge is on his mind? Probably just revenge, really, isn't it?
Exactly. Queensland best performance time, 12.42, set by Sam Shaw from Arana 2 years ago at this event.
Pareso in 2, Mugabe in 6. Plenty of others to watch. Away cleanly. Mugabe got a flying start. He's got Parker Lee Phillips of Caloundra on his right. Jackson Reed Law of Caboolture in the red looking good as well. But it's going to be Anton Mugabe of Toowong Harriers who has streeted it. Pareso came through in 3rd, so he's going to have to wait. Top 2, there are 3 heats, top 2 from each. Mugabe, he can have a shower and come back for the final in a couple of hours' time.
And he cruised the last 15 metres too. He did take the foot off the gas at 13.13, which will get it probably adjusted to around a 13.10. Tremendous.
So you're saying sub 13 tonight, given that he took his foot off the gas?
I agree. I think so. I'd probably be thinking somewhere, if I was Nostradamus, maybe 12.86, maybe 12.9. So just got to throw something out there to keep the fans on their toes. But I think there's a genuine chance.
I love how you think Nostradamus predicted athletic events. That was how he spent his time.
This particular event. Mugabe with 13.08. Law with 13.40. Pareso 13.65. And Pereira 13.87. So they're your top 4 as we turn our attention to this one. Thanks to our friends at McDonald's.
So lane 6 is Diego Ryan of Toowoomba, who looked excellent in the heats last year and then was beaten by Pareso in the final. Pareso in danger of not making the final this time. Will much to be run.
Well, that 13.65, it's a good time, but probably needed to maybe a 13.5 would have been enough to secure. If there's anything to go by what we saw with the girls before.
But again, 12 months is a long time. Bodies change, abilities change. Focus changes.
It was interesting too with the previous race that two of the boys stood up, and that cost them about half a step too. So there's only one of them, or actually 2 of them standing up at the moment. I'll watch them with interest.
Heat 2 of 3 in the under 12 boys 100 metres. Away cleanly. Ryan wasn't in the lead at the start. That looked to be Cooper Canavan of Ormo. He's making his presence felt now. Oliver Hobart of Noosa on his left shoulder. Now Ryan puts the foot down. Ryan will get there first over Hoban. And then I believe Harrison Smith of Balmoral will get over for 3rd. 13.19 is slick.
Yep, absolutely smoked them. Just tremendous. Knew trouble was coming from all angles and held his nerve. I'll give him the 2nd best time on the card so far. Can't see an adjustment in below 13.08. But
what did Nostradamus say?
Nostradamus said, Chris, you've got no idea what you're talking about, so we'll just...
Except he said it in Greek.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not going to run that chat through ChatGPT. I'm as
I dare you.
Diego Ryan, a time of 13.10, so that was adjusted very timely. 3 of the top 4 have actually qualified from that race to this date, with Oliver Hobart with 13.27 and Harrison Smith from Balmoral 13.39. Jackson Reed Law has been bumped out. He finished 2nd place in Heat 1. He's at 13.4.
4th, 5th and 6th from last year are all in this heat. That's Leo Campbell, Lucas Hardy and William Turnbull. So Leo Campbell of Balmoral in 6, Lucas Hardy of Strathpine in lane 2, and William Turnbull of Redlands in lane 4. What have they been able to change in the last 12 months?
Well, this could indicate that we would get this as the faster heat if they can all carry each other forward at a higher speed, which will put some pressure on some of the other athletes who will be just hanging to see if a final goes to them later on tonight.
Heat 3 of 3.
Half the field standing up too.
Unsteadiness. Does the card come out?
Probably because the gun didn't go off.
No, I still think if
Okay.
you wobble and prevent the gun from going off,
Yep.
you get a card, and it feels different from on your birthday.
Yeah. You don't get money in it.
Now that'd change athletics. I'm not even talking about professionalism, just if the card was nicer. It's like, okay, I need to give you a awarding card, but here's a chockey.
Go for that. From Coles. Proud sponsors of this wonderful event.
Field of 10. 3 with a bit of history. There is wobbling.
There's definitely a lot of unsettling. We're seeing the marshals come together as well. I'd be interested to see what conversations they'll be having. The two of them are convening at the moment.
Well, particularly if it's the same runner. So that the one they're approaching is Ollie Brewster of Strathpine. And the communication is good.
But this can sort of be a bit costly as well, because you know there's a bit of hesitancy. So you'll just wait until the gun goes, and you might be half a stride behind where your other runners are because you want to avoid disqualification. I know that many moons ago when I was on the track, if I got pulled up and my instinct was, well, I'll just wait till everyone goes and then I'll go, just to avoid that. But it ended up costing me like 2 strides anyway. I was behind everyone from the get-go.
Yeah, I just thought I'd lose in advance.
Yeah, exactly.
So save everyone else the bother of beating me.
Use it as an excuse to go, well, I didn't want to get disqualified again, so I wanted to hold off.
I'll take off in half an hour. So. Wait till everyone else's finishes. Cue the Chariots of Fire music. Off away cleanly in lane 3. Sorry, in heat 3. In lane 7 is Ollie Brewster of Strathpine. He's managed to put the unsettling behind him. He could win this. He's got pressure from Leo Campbell and Koa Byrne. But I think Ollie Brewster's taken that in a 13.49. It is, I believe, the slowest of the 3 heats. But a bit of character shown there from Ollie Brewster to put the official chat behind him and take out the heat to qualify for the final.
Well, look, at the end of the day, that's all that matters now, hasn't it? Because if that little bit of unsettling could have cost him a couple of strides, at least he's in the final now. He can get in his own headspace and prepare himself for that, regardless of the time. Doesn't matter where you are. That essentially put him with the equal 5th best time on the card, which means that was it was a slower heat in terms of the result, Daniel, but it was a faster heat overall because we had 4 athletes.
Of course, yes.
So here's the extraordinary part. We had Ollie Brewster with 13.4. He essentially takes lane 6. Leo Campbell, 13.42, and Koa Byrne at 13.47. They've all snuck in. There was very little separating first from 5th.
Well, 0.02 between 3rd and 4th. That was Lucas Hardy of Strathpine.
Yeah.
And then, 6th was 13.66, which is only a quarter of a second behind the winner of that 3rd heat. But I suppose the big news is the defending champion, Ryder Paresso, is out.
Yeah, exactly, with that time of 13.65. And we did say, well, actually, I did mention before, maybe a time of 13.5 probably would have been ideal. But even then, he wouldn't have made it because we had Koa Byrne with 13.47. So even though Heat 3 was the slowest heat of the lot, they were still able to get 3 through.
So we'll have the showdown that we thought we were going to get last year, and it was completely upstaged. But Mugaba versus Ryan, Tawong versus Toowoomba in the final later on this evening.
Well, the stage is set. Plenty more to come here at the QSAC. We appreciate your company. Make sure you join Daniel, myself, and the great man Ollie on the back of this. So Ollie's not there. We've got another rock star behind us, running business as usual, back on the other side of this.
Good afternoon, nearly good evening, and welcome back here to the McDonald's Little Athletics Queensland State Championships. My name is Chris. It's a privilege and a pleasure to be in your company alongside Daniel Viles, and we've got some medal presentations going on at the moment, but we've got to use this opportunity as well, thanks to our friends at McDonald's. Just have a look at some of the around the field action, thanks to Coles. And currently in the girls' high jump, under 16s, we've got Tani Phillips leading the way. She's just cleared 1.65. She's had a crack at 1.70. Unfortunately, she's missed out there, but she'll take out the gold medal. Dahlia Walker finished in second place. Isla Brimble, I should say, 1.45, so there'll probably be more activity happening there. The boys' high jump, under 16s at the moment. We've got Jordan Munro. He's just inserted himself into the competition. He's cleared at 1.90. Jake Hambrook-Smith, 1.90. And William Kruger, also 1.90 as well. There, your top three. And we'll have some. We've got our man coming back shortly, but also thanks to Coles. We'll get on to that more lately. But Daniel.
So this is heat one of the girls under 1,400 metres, and one of the big stories of last year, Kaylee Crute. She will win this first heat easily. Ava Walden of Nambour will finish second. Crute has not won this event in her age group yet. Last year she lost this race by 1/100th of a second. She's gone second, third, second in the last 3 years. Defending champion isn't defending. Could this be Kaylee Crute's year from the gap?
And could she, in the final, could she put the Queensland best performance time under threat as well? 12.38 by Tilly Ojako Petit from Tweed, who achieved it last year at the National Championships. That could very well go close to going under. Just looking at that time that's come through, 12.48 Daniel Viles. So she was 0.10 off equaling it. So if that's just a sample, then look out. That's the final, that's going.
She did seem to take that one very hard, and I think, yeah, she ran like she knew she's got an opportunity.
Oh, it was a flawless performance. And as you've highlighted, so I think, 2 heats here, top 2?
3 heats with the top
heats.
2,
Yep.
Top 2 plus 2, but yeah, Kaylee Crute should now be sitting at the finish line, sledging everyone else who comes across the line, because that's totally the value of Little Athletics Queensland. I hope the sarcasm's dripping, because that is the opposite. Heat 2 underway. Good start from Anea Walson of Ipswich over in lane 3, but it's Tempsy Petralia of Noosa in lane 8. Walson of Ipswich will take it away from Petralia. Ava Matassa of Aspley in 9 seems to be in third. 13.42, not as fast as Crute, which is a bit like being not as tall as an NBA basketballer or something. But into the final, Manea Walson of Ipswich, Tempsy Petralia of Noosa.
Thanks to our friends at McDonald's. That was a bit more of a slower heat, which will probably impact those finishing third and fourth
Did you
place.
just play McDonald's for this being a slower heat?
No, I was saying the talent on display.
Oh, of course, yes.
Thanks to, like that first heat was electric. Thanks to our friends at McDonald's.
There we go. Right.
But to be fair, if they had a couple of burgers in their hands, it might have impeded their distance. Look, I'm just going to rewind those few moments. But look. That was a quality performance there from Anaya from Ipswich, 13.32. She's in the final. I'd like to think that she could better that time.
I'm not inclined to disagree with you.
But 5 of the top 8 so far have come from Heat 1, just to highlight how there's a little bit more pep to come, I think. In Heat 1 just had a lot more speed in it.
So third and final heat. This is the under 14 girls 100 metres.
Medal presentation from under 10 girls shot put.
Under 10 girls shot put medal presentation on the infield at the moment. They tend to wait for the medal presentations to finish before they start, not so much the long distance races, but certainly anything that's run on the straight. as the runaway base section of the crowd enjoys.
Oh, they've got a
victory.
lot here.
It's a proud club. We forgot to ask Sally Pearson which club was hers. It may
All of
have
them.
been. You know what I meant? You know what I meant. Heat 3, under 14 girls, 100 metres. Fast on the outside was Sophie Allen from Ipswich, nearest the camera. She's got away early. On her left shoulder is Alice Chadburn of Redlands. Taylor Hughes of City North applying pressure. It's Chadburn who's come through the middle of the pack. Chadburn will hold on from Taylor Hughes. Sophie Allen will finish in third. The race was always on the near side of the track.
I think the top 4 from that heat are going through. Just looking at the times that they had to cover. I could even guess that if they could get, if they could get more in there, they definitely would. Those times are starting to make their way through. And Alice Chadburn with her time of 13.38, that's got her into the third best time overall. Taylor Hughes, 13.40. Sophie Allen, 13.55. So 3 of the top 8 have come from Heat 3. So your finalists, Kaylee, Mania, Alice, Taylor, Tempsey, Ava, and the 2 Sophies there, rounding it out.
Alan and McDiarmid. Kaylee Cruz, fastest qualifier by 0.86 of a second over Mania Walsett of Ipswich, which I think says 2 things. Firstly, class, and secondly, intent.
Well, if you take away Kaylee Groot's time, there's only 0.33 separating second from the 8th best time. So she's in a class of her own, and we're going to be spoiled a little bit later on when she takes the track to the final.
So in the boys under 14, there's a gap. The top 3 from last year have moved on. And Heat 1 looks to be extremely depleted. There's only 4 runners there.
There's a chance that they could all go through if the time's quick enough. Although I'd see there's a bit of depth lacking in the numbers department as well from behind.
So on the near side, Dylan Mitchell from Harvey Bay. Leo Nash from Arana, who's had a good day already, sprinting away in lane 8. It looks like Mitchell will get second. Third will be Hudson Severinson of Ipswich. And then completing the field is Noah Atkinson of Townsville Central.
Powerful run. He was in complete control, owned his race. The Queensland best performance time of 11.38 set by Tynan Neveseril from the Gold Coast is one that's 8 years old.
So Nash, who won that race, came 4th in the 200 metres last night, but of course won the 90 metre hurdles earlier today.
So he's got some great form. He's had a very, very good championship.
So Heat 2, plenty of names we've seen already today. William Walker of Ross River in lane 4, Corbin Dwignan of Gayndah in 5, Cyrus Iorello of Springwood in 7, Tyson Brezigar of Gladstone in 8.
12.39 is the time that's been thrown down to the challenge, but I'm looking at Fraser Ballas from Redlands, 13.28. Will that be enough for Fraser to get through to the final? Only time will tell over these next couple of heats. And another depleted field as well. I think we've got 5 in this one.
Apologies, I had Fraser Bellis in lane 7, which was unoccupied in that race, so the names that I gave may have been inaccurate, and I'll find someone to blame.
Oh, you could blame someone that's not a sponsor of this event.
Woolworths, damn you. I never said that.
Not at all. But we do appreciate the wonderful support that our friends at Coles give us, and having the Coles ambassador Sally Pearson with us earlier on today. For those who want to go back and look at the footage, she had the pleasure of joining Daniel Viles on commentary for some of the hurdles finals as well. It was quite a magnificent career highlight for her.
Yeah, she was smitten to have met me. That's right. So
absolutely,
I was fanboying hard. It was wonderful to have Sally Pearson here, and of course, she's not here for me. She's here for the athletes. She's here for the little athletics community of Queensland. But I'm glad that through the power of broadcasting and live streaming, other people got to experience it. It was wonderful.
Absolutely. And the advice that she gave was outstanding.
So heat 2 of the under 14 boys 100 metres. The speed is coming from Chandler Simpson of Deception Bay in lane 3. He's got Kanoa Davies of Ashmore outside him. Third will be Tyson Brezigar of Gladstone, but Chandler Simpson with a 12.25.
Well, that is comfortably the best. That'll get adjusted to 12.2 or something close to. And he has set the bar high. He is raising the challenge. As we've just seen in the background there, I think at the high jump, we've had one of our athletes having a crack at somewhere in the high 1.9s. And he just missed out. In fact,
I remember being elated when I passed 110.
and you were already 1.8.
Yeah, I was 6'5".
Just looking at Chandler Simpson there, time adjusted to 12.17. Kanoa Davies from Ashmore, 12.74. Tyson Brezigar from Gladstone, 12.87. Corbin Dujan with 13.03. And Boston Hollers from Deception Bay, 13.34. They have currently been involved in the highest times so far, or fastest times.
As in the grandstand, the lights come on at 3 minutes past 5 local time. Third and final heat of the boys under 1,400 metres will be coming your way in about a minute or so. And once again, a depleted field. We were supposed to have 8 in this race, but been a few decided that their program needs to be lightened.
I wonder how much that impacts the times too, Daniel, because if you've got more competition and more depth in the field, that might push you a little bit harder. Perhaps there's one or two rivals that you want to beat, and that just gives you that little bit of extra kick and push.
Or sometimes you can be a little bit dispirited because of the presence of someone else in the field, and suddenly they're gone, and a little, the crack in the door opens, and you think, oh, there's some light here.
There's an opportunity to become a state champion and go to nationals. Like you're definitely right. I think it works both ways.
Again, the speed is on the near side of the camera. Noah Harch of Laidley laying down the gauntlet inside Michael Kleinschmidt of Runaway Bay in the yellow. Callum Mitchell of Strathpine, he'll get second, but it was all about Noah Harch of Laidley. Kleinschmidt will have to wait.
Well, if see the top 3 comfortably going through, whether that extends through to a top 4.
I'll prepare for the girls under 15s.
You can see in the high jump there in the background. You can't really see it on your screen at the moment, but the elation from the crowd.
High jump is the most thrilling field event. I've said it. I've just said it.
It comes down to millimetres, doesn't it? So going up there was Jordan Munro. We're not exactly sure on the distance, the height that he was jumping for.
It'll come up in a moment, trust me.
Mm-hmm. That's why we've got our wonderful stats here, thanks to our friends at McDonald's and Coles.
And in this case, Little Athletics Queensland for making sure that gets organised.
Mm-hmm. 3 of the top 8 from Heat 3 have progressed with Noah Harch, Callum Mitchell and Michael Kleinschmidt all qualifying there, so that's wonderful for them. And congratulations to Chandler, Noah, Leo, Callan, Michael, Kanoa, Dylan and Tyson. They've all qualified.
Generational shift in the girls under 1,500 metres. Zaraya Williams of Jimboomba is in lane 5 in this first of 3 heats. She finished 4th last year. None of the 3 who finished ahead of her are here. So big opportunity for her.
And just looking at the Queensland best performance time, 11.91 set by Amaya Mearns from Arana, set at this event 3 years ago. 11.91 is that time to beat.
A lot of the boys who are sprinting in, I think the under 12s category before, are currently warming up for the long jump in front of us. So you might catch little glimpses of that as the camera pans or is showing the sprinting race, although the angles are nice and tight, which is very good.
We've got the best camera operators here. No, I actually like it because we see it on the coverage of all the Olympics where you see some of the high jumps long jump happening in front of you with the sprinter. I quite like it. You get to watch 2 and 1.
And of course, with the live streams these days, you can watch the high jump and see the runners going past. You can choose to watch the whole event. So heat 1 of 3, top 2 from each heat will advance to the final.
You hear the crowd.
Just brought down the bar, but heat 1 is underway. The speed is coming from Zaraya Williams of Jimboomba in lane 5. You can throw a blanket over the others. Williams will qualify easily. And it's Abigail Lee Archer of Caboolture who was able to take the other automatic qualifying place. Emma Walkington of Toowoomba was, I don't know if she finished third. She was certainly in the mix, but it was very tight behind Archer.
I think all the other girls in that race, they'd be stiff to miss the final based on that performance there. We saw one standout, and you could throw a blanket over all 4, and they're all giving each other hugs as well. That's the respect, that's the admiration, and the sportsmanship that we love seeing that Little Athletics brings to this wonderful community.
As Sally Pearson was saying before, go back and listen to the interview. It was about 11:30 today, but she was saying that when she first went over to Europe to compete at the end of a race, because she'd been brought up in LAQ, she'd go to shake her competitors' hands at the end of the race and she'd be left cold every single time, left hanging.
Yeah,
is the cliche I was after.
Yeah, exactly. It's I think that's something Australians do quite well. Let's just have a look at the times there from the first heat. Zaraya Williams 13.08. She's in a field of her own there. But Abigail Lee Archer 13.86. Kiara Waterman 13.88. Sorry. And Elke Knapp with 13.90, so 0.04 separating second from fourth. Yeah. And then Emma Walkington, 14.02. That's
so she finished fifth, but was only... So, okay, I misread that one, but that's a pretty good fifth place in that race.
Yeah.
So
but I'd feel for Kiara and Elke if they just miss out. Like, those are really good times because they're 0.04 from having automatically made the final anyway.
So heat 2, again, as I say, a bit of a changing of the guard in this age group. Fuller field in this race. Lanes 2 to 9 are filled. Top 2 straight through to the final. The next 2 in with a chance. As the high jump takes the crowd's attention again, nothing wrong with that. Tonfunmi Kako of Gladstone away quickly on the near lane. Gemma Neal of Wynnum Manly going with her. Through the middle, Houston Payer of Ipswich. Houston Payer, she'll take the win. And second in the end was Gemma Neal of Wynnum Manly. Kaka will have to wait. There might have been Jessica Harrison of Strathpine as well who snuck into the top 4.
Well, that was a faster time, definitely, out of the blocks. And I mentioned how it could be stiff for Kiara and Elke to miss out. But it looks like, based on the speed of that heat, they might very well. That was just an electric time. And
the acceleration of Payer through the middle of the race as well was astonishing. She started okay, and then from about, let's say, metres 40 to 60, just decided to win the race in that moment.
And we're seeing those results come through at the moment. 5 of the top 6 times already have come from heat 2. That just shows how...
And one of those mathematically will miss out.
Correct. Yeah, absolutely. So...
Doesn't matter if you got the 5th fastest time if you didn't come through in the... Yeah, you know what I'm trying to say.
Oh, I know exactly what you're trying to say. It's all... Yeah, you get the top 2, it's automatic. So I mentioned Kiara and Elke. Will it be... Kiara's in there only just with 13.88. But that could all change with what happens here. Well, I mean, it will. It automatically will. So
if you come 5th in your race but your time is faster than the other 2 heats, you still miss out.
Yeah. Abigail and Kiara will miss out automatically.
So 2, 3, 4. Lane 5 is unoccupied. 6, 7, 8, and 9. Sienna Shand of Centenary is in lane 6.
And in first place with a throw of 41.82 metres, Janali from Ipswich.
As soon as I saw Xanthi in second, I thought, well, it can't have been a track event. And it was, in fact, the javelin. High jump taking the attention again. Heat 3 about to start on the track of the girls under 1,500 metres. Clipped it with the heels in the high jump. Starter's gun is raised. End of the boys' high jump competition. Heat 3 is underway. Olivia Jupp of Runaway Bay got away extremely quickly. The Redlands runner and Annalise Bellis in lane 4 going well. Olivia Jupp, watch the clock. 12.89. She was flying. I suspect Tanika Rappard of ISIS over in lane 2 got through for second. Second, third and fourth were very close.
What a final we've got coming up. Is it a 2-horse race or is it a 3-horse race? Will we see Zariah Williams jump in on the action?
Yeah, you're assuming that I want to predict anything at the moment, but 12.89, which again, nowhere near the record or anything like that. That's not important right now.
So Olivia Jupe, 12.81. Payer with 12.90. Williams with 13.08.
Won that particular race by over a second. No disrespect to anyone else on the track.
Now, am I right in saying now that first place automatically goes through? Because the details that I have in front of me, second place Tanika Rappard, 14.08, or was that just...
So what happens is the first 6, they'll just put the top 2 of each race, and then below that it's everyone ranked after that. So you will see a few times out of order on the sheet. So, Tanika Rappard finished third, but 12th overall. So she misses out in the final, but that's okay. But Jupp, Payer and Williams, the winners of the 3 heats, and all looked good in different ways. Separated by 0.27 of a second, which can evaporate very rapidly.
Absolutely. It's half a stride, maybe putting your head forward. We've seen races already determined by that.
So a few returning from last year in this boys under 15. The bronze medalist from last year, Daniel Smith of Highfields, is in lane 7 in this first heat.
Queensland best performance time, 11.25.
Was away early, the towering figure of Smith. Plenty of work on his right, and also in lane 3 is Blake Rees of Warwick. But Daniel Smith just ate the track up, 11.9.
He's got more in the tank, Daniel. He has definitely got more in the tank. That was amazing, the power in his stride.
That's the word, power.
Yep.
It was just, he was basically commanding the air to get out of the way and then showing he's a gentle giant by just very humbly shaking hands with his fellow competitors at the end of the race.
Well, he have a sore arm. He's got to reach down low enough. But the power in his arms too, because it's not just the power through the quads. It is the full body movement. It's enormous.
So bronze last year, he's put down 11.9. Silver medalist last year was Finn Wyatt of North Rockhampton, who is in lane 3 in this race. And has just gone for a bit of a trundle. He's the one you can see pretty much over the 30-metre line.
So my only concern would be is that there was significant time difference between Dan Smith with 11.83 and then Blake Rees with 12.41. So we kind of need the gaps between first, second and third, well, particularly second and third, just a little bit smaller, just to give some of the other athletes an opportunity.
I think they call those races finals, Chris.
Finals, yeah, maybe.
You
would have thought that. But we've seen some races where there's very little that separates the top 3. And I think we saw it in an earlier heat as well. The top 3, they had the top 5 best times. So given the gap.
Heat 2. Jack Hogan of Ipswich in 2, finished 6th last year. Finn Wyatt of North Rockhampton in 3, finished 2nd last year. We're about to discover who else has come to play. Felix Vitkovsky of Aspley in the near side in lane 7. He's come out. Finn Wyatt of North Rockhampton looks to have this covered, but Vitkovsky gave him a nice scare. Third will be Bright Basong of Caboolture. Had a bit of an Usain Bolt and Andre de Grasse moment as they were coming through, but no, Finn Wyatt showing his class 12.09. Looked to be taking it hard, so I'm not sure that Daniel Smith wouldn't be feeling confident after seeing that heat. Having said that, he's got the experience of crossing the line and seeing Finn Wyatt already there.
I still think he's got a sub-12. Just that, probably the last little 10 metres there, when he had that little sneaky look, he knew the job was done. And so I think that's outstanding.
In third place is William from Runaway Bay.
So the third heat has the defending champion from the last 2 years, Ezra Devine of Wynnum Manly. He'll be in lane 7 in the famous red and green, and once again he's gone for a long trundle. Not on camera at the moment, that's quite all right, because we're looking at the medal presentation.
To be ratified of 2
So that time for Finn White, 12:02. So I do think.
from Mount Gravatt.
Sorry, the winner, that was a high jump winner who jumped over 2 metres. We'll get some details there. It was Jake from Mount Gravatt, but when we get a gap, which is never, it'd be good to find out who it was. Sorry for cutting you off.
Don't apologise.
As soon as I saw 2 in a high jump category, my ears pricked up immediately.
I just wonder whether he was going for something, perhaps a best performance record.
Well, it's to be. He already had the record, and it's to be ratified. I think he was. Why not go for a 2:04 or something? Which is what he would have been doing at the end. So heat 3 of the boys under 1,500 metres. Top 2 to go through. Then the next 2 best times. Ezra Devine, 4th furthest from camera. Wyatt Reno of USC in lane 9 as well. Thomas Hogan in lane 5 from Beaudesert and Districts. Away they are. Owen Griffith of Arana made a good start, and then Ezra Devine decided, no, this is my race. Devine is looking fantastic. Second will come out of Reno and Griff on the near side, but Ezra Devine stops it in a 12:01. Wyatt Reno, I think, dipped his head to get second for the USC, and there was a fair gap, so I'm not going to assume anything about the timed qualifiers.
How good was that run?
Yeah, rather.
Rather, yeah.
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 So I went for the English understated response there.
That was rather. Thanks to our friends at McDonald's and Coles, we're seeing some explosiveness out on the track, the 100-metre sprint. It is the blockbuster, high-energy, octane part of the schedule. That time of 11.96, absolutely remarkable, and puts him well and truly in second place, and the second best time by enough. And yeah, I think heat 2 was overall the best.
The Queensland best performance in that race, the under 15 boys 100 metres, is held by Ned Amorson on this track 12 months ago. You're going to see him in about 10 minutes. He's in heat 2 of the boys under 16 100 metres.
Are we spoiled or are we spoiled?
Not much of a choice, but yeah. Look, indeed. So, girls under 1,600 metres coming up next. 3 heats, the usual deal. Top 2 go through, plus the next 2 fastest qualifiers.
Well, we'll make sure we see you on the other side of this break. Thanks to our friends at Coles and Woolworths. The girls are lining up, but we'll have a couple of moments just to refresh, rehydrate, and we'll be back shortly. Good evening. Welcome back here to the QSAC for the McDonald's Little Athletics State Championships. Great support from Coles, Heart Sport, Tribal Sport, Quality Hotel, Robertson Gardens, Optus, Badges and Medals, and Dream Jar, and the White Cloud Foundation. Daniel Viles, we're getting ready for another epic heat.
Girls under 1,600 metres, defending champion is in this heat in lane 6. Charlie Cox of Ross River. 4th 3 years ago, second 2 years ago, got the chocolates last year. Taya Clayton of Noosa finished 3rd last year. You'll see her shortly, as well as Allegra Dioth of Nanango, who finished 4th last year.
So we've got a lot of the big heavy hitters. We're here to ignite. And we're just in awe of being here to see them in action. And I am doing my trying to do my homework.
You You do that, and I'll keep an eye on this first heat. We'll see what Charlie Cox is bringing 12 months on from her state championship performance in 2025. As always, races there to be won, and through the various carnivals through the year. Sorry, Chris, you go.
No, I was going to say, sorry, I did find, that's what I was looking for. Jake Hambrook-Smith from Mount Gravatt, Queensland best performance distance or height of 12.01. He was able to successfully achieve, trying to clear 2:05, which is where he got the cheers from before.
Gotcha. So I think you said 12:01, 2:01.
2:01, sorry, yeah.
That's right.
Well, I could jump that too.
If he does 12:01, I think we would have noticed.
Yeah, we would have jumped over the building.
First heat underway, and the girls under 16s. In lane 6, Charlie Cox of Ross River has taken an early lead. Talia Walker of Runaway Bay is sticking with her, and a couple to her left is Harper Lee Chard of Balmoral. Cox will take the win. Walker will automatically qualify. Chard will like her chances.
Magnificent. Flawless run there. And that's just giving us a little bit to look forward to in the final. And with her time there, she might get close to the Queensland best performance time of 12.16 set by Stephanie Welsh from University in March back in 2018. That time there, I think we will see some improvement on that one as the next couple of races unfold.
So lane 5 in this race, Allegra Dioth of Nanango, who was 4th in this event last year. Not to be discounted in lane 8, so second nearest the camera, Leah Lambruggen of Algester, who is the dominant hurdler of this age group, won the 90-metre hurdles earlier today. Will finish her program bronze in the 200 last night, so Lambruggen is there.
Well, that time from Charlie Cox from Ross River, 12.62. And 0.15 ahead of Talia Walker from Runaway Bay, and Harper Lee Chard from Balmoral 13.10 in third.
No, I don't see Lambruggen actually. Oh, no, sorry. Whitaker and Lambruggen nearest the camera. And then Lang, Dioth and Boats. Or possibly Botez. I'll say Boats, but you know what I mean. Often racing. The action's in the middle. Allegra Dioth, but also Lambruggen putting it down. It's a race in 3, in fact, that's Giselle Boats and Allegra Dioth. It'll be Boats who gets the win ahead of Lambruggen, and Dioth will have to wait. A 13.01, fair bit slower than the first heat. Interesting times.
And great camaraderie, I should say, at the end from the 3 girls too. And those who finished in 4th and 5th respectively, they were up against some quality opposition. Those top 3, well, despite the fact that very little separated them, as you said, Daniel, that is a significantly slower heat. And if you're talking tenths of a second, that could be the difference between making and not making a final. But at the same time, it's a shame that we can't just sit back and appreciate it, that we saw 3 girls throw the kitchen sink and give us a wonderful finish. Which we can appreciate, but we'd love to see that in the final.
We want to see everyone rewarded, but of course that's not how sport works. And
exactly.
It's the beauty and horror of sport all at once, is that there is one prize.
That might be the best race out of the 3 on offer, or 3 or 4
Could be.
4 on offer.
3. So.
Yep. Including the final, and so... Yeah.
Oh, I see. Yep,
yeah.
Well played.
I was almost...
Well played.
I was reeling you in there, thanks to our friends at Coles and McDonald's with their wonderful support. That could be the best of the 4, but hopefully not, because we want every race to go the distance. But Giselle Botts from Strathpine, 12.93. She had the fastest time from Heat 2 with Leah Lambruggen. Algester, 12.96, making him with the second best time, 12.96, so 0.03 separating the pair.
No Taya Clayton from Noosa, bronze medalist from last year. They are away. 9.76. So Lily Woods of North Rockhampton is the one who's well out in front at the moment. Mia Van Rissen of the University of Sunshine Coast will get second. Tiani Batossi of Strathpine third. But Lily Woods made that race her own early. She's got the first automatic qualifying place.
And I feel towards that end there, the last 30 metres, just a little bit of coasting. Just sort of coasted through. I do think that time of 12.85, which will probably be adjusted to around that sort of 12.78, or get maybe push Talia Walker's time of 12.77 close. But I see that that trio there could give us something, a little bit of bite later on in proceedings. And those times are starting to come through now. So Lily Woods there of Rockhampton, 12.78, just 0.01 of a second behind Talia Walker in 12.77. So that's a wonderful finish. And a lot of power shown there. So your top 8 times are very little sort of separating them. But we're really much looking forward to the final. I think Charlie, Talia, Lily, and maybe Giselle Botts could upset the apple cart there and throw a spanner in the works and maybe medal. And if she does, it's going to be a blistering performance.
Some events have clear favourites. I feel that Charlie Cox is probably the smart choice at the moment.
Yeah.
But doesn't always work like that.
I want to see, just watching those girls before, I still think there's potential there to get a time in the 12.4s. And really give that record a bit of a shake, because the three of them will try and draw the best out of each other. As we turn our attention to the boys 100 metres under 16 prelims in the Queensland best performance time of 12.96, set by Matt Otto from West Bundaberg in March 2017. So that's a 9-year record. We'd love to hope that tonight could very well be the night. Conditions are favourable for athletes. It's nice and comfortable in the mid-20s.
And the humidity's dropped a lot.
It has. A bit of slight breeze too, just making it comfortable.
Conditions made to order, and I wish I had. Just the 2 heats in the boys under 1,600 metres. Top 3 from each automatically qualified, then the next 2 fastest. Couple of withdrawals, so we got 10, 9, 8, 5, 4, 1 and 2. Finsaw passer of Arana in lane 8. Caesar Ramoni of Ipswich in lane 10. Racing quickly. Finsaw passer of Arana got away quickly, but it's in the middle. Jaden Jones of Gladstone, but I think he's going to be outsprinted by Darcy Webb of North Rockhampton. Webb will take the win. Jones second, and I fancy Ramoni third of Ipswich out here on the near side. And then 4th and 5th will have to wait a few minutes to see how they did.
Just hope for those who are in 4th and 5th that was the faster heat. They did have some good power through there. No, 11.70. So we're going to see a lot more juice taken out of that one. You almost sort of, the 2 that sort of pushed ahead, they felt comfortable.
I'm excited here because lane 5 in this race, I'm just going to make sure he hasn't withdrawn on me. No, Neda Mawson just touching his toes at the moment in the black shorts. Cobalt top, medium blue. Broke the Australian best performance in the 200 metres last night. Broke the Queensland best performance in winning this event last year in the under 15s. It's a very, very good Queensland best performance in this race, 10.96.
And we have to highlight too, when he did it last year, the conditions were horrendous. Heavy, rain, it was hot, it was humid.
Well, yeah, I think there'd been rain and he was kind of running on a sticky track, if I remember rightly.
Yeah,
so
right,
it was more the following morning on the Sunday morning when it was rain.
Yeah, correct. So it was uncomfortable, but he rose to the occasion, didn't he?
Oh, he rose past the occasion. He made the occasion rise to him.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry, my occasion, you come here.
Hang on, so we're moving, all right, rest in peace the great man Chuck Norris, but we're putting his name in there, I think.
I don't think I could stop you from putting his name in there. I think
it's done.
Yeah.
It's
in Chuck we trust.
Yeah, exactly. But this is, we've only got the 2 heats for the under 16 boys. So top 2 go through, and then
top 3 go through,
top 3,
and then the next 2 fastest qualifiers. So group of 4 on the left: Duplessis, Viro, Stalen, and Mawson. And then a gap, and then Cherry Andrews, who was in the top 6 last year, and Kuswati.
So Hudson James will be very much hoping he makes it through.
And Mawson got a terrific start and made it his own race early. However, Marlon Andrews of Noosa was keeping up with him for a while, then saw Ned go and said, no, you can go. Watch the clock, people. 11:24. And what's he got left?
Oh,
He's fist pumping, so maybe that's a PB. We don't have access to those records.
well,
But 11:24, my word.
well, I would love to hope that he has some more in the tank, because the Queensland best performance time of 10.96, that could be hammered tonight.
We'll see.
He could run a sub 11. That'd be unreal.
But I mean, we're obsessing about the times, which is kind of what you do in athletics. You look at the times, the distances, the heights. He's a joy to watch run. There's just so much power, and there's an ease to the way he runs, which is good to watch.
It is.
I feel like I've contradicted myself saying ease and power, and yet I just watched it.
No, but it's consistency. It's that fluent, hard running action. And if you were to take a clip of every stride that he does, you could pretty much put it over the top of each other and just reflects his running pattern. It's the same all the way through. There's no deviation. It's just the same action, the same speed. So he's running that consistency all the way through. It's terrific. That time there of 11.16. He's 0.20 off the Queensland best performance time. But there's definitely a sub 11 in him. It could be tonight.
I think he wants one.
Yeah.
If Desire, I mean, if it's Desire, he'll run a sub 10 tonight. But
Yeah.
let's settle down.
I think if he had a good challenger, I mean, if he had someone that could really push him to the edge tonight, I think that would give him that drive to go more. And Darcy Webb's certainly that perfect capable athlete. We roll into the girls under 17 100 metres, all thanks to our friends at Macca's. Queensland best performance time, 11.88.
First heat underway, just the two heats in this event. Xanthi Watts in lane 8 from Toowoomba is laying it down. Hionis of Strathpine's doing well out in lane 1. Watts has decided she's here to run the 100 properly. She's gone over first. Hionis of Strathpine in second. And I believe it was Monado of Runaway Bay who will go over in third. But a 12.76 from Xanthi Watts.
That's a comfortable time for her. Just get yourself into the final. That's all you have to do.
Her best event is the 400. So when I say she's here to run the 100 properly, I think last year she just decided not to have that event in her program. But she's decided this year, no, my last year of Little Athletics, I'm going to fill the program, I'm going to enjoy myself, and I'm going to see what I can achieve.
And there's a very good chance that the way she ran that race, there's no reason why she can't take the honours in the final tonight. There's a lot to like about her action, and it's obviously evident when she runs that 400 metres because she runs it at such a good, consistent speed.
Well, she won the 400 metres not that long ago in a Queensland best performance time, and she won the 200 last night. So she's after the sprint treble.
Yep.
I'm not willing to back against her. Having said that, in this race, Anna Wilkinson of Marucci in lane 8, she has, she dead heated for first in 2023 and then has finished second to two different runners in the last couple of years. So, and including 2 years ago, she won silver as Xanthi Watts ran third. So she knows that she can finish ahead of the highly fancied Toowoomban.
Mm-hmm.
I'm making up demonyms for fun now.
No, well, absolutely. You've you want to have a guess at some new postcodes as well? Queensland's developing, it's expanding. It needs an ideas man to.
I've been asked.
Yep. You're going to be the man?
I think I have to be. Heat 2. Nia Gilmore of Gold Coast in 1, then a bit of a split. Look for Hayley Collis of North Mackay in 7, and Anna Wilkinson of Marucci in 8. Third from the camera.
12.68. That's where the bar's been set so far.
Just a couple more heats and then a bit of a gap and like 10 minutes and then the finals. Fairly even start, but the action's on the near side. It's Wilkinson and Collis. Wilkinson has the lead. In third looks to be Aaron Lanyon of Tweed on the near side. Wilkinson will get the win. Collis will get second. Lanyon gets the third qualifying spot. 12.95. So Wilkinson will go second seed into the final.
And Wilkinson will put on a great show. Definitely more in the tank for sure.
Yeah, that looked easier. She didn't look at full throttle at any stage. And to be honest, neither did Hayley Collis.
Yep. I think it's exciting to see the calibre of athletes that we've got on the track during the heats, that they've still got plenty to offer. And full credit to those that don't make the finals, because again, to make a semi-final in the at state championships is a remarkable achievement.
Boys under 1,700 metres coming up, 3 heats. This is what I've been told here. Top 2 will progress, plus the next 2 best times.
Queensland best performance time, 10.86, set by Matt Otto from West Bundaberg. Obviously, Matt Otto had a wonderful patch just under a decade ago with Queensland Little Athletics, just churning out champions left, right and centre. And of course, we've had a big week of athletics as well, because this has concluded the big lot of events that we've seen. We've seen some other state championships as well.
As we're a little bit worried that the fire alarm might be going off here at the Queensland Sports and Athletics Centre. The fire alarm system has operated. Stand by for further instructions. And suddenly every comment I've made about heating up the track and runners being on fire suddenly sounds a little bit irresponsible. Hopefully it just means that someone's bumped into the alarm.
Well, it'd make for a great story.
This would be interesting. Does the athletics continue if the crowd has to evacuate onto the field?
Well, no, the athletics has to cease immediately.
The starter has his gun down. The runners are looking relaxed. Let's leave it at that for now.
Well, give us a chance to thank our sponsors from McDonald's, Coles, Tribal Sport, Heart Sport, Quality Hotel, Robertson Gardens, Optus, Badges and Medals, Dream Jar, White Cloud Foundation. Daniel, you and I have called a lot of sport before. I don't think we've experienced anything like this before.
I've had the lights go out
Yeah.
at 7 o'clock at night. That was good fun.
Yeah.
And we have had sort of musical performances happening not far from us.
Yes.
With people playing Hootie and the Blowfish. No one should. That's worse than a fire alarm, having to endure Hootie and the Blowfish while you're trying to commentate.
Hey, let you cry here.
Oh, I did. Bit of confusion around the Queensland Sports and Athletics Centre.
So we're on standby. This is live broadcasting at its finest, isn't it? Because we have no idea what's going on.
There are people moving around just in anticipation, trying to work out what's going on. Now the alarm started behaving a little bit more earnestly. The show must go on, so we'll stay on air just for a little while.
We're going to evacuate as directed.
Were any of the Little Athletics Queensland has a magnificent board, were any of them having a sneaky piece of toast?
So we've actually got people looking up at us for directions.
Yeah, just because we have microphones does not mean we have any authority at all.
Is this where we pretend that we're on our headset, we're talking to someone important? Yes, yes, and just nod and smile. Yes.
Yeah, sell the lot, but they've got to be convertible. So.
We've got lots of friends and family watching on at Toowoomba. From Townsville, and they'd be wondering, what on earth is going on here? This is...
There's a fire alarm going off in the grandstand. So we're sitting in the Western grandstand, the original grandstand here.
We do need to evacuate to the training facility now, please.
So we're going to have to interrupt the broadcast because everyone has to leave the grandstand. This is the not the way we thought the live stream would be interrupted.
Please hang by, and we will join you in due course. We are going to do the right thing, and we'll be back on the other side of this break. Stand by, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back with more 100-metre action right after this break.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Chris. We're starting. We've all returned into this stadium after a fire alarm had gone off. Just a bit of an update at the moment. We'll probably be back in around maybe 15 minutes or so, maybe 20 minutes. We've got everyone returning to the venue. We are all guessing at the moment, but everything is all cleared. Everything's all safe. But we'll be back with you as soon as possible, so please stay tuned to these images. We've still got some more heats to come before we're due to hit another break. However, that break could be suspended now. We could rock and roll straight into finals and resume as per normal. So thanks to our friends at McDonald's and Coles. We'll be back very, very shortly. We'll keep you updated as that information comes to hand. But just repeating, we're all back inside the venue, and now we're at the liberty of the officials and the athletes returning to the track, which you'll be able to start to see unfold on your screen over the next few minutes. Good evening, welcome back here to QSAC, and we're rolling into to the next lot of heats here. Thanks to our friends at McDonald's and Coles, but we've just received an announcement that we'll have a delay of about 30 minutes following the completion of the heats.
Now, we've just heard, I don't know if you're able to catch that on the live stream, but they were saying the shot put events are suspended unless they get some parent helpers. If you ever question the value of volunteers or think, oh, they won't need me. Actually, they always need you. When my kids were doing little athletics, essentially you would go forward each week and put yourself up. And then if you couldn't do it, if you got rejected because they had a number of people, so be it. But you're always needed in little athletics, even at the state championship level.
Absolutely. Well, the community thrives off volunteers, doesn't it? At all levels.
Indeed, and particularly... So heat 1 of the boys under 17, 100 metres. It's a stacked field. Blade Thompson of Tweed, we've seen him run earlier today. He's relaxing over the line. As Blake Nolan of Gidgid, I suspect, got the third qualifying spot. Oleander Watkins of Mulaney, I think, may have got second. It's an 11.9, and that was nothing like what Blade Thompson is capable of producing.
Particularly, Daniel, given that he had a cheeky look over his right shoulder just to see what was happening, just to get a bit of a feel for the landscape, and dare I say, enjoy the moment and savour it before he heads into the final just a little bit later on tonight.
Got a couple of silvers from this meet so far, second in both the 200 and 400. Can he go one better in the 100? There's a few people who will have a bit to say about it.
What I think is really fascinating too with these athletes that... realistically, if the fire delay had held off for another 10 minutes, the heats would have been able to run its course and we could be business as usual. But for them, their preparation has been distorted. So I just wonder, psychologically, how many of them would be impacted by it. And some of them would be thriving off the occasion because they've got a chance to reset, refocus. And
some would benefit, particularly those with packed programs. And also, once again, just different people think differently. But this is also a learning experience for the athletes where you learn what kind of events are a challenge for you and what kind of events work for you. So it means that if they're at a major event in the future and there's a delay, they think, I know how to use this. This actually worked for me last time.
Well, I mean, we experience in broadcasting all the time, don't we? You have to learn to pivot when things change that go beyond your control, and that's exactly what's happened here. We've had a fire delay, and now the athletes have had to reset and have to put that behind them and try and refocus.
So heat 2 coming up of the boys under 1700 metres. The top 2 from each heat progress, and then the next 2 best times. The 2 top runners from last year who are still here are in the next heat. But I think you can throw form out the window and just enjoy this unfolding in front of you. Last year of Little Athletics for this generation, or this age group, generation's a bit broad. Often racing in the second heat. Ryan Mollenhauer of South Burnett got a good start in the middle. Jackson Ball of Jim Boomba doing well, but it's Matthew Green of Townsville Central. Matthew Green will pass first. Jackson Ball gets second. Chris has seen something I missed.
Cheeky. No, that last 20 metres, he took a stop. He was looking both sides. He had a smile on his face. He was waving his arms around. He was having a good time, Matt, as he was on the run home. He looked like he was having a little bit of fun. Dare I say, that's what it's all about. He took the foot right off the gas. That time of 11.89, which will get readjusted to 11.8. He was lapping it up. He was eating every minute. That's been adjusted to 11.81 now. So I was very excited about that. You see the humility of sport right there. He had a big smile on his face from ear to ear.
Matthew Green, a big and apparently happy winner
yes.
of Heat 2. Now in this third heat, last year, in fourth was Valentino Farini Putard of Balmoral, and fifth was Thomas Frege Penaranda of Toowong Harriers. Farini Putard will be in lane 4 in this third heat, Frege Penaranda in lane 7. I may just call them Putard and Penaranda so that I don't get too stalled in a 100-metre race. In a marathon, that'll be fine, but in a 100-metre race, I don't have time for hyphens.
The Queensland best performance time is 10.86. Now, not to say that the boys, Blade and Matt, who comfortably they cruise through to the end, they'll clear 11.5 for sure come the final. So they've got a lot more left in reserve. 10.86, it could be under threat, but my goodness, if those two go toe to toe, every stride, not impossible that we'll see the sub-11 mark broken tonight.
I don't think Matthew Green was at these championships last year. Certainly didn't finish top 6 in this event, but he did finish 6th 2 years ago when he was part of the Ross River Club, now at Townsville Central.
We would have remembered him because he would have blitzed the field as we've remembered him today.
Matthew Green, dressed in green to reinforce the point. Heat 3, 2 automatics, 2 who have to watch the clock. away cleanly. Penaranda working very well in lane 7. The hair is flowing. Couple of lanes over. Poutard will get second. Penaranda gets the win. Robinson, I fancy, was third. William Robinson of Bow Desert, providing a bit of danger, while Blake Sykes in lane 2, also from Bow Desert, probably got fourth. How was the time, Chris? I missed it.
Well, that official clock in front of us went at 11.65. That was a much faster heat, but I cannot stress enough that was a different heat that was run in place, because we look at so that time from Tom went at 11.57. So and Valentino 11.64. Will Robinson 11.71. The top 3 times came from that heat, but again, a different heat. It was filled with a competitive card where there was so much talent in there, not disregarding it, but a lot of the athletes, they pushed each other there. So quite often, if you get 3 or 4 that are equally as good as each other, they will push each other to run faster times. Not the first time we've seen that today. We saw Blade and Matt, they took the foot off the gas and they run extraordinary times, 11.8 and 11.81 respectively. So, and the athletes behind them, there was quite considerable distance. So there's no reason. Matt Green finished with a time of 11.81, still the 5th fastest time. Even Oleander Watkins, 11.88. There's still some really good times in there, but I know with the final that we've got coming up later on that we're going to see an action-packed field.
Thank you, Chris. As the girls under 1,000 metres, heat 1 of 3 is underway. The 3 favourites of this event have been split. The tiny figure of Jalea Fogarty looks to take out this race. Fitamoka Pole of Springwood will get second. They're the 2 automatic qualifiers. And I suspect it's Evie Ferguson of Balmoral and Ella Silver of the Gold Coast who will pick up 3rd and 4th and need to watch the clock. Jalea Fogarty in this Heat 1. Heat 2 will have Leilani Fogarty, and Heat 3, Edie Van Niekerk of City North.
Queensland best performance time, 13.76, set by Kaylee Packer from Helensvale back in 2009. That's a quality record that might stand for a little while yet. But what we're seeing there from the girls is that there's some great capacity to produce some outstanding times, and we've seen Fogarty there, a time of 14.75. That's fantastic, and Pole 15.04. So there's some really good times already from the girls as they develop nicely.
Just looking through the field in this second race. So Leilani Fogarty is in lane 6. She'd be the out-and-out favourite. Not going all her own way at the moment. Savannah Baird of Nambour flying on the inside lane. Leilani Fogarty is now starting to pick it up. Fogarty and Baird will be your automatic qualifiers, I suspect, although Charlotte Pace of Balmoral in lane 3 picked up the pace late, no pun intended, just for once in my life, and may have stolen that second spot. The time's a bit slower than the first heat. More interest.
Yeah, that's where it's going to come down to. She ran a brilliant race in lane 3 there, finished really strong. She would be absolutely hoping that she gets into second place, because I just don't think that time's it's going to be right up there to get her into the final, unless we see a slower heat in Heat 3. And statistically, from what we've seen across the championship event today, thanks to McDonald's, the heats tend to finish a lot stronger with faster times.
Heat 3 coming up. The name that has been established across these championships and also last year is Edie Van Niekerk from the City North Club. Finished 4th last year.
So was it Savannah Baird that was in lane 3, did you say, Daniel?
It was, the Pace, Charlotte Pace in lane 3.
Yeah, so she finished 3rd at 15.26, 0.04.
Baird in lane 8 came 2nd, I think. Well, it was between Baird and Pace for the 2nd spot.
Yep. So she might just miss out depending on what happens here.
Heat 3 of the girls under 100 metres. Afria Donker of Strathpine doing well over in the far side, but Sophia Kirk of West Bundaberg has upset the form guide. Sophia Kirk blitzed it, and it was Edie Van Niekerk of City North who comes 2nd. 14.68, the slowest of the 3 heats, I believe. So
that's the fastest.
I'm awake.
Yeah.
Apologies. So Sophia Kirk, who has been cruelly ignored by me, came 2nd in the 200 last night, came 3rd in the high jump, 2nd in the long jump, and is now the fastest qualifier for the girls' 100 metres under 10s.
Yeah, she absolutely blitzed that. That was probably more of a one-sided race. We had two outstanding runners that sort of got clear early. So it might actually, we talk about Savannah Baird, Charlotte Pace, that might just add a little bit more in her favour, but we'll see those times come through shortly.
I suspect with the delay, the races are going to come very thick and fast. We're up to the boys under 1,000 metres. Nicholas Yinyat Mack of Mount Gravatt, defending champion, or winner of the under-9s last year.
Charlotte Pace just snuck in. So
Very pleased to hear it. No, that's a good intervention.
Yeah. Queensland best performance time 13.82, set by Campbell Magnay from Kedron back in 2007.
Brodie Mitchell's in lane 5 from City North. He came 6th last year. But Nicholas Mack of Mount Gravatt, the black and white. Most Mount Gravatt sporting clubs go for the green and gold. The Aussie Rules goes for blue and white. The Athletics goes for black and white.
I was going to say that's disgraceful when I'm wearing a black and white shirt.
Yeah, you're well spotted. No, the Magpies. Back at Seville Road State School many years ago. I'm told they've been at McGregor High School for a long time since. Foster, oh my goodness, been an ejection. Okay, we're not going to put too much emphasis on that because it's clearly upsetting. So hopefully his club can get around him, but there has been a runner ejected from the race. Okay, let's move on. But
so we're looking at who we've got here at the moment. Again, looking at the time, 13.82. We're going to see some explosive talent come out here. It's ultra important that these boys, they put on the best performance they can because, again, we do look at Heat 2, could be faster.
So Heat 1 in the middle, Brodie Mitchell from City North is laying down the pace. Jacob Lambert of Ipswich. Nick Mack has asserted his dominance. He came through about the 30-metre mark. Mitchell of City North will probably get second, just ahead of Costa Wolf from West Bundaberg. But Nick Mack has said, I'm the man.
Well, he's had an outstanding run today, hasn't he? He's, I think it was it the 400 metres or was it the hurdles?
Well, he broke the Queensland best performance in the 70 metres, but then lost the final.
That's
if you remember, to Murphy.
Yeah.
He won the 200 last night, and he won the long jump earlier today. So he's already got 2 wins, and a best performance in an event he didn't win.
Yeah, that's right. Also interesting, 2 out of that race that had it all. We had a magpie that was nearly trundled over too, just got out of the way at the nick of time. So
he probably thought that Nick Mack coming from the Mount Gravatt Magpies was, he just came to say hello.
It's his friend. Be friends with the birds, as my wife would say.
It's good advice to live by.
Yeah, you don't want them swooping you, that's for sure.
Indeed. Heat 2. No big names in this, but they're under 10s for goodness sake.
So Nick from Mount Gravatt, 14.45. The hammer's been thrown down.
Heat 2 underway. It looked like a false start. I'm not surprised to hear the alarm sound and not a fire alarm. And so the card is being shown at lane 7, I suspect. No, lane 6. Counting the wrong numbers from the side. So lanes 1 to 9 occupied. Second attempt at starting Heat 2 of the boys under 10 100 metres. They're away cleanly this time. In lane 6 is Freddie Frisbee of Noosa. The warning didn't seem to worry him. He's off and racing. On his right is Richie Young of Redlands. Coming out the outside, Isaac Ewing of Balmoral. Ewing's taken that. Ewing from Frisbee. Richie Young will be confident of getting through. But that was an outstanding race, and the finishing touch of Isaac Ewing was wonderful to watch.
He came out of nowhere. That last 50 metres, he soared. Just the luscious locks helped him with his aerodynamics, and he's having a look on the screen, hoping to have a look at himself in the process.
Just checking the results, and it's got the previous heat up, the standings. Although he can see himself in second overall, so he should be happy.
But that official time, unofficial time was 14.65. But
14.57 it ended up being. Yeah, sorry.
No, that's good. That's really good. That's a fantastic time. And if he can show some of that explosiveness out of the gate and keep that going just a little bit longer, the gold medal is well and truly within his grasp. I mean, it's already enough to suggest that he can take it out later tonight anyway.
Lane 1 in this race, Jack Petrie of City North, who was 5th last year. but only 0.22 behind Mac. Heat 3 underway. Plenty of speed coming from Hudson Collett of USC on this near side. Kobe Mitchell of Kenmore in the red, white and black looks to have it sewn up. Mason Saliba from Runaway Bay might have just stolen the second automatic qualifier from Collett, but it was Kobe Mitchell of Kenmore who'll get the first automatic qualifying spot.
Yeah, some gutsy work from the runner on the outside. I think it was at lane 3. I think it just fell short. But
Saliba, yeah.
Yeah, but I just love the technique there. He put the hands out like he was put the head forward just to try and get himself that extra second or two, extra advantage. But I love that technique. That's what you want to see from these young guns, to be able to consistently do that and get that into their habits.
Now, just looking, the girls under 9s are due up next, but I can't see any of them near the starting track. So whether this is where the delay they were talking about is going to be, I'm not sure. Obviously, the program's been thrown into, not disarray, but, there's a few bumps.
Exactly, and it's not every time that you have a fire situation, so we didn't lose that much time, but to have everyone evacuated in orderly fashion, and the fire truck had arrived and was gone inside 20 minutes. So whatever happened sorted itself out pretty quickly, but I think that's a testament to Little Athletics Queensland. They got the notifications out. They were able to evacuate the several thousands of patrons and athletes out very quickly. And we're all back inside, and here we are. So the general morale outside the venue was considerably pretty positive, Daniel.
It was a festival atmosphere outside, a bit of a carnival. I think we had some footballers in Portuguese shirts who were around us. There were players, athletes from different clubs who obviously knew each other, maybe from school, maybe from these events, who were enjoying each other's company.
I think we just missed the busker on the guitar, and then we would have had a giant sing-along out the back too.
It was a little bit carnivale, wasn't it? So, and it is a couple of thousand people here. This stadium in its pomp could hold 52,000 people back in its Commonwealth Games format. I think when they put the stand on the eastern side, didn't originally have a roof. It looked the same as all the others. That was put on in the early 90s. But and that brought it down maybe to 48,000 or so. But we've got a couple of thousand people here. But if you're thinking, well, where are they? First of all, they're kind of below the camera on this side. But there is a decent population in the suburb of Nathan right now.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, this is where we've got all the action right underneath us, all the stalls and all the stands, and I think we might have that opportunity to just go back and enjoy it now. But before we head there, we'll thank our sponsors. We've got McDonald's, Coles, Tribal Sport, Heart Sport, Quality Hotel, Robertson Gardens, Optus, Badges and Medals, Dream Jar, White Cloud Foundation. Of course, this has been streamed all around the world, thanks to our wonderful friends at Sportcast. You're with Daniel, with Chris, and your wonderful team, the tech team. We'll be back on the other side of this break with some more exciting 100-metre action. Good evening and welcome back here to Cusack. And look, the action keeps coming through thick and fast. Thanks to our friends at McDonald's, part of the McDonald's Little Athletics State Queensland State Championships. You got Daniel, you got Chris, and we've got Larry behind us as well, bringing you all the action. And Daniel, this is we've got some great heats coming up.
Well, this is the under-9s. This is where, in some ways, it's the best race because I can't give any prior form. There's obviously been events through the season. But I learned last year that they are of limited use. You can't always compare times from one meet to times from another.
I think this is the beauty of it. We don't know what's going to happen.
So heat 1 of the girls under 9s. Over in lane 3 is Elise Raffa of Algester. Looks to have the measure of the field. Eden Butler of Bribery District is on her left shoulder. And Madeline Greet of Wamuran goes over in lane 5. But it was Butler's race, it was Raffa's race early. And goes over in 15:46.
Just a wonderful run. And just looking at the Queensland best performance time, 14.42 from Kaylee Packer from Helensvale back in 2008. Look, this is wonderful. We're seeing athletes having their opportunity to some of them competing at state level for the very first time.
4 heats. So it's just the winner from each heat that automatically qualifies, and then the 4 fastest times from the other heats. From all the heats, I beg your pardon. So no lane 3 in this race, but the other lanes, well, no lane 3, no lane 10. So a race in 8. Heat 2 of 4, girls under 900 metres. The action seems to be on this near side. Hallie Pearce of Centenary in the yellow shirt going well. In the middle of the pack, however, Emily Parsons of Arana in lane 5. But look at Ohana Byrne go from Deception Bay in lane 1. Byrne gets the automatic qualifying spot. Parsons second, and I think Esther Ashworth of the Gold Coast in third. 15:51 the time on the clock, provisional.
Magnificent. And to do it from an outside lane as well. You've got no idea what's around you. You just keep digging deep, and she ran the perfect race for her.
Small of stature, but fleet of foot.
And she's only going to get better.
You would think so. You would think so.
And in first place with a jump of 11 metres and 95 centimetres is Obina from Winner Manly.
Girls triple jump medals being awarded on the infield at the moment. So you're seeing the start list from the previous race. Heat 3 start list was on the screen just then. Amelia Duncan from Runaway Bay in 1. Runners from most of the state in this one. 2 from Runaway Bay. In fact, the Runaway Bay runners are either side of the track. It's the one on this side, Elvira Holzinger, who seems to be getting the best start. Phoenix Walker Cash of Helensvale is on her left shoulder. This could be a Runaway Bay double. It's Duncan on the far side, Holzinger on the left side. Amelia Duncan will get first. Her clubmate Elvira Holzinger will get second. 15:73. It's a slower heat, but Runaway Bay well represented. They may have 2 runners in the final.
Runaway Bay and everyone else in between. It's just everyone's trapped in a Runaway Bay sandwich.
I reckon just everyone's trapped in a Runaway Bay would have been a great art lyric. That's wonderful, Chris. I think there's a songwriter in you just waiting to get out.
Well, your daughter's a musician, mate, so I think you can pass on that one to her.
She's got it. That's it. 4th and final heat coming up. I'll ask Chris to give us the fastest qualifier thus far.
Fastest qualifier just far was Alice Raffa from Algester,
Nice.
15.40. But the 3 winners are one of their heats are sitting 1, 2, 3 at the moment.
As it should be. So heat 4. 2 Townsville Central runners in this race. They're away cleanly. Again, Evelyn Quinn of Balmoral on this side going well. Ivy Morgan of Townsville Central in lane 2. Doing very well, keeping up with Sophie Spencer of Sunnybank. Spencer looks to have it covered. Spencer will cross the line first. Morgan of Townsville Central third. Serena Bell of Townsville Central crosses in third. 15:59. So no change to the top seed for the girls under 900 metre final coming up in, well, hopefully tonight.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's worthy. I think that will get the third best time on the card. It is been adjusted to 15.51. Fantastic run.
Next event is the boys under 900 metres.
Looking at the Queensland best performance time, 14.36, set by Anton Mugabe from Toowong Harries just 3 years ago at this very event.
If it's possible to have a favourite, as in the person most likely to win in this event, in Heat 2, Mason Jesberg of Ipswich has already won the 70, the 200 and the long jump.
Well, that's form that can't be beaten, isn't it? And
the form can't be beaten, but the athlete can. All athletes can be beaten.
But as much as we know kids have unlimited energy, so we like to think sometimes, they like to think, might possess an opportunity to upstage the card.
Heat 1 of 3, the top 2 to go through, plus the next couple of qualifiers. Kobe Timu of Ormo was doing well on the left. Jacob Mangan of Nanango laying down the gauntlet. Theodore Stanton of City North is staying with him. It's going to be Mangan. He gets first, and then between Stanton and Timu, I think Stanton may have just picked Timu for the second automatic qualifying spot.
Magnificent. And the time that'll be in the low 15.2s, that's a wonderful start to the heats. And as we see, the heats are gradually getting faster and faster. The fact that we've got 3 heats makes it very fascinating. But I think that's definitely going to take some beating. Although, as you've said, there is a Jacob Mangan, so that 15.21, we've got some talent coming through. But there's a dead heat between Theodore and Kobe at 15.39. So I'm not sure how that's going to work. Do they
there's 8 spots for the final, but if there's a tie, they can just use the other lanes, so they don't need to eliminate anyone.
Correct.
If there's a 4-way tie, they might be in trouble, but the odds of that limited.
Yeah. But hey, it's little athletics. Anything can happen. We've certainly seen it all.
Don't say that.
No,
we've had a fire alarm. That's the only interruption we've had. There are other ways of evacuating a stadium that I do not wish to contemplate. Heat 2 of 3 in the boys under 900 metres. Mason Jesberg of Ipswich taking a lead early. Jeremiah Thomas of Algester on his right. Sonny Griffin of Marucci on his left. Jesberg is going to stop the clock at a 14.62. Sonny Griffin of Marucci will get the second qualifying spot. Jeremiah Thomas of Algester crosses in third, and we'll need to watch the clock.
14.62. Now, just in reference to what happened in the previous race, they've gone to basically car racing terminology. So Theodore Stanton, 15.383.
Oh, wow.
And Kobe Timu, 15.389. So there's a chance, a very good chance that Kobe could miss out by
the thousandths of seconds.
Correct.
I remember when the Olympics couldn't do that, and now we're doing it at Little Athletic State Championships.
That is unbelievable. Again, I said anything can happen. We've just seen that, and he's slid down to 6th position. So
by 6,000ths of a second.
Yeah, he needs this to be a slower heat. The top 2 automatically go through. There has to be a significant gap. Otherwise, that'd be heartbreaking for the kid to not make a final on that. Doesn't matter who it is.
Great story though.
It is.
Do you know that I once missed out in a state final by 6/1000ths of a second? I didn't know there were thousands. Oh, let me tell you a story.
You can look at it on YouTube.
Commentators went on about it for a whole minute. They were that fascinated.
Hey, we might have a break yet. We can still talk about it further.
So Heat 3, there was a false start there, which you could see with the naked eye. In lane 6, you'll see the tall figure of Eli Guavava from Ashmore, who's already had a decent meet, finished second in the 70 metres and won the high jump in a Queensland best performance to heist, that's the word I'm after, of 1 metre 27. That's an 8-year-old jumping a metre 27 in the air.
An 8-year-old jumping a metre 27. My PB at 6 foot in the under 15s was a metre 20. So,
you know what my PB was? I'm not telling.
Your personal best was not to get injured on the bar.
Away in the third and final heat. Plenty of speed with David Leask from Ipswich on the near side. Guavava looks to be coasting. Maybe that's just the running style. But over in lane 2, Billy Bradley seems to have the win. I think Guavava second and Leask of Ipswich third. 15.29, which I think is a little way down on the previous heats as well. But Bradley won't mind. He's made himself safe.
There might be a glimmer of hope for Kobe Timu. Possibly, but first to third placing was pretty tight in the end there. So I know all the family and friends, they're going to be hanging in, just seeing what happens in that case. And we'll have those results come through.
Starting to come through. But I mean, the Stanton and Timu ran 15.39s, and the winner of that race wasn't all that far ahead of it. So
he's going to be fine. He is fine. Kobe Timu will get to run in the final, despite falling out by 6/1000 of a second. Oh, no.
No way.
No.
That did not just happen.
Oh.
That did not just happen. Oh, my goodness. The scenario we were fearing has happened, where Timu is going to... Well, here's the thing. I suppose they have the option of saying we'll have 9 runners in the final, but he's qualified 9th, or possibly not qualified 9th, depending on what LAQ choose to do. Well, I say choose. There will be bylaws that deal with this exact situation, so they will dictate what happens next. I don't mean to imply that they just toss a coin and decide.
No. That's right. If they look at the standard time of 15.39, then in this case, they've had to dig deeper into the thousandth of a second. So.
With Bradley winning that third heat in 15.25, I just assumed that the runners behind him, Guavava in the end was 15.27, and then Leask was 15.36, and that's what's pushed Stanton and Timu down the rankings. So the tightness of that race
was 0.11 that separated first from third, and that was always going to be the damaging part. And I think we highlighted that in the call of that race, that because they were quite close, even the times weren't quite as fast, it was still going to make an impact. So. And it has happened in some ways already throughout the qualifying process.
Meanwhile, there's a very large elephant in the room, which is that Mason Jesberg has qualified fastest in 14.54. Jacob Mangan has qualified second in 15.21. So that is a gap of, about 0.7 of a second, 0.67?
Yeah, there we go.
Don't you dare.
Already done it.
I remember when the numbers 6 and 7 were innocent. You could say them in any conversation and you wouldn't get someone doing a hand signal which defies taste.
Look, mate, as you know, with my employment, I do work at a college, and the best way to upset kids now is to use that and get told off, and I do it to keep them unhappy.
Not the only people you're keeping unhappy. So the under 13 girls 100 metres, the runners have just come onto the track. There'll be 4 heats. So in this event, it would be just the winners automatically qualifying, and then the 4 best after that. Defending champion, in fact 3-time defending champion Amber Livingston of Caloundra will be in the second heat.
So just looking ahead to the boys 100 metre final in the under 9s, they have not loaded them in yet. Daniel, that's the one I'm going to be keeping an eye on, because whether they
allow a 9th runner?
Yeah. Everything else has been loaded up to that point, so...
I suppose, I do not know chapter and verse the rules of athletics competitions, but I've seen at the Olympics where 2 runners have had the same time, they've had an extra lane, and they've allowed a 9th runner. Scratch that, it was the World Championships, not the Olympics.
So for those just joining us, what exactly happened?
So the qualifiers for the
under 9 boys.
For the under 9 boys in the 100 metres, essentially the runners who finished 8th and 9th had the same time to the 100th of a second, but there were 6,000ths of a second between them. So if that's used as a hard separator, it means that the runner who finished 9th will not qualify for the final. What I don't know, because I've seen it happen differently in different track and field competitions, is whether Little Athletics Queensland has discretion to allow a ninth runner into the final, given that there are lanes available.
And what happens with the heats is that the top 2 of the 3 heats, they go through. So there's 6 runners. And then the 2 best times outside those 3 heats automatically go through. So there's your 8 covered. So we'll keep an eye on that one as news unfolds. But definitely a fascinating story. And we know the right decision will be made according to all and proper. So we respect that.
Sport can be cruel, but it makes for great stories. For decades, trust me. So 4 heats of the girls under 13 100 metres. Only the winner qualifies automatically. Olivia Lonton of Redlands has made a very good start. Over in lane 4, however, Sienna Hamilton of Nambour. Streeting, it's basically between Hamilton and Lonton. Lonton looks to have it covered, so Lonton of Redlands qualifies first. Hamilton of Nambour second over the line. 13:01 was the winner's time. You would think that Hamilton has a time less than 13.2.
Queensland best performance time, 12.21. These girls are going to get sub 13 and get into the 12s at some point in the final. That's how. I mean, they would have very much done so already. 12.93 was the winning time there from Olivia Lonton and Sienna Hamilton with 13.12. We've got Madison McGowan from Runaway Bay, 13.64. Is that gap of half a second going to be too much? I think. Yeah. You would probably feel that would be the case because the heats, generally speaking, get faster. And those 2 girls, Olivia and Sienna, ran a very good. Just a battle. They had a battle within themselves, and it was just the rest of the field. So, and sometimes that creates a bit of a separation.
And here we are calling 13.64 too slow. That's how high the standard is here.
Yeah, that's right. Well, thanks to our friends at McDonald's and Coles, we're having the opportunity to discuss and enjoy the talent that's on display and sharing the good stories and the great stories, because the good stories already is that athletes are having the opportunity to compete here on the big stage of state championships.
Amber Livingston's winning times in the last 3 years have gone 14.15, 13.37, 12.94. I don't think she'll finish in the 11s this time round, but that blonde plait is capable of moving at high speed. Ava Dewey of Wynnum Manly will have something to say about this race, as will Ava Ashcroft. They're in lanes 1 and 2. Ashcroft from Harvey Bay. Livingston didn't quite have it all her own way at the start, but she asserted dominance quickly. It's Madeline Gardner of the Gap in lane 6 who's providing a bit of resistance. Ava Dewey of Wynnum Manly, 13.08, so not as fast as the previous heat, but I suspect there's plenty in reserve for Amber Livingston. She's qualified automatically for the final later tonight.
Gives a little bit of hope there for Maddie McGowan there from Runaway Bay. That time of 13.64, still a possibility that she could sneak into 7th or 8th. But that was just a wonderful race. She was outstanding from the get-go. The height, using it to her advantage, tremendous.
Samara Dialwas of Toowong Harry has finished 3rd in the hurdles earlier today. She's in lane 4 in this 3rd heat. Just looking at some of the form of the others. Isabel Norcott of Jimboomba finished 2nd in the 200 metres last night. Just looking for the winner of that 200 metres last night. It's I have too many screens. I've become millennial.
Got the best ergonomic setup here, and our man Larry's doing some wonderful job behind us for Sportscast, bringing you all the action right around the country.
Right around the YouTuberverse.
Absolutely. He led by example. When that fire was going on, he said, just grab what you can and get out of here. Led by example. That's we look up to our elders.
As the spokesperson for our main sponsors, McDonald's, once said, get down low and go, go, go.
I like it.
Admittedly, that was a fire safety ad, but that was appropriate in the circumstances.
Well, we did see some Hart Sport gear getting used outside, Daniel.
Nice. So heat 3. Thought there might have been a false start That was just me. Isabel Norcott of Jim Boomba looking good in lane 6. Samara Dialwas of Tuong Harries will probably be fighting it out for second. But Norcott gets first, Dialwas second, Peyton Allen of Wynnum Manly third. 13.1. I think it's exactly the same as Heat 2, wasn't it?
It was the same. Heat 2 was 13.03, but that is going to be marked down. So I would maybe say 13.04 when that result comes through. Just at a hunch, because they have been going down by that sort of 0.05 of a second. But again, we're looking at that 7th and 8th spot. That's where a lot of our interests are going to be drawn to as well.
4th and final heat coming up. Because if you want to take the floor, I just want to check the 200-metre results from this age group for last night. So that's 200 girls, 200 metres in the under 13s.
So
I need to know.
So the winner out of this, winner out of all heats go through automatically. Then it's the top 4 best times. So
it was Olivia Launton who won last night from the Redlands Club, and we've already seen her race in the first heat. So it could be Launton versus Norcott. Maybe not head-to-head in the final, but 200-metre form's pretty reliable when it comes to 100-metre form. Except if you're Michael Johnson.
He tore it up at Sydney, didn't he? Back in 2000. He was the
same night as Kathy Freeman, and no one remembers.
Yeah.
So 4th and final heat.
Didn't he break a world record too that night or something?
Not that night.
Not that night. You were there, I think, weren't you?
I was.
Yeah. Should have expected as such.
I was lucky, the lottery of tickets, but this generation will have its chance. Georgie Farrow of Caloundra got away very quickly on the outside. Then Ava Jupp of Runaway Bay. We forgot about Jupp. She tore up the hurdles before. Ava Jupp is going to win this comfortably. And Georgia Farrow of Caloundra should get second, 13.29. So I believe it's the slowest of the 4 heats. But Jupp showed some very good form and maybe didn't need to carry it all the way through to the finish line. That's not a criticism, just a description.
Absolutely. It's look, I think that there is more in the tank. The top 4 that will take out your middle lanes tonight, that is going to be a tremendous battle. And cannot wait for that to unfold. And I think, does that leave us... No, we've still got
the boys, and then it's just a case of when they want to start. The 100-metre finals were scheduled originally to start at 6:40, and it's just a case of how much of a gap they're able to make up, given that there are so many moving parts at any track and field meet. Even if you've got an adult meet with, say, 400 athletes, never mind when you've got a junior meet with close to 2,000 athletes.
Do you reckon we lost about 30 to 40 minutes there? Or even sort of when we were outside?
I think it was quite that long, but let's watch the YouTube video back.
Yeah.
And we'll count the seconds between when we left and when we came back.
Yeah, and when we ran for our lives.
Well, that's just because I'm a coward. The boys under 13s, they're not on the track at the moment. We might just take a quick break if we can, and we'll come back when there's some action to describe.
All thanks to our friends at McDonald's and Coles, and much, much more coming on the other side of this. Good evening, welcome back here to QSAC. Please excuse me, I was just enjoying some tucker that I picked up from Coles on the way over to the venue this morning, and absolutely enjoying it. And I hope you're enjoying the coverage wherever you are of this McDonald's Little Athletics Queensland State Championships. Got Larry on camera behind us, absolutely tearing it up. My name's Chris, joined by the great man Daniel Viles, and we're getting ready for some more semi-final action, or heat action I should say, but effectively they're semi-finals.
Boys 100 metres under 13s. There'll be 3 heats. Top 2 from each heat progress automatically to the final, and then the next 2 best times. In this heat in lane 4 from Nambour, we have the 400 metre champion Amaris Conroy.
And I will go with some breaking news, Daniel. And we did speak about this at length, but we will only have 8 runners competing in the boys under 9 final. So they've gone to the 1,000th of a second for young Kobe Timu, and that's just how tight it was.
Look, if that's what the rules are, then all they need to do is apply them.
And they've done that well. It took some deliberation, which respectfully was good for them to do. It took a little while for them to reach that decision.
Properly assess, because there's something at stake.
Yeah, exactly. So just keeping you up to date there.
No, thank you very much. So, well, he gets to watch the race, and he's allowed to feel a little bit bitter. In fact, he can start a blues music career based on what he's been through tonight. So 3 heats, boys under 1,300 metres. Often racing in the first heat. Some good movement early from Sullivan Hyde from Noosa. Hyde is absolutely streeting it. Conroy in lane 4 has to fight for second because Sullivan Hyde of Noosa, 12.29, and he's got sub 12 in him, given on how much he lifted his foot off the accelerator in the last 20 metres.
Oh, he was motoring through. You can just see him almost come to a complete stop. That time of 12.29 that will get adjusted to around 12.22. It's a little bit of a gap there on the Queensland best performance record set by Anthony Collins from Aspley of 11.42. But if you can break sub 12 tonight in essentially perfect condition for running, then why not on the biggest stage, thanks to our friends at McDonald's.
Sullivan Hyde is the 200 metre champion. Amaris Conroy is the 400 metre champion. They faced off then. Sullivan Hyde got the chocolates. 2 heats remaining. But of course, both automatically qualified.
Absolutely. But whereas the previous lot of running, it was the top 4. We had 4 heats, and then the top 4 runners went through automatically.
Winners plus next 4.
Yep.
With 3, it's top 2 plus next 3, and with 2 heats, usually top 3 plus the next 2.
It just makes every race just so bone crunching. It's pulsating stuff. As we can see in the background there, that the one set of the high jump mats has been retired for the night.
Always a sad moment.
It is. That's where you just miss the kids just jumping on it to have a little bit of fun to close out the night.
Oh, if I was in charge, the field would just be covered with high jump mats, but that's just me.
Just take the bar away, please.
Heat 2 on the near side. Kai Beaufond of Jimboomba got out very quickly, as did Marcus Kwan of City North. Kwan found his rhythm. Kwan will lead them over the line. Beaufond of Jimboomba second. Third will be Emmanuel Okoro of Kenmore. 13.04 is the time across the line.
Ran a very, very good race there. Very, very, very strong. Strong out of the gates and kept the same movement all the way through. Has he got a little bit more left in the tank? He didn't really kick it up the notches. He just kept that same consistent pace all the way through. And I was just watching his head action, his eye action, looking straight down all the way. That was a very, very good, polished and complete race.
So Marcus Kwan, his time's been adjusted to 12.96, so he's behind both Hyde and Conroy overall.
But we know there was some fireworks there with Hyde and Conroy in that previous heat. So there was a lot of explosiveness between the two, the way they lit up the track. But it opens up the door for Marcus Kwan to perhaps upset the apple cart come the final.
As long as they don't set off the alarm. So in this heat,
not again.
In lane 5 from Browns Plains, Christian Kenman, who finished second last year, lost by a quarter of a second. I say lost, he finished second in the state.
It's a pretty good achievement.
Yeah,
it's pretty good.
Suddenly thought fix your language there, Daniel, honestly.
And this is the final heat of the night.
Indeed. The under-16 finals will be up first, followed by the under-17s, then 11s, then 10s. It'll be girls, then boys. Third and final heat of the boys under-13s. 100 metres. Yeah, there's a bit of wobbling. Starter was right to pull them up. Card is in the pocket. No, it's been shown.
We did see this a lot in the 70-metre sprints as well. A lot of false starts and a lot of wobble. So it's not unusual to see that sort of disruption in the sprint events.
2 runners from the Browns Plains Club in their very distinctive blue and bright yellow. And looks like the girls for the under-16 finals are lined up straight behind them, so there won't be a gap. The medals are about to rain here at Cusack. Away quickly, Rowita of Browns Plains put the false start behind him. His clubmate Kenman has gone for broke. Kenman, keep an eye on the clock. Kenman and Rowita of Browns Plains will get the automatic qualifiers. Coming through third will be Andrew Dew of Deception Bay. 12.63 is impressive from Kenman.
Well, that will put him in contention for the third best time of the boys so far.
Boys long jump. In third place,
But that was just a sublime run.
So we're moving quickly to the girls under 16 100-metre final. The fastest qualifier was Charlie Cox of Ross River, followed by Talia Walker of Runaway Bay.
So we did wonder whether there was going to be a bit of a delay in the schedule. But here we are. We're running straight from the prelims right into the finals, which means, Daniel Viles, it will be raining gold, silver and bronze over the next hour. So it doesn't matter where your allegiances lie. Just enjoy the next hour of quality, pulsating 100-metre finals. It is going to be box office.
I think it's 18 all up. They really, 9 age groups and then girls and boys in each. You're about to see 18 hot races between the finest young athletic talent in Queensland.
Under lights, Saturday night. It's the middle day of this wonderful event thanks to McDonald's. This is prime time viewing right here.
So let's go through the field. In 2 is Allegra Dioth of Nanango, 3 Leah Lanebruggen of Algester, 4 Giselle Boats of Strathpine, 5 Lily Woods North Rockhampton, 6 Charlie Cox Ross River, 7 Talia Walker Runaway Bay, 8 Mia Van Ryssen of the University of the Sunshine Coast, and 9 Harper Lee Chard of Balmoral.
Queensland best performance time of 12.16. Will that go off tonight? We'll see in about 30 seconds' time.
Charlie Cox in 6th, the favourite. But just because you're the favourite doesn't mean they give you an advantage. Away quickly. Cox got a very good start, took the lead early. On her left is Lily Woods from North Rockhampton. Woods is the one who's got the lead at the moment. Cox is coming. Woods may have this. Lily Woods of North Rockhampton takes the state championship.
Outstanding performance there. We did talk about it during the heats that we felt that there was a lot more in there. A time of around 12.5 is probably what we were sort of expecting, what we were hoping for. But I think 12.42 is where the clock stops. Lily Woods from Northampton, 12.42 ahead of Charlie Cox with 12.64. And then Talia Walker from Runaway Bay, 12.69. They are your medalists.
Woods finished second in this event 3 years ago. Hasn't featured since, possibly hasn't been able to travel to Brisbane for these championships. And one thing you always have to remember, Queensland's a big state and money is not an unlimited resource.
Well, just to be able to have her here is wonderful. And congratulations to Leah Lundbergen, 12.82. Giselle Botts with a 13.11. Mia Van Ryssen, 13.16. And Harper Lee Chard from Balmoral, 13.28. Wonderful times. Less than 0.80 of a second separating the first from last.
And Talia Walker getting the bronze from Runaway Bay, just to say that a bit more clearly, not than you, than me. Under 16 boys, just warming up at the moment to go through the field. Oh, we've had 2 runners pull out. So Ben Kuswati of Aspley and Netta Mawson of Strathpine did not start.
We might find that we'll have a little bit of that as well because athletes have to get away due to the fire situation that has put a delay in the program.
I suppose the other thing there is we don't know whether I'm about to mention asthma, just in case that's a factor with some people, where even though there didn't end up being a blazing fire here, whether just the risk has to be taken out of things. So
Correct.
So we're robbed of seeing Netta Mawson, but the 6 athletes remaining on the track: Marlon Andrews of Noosa in 3, Webb of North Rockhampton in 4, Sapasa in 5, Jones in 6, Jones in 7, James in 8, Stalen in 9.
10.96 from Matt Otto is the Queensland best performance record. We did see the best time of 11.16 earlier.
Often racing, it's a very, very even start. Looks to be Jaden Jones from Gladstone who's coming out early. Andrews and Webb on the far side. Marlon Andrews of Noosa, he's holding on. Marlon Andrews celebrates as he crosses the line, and rightly so. He is the state champion. Noosa, you've got your man.
And he celebrated too when he won the heat. So he loves it. He just loves competing. You can feel it. He had a smile on his face, the fist pump in the air. It's exactly how he celebrated too when he won the heat. And I think he eclipsed his best time. He eclipsed his time from the heat as well. But that time, 11.53. Darcy Webb from North Rockhampton, 11.62, just 0.09 ahead. And Jaden Jones as well, 11.67. So 0.14 separated first from third in a blockbuster finish here at Cusack.
He didn't really look in control until about the last 10 minutes, Marlon Andrews. He did win this age group back in under 13s for Noosa, but not been able to place since, third 2 years ago. And third last year, so forget what I said.
And so just looking at our runners, our other performers, Finn Sapasa, 11.93 in fourth place. Julian Stalen from Astley, 12.18. And Hudson James, 12.25. So some quality times there. In the under-16 boys final, delivered lots of fireworks.
Girls under 17 on the track. Xanthi Watts, the fastest qualifier. This is not her best event, but she does have a world ranking. Gilmore of the Gold Coast in 2, Lanyon in 3, Hionis in 4, Watts in 5, Wilkinson of Marucci in 6. Has a lot of success in this event. Collis in 7, Minardo in 8, Banashek in 9.
Queensland best performance time, 11.88.
Away quickly, Collis of North Mackay got a very good start. Now Watts starting to assert herself in the middle. Watts has split them. Anna Wilkinson's on her right shoulder. She'll provide the most resistance. But Xanthi Watts came to run the 100. She's won the sprint treble at the McDonald's State Championships in 2026.
Oh, she came, she saw, she conquered, and she dominated. Thanks to our friends at McDonald's and Coles. That was just a flawless performance. And to be able to achieve what she has, that is just the ultimate, I think, for an athlete, of her ability and her skill. And we are just spoiled to be in this era where Xanthia is competing at this such high level.
She's already received invitations to senior events. That might just be, I haven't checked tomorrow's program to see if she's hurdling. She doesn't normally. Maybe that was her last race at the Little Athletics State Championships. What a career it's been. And again, I want to be excited about what's to come and not put pressure on. If I can find that balance, I'll do it.
Well, look,
Hayley Collis of North Mackay got third by the look of it.
And Brisbane's definitely not beyond her either, just in 6 years' time. So Xanthi Watts with 12.46, an incredible time. Anna Wilkinson, 12.99, and Hayley Collis, as you mentioned, 13.31. And you feel a little bit for Elia Hoynes from Strathpine, 0.03 of a second off winning a bronze medal, but that's just how tight it was and just ran a complete race.
Feel the rage and use it.
Yeah, exactly right.
Get mad. Yeah, Watts, I don't believe she ran the 100 last year. And it'd be interesting to see, 400 is clearly her best event.
Yeah.
But why give up other events when before you need to?
And look, if you continue to run that 100 metres at a great space and you can run that 4 times and really pace yourself, that's phenomenal.
Of course, the other thing, thinking way ahead now, but for any runner, relay teams, the 100 and 400 are your 2 relay events, and it's a good way of getting onto national teams is to be able to have those 2 events in your kit bag. And just doubles your chances of getting onto the team, at least as a relay runner. Boys under 1700 metre final. Sykes, Green, Farini Petard, Froger Penaranda, Thompson, Robinson, Watkins and Ball. They're the runners from furthest away from your screen to nearest. Often racing, maybe not the best start for Robinson. Blade Thompson in the middle. Thompson versus Penaranda. Also Matt Green. Matt Green's taken it. Green across the line. Knows where the camera is. Saw Thompson and Froger Penaranda and said, no, 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 this race is mine. Matthew Green, a state champion once again.
Well, he ran a time of 11.81 in the qualifiers, and he has no doubt absolutely obliterated that. So 11.81 there. He has taken, well, almost half a second off what he did in the heats, Daniel. That's a phenomenal time. 11.38. Blade Thompson, 11.58. And Thomas Penaranda with 11.65. That was box office. That was everything we expected. And Matthew Green from Townsville, the show pony that continues to entertain. We love it. We want to see more of it, and hopefully we're only seeing the beginning of his potential.
From the Townsville Central Club, who have a runner in this next race as well in the form of Lily Cheesewright. Momentum can be a thing. The photo on the track, I hope we can see. I think there's a, don't know if it's possible to swing around to the finish line at the moment, but there was just a group photo with the 8 runners. Unfortunately, I gave our camera operator too little notice to get there, but the 8 runners, of course, this is their last year in Little Athletics State Championships, and they just posed for a photo together. Our camera missed it, but remember, follow Little Athletics Queensland on social media, and it'll be all over it.
Absolutely. We know our man was, he was...
He was doing what he was supposed to do, and I was trying to get to do something.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry, Larry.
Larry's looking after us today. He's we heard coming into the gate today he's the best in the business of what he does, and he has not failed on expectation. As we turn our attention to the girls under 11 finals, 100 metre finals, Queensland best performance 13.22.
From nearest your screen to the back, Mutimer, Cheesewright, Mosey, Elliott, Dunnett, Fields, Assetto and Ansell. Away cleanly. Elliott maybe wasn't as quick as she wanted to be. She turned it on pretty quickly. Dunnett of Ipswich is on her left. It's Elliott versus Dunnett. The bronze medal looks to be with Field as Olmo. Elliott's going to hang on. Elliott has just hung on ahead of Dunnett. Fantastic race. No disgrace to Dunnett, but Phoebe Elliott is your state champion for the Algester Club.
Well, she ran a time of 13.81 in the heats. What we've seen in front of us now with the time, 13.86, that is going to change. That is 13.78, so she has beaten her run before by 0.03 of a second. Steph Dunnett with second place from Ipswich, 13.82. Fantastic performance, 0.04 off winning gold medal. And Evelyn Fields from Ormau, 14.2. Absolutely outstanding. But to have 2 runners breaking the 14-second mark, terrific.
And just what a good race as well. There seemed to be good respect between them after the finish line. The boys under 11s to our left. Sorry, I didn't mean to take attention away from the medal ceremony happening on the infield. So just to go through the field for the boys under 11s, and you will see it on screen, but 2 Mitchell Phillips from Strathpine, 3 Braithhart from West Bundaberg. Won't get time. 4 is Extine of Ashmore, 5 Piper, 6 Perot, 7 Komajinski, 8 Ewing, and 9 DeRocha.
13.26 is the Queensland best performance.
Perot's qualified in the 13.55 and looked comfortable. Underway in the under 11 final. It's a very even start. Komajinski looked to have the best of it. Perot's in the middle, just had a little bit of a stutter. Now starts to assert his dominance. Perot's, the battle is coming from Komajinski and Piper. Perot's will get there. Ruben Perot's of Aspley. The time is slower, and he did seem to lose his stride at about 40 metres, and he is still a state champion.
You can't really fault that, can you? The 3 in the middle, that's where the attention turned to, and they absolutely brained them. And we've got the wonderful staff here from Queensland Little Athletics. They are looking after us. That's why they are the best at what they do. That's why we love coming back here, Daniel.
Back to Ruben Perot's. Well, it'll be interesting to watch that race back. And again, if you're watching on YouTube, double hit the left-hand side of your screen as many times as you like, and it goes back in 10-second increments. But to see Perot's, I'm sure that he just lost his balance a little bit early in the race and then recovered and held off challengers on either side of him from Piper and Komaszynski. There's no rest here. We're into the girls under 10 final, and this is Fogarty watch, but also Edie van Niekerk and Sophia Kirk, who was blistering in the heats. Girls under 10, 100 metres. Often racing. It's a very even start. Van Niekerk from City North looked to have it in the bag. Sophia Kirk from West Bundaberg has Jalea Fogarty on her right. Sophia Kirk is looking untroubled. Van Niekerk to her left, Fogarty on the right, but Kirk is the state champion.
And another race that was determined in the middle. That was fantastic. Beautifully run. Just ran a nice, smooth, fluent race. And she ran her own race, and she ran it to the best of her ability. And that was just absolutely perfect to get her the gold medal.
So Kirk, who I think
14.56 was her time.
Just looking, that is her first. She got silver in the 200, bronze in the high jump, silver in the long jump, finally goes home with some gold.
And she beat her time from the heat as well, which you'd love to see athletes just come out and turn it on. So 14.56, Fogarty with 14.77, Niekerk with 14.86. That rounds out your medal winners.
Boys under 10 100 metres. Fastest qualifier was Kobe Mitchell of Kenmore. He'll be in lane 5. Defending champion, second fastest qualifier was Nicholas Yinyat Mack from Mount Gravatt. Mitchell and Mack. And 6 others. Good start by Frisbee of Noosa. Maybe it was too good a start. Back they go. Eyes on the judge. Certainly walking over to a far lane.
There might be some more conversing taking place, you'd feel.
So Richie Young of Redlands gets shown the card. Actually, did Frisbee get shown a card as well? I just took my eyes away. Is anyone who's visited a public park go? You should never let a Frisbee go early. Okay, it's out of the way.
Especially
I'm sure he's had that all his life. So his parents have just rolled their eyes. Under 10 boys, 100 metres. Away cleanly this time. Mack just a little bit behind the pack. Mason Saliba of Runaway Bay has turned on the heat. He didn't show this in the heats. He's showing it now. Mack is coming back. Mack's past him. He's also got Mitchell of Kenmore. Mack's going to defend his title. It's very tight between Mitchell and Saliba for silver. But Nicholas Yinyat Mack from Mount Gravatt has gone back-to-back. Can
you just wrap that up and that could be a message tone? I like that. And he's gone whack. A bit of all that, but he did beat his heat time as well. That's what we love. Athletes just getting bigger and better with their performances. Isaac Ewing from Balmoral just saw he was a stride behind. He started a little bit slow coming out of the blocks after a very impressive run in the heats, and he pushed back late as he did in the heats. But a great run from all athletes. They've really put on a great performance.
No rest for anyone, wicket or not. Girls under 900 metre final. Fastest qualifier, I believe, was Elise Raffer of Algester. She's in lane 4 in the distinctive blues of Algester. First year in Little Athletics. This is new territory for them, running a night final at Cusack. Under 9s are away. Strong start from Eden Butler of Bribey on the near side. Likewise, Sophie Spencer of Sunnybank in the yellow. Butler is not yielding. Now Spencer makes her move. Spencer versus Butler. Spencer looks to have it covered. The race for silver was interesting, but Sophie Spencer from Sunnybank is your state champion in the under 9s 100 metres.
And she would have beaten her heat time by more than 0.20 of a second as well. So she didn't leave anything on the table there. She absolutely dominated. 2 quality runs, and she held her nerve. You could have thrown a blanket over all of them for the first 60 metres, and then she stood out just when it mattered most.
I couldn't pick the minor medalist. It turns out that silver has gone to Ohana Byrne of Deception Bay in 1548, and Elise Raffer of Algester, which is just down the road from the Sunnybank Club. They are local rivals, 1551 in third.
So 0.03 of a second separating second from third. That just goes to show how tight that was.
Chris, get your record book out just to see if we're in territory, because in the boys under 9, Mason Jesberg of Ipswich, who's in lane 5, may have been responsible for the fire alarm.
Well, the Queensland best performance time, 14.36, set just 3 years ago.
That's in range. That is in range. I'm going to call it.
Yeah, well, Jesberg, 14.54, and he left some time on the table too. So we will see something in the 14.4s at the very least.
So Leask of Ipswich, Thomas of Algester, Mangan of Nanango, Jesberg of Ipswich, Bradley of Bribie, Griffin of Marucci, Gravava of Ashmore, Stanton of City North.
So Queensland best performance record could very well go tonight.
In fact, Leask of Ipswich doesn't appear to be there, so it's... No, I apologise. I've got that completely wrong. No, there he is. Hello. We'll edit that part out. Under 9, boys 100 metres. There's a clear favourite, but control the controllables. Often racing. Good start from Gavava of Ashmore in the near side. Jesberg not in the race yet. He's coming through now. Stanton of City North looking good. Now Jesberg asserts his dominance. It's a very even race apart from the man in orange out front. Mason Jesberg is your winner of the state champion in the boys 100 metres. Either side, I think it was Jeremiah Thomas of Algester and possibly Billy Bradley of Bribie.
Phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. And we've got plenty of support over here as well. Big cheer squad to our right. They are eating it up. They're having a great time.
Ipswich is proud. Jacob Mangan of Nanango has come second.
Oh, plenty of people have come across from Ipswich and they are loving it.
Well, this is just found out this is the Nanango crowd just to the right of the commentary box, and they're letting us know. They want to rip the microphones off our heads at the moment. That's how excited they are. But Mason Jesberg of Ipswich, what time? I was watching the race, and to be honest, finals often aren't the best times to set records. It's a weird thing to say.
14.81, and then Jacob 15.24, 0.03 ahead of Billy Bradley from Bribie, 15.27.
So Nanango Mangan and Bribie Bradley. Jeremiah Thomas of Algester finishing another 0.18 behind. We keep going. Girls under 12 100 metres. Madison Hooper of the University of Sunshine Coast in lane 7. Fastest qualifier, Chloe Morell of Centenary on her left shoulder.
Just have a look at...
Just waiting for a medal presentation in the middle of the field. It's a pity we can't pay attention to all of it. Oh, the camera is. I'm going to shut up.
And in first place with a time of 13.78, Phoebe from Algester.
I've been calling her Phoebe Elliott. Maybe it's Phoebe, but either way, she's the state champion from Algester.
And nothing can take that away from her.
As long as she, if she makes it, tell the commentators. We don't want a gout-gwat situation.
That's true.
We want to know. And that goes for anyone, actually. It's a pity we, for different reasons, we can't open the live chat on YouTube. But no, Chris and I, when it's possible, we're always very open to getting feedback from people. And your names are important. Your kids' names are important. The athletes you love.
It is all about them, and we're here to try and make it sound as exciting as possible. And you can't fake the enthusiasm that we show, particularly here. We've called probably 100 races today. I've lost track, Daniel, but
I chose not to count.
Yeah,
but
each one of them gets exciting every single time.
So more medal ceremonies on the infield.
In second place, Jaden from Brecon Ridge. And in first place with a time of 13.67, Ruben from Astley.
Oh, of course he did, didn't he? You can look at that on YouTube.
Oh, Ruben, you did not. Oh,
Hey,
you did not.
If the commentators can do it and get away with it, surely he could too.
Commentator.
Come-
Not commentators, commentator.
Oh, come on. I'm plural. My left hand and my right hand, they work differently.
Under 12 girls, 100 metres. Madison Hooper in 7, probably the favourite, certainly the fastest qualifier. Chloe Morell saying I'm in this race too, you know. As are Charlotte Roche of Ipswich in 4, Emily Young of Toowoomba in 5. Unsteadiness. And at the state championships, they want the athletes to learn, so they bring the cards out, they take them seriously.
Madison Hooper with a time of 13.26. Can she eclipse that? Could we see sub 13? Chloe Morrell, 13.33. It's going to be a great battle between the pair.
They're in lane 6 and 7. Morrell in 6, Hooper in 7, so Hooper nearer to you, third from the camera. Kiva Corbett of Arana with the standing start. They're on their way. Corbett actually got a very good start. Took Hooper a little while to get going. She's going now. Morrell is giving her no rest. Morrell has passed her. Chloe Morrell of Centenary has blitzed it. Took Madison Hooper on and won the state championship. Brilliant work from Chloe Morrell of Centenary. You have won that state championship in fantastic style.
That had to be the run of her life, surely. That was just, it could not have been better. She set a really good time in the qualifiers, 13.33, and she's absolutely blitzed that. Her time of 13.18.
Well, she's won it by 0.31 of a second over a very highly credentialed and highly achieved Madison Hooper.
And Emily Young, not to be denied, from Toowoomba, stunning time of 13.60 as well. That was outstanding. And just a little bit slower than her qualifiers, but to walk away with a bronze medal, a wonderful achievement.
Charlotte Roche of Ipswich in 4th. 0.12 behind Emily Young. Moving to the boys under 1,200 metres. Diego Ryan of Toowoomba in 6. Had his colours lowered last year, wants them back. Anton Magaba of Toowong Harriers in 4. Has impressed all weekend.
We've got two athletes here that will, what we would hope, if they can keep up the intensity, go under 13 seconds.
Oliver Hoban of Noosa will try to stay with them. He qualified in 13.22, but I think Magaba and Ryan are the ones who seem to have more in the tank. We'll enjoy the medal presentation.
Oh, knick-knack, paddywhack.
I wish you could be happier. I just okay, nearly underway. The boys under 1,200 metres. We're expecting the action in lanes 4 and 6, but this is track and field. It could come from anywhere. Magaba of Toowong Harriers, Ryan of Toowoomba. Often racing, Hoban of Noosa actually got quite a good start. Ryan of Toowoomba going through. Magaba of Toowong Harriers has the lead, holding off Brewster and Ryan. Magaba's got it. He'll beat Diego Ryan. Jackson Reed-Law of Caboolture, I fancy, has finished 3rd. But Anton Magaba maintained the seedings. He was the fastest qualifier, and now he's the state champion.
And he got under 13 seconds. That's what he intended to do, and he went out and dominated from the outset, 12.78. He gave that Queensland best performance record a bit of a shake, 12.42. So he was just 0.36 over. But I did say that we were going to see a couple of the boys that were going to go under 13 seconds. That we've got Diego Ryan, 12.99, taking out the silver medal ahead of Jackson Reed-Law from Caboolture, 13.09. And Ollie Brewster from Strathpine, a brute in his own right, 13.28.
The hottest of favourites in the girls under 1,400 metres. Kaylee Crute qualified in a 12.48. Second fastest was Minaya Walson of Ipswich in 13.32. Bunches up a bit after that. Alice Chadburn of Redlands, Taylor Hughes of City North, and Tempsy Petralia all between 13.38 and 13.49. Nearly said 13.32, but I don't want to. So Kaylee Crute of the Gap will be in 5. Walson of Ipswich will be on her right shoulder. Crute looked to be running her absolute fastest. I'm not sure how much faster than 12.48 she can go. And if she does, I want that, what I've just said, to be replayed as inspiration. Under 14 girls, 100 metres.
Well, the record could go if she runs faster than that. 12.38, the Queensland best performance, set last year at the National Championships.
It's there to be taken. Walden of Nambour with the standing start, second from the screen. Card comes out again. And it goes to Walden. Is that because I drew attention to her? I'm sorry if it was.
You probably did.
Yep, I'll take the rap for that one.
The people over at Nasbor are going to be fuming.
I said it once, all right?
Yeah, and I said it more times.
Yeah. Judges talking, so they'll have it sorted. Plenty of races to go after this. We've still got the 13s, the 15s. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 600 metre finals to go. State champions being crowned by the minute here at the Queensland Sports and Athletics Centre in Nathan in the south of Brisbane. On this famous track, host track of the 1982 Commonwealth Games. Still looks grand. Often Racing, Croot got a fantastic start, as did Walson. Kaylee Croot, she's got a 5 metre, probably a 3 metre lead already. Walson's doing her best to stay with her. It's all about Kaylee Croot. It's all about the clock, 12:52. Maybe not quite the time she wanted. Who cares? She is a state champion, Kaylee Croot, after losing by 1/100th of a second last year.
Well, what a remarkable turnaround. What a difference a year makes. And here she is. Just getting better. Like that was a far better run than what we saw in the heats, where she ran a time of 12.48. She's run a great time there of 12.44 to get ahead of Mania Wilson from Ipswich by 0.70 of a second, essentially. So that was just wonderful, wonderful performance.
So Walson's got the silver with 13:15. We're just waiting for the photography to sort itself out.
Would it be right in saying that her Ipswich teammate Sophie Allen finished in bronze?
You may be right. I may be crazy. Just want it to be official before I make a goose of myself.
No.
Taylor Hughes of City North, 5/100ths of a second behind Walson of Ipswich.
So it must have been a narrow finish.
Speaking of narrow finishes, moving to the boys under 14/100 metres, the two fastest qualifiers were separated by 1/100th of a second. Chandler Simpson of Deception Bay will start in lane 6, and 1/100th behind him is Noah Harch of Laidley. Now hang on, we've got a change of order here because those are definitely girls on the track at the moment. So let's work out what's going on.
So they put the under 13?
Yeah, I think I recognise Amber Livingston of Caloundra. When you see someone win that many times, it tends to get burned in the memory. So for whatever reason, the girls under 1300 metres will run now, and the boys under 1400 metres, maybe that's the next race. I won't assume anything.
Riley Day from Bode Desert has the Queensland best performance time of 12.21 set in 2013. Olivia Launton did go under 13 seconds before, but Amber Livingston and Isabel Norcott, 13.03 in the qualifiers. We could very well see 3 girls go under 13 here. In the under 13 girls too.
And that's not to discount Sienna Hamilton of Nambour in lane 7 as well. The middle lanes are stacked with talent, and then we've got people like Samara Dialwas of Toowong in lane 8, who's shown her class over different events. Ava Jupp of Runaway Bay, who won her heat easily and maybe has more in the tank. And Runaway Bay, just as a club, is having a very good meet, and you do wonder whether there's a lifting effect among the club.
Oh, absolutely. It's a great advertisement for them to attract new families to the club as well. As we see the population grow around the region. Runaway Bay, just down near the theme parks, down on the Gold Coast. Lovely part of the world. Well, we've got a nice Coles and McDonald's out there too that have visited previously, so definitely check that out.
Oh, bless my heart, sport. Waiting for the under-13 girls 100 metres. It's a quality field. The obvious candidates are Livingston in 4, Norcott in 5, and Launton in 6.
We've got 4 girls there that could potentially run under 13 seconds. And
I reckon 5. I'm going to throw Jupp in there as well.
But if they really run hard together, they'll push each other. They'll elevate each other because they want to just dig that little bit deeper, which could make this one of the finishes of the night.
Well, let's hope so. We all want to see the runners at their best. We have seen, to be fair, a lot of the races tonight have been slightly slower than the heats. Don't forget we had that unscheduled fire alarm delay, which probably had an effect. Conditions are a little cooler. They're up a little bit later, a little bit longer between races. They won't want to use them as excuses, but I've got a microphone and I can make excuses for them.
Following this race, I do have some interesting news that some good positive news to come by. So
oh, good. I'm pleased. I'll wait for that, but make sure it gets some clear air. So the under-13 girls 100 metres is just being held up as more runners coming out into the track. I think they just want to get things organised for the races to come because there are, I think after this, there'll be 4 more finals.
So they'll give me a chance to quickly go through the news. So we've got dual bronze medalists in the under-14 girls final with Alice Chadburn and Taylor Hughes finishing on 13.20 respectively. So there was a bit of a delay, those results coming through. Wondered if something had happened. Well, it's because we've got dual bronze medalists. So that means that we've got 4 medalists coming out of the under-14 girls final, which is fantastic. Some good news there. Not having to go to the 1,000th of a second.
Yeah, we just see the process there, but good to see. Back to the under-13 girls 100 metres. Clean start. Good start from Sienna Hamilton of Nambour. Livingston made a move early. Launton is coming. Launton versus Livingston. It's on. Launton's got the momentum. Launton will take Livingston. Norcott gets bronze. Olivia Launton from Redlands is the state champion. Has she broken 13 seconds? 13:03 is the time on the clock. We've been averaging about maybe 600 or 700 revising down.
It certainly will be. That has been revised to 12.95, so she's absolutely blitzed it. And Amber Livingston, 13.06, fantastic.
Tremendous race.
And despite the time, it's just a 0.03 of a second slower than her heat time as well. Just that shows how competitive this competition is.
Yeah, I think the conditions, it's just cooled down a little bit. They've had longer for the muscles to cool. Rhythm got disrupted. So I think record watch is probably not going to be as exciting as it normally is. But the quality of the racing is outstanding.
We're seeing better finishes, really.
So I just want to make sure I've got the right field here. I don't think this is the under-14s. I think this is the under-13s because I can see Christian Kenman of Browns Plains out there. So this will be the under-13 boys 100 metres.
And this is why you've got Daniel Viles, one of the best in the business, making sure the attention to detail and giving you the coverage that you deserve is all sorted. Just like we're getting great support from our friends at McDonald's, Coles, Tribal Sport, Heart Sport, Quality Hotel, Robertson Gardens, Optus, Badges and Medals, Dream Jar, White Cloud Foundation. And it's been streamed all over the world from our friends at Sportscast, our man Larry, all over it tonight.
So the lineup behind, this is definitely the boys' 13s. Binny of Strathpine in 2, Beaufond of Jimboomba in 3, Quan of City North in 4, Kenman of Browns Plains in 5, Hyde of Noosa in 6, fastest qualifier. Conroy of Nambour in 7, having a great meet. Roeda of Browns Plains in 8, Dew of Deception Bay in 9. Hyde probably the favourite, based on his performances, not just in the heats here, but also in the 200. Conroy will have things to say about that, as will Kenmon. Conroy in the orange, Hyde in the white. Kenman in the fluoro. Kenman was out best. He's got an early lead. Conroy's caught up very quickly. Now Hyde makes his move. Hyde has gone past Kenman's shoulder. Sullivan Hyde of Noosa. Noosa is having a good night. Sullivan Hyde is having a good night. He's the state champion. Kenmon and Conroy for the Miners.
He's just got such a wonderful running action. Just the way he moves his head, just the power, the force. come out a little bit slow, but he was like Moses putting the stuff in the Red Sea, part of the oceans nicely, and swish, come away with the gold. And Noosa, they are lapping it up tonight. And it might cost them a fortune in fuel to come down here, Daniel Viles, but staying at the quality Hotel Robertson Gardens. But I tell you what, it is worth every cent to see a performance like that.
Christian Kenman just getting silver over Conroy, 6/100ths of a second in it. So good news for the Browns Plains Club on Vansittart Road, and Conroy from Nambour getting the bronzeware.
Magnificent. That was a high octane race. Just lots of intensity, and we will definitely remember that one. That wonderful performance there from Sullivan High, but also the field itself produced a quality performance. All thanks to our friends at McDonald's.
Now, I just want to make sure, I'm pretty sure this is the 14s rather than the 15s, but I'm not going to go early. I think this is where the one that sort of fell out of order, for want of a better phrase, is coming in. So it is. This is the under 14s. Two fastest qualifiers separated by 100th of a second. Chandler Simpson at Deception Bay in 6, Noah Harch of Laidley in 5. Leo Nash of Arana has had a good championships. Tyson Brezigar of Gladstone has pedigree in this race at this level.
Well, the two fastest times, 12.17 and 12.18 for Simpson and Harch respectively. You can see those boys replicate anywhere near those times. Well, it's the dream final, realistically. 1.01 of a second separated the two.
No Callan Mitchell of Strathpine, appears to be a non-starter. That happens. Away quickly. Simpson probably got a slightly better start than Harch. Leo Nash of Arana got a better start than both of them. Here comes Simpson through the middle. Chandler Simpson at Deception Bay. He found a way through. Silver will go to Noah Harch of Laidley. Bronze to Leo Nash of Arana, who took the race on. But Chandler Simpson gives Deception Bay a bit of glory in these McDonald's State Championships.
Well, just a nice little trip down the highway for the team, and the clock has registered a time that we were all very happy with. That is 11.98. He has shaved 0.20 seconds off his heat time, which he achieved very nicely. And we had fireworks. We definitely got it. Noah Harch, 12.12. That is nothing to sneeze at. That is better than his qualifying time. And Leo Nash with 12.17. That is 0.21 seconds better than his qualifying time as well. So overall, the three boys, actually all of the runners out there tonight in that race, they should be very pleased with that performance, all running better times than their heats.
Which has been rare tonight. Oh, hello. I may have misinterpreted a signal. Oh, sorry, he's just organising them for the medal ceremony, that's all. I saw the arm go up, and I got worried, and it turns out that was just naivety on my part.
No, but given what we've seen tonight, our ground marshals have been very active, and they've been wonderful with how they've gone about proceedings too. But to be fair, that's probably happened all night. We haven't really seen it as much because we've been on to the next race,
which appears to be the girls under 1,500 metres. Just want to confirm that it is.
The second last race of the night.
I still have a feeling have we gone past one? My brain's got a little bit muddled. I'm getting my thoughts ordering wrong there.
It's been a big, big day.
Under 15 finals, fastest qualifier, Olivia Jupp of Runaway Bay. Houston Payer of Ipswich in lane 5 next to her.
Would love to see at least three of these girls go under 0.13 seconds.
Good start in the middle from Payer of Ipswich. She got the lead early. Jupp and Williams of Jimboomba are going with her. If anyone, it's Williams of Jimboomba at the moment who seems to have the edge. Williams has got to bring this home. Payer gets second. Jupp gets third. Jimboomba have a state champion. It is Zaraya Williams.
Well, we should have 3 runners there that have broken the 13-second mark and probably absolutely smashed it. There's 12.66 on the clock. That is absolutely flawless there from Zariah Williams there from Jimboomba. Paye 12.75, and then Olivia Jupp 12.78 as well. So 0.12 of a second has separated first from second. We knew that these were 3 girls, they were going to take it up to each other, and they brought the best out of each other, and we had a classic finish that we absolutely deserve.
Just the one race to go this evening. It's the under-15 boys 100 metres. The fastest qualifier was Daniel Smith of Highfields. Now, I am 193 centimetres tall. When we were outside at the fire evacuation, Daniel Smith walked past me, and he is at least 193 centimetres. I'm pretty sure he's a 14-year-old, and I think I was looking up at him.
Yeah, you don't look up to a lot of people, but you were certainly looking up to him.
Queensland is full of tall Daniels.
It's a Daniel thing?
I guess so. If you're short, you get called Danny.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, it's but no, if you're over 6 foot tall, you cannot be a Danny. You're always a Daniel.
Qualifying time for Daniel Smith, 11.83. Ezra Devine with 11.96, and Finn White 12.02. Would love to see those 3 boys crack the 13 seconds.
12 seconds.
12 seconds in the final race of tonight. Thanks to our friends at McDonald's.
So Wyatt and 5 from North Rockhampton. Smith in the light blue in 6. Devine on his right from Winner Manley in the red and green. Devine easily got the best start. Devine looking fantastic. Smith trying to get his stride in order. Is there enough track? There is not. Ezra Devine of Winner Manley. 11.55. It's an amazing time. And Ezra Devine is a state champion in the last event of the night.
Well, we're waiting for the official times, but he will get close to taking half a second off. It's 11.48. So that is almost 1.5 of a second off his heat time. That was electric.
His start was amazing. He led that race from the gun. I love to see it in super slow motion just to see how much of a lead he got almost before his competitors had left the blocks.
And you somewhat feel for Daniel Smith as well, because he had a qualifying time of 11.83, and he beat that qualifying time by 0.05 of a second. So he ran a better race in the final than he did in the heat, and he ended up coming behind by 0.30 of a second because Ezra Devine took nearly half a second off his qualifying time. That took an extraordinary performance.
It's a wonderful running style that Devine has. He's hunched over a bit, leaning forward, but it's a good way of getting all your momentum going forward. I'm clearly though sprint coach. We'll wrap up the talking in a moment, but there's lots of medal ceremonies to come once the graphic leaves the screen. Although Ezra Devine, I think, would like it to stay there forever. But there'll be medal ceremonies galore in the middle of the field. So I'm not quite sure how long the broadcast is able to last. But when the medal ceremonies start, we will do the honourable thing and zip our lips and let you enjoy those.
Yeah, but of course today wouldn't have been possible without our friends at McDonald's and Coles, Tribal Sport, Heart Sport, Quality Hotel, Robertson Gardens, Optus, Badges and Medals, Dream Jar, and the White Cloud Foundation. Of course, Sportscast bringing you all the action right around the country. But most importantly, I'll say second most importantly, this today doesn't just happen by mistake. It happens because of the tremendous hard work from the volunteers and the crew at Queensland Little Athletics, who in our experience, they've opened every single one of them opened their arms to us and made us feel like one of their own. Across today, even when we were involved last year, there's such a wonderful community and is a driving force to see more people volunteer and become such a big part of this community across Little Athletics. Are seeing thousands of participants, 14,000 people, athletes getting involved, and just as many volunteers right across the country, and they've been more than welcoming of that. And of course, most importantly, it's the parents and the athletes that really contribute and make this event special. Make it sound like we're wrapping things up for the weekend. We're just wrapping things up for tonight because we have a great appreciation. And Daniel, having the chance to spend time with Sally Pearson earlier on today, and we're starstruck in some sense, but when you get to know the human beneath the OAM winner, she's like us. She loves the sport. She loves all elements of the sport. And when you find the time to spend time in the company of someone like that as well, that has the same passions as you do, it just puts you on the same level, and that's just a great pleasure.
I don't think I quite appreciated until today just how good a communicator Sally Pearson is. She's certainly an excellent raconteur. Every question we asked her became an anecdote of something that she'd done during her track and field career. And I'd love to see her coach as well, how well she communicates with athletes.